Chapter 1. The city of Yinqing can be considered a second-tier city. Although it does not rank highly in the eastern region of China, the atmosphere of martial cultivation within the city is remarkably vibrant. Within Yinqing, there are dozens of martial arts schools, and the city even boasts dedicated outdoor training facilities for martial practitioners. Consequently, many young enthusiasts of martial arts from nearby cities flock here to embark on their martial careers. Among the numerous martial arts schools in Yinqing, the Qingshan Martial Arts School is particularly distinguished for its exceptional abilities and remarkable traditional martial arts. Especially upon discovering that both of his parents were practitioners of extraordinary abilities and ancient martial arts, the excitement within him surged, causing him to leap with joy. However, to become a practitioner of extraordinary abilities and ancient martial arts, one must wait until the age of 12. This is due to the rigorous nature of the training, which can adversely affect one's development if started too early. Tragically, when Luo Feng turned 12, his parents unexpectedly passed away, plunging him into the depths of despair. It was during this dark period that the Dragon Ball system manifested in his mind, providing him with a renewed purpose. Although the Dragon Ball system had appeared, Luo Feng lacked the qualifications to be its host. He could only become a true host once his body met the system's requirements, and he awakened the Saiyan gene. Luo Feng slowly rose to his feet, having completed his training for the day. Continuing to push himself would only harm his body, as he was still an ordinary person and lacked the formidable strength of Saiyan. As he prepared to leave the training room, the door was suddenly pushed open, and a strikingly beautiful girl entered. The girl was clad in a white training uniform, sporting a long ponytail, with eyebrows sharp as swords and bright, sparkling eyes. Below her elegantly defined nose, her thin lips were gently pressed together. Observing her anxious demeanor, Luo Feng was momentarily taken aback and asked, "Sister Qingqing, is something the matter?" The girl was his cousin, Luo Qingqing. She quickly approached Luo Feng and inquired, "Xiao Feng, are you preparing to leave?" Noticing the meticulously arranged items around her, she understood that only when Luo Feng was about to leave would he tidy up so thoroughly. "Yes, I've finished today's training and am getting ready to go home. But you seem to have something to discuss with me. What has happened?" Luo Feng nodded in response. With a sigh, Luo Qingqing spoke solemnly, "Xiao Feng, there's something happening at the martial arts school tomorrow, so you shouldn't come." Upon hearing this, Luo Feng furrowed his brow and asked, "Sister Qingqing, what exactly is going on? If you need my assistance, I will not hesitate to help." Luo Qingqing looked at him and could not help but smile wryly. "Tomorrow, someone is coming to challenge the school, and he is quite powerful. I've already sent away those apprentices who have yet to awaken their potential. After all, if any trouble arises, it will help reduce casualties." Noticing the concern etched on Luo Qingqing's face, Luo Feng understood his cousin well. She would not appear so anxious unless faced with a truly formidable challenge. "It seems I must awaken my Saiyan gene tomorrow," Luo Feng thought to himself. Regarding Luo Qingqing's warning, Luo Feng did not provide a definitive answer. He knew he needed to awaken the Saiyan gene, only then would he be qualified to grow stronger. As for the so-called formidable opponent, Luo Feng felt no fear. Instead, he was eager to witness the encounter, as he was deeply curious about the battles between practitioners of extraordinary abilities and ancient martial arts. After bidding farewell to Luo Qingqing, he left the Qingshan Martial Arts School and headed home. Though his guardian was his uncle, Luo Feng lived alone. This solitude provided him with a semblance of warmth, allowing him to feel as though he still had a home. Since the passing of his parents, Luo Feng had made it a daily ritual to visit their room and organize their belongings. Though he understood the necessity of being strong, he often found himself weeping softly at the sight of their possessions. Today was no different standing before the door of his parents' former room. He gazed inside and murmured, "Mom and Dad, tomorrow I will awaken and become a powerful warrior. Please do not worry about me from where you are. And to my other parents in another world, are you doing well?" Luo Feng's expression gradually dimmed as he sighed, closing the door and beginning to prepare his dinner. Just then, Luo Qingqing arrived. Noticing the lunchbox in Luo Qingqing's hand, he smiled, "Sister Qingqing, I appreciate your thoughtfulness." Luo Qingqing placed the lunchbox on the dining table, chiding him. I've asked you to move in with us, yet you refuse to listen. I can't fathom how my father agreed to let you live here alone. Luo Feng shrugged. I have grown accustomed to this home. Here, I can still feel the presence of my parents. Upon hearing Luo Feng mention his parents, Luo Qingqing's expression darkened. She cautiously glanced at him and, seeing his calm demeanor, sighed. Xiao Feng, it has been 3 years. While it may not be appropriate to say, I must tell you that you should let go. Your life ahead is long, and you need to learn to be strong. Luo Feng was momentarily taken aback, his lips quivering as a myriad of emotions flickered in his eyes. Finally, he smiled. Sister Qingqing, you think too much. I am much stronger than you realize. Let's eat first. Opening the lunchbox, the enticing aroma of food wafted through the air, igniting his appetite. Luo Qingqing watched as Luo Feng devoured his meal, a faint smile gracing her lips. By the way, Sister Qingqing, who is coming to challenge the school tomorrow? Is he really that strong? Could it be that even uncle is not his match? Luo Feng suddenly inquired mid-meal. At the mention of tomorrow's adversary, Luo Qingqing's expression grew grave as she explained, sigh. He is a former disciple of my father who was expelled from the school. Harboring resentment, he has since honed his skills and seeks revenge, issuing a challenge to shut down our Qingshan martial arts school. In the past, my father would not have feared him, but due to his declining health, his strength has waned. That man is now a high-level practitioner of extraordinary abilities, and he is not alone. He has brought his own apprentices to the challenge. I worry that my father's health may not withstand this. Luo Feng furrowed his brow at her words. In this world, the strong awaken their potential through specialized training, gaining extraordinary abilities. Once awakened, they are referred to as practitioners of extraordinary abilities. These practitioners also train in ancient martial arts that complement their abilities, making them even more formidable. They are categorized into beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels based on their strength. When an individual masters both extraordinary abilities and ancient martial arts, forming their unique prowess, they become a master of extraordinary abilities. Luo Feng's uncle, Luo Shan, was once such a master, but after sustaining severe injuries, his strength diminished. Otherwise, the reputation of the Qingshan martial arts school would be even greater than it is now. Luo Qingqing looked at Luo Feng, her expression serious as she urged, Xiao Feng, you absolutely cannot go to the martial arts school tomorrow. Wait until the storm passes. Understood. Luo Feng replied dismissively with a smile. He knew that if he did not comply, Luo Qingqing would not easily relent. After the death of his parents, Luo Feng's living expenses were covered by his uncle, while Luo Qingqing took care of him in daily matters. Thus, she was not only his sister, but also a maternal figure in his life. Although Luo Feng often insisted he could be self-sufficient, no one truly believed him. Soon, Luo Feng finished his meal, and after Luo Qingqing offered a few more words of caution, she departed. Phew, although I do not wish to burden you, let me indulge in this one more time, Luo Feng thought as he watched Luo Qingqing's retreating figure. The next day, Luo Feng rose earlier than usual, determined to complete his training and awaken his Saiyan gene before the challenge commenced, thereby assisting his uncle. Though he sensed that today was unusual, he was still struck by a palpable atmosphere of tension upon arriving at the martial arts school. As he entered, he walked through the corridor and immediately spotted a dozen practitioners clad in Qingshan martial arts school uniforms. They stared at him in astonishment. Hey, isn't that Luo Feng? What is he doing here? Indeed, was he not informed? It's impossible with Sister Qingqing's protective nature. She would have definitely warned her good little brother. Who knows? Perhaps he's being foolish and seeking his own demise. The expressions of the dozen individuals varied, with most displaying unfriendly attitudes. Luo Feng glanced at them. These individuals were practitioners of extraordinary abilities cultivated by the Qingshan martial arts school and constituted its primary fighting force. Their contributions would be crucial in facing the impending challenge. Luo Feng shook his head and chose to ignore them. He was well aware that he was not particularly well liked, as he occupied one of the 4 exclusive top-tier training rooms. It is worth noting that the top-tier training rooms are limited, with only 4 available designated solely for practitioners of extraordinary abilities. Even these individuals share the rooms among themselves. Yet Luo Feng had been granted exclusive use of one, despite not having awakened his potential yet. Thus, these warriors naturally harbored resentment in their hearts. Although they dared not vent their fury towards the master of the dojo, they certainly would not wear pleasant expressions in the presence of Luo Feng. While others might be consumed by envy and jealousy, Luo Feng remained unfazed. Though others were unaware of his circumstances, he was acutely aware of his own. As long as he could awaken his potential, his strength would undoubtedly soar, and at that time, he would silence all detractors. However, just as he was approaching the training room, a voice rang out. "Xiao Feng, what are you doing here? Did I not advise you? Why are you being disobedient?" The voice brimmed with anger, and Luo Feng turned around helplessly to see Luo Qingqing approaching him with a fierce glare. "Sister Qingqing, I believe today I can unlock my potential. I want to become an ability user before those individuals arrive, to contribute to the dojo." Luo Feng's words caused Luo Qingqing to momentarily freeze, and just as she was about to respond, a mocking laughter echoed across the grand training hall. It seems I've just heard the most ludicrous joke in the world. Someone claims they can predict when they will unlock their potential. Did you all hear that?" Luo Qingqing furrowed her brows, momentarily setting aside her reprimand for Luo Feng as she turned to the source of the voice. "Wu Xin." Luo Qingqing's expression darkened, her displeasure evident. Luo Feng also noticed Wu Xin, the second most prominent figure among the younger generation of the Qingshan dojo, with Luo Qingqing being the first. Wu Xin possessed considerable talent, having been personally instructed by Luo Shan, and he was the most esteemed young disciple in the dojo aside from Luo Qingqing. However, this young disciple was not particularly friendly towards him, often resorting to underhanded tactics against Luo Feng. Yet, Luo Feng paid him no mind, for he understood his own path. As long as his bottom line was not crossed, he would not squander time on trivial matters. The others all laughed in agreement with Wu Xin's remarks, reveling in the humor of the situation. In the realm of ability martial arts, there exists a common understanding that unlocking one's potential is not a matter of human control. Aside from the requisite physical conditions, one must also have their own fortuitous opportunities. Unlocking potential is akin to a fleeting moment of inspiration. If one can seize it, success will follow. They had yet to hear of anyone accurately predicting when they would awaken their potential, thus rendering Luo Feng's statements nothing more than a jest in their eyes. Luo Qingqing glared at Wu Xin, her anger boiling over as she exclaimed, "Wu Xiu. Qingqing Jia, it's all right, there's no need to get upset. I know they don't believe me, but since I have spoken, I must follow through. I'm heading to the training room now," Luo Feng replied, shaking his head gently. With that, Luo Feng turned and walked towards the training room. Luo Qingqing watched him, her mouth agape in a bitter smile now that Luo Feng had arrived, convincing him to leave was nearly impossible. "Forget it if it truly comes to that. I will protect you," Luo Qingqing thought to herself. Wu Xin observed Luo Feng's retreating figure, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he mused, "Just wait, soon enough, you will be the one in tears." Luo Feng entered the training room, gazing at the equipment before him, taking a deep breath as he exclaimed, I have waited 3 years for this day. The moment of awakening is today." At that moment, someone remarked, "We have been waiting all morning. Do you think they are too afraid to show up?" With the first person speaking up, others began to murmur in low tones, maintaining their tense state for an entire morning. Even they could feel their nerves starting to wear thin. Luo Qingqing cast a glance at the crowd behind her, feeling a flicker of confusion within. Her gaze wandered to her father, who was not far off, eyes shut in deep concentration, providing her with a slight sense of reassurance. In her heart, her father resembled a towering tree, sheltering all members of the Qingshan martial arts school. Until now, every challenger that had come forth had returned defeated. The stir in the arena did not escape Luo Shan's notice. He slowly opened his eyes. Within their depths flickered a captivating light that could instill fear, and coupled with his resolute visage, it rendered the onlookers silent. Luo Shan regarded his disciples and slowly said, You may go and have your meal." That a collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd. With Luo Shan present, their anxiety was palpable, for he was synonymous with strictness in their minds. Yet, just as they prepared to leave the hall, a voice pierced through the air. "Are you all here for a free meal? Unfortunately, you will not have that opportunity." The crowd turned towards the source of the voice, and moments later, a dozen figures emerged from the passageway. Among them, the leader caused a stir. He donned a black training outfit, and a hint of a mocking smile graced his handsome face as he approached the hall, coming to stand before Luo Shan. "Teacher, it has been a long time," the man said with a smile, bowing respectfully to Luo Shan. The crowd gasped in disbelief, their eyes wide as they stared at him, unaware of his identity, while Luo Qingqing refrained from offering any explanation, leaving her fellow disciples in a state of incredulity. What is happening? This person is actually a disciple of the teacher. Why have I never heard of him before? Indeed, if he is a disciple, he should not be here to challenge us. That would violate the spirit of martial arts. Who knows? But judging by his demeanor, he seems to come with ill intentions, the disciples murmured amongst themselves. Their tension palpable, yet their curiosity regarding the relationship between Luo Shan and the man was undeniable. "Chang Zijie, do not call me teacher. You are no longer my student, and I have no students like you." Luo Shan retorted coldly upon hearing the man's words. Chang, his brow arched, and with a sigh, he shook his head, replying, "The saying goes, once a teacher, always a father, although you have expelled me from your tutelage. In my heart, you shall always remain my teacher." With that, Chang Zijie turned to the more than 10 disciples behind him and declared, "Behold, this is your grandmaster." The group behind him chuckled derisively. Bowing to Luo Shan, "We pay our respects to the grandmaster." However, their tone was devoid of reverence, instead laced with disdain. Luo Qingqing glared at them, stepping forward, her voice rising in anger. "Chang Zijie, cease your pretense. Do not think for a moment I am unaware of your true nature." Upon hearing her furious rebuke, the expressions of those around shifted unfavorably. Chang Zijie waved his hand dismissively and turned to Luo Qingqing, smiling, "My dear junior sister, you have grown up to be even more beautiful, yet your fiery temperament remains unchanged. Not worry. I have no intention of harming the teacher this time." Luo Shan fixed a penetrating gaze on Chang Zijie, knowing this disciple all too well. Despite his extraordinary talent, Chang Zijie was vengeful and ruthless. During his time under Luo Shan's wing, he had repeatedly crippled his fellow disciples and had even attempted to kill them in their skirmishes, prompting Luo Shan to expel him from the school. Although Luo Shan was aware of Chang Zijie's animosity towards him and anticipated his revenge, a sliver of hope lingered in his heart. For they had once shared a teacher-student bond, and Chang Zijie had been one of his favored disciples. Nevertheless, upon receiving the challenge letter, Luo Shan could only sigh. He gestured for Luo Qingqing to step back before advancing towards Chang Zijie, locking eyes with him as he solemnly stated, "I am aware of your intentions today, but if you wish to shut down the Qingshan Martial Arts School, you will need to demonstrate your capability." Chang Zijie shrugged, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Oh, teacher, you exaggerate. Today, I merely came to pay you a visit. Seeing your declining health brings me solace." His words incited outrage among the disciples of Qingshan Martial Arts School. Chang Zijie was reveling in their misfortune, and they erupted in angry shouts. Chang Zijie turned to Luo Shan's disciples and, addressing the expressionless Luo Shan, proposed, "Teacher, I have a suggestion. Let my disciples engage in combat with these individuals so I can witness the capabilities of these younger apprentices." The disciples, who had only joined in the past 2 or 3 years, were unfamiliar with Chang Zijie, while most of his contemporaries had sought alternative paths due to their inability to progress further. Upon seeing Chang Zijie's condescending gaze, the disciples were incensed, and the foremost among them, Saiyan, stepped forward, bowing to Luo Shan. "Teacher, please allow me to fight. I shall teach these ruffians a lesson." Luo Shan glanced at Saiyan, then at the group of disciples behind Chang Zijie, and nodded. However, at that moment, other disciples behind Saiyan also stepped forward, bowing to Luo Shan before laughing heartily. "Senior brother Chai, you need not take action. We can handle them. You all." Saiyan frowned, about to speak, but was interrupted by Chang. "No need to rush. None of you will be left out, rest assured. Cheng Zijia clapped his hands, and a robust man stepped forward from behind him. Cracking his knuckles with a series of sharp sounds in the training room, Luo Feng was drenched in sweat, burdened by a 500-kilogram weighted backpack, navigating through a storm of flying arrows. His body bore numerous scars, particularly on his shoulders, where 2 arrows were embedded. Almost there. I just need to finish this. Luo Feng's gaze was distant. He had exhausted himself, but his indomitable willpower sustained him as he vowed to complete the final stretch. Arrows appeared like phantoms, striking at him from unforeseen angles. Just as he teetered on the brink of collapse, a clear voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. The Dragon Ball combat system has been fully activated. Host physique has met the requirements and is beginning to awaken Saiyan genes. Da-da? Luo Feng halted, momentarily stunned, as the arrows vanished, and the once desolate terrain morphed into a vast chamber with a metallic ambience. Before he could fully comprehend the shift, a searing pain shot through him, as if he were being torn apart, the indescribable agony electrifying his nerves, and his body began to transform. Luo Feng struck the steel floor with his fist, leaving an imprint, his previously frail form now swelling with muscle. From the base of his spine, a short, fuzzy tail sprouted, lengthening as his physique grew. Whoosh, 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 the pain gradually subsided, leaving him in a state of exhaustion, sweat soaking through his training attire and pooling beneath him. Have I succeeded? Luo Feng wiped his brow, rising to his feet, elated by the sensation of the new tail sprouting from behind him. After 3 long years, this day had finally arrived. Luo Feng had awakened. He was now a Saiyan. Although he had awakened his genes and become a Saiyan, he had yet to fully adapt to this newfound power. Sitting cross-legged, he entered the system, which had undergone a complete transformation. The interface that once displayed only his basic information had now evolved dramatically. 7 options appeared: skills, items, training grounds, milestones, wishes, combat system, and summon. Among these, the skills section showcased techniques used by powerful beings from the Dragon Ball universe, such as the Kamehameha, Solar Flare, and Afterimage technique, among others. Luo Feng navigated the skills option, his eyes darting across the extensive array of techniques. There were an overwhelming number of them, with each page containing 10, spanning several dozen pages. However, he noted that each technique was assigned a price. Every skill requires energy coins for purchase. Luo Feng murmured, gazing at the dazzling selection that in truth, only a few techniques from the Dragon Ball series truly captivated Luo Feng, including Goku's instant transmission, flight technique, and, due to nostalgia, the Kamehameha, along with the King Kai Fist and Spirit Bomb. 2 overwhelmingly powerful techniques that as for the others, he would select them as needed, for once he grew strong enough. He could also create his own techniques. Additionally, the system's mention of energy coins intrigued him. It was the currency established by the system. The energy coins are categorized into energy copper coins, energy silver coins, energy gold coins, and energy diamonds. The higher the currency, the more sophisticated the goods one can purchase. For instance, the technique of instant teleportation requires at least gold coins to obtain. There are numerous ways to acquire energy coins, such as completing the challenges outlined in milestones, trading external treasures with the system, or fulfilling certain special tasks. Currently, Luo Feng possesses merely 100 copper coins, a sum that barely scratches the surface of his needs. Next, Luo Feng turned his attention to the second item option, which naturally contained various items from the Dragon Ball universe. However, these items also necessitated a sufficient amount of energy coins for acquisition. The training venues represent the locations where the protagonist can choose to hone his skills. Luo Feng set his sights on several training sites, including the Hyperbolic Time Chamber, King Kai's planet, Grand Kai's planet, the Sacred World of the Kais, and Beerus's planet. Within these training grounds, guidance is available from mentors such as the Supreme Kai and King Kai. However, their assistance comes at a cost of energy coins. Following this is the milestone system, which consists of a series of challenge tasks that also serve as a record of the host's growth. For example, when Luo Feng's combat power reaches 1,000, he will receive milestone rewards that become increasingly substantial as he achieves greater feats. Next is the wish option, which pertains to the Dragon Ball wish-granting mechanism. There are 4 sets of Dragon Balls. The Earth Dragon Balls, which grant a single wish. The Namekian Dragon Balls, allowing for 3 wishes. The Enhanced Namekian Dragon Balls, which possess even greater wish-granting capabilities. And finally, the Super Dragon Balls, upon examining the price of the wishes. Luo Feng couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The cost for merely the Earth Dragon Balls requires a staggering amount of energy copper coins, not to mention the energy silver coins needed for the Namekian Dragon Balls. Although the prices are exorbitant, they nonetheless provide a glimmer of hope. After contemplating the 4 sets of Dragon Balls on the panel, Luo Feng exhaled deeply. Following the wish option is the battle system, allowing the host to select opponents for combat. The Saiyans, known as a warrior race, grow stronger through battle. Thus, this battle system is of paramount importance to Luo Feng. The final option is the summoning feature. As Luo Feng gazed at this option, a smile crept upon his lips. The summoning function, as the name suggests, allows one to call forth a character from the Dragon Ball universe to assist the host, with the summoned entity being loyal and not betraying the host. Summoning. How intriguing! Luo Feng perused a list of potential summon characters, which included both protagonists and antagonists from the Dragon Ball series, all densely packed within a character roster. The roster featured various powerful beings, including different forms of the same character, such as Son Goku, who had forms like Super Saiyan 1, Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Blue, and even the version of Son Goku who has mastered Ultra Instinct at AS for the villains. There were also characters from different eras, such as Frieza, Golden Frieza, Fat Buu, and Kid Buu, all available for summoning, provided one possesses enough energy coins to assemble a formidable army. However, the summoning is not permanent. There is a time limit, and the longer the summoning duration, the greater the cost in energy coins. Just as Luo Feng completed his exploration of the options, the system suddenly announced, "System activated. TO encouraged the host. A beginner's gift pack has been awarded. Please check your inventory." Upon hearing the system's voice, Luo Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. The beginner's gift pack awaited him in his backpack space. Having just reviewed the system, Luo Feng realized that this system bore a striking resemblance to the Dragon Ball game he had registered for previously, with energy coins serving as the currency within the game. However, despite the similarities, there are differences. After all, the world he inhabits is a tangible reality rather than a virtual game. The task panel mirrored closely the game interface he had encountered before his transmigration. As Luo Feng gazed at his panel, an epiphany struck him, and he murmured, "I understand now. The reason I awakened the Saiyan gene is not due to the Namekian gene, nor the Frost Demon gene like Frieza's clan, but because I chose to play as a Saiyan in my past life when registering for the game. Before his transmigration, the Dragon Ball game was a grand production, allowing players to select from various characters, including Saiyans, Namekians, humans, and Frost Demons, with most races appearing in Dragon Ball available for selection. As a devoted fan of Dragon Ball, Luo Feng had an unwavering fascination with Saiyans. Thus, he unhesitatingly chose a Saiyan as his first character. Now, he felt a sense of relief, realizing that had he opted for a Namekian or any other alien race, he might have felt utterly inadequate now. Luo Feng opened his character panel, and upon viewing his character information, he was momentarily taken aback before erupting in joy. Character: Luo Feng. Combat power: 170. Energy coins: 100 copper coins. Storage: 1 slot, each slot being 1 cubic meter. Items: beginner's gift pack, can be opened at any time. My combat power has increased by 120. Who would have thought? My strength should now be able to contend with those high-level ability users. Luo Feng beamed with laughter at the sight of his combat power. Luo Feng had studied the combat values of ability users extensively. Through information gathered from Luo Mountain and other sources, he deduced the combat values of ability users. The combat power of a beginner ability user ranges from 30 to 79, while intermediate ability users range from 80 to 149, and high-level ability users fall within the higher brackets. Even among those of the same tier, their strength can vary significantly. Some low-tier ability users may possess combat power that surpasses that of high-tier users. After all, combat power is determined by a composite assessment of overall strength, which explains the existence of those talented individuals who can challenge opponents of a higher tier. Calming his excitement, Luo Feng opened the beginner's gift pack. and a flash of white light revealed 3 items. The first was a card worth 500 copper coins, the second a booklet detailing the fundamentals of Qi, and the last was a guidance voucher. Upon seeing the guidance voucher, Luo Feng's eyes lit up. This was a voucher for guidance from Master Karen, which, once used, would provide him with 3 days of martial arts instruction from Master Karen. Luo Feng was thrilled. He currently knew nothing about Qi, and although Master Karen played a minor role later on, he was a valuable mentor for Luo Feng at this stage. Therefore, this voucher was exceedingly precious to him. However, at this moment, Luo Feng lacked the time to receive guidance, for he had to confront the group of challengers who had come to his dojo, in the dojo's main hall, while the encounter was termed a competition. The perilous nature of the event bore no difference from a true life-and-death battle. Luo Mountain surveyed the disciples lying on the ground, his eyes ablaze with fury, clearly in a state of rage. Cheng Zijie observed the scene in the center with keen interest. The disciples he had brought had defeated all the disciples of the Qing Shan martial arts school, employing ruthlessly brutal tactics. With almost every one of them suffering broken limbs, Cheng Zijie positioned himself in front of Luo Mountain to prevent him from intervening. "Teacher, your disciples are indeed sheltered flowers. How can they become true warriors if they have never seen blood?" Cheng Jie remarked with a smile, gazing at the furious Luo Mountain. "Indeed, it is difficult to change one's nature. I did not expect your disciples to exhibit the same ruthless tendencies as you. You have no semblance of a martial spirit in your hearts." Luo Mountain glared coldly at Cheng Zijie, his voice icy. Cheng Zijie looked at Luo Mountain with a pitying expression, shrugging his shoulders. "Teacher, what era are we in? How can you still speak of martial spirit? You are truly naive. I have witnessed more bloodshed than you can imagine. Now, let me see the results of your years of training." Luo Mountain stepped forward and declared loudly. Suddenly, Cheng Zijie felt a powerful aura surging toward him, and he soon saw Luo Mountain charging at him with a fist raise. In response, Cheng Zijie advanced directly, his palms radiating cold energy. Just before Luo Mountain's fist made contact, layers of ice crystals surrounded him. Seeing this, Luo Mountain bellowed, releasing a wave of white-hot energy that erupted from his body, causing the approaching ice crystals to melt into vapor before they could reach him. Cheng Zijie, however, remained unfazed. Instead, a peculiar smile crept across his face. The next moment, he clenched his hands tightly, and the evaporating vapor instantaneously crystallized into a sheet of ice, completely encasing Luo Mountain. Frost Fist on Cheng Zijie's dual fists. A layer of transparent ice enveloped, hurling towards Luo Shan with formidable force, each swing of the fists emanating waves of frigid air. Not far away, the apprentices of the Qingshan martial arts school beheld this scene. Their expressions filled with astonishment, while Luo Qingqing's face shifted dramatically as she exclaimed, "Father!" However, just as Cheng Zijie's icy fist was about to strike Luo Shan, the layer of ice encasing Luo Shan shattered instantaneously, and he retaliated with an iron fist, colliding with Cheng Zijie's attack. They could see the moment their fists met, an intensely chilling aura surged into Luo Shan's arm, causing him to stagger back several paces before he could regain his footing. His arm trembled slightly, a thin layer of ice forming on the surface of his skin. Luo Shan struggled to resist the cold permeating his arm with the strength within him, though he managed to temporarily alleviate his injuries. His previous wounds flared up once more. "Cough, cough. I never anticipated you would take that crucial step forward," Luo Shan remarked, his expression a mixture of complexity as he gazed at Cheng Zijie, exhaling frosty breath. His tone solemn. Cheng Zijie had already breached the pivotal barrier between an extraordinary practitioner and an extraordinary master. If he continued his training methodically, in less than 2 months, he would ascend to the realm of mastery. In contrast, Luo Shan, having suffered severe injuries in the past, found himself at a disadvantage against Cheng Zijie. "Father!" Luo Qingqing rushed over, her heart aching as she looked at Luo Shan's arm, yearning to touch it. Yet, the moment she made contact, a sharp, icy pain surged into her veins. "Qingqing, stay back. I can still endure." Luo Shan's face changed as he hastily warned her. Cheng Zijie, observing this, reassured, "Junior sister Qingqing, do not worry. This mere chill poses no threat to the teacher's life." He then turned to Luo Shan, narrowing his eyes with a smile. Teacher, you are growing old. It is best to take care of your health and quietly observe the upcoming duel. Ew. Luo Shan looked at his battered disciples, a sense of helplessness welling up within him. There was no denying it. He had indeed aged, and with his severe injuries, he was no longer Chen Ziya's match. Teacher, watch closely that I will show you whose martial philosophy reigns supreme. Cheng Zijia scoffed, then waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to continue the fight. Now, only Luo, Qingqing, and Wu Xian remained eligible to compete, but upon seeing his opponent, Wu Xian's expression shifted dramatically, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. The man standing in the center of the arena laughed heartily at Wu Xian's reaction, turning to the crowd behind him. Huh, did you see that? The people from Qingshan Martial Arts School are indeed cowards. Not a single one can fight. Upon hearing this, Wu Xian's face turned pale with indignation, and Luo Qingqing, standing beside Luo Shan, shouted angrily, I will take you on. The man eyed Luo Qingqing, a disdainful smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Fighting with a girl is pointless. Does Qingshan Martial Arts School have no real men? Ha! I see now. None of you have any guts. His words incited a wave of furious glares. They understood that the reputation of the Qingshan Martial Arts School had been utterly tarnished today. Just then, a voice rang out. Silence, you shameless scoundrel, to utter such crude words. Quiet. The crowd turned toward the source of the voice, and they beheld a young man clad in a white training uniform, his long black hair cascading over his brow, with a strikingly handsome face, approaching them slowly. The disciples of Qingshan Martial Arts School were momentarily taken aback, then furrowed their brows. They did not expect Luo Feng to disrupt the situation at such a crucial moment. Luo Shan and Luo Qingqing's expressions changed dramatically upon seeing Luo Feng, with Luo Shan bellowing, Xiao Feng, hurry back. This is not the time for your antics. Luo Feng turned to Luo Shan and Luo Qingqing, offering them a reassuring glance, and smiled. Do not worry, Uncle, Sister Qingqing, I know my limits. Limits my foot. Luo Qingqing was both furious and anxious. She never anticipated Luo Feng would show up at such a moment. It was akin to courting death. Waving dismissively at Luo Shan and Luo Qingqing, Luo Feng approached the man, licking his lips. You want to fight? I shall oblige. A cruel smile spread across the man's face. Someone was coming to their demise, and he was delighted. However, when he noticed the tail behind Luo Feng, his expression shifted. You are a beast, man, he exclaimed, his face contorting oddly. That moment, everyone noticed the tail behind Luo Feng, and even Luo Qingqing and Luo Shan were momentarily stunned. Extraordinary practitioners, upon awakening, gain a particular ability, which comes in various forms: elemental, transformation, psychic, and so forth. Among the transformation category, some can morph into half-human, half-beast forms, and such individuals are often referred to as beastmen. The term beastman carries a negative connotation. So those who can transform into half-beast forms are typically averse to being labeled as such, especially those who remain in this state post-awakening. After Luo Feng awakened his Saiyan traits, he sprouted a tail, leading the man to mistakenly perceive him as a beastman. Guess what? Luo Feng sneered. Swish! In an instant, Luo Feng vanished, and the man felt a sharp pain surge through his back, propelling him forward. Humph! How dare you ambush me? The man quickly steadied himself, turning to glare at Luo Feng, fury igniting within him. In the next moment, the man's muscles bulged, making him appear incredibly powerful. Die. As a high-level extraordinary practitioner, he was determined to ruthlessly annihilate this insufferable boy before him. Luo Feng's tail swayed slightly as he faced the charging man. His expression calm, he raised his arm, preparing to take the man's punch head-on. Luo Qingqing, witnessing this, urgently called out, Xiao Feng, he is a power type. You cannot match him in strength. Meanwhile, Chang narrowed his eyes, sensing that Luo Feng's strength was formidable. Bang! The sound of flesh colliding echoed, leaving the disciples present in stunned silence. It was known that the man was a high-level power-type extraordinary practitioner, having previously incapacitated many of them that, in terms of strength, they were no match for him. Yet Luo Feng had withstood his punch directly, hadn't he just awakened? How could he possibly contend with this man? Wu Xan stared at Luo Feng in disbelief, feeling as though the world was spinning around him. Luo Feng had no time to concern himself with others' opinions. He retaliated with a punch, colliding against the man's iron fist, producing a sharp cracking sound that made the man scream in agony. Ah! My arm! Taking advantage of his momentum, Luo Feng advanced, delivering another punch to the man's abdomen, nearly shattering his insides. Finally, with one last blow to his face, the man was sent flying, crashing into a distant wall, creating a massive hole, unconscious and unaware of his fate. Luo Feng turned, directing his gaze at the crowd before him, calmly declaring, "Who else?" His piercing eyes scrutinized the challengers from the martial school. Although he had just awakened his Saiyan genes, his martial skills were exceptionally refined, enabling him to stand toe-to-toe with these seasoned, extraordinary practitioners. The disciples brought by Changzijia were filled with fury. They had never been treated in such a manner before. Yet, none dared to step forward recklessly, for the man they had just seen defeated was the strongest among them. That moment, applause erupted. And Changzijia remarked with a smile, "I did not expect my teacher to have such a remarkable disciple. Young lad, what is your name?" Luo Feng furrowed his brows, sensing the man's overwhelming power. If he were to strike, he would undoubtedly face defeat. His combat power must be above 290, far exceeding my own, Luo Feng thought, his eyelids twitching involuntarily. It was known that this level of strength surpassed that of the legendary first-generation Bic. However, even so, Changzijia was not a true extraordinary master. Thus, it could be said that in the world where Luo Feng resided, the combat prowess of the human elite on Earth was generally superior when compared to that of Earthlings in the Dragon Ball universe. Luo Feng's expression remained serious as he looked at Changzijia, responding, "My name is Luo Feng." "Luo Feng, is it? Quite impressive, defeating Yuan Xin at such a young age. You possess great potential," Changzijia replied with a faint smile. Luo Shan glared at Changzijia in anger, bellowing, "If you have grievances, direct them at me. Do not harm Xiao Feng." Changzijia regarded Luo Feng with keen interest, softly remarking, "It seems the teacher is quite concerned for you." Before he could finish a sentence, Changzijia's figure vanished in an instant, causing Luo Feng's pupils to constrict sharply. In the next moment, a sharp pain surged from his abdomen, causing him to be flung backward. Boom! Simultaneously, an immense aura emanated from Luo Shan, causing Changzijia's heart to leap, compelling him to swiftly turn and gaze at Luo Shan. "Changzijia, release Xiao Feng, or I will not hesitate to sacrifice my life to ensure your downfall." Luo Shan's face flushed crimson, yet his strength rivaled that of a grandmaster, surpassing even Changzijia. Changzijia, his countenance darkened, stared at Luo Shan in disbelief, unable to fathom that Luo Shan possessed such a trump card. However, he recognized that Luo Shan was prepared to fight to the death, invoking a secret technique. Engaging in combat now would mean that even if he managed to outlast Luo Shan, he would suffer grave injuries in the process. "Very well, I can acquiesce to your request, but you must agree to one condition. At the martial arts tournament in Yin City 2 months hence, you must engage in a life-and-death duel with me." A cruel smile crept onto Changzijia's lips as he proclaimed loudly, "You seek my father's life." Upon hearing this, Luo Qingqing's face twisted in rage. "Daddy, do not agree to him." Luo Shan, however, retracted his aura, his complexion now exceedingly pale. Yet his eyes remained piercing, and he calmly replied, "Fine, I accept your terms, Daddy." Luo Qingqing exclaimed in alarm. Luo Shan waved his hand. His decision was unyielding, an embodiment of his martial will. "Cough, cough, and what about me?" Luo Feng slowly rose to his feet, having sustained significant injuries. However, his body was remarkably resilient, rendering such wounds trivial. Luo Feng stood up, unwilling to let Chang's attack go unpunished, especially since the latter sought to kill Luo Shan, which he could not tolerate. Changzijia was not surprised by Luo Shan's response, but he was taken aback by Luo Feng's audacity to TO him. Luo Feng's actions seemed a reckless path to destruction. After all, the disparity in their strengths was glaring. Even in 2 months, it was implausible for Luo Feng to catch up. "Heh, quite admirable. I commend your courage. I hope you still dare to speak such words when the time comes." Changzijia sneered at Luo Feng. Luo Feng met Changzia's gaze unwaveringly, his voice cold as he declared, "In 2 months. I will certainly defeat you." Changzija dismissed Luo Feng's words with a wave of his hand, treating them as mere jest. His primary focus remained on Luo Shan's demise, having been expelled from the martial arts academy by Luo Shan. The incident had become a thorn in his side, that if he did not eliminate Luo Shan, it would adversely affect his future in the martial arts realm. Changzija departed with his entourage, and the crowd at the academy breathed a collective sigh of relief, though the challenge Changzija posed lingered ominously in the hearts of many disciples. Luo Shan gestured for Luo Qingqing to call for an ambulance to assist the injured disciples. He approached Luo Feng and said, "You cannot attend the martial arts tournament. Uncle, I understand your concerns, but I assure you, in 2 months, I will undoubtedly defeat Changzija." Luo Feng replied, taking a deep breath and speaking earnestly. At that moment, Luo Qingqing angrily stepped forward and slapped Luo Feng on the head, exclaiming, "Xiao Feng, you are already 15. Do you not understand such simple logic? Although you become stronger, how could you possibly contend with Changzija in just 2 months? Therefore, you absolutely must not go." Luo Feng sighed, recognizing that no amount of reasoning would suffice at this point. He would have to let his actions speak for themselves in due time. The Qingshan Martial Arts Academy had medical personnel on site who promptly attended to the injured. Soon after, an ambulance arrived to transport the injured. Among them was Luo Feng, who, despite his protests of being fine, ultimately succumbed to Luo Qingqing's insistence and boarded the ambulance that in the days that followed. It seems someone had deliberately spread the news. The Qingshan Martial Arts Academy had been challenged, leaving many disciples injured, and even the headmaster had been harmed. This news quickly circulated through the martial arts community in Yin City, delivering a significant blow to the academy's reputation. Home, Luo Qingqing fumed as she read the martial arts news, her anger boiling to the point where she felt like smashing her phone. "Sister Qingqing, calm down. It's not the end of the world. I will defeat Changzija and restore our academy's reputation," Luo Feng said, his heart heavy as he looked at the shattered coffee table that Luo Qingqing had destroyed in her rage. Luo Qingqing glared at Luo Feng, retorting, "While I am astonished by your newfound strength, do not let it lead to arrogance. Father says that in 2 months, Changzija will undoubtedly reach Grandmaster status. Even if you had 2 years, you would not be his opponent." Luo Feng feigned a sigh, remarking, "The world of geniuses is often misunderstood." Luo Qingqing chuckled, patting Luo Feng on the shoulder, aware that he was attempting to divert her attention to lighten her mood. She then noticed the tail behind Luo Feng once more. Her curiosity piqued. "Xiao Feng, what kind of beast can you transform into now?" Upon hearing this, Luo Feng's expression darkened. Luo Qingqing perceived him as a beast man. Yet there was little he could do about it. Science, in some respects, bore similarities to half-beastmen. With this thought, Luo Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and mysteriously told Luo Qingqing, "Sister Qingqing, I have a secret to share. But you must not tell anyone else." Luo Qingqing's curiosity was piqued, and she nodded, eager to hear what Luo Feng had to reveal. "Sister Qingqing, I will be frank. I am actually a Saiyan," Luo Feng stated with utmost seriousness. Luo Qingqing, taken aback, pursed her lips and inhaled sharply, asking curiously, "What is a Saiyan?" Luo Feng stood, his tail swaying behind him as he explained, "In truth, I hail from a planet known as Vegeta. In my youth, I was sent to Earth to conquer it. However, during my descent, a malfunction in my spaceship caused me to lose my memory. Later, my parents adopted me, and it was only 2 days ago, upon awakening my powers, that I recalled everything. My name is not actually Luo Feng. It is Kakarot." Luo Feng clenched his fists, his expression grave. Luo Qingqing stared at Luo Feng, completely at a loss, and gritted her teeth, saying, "Who would have thought, Xiao Feng, you possess such a sense of humor." Bang! Luo Qingqing punched Luo Feng on the head, causing him to jump in pain. "You really lack seriousness. Well, since your injuries have healed, I shall take my leave." Luo Qingqing shot Luo Feng an exasperated glance, waved her hand, and turned to depart. Luo Feng escorted Luo Qingqing to the door. Finally, exhaling in relief, he hurried to his room, entering the system with his consciousness. "Now, I shall explore how to cultivate qi in this Dragon Ball world." Luo Feng exclaimed excitedly as he looked at the pamphlet in his storage space. He opened the storage box and found a small booklet lying quietly inside. Selecting it, two options appeared: use and cancel. Without hesitation, Luo Feng clicked use, and in the next moment, the booklet transformed into a blue light and entered his consciousness. A jolt surged through Luo Feng as he felt an influx of knowledge in his mind. This is the method of cultivating qi, Luo Feng mused, grasping the essence of the practice. In the Dragon Ball world, qi is the manifestation of energy within the body. Although the principle was straightforward, the practice required intense concentration and the will to manipulate the energy and draw it forth. Having lived two lives, Luo Feng's mental fortitude was far beyond the average person, and his comprehension was exceptionally keen. Thus, he completed the process of guiding qi in less than half an hour. A small orb of light, akin to a grain of rice, floated between his fingers. This was Luo Feng's first energy ball. Though diminutive, it filled him with wonder, and why combat power is now at 170. If I can master the Kamehameha, its power should be considerable. Luo Feng mused as he stored the light orb. He yearned for two techniques: the Kamehameha, due to personal sentiment, and the flying technique. Who hasn't dreamt of soaring through the skies in their youth? However, when Luo Feng opened the system skill options, he discovered that the most basic Kamehameha, taught by Master Rashi, cost 1,000 copper coins. The upgraded version was even more expensive for the flying technique. It was 5 times that of the Kamehameha, costing 5,000 copper coins. It's indeed expensive. I currently possess only 600 copper coins that I wonder how I will earn more. Luo Feng fixated on his balance, expressing his distress. Although he had explored methods to acquire copper coins, he remained utterly oblivious to how to complete the milestone tasks. The milestone options only displayed tasks that had already been accomplished, leaving no indication of what needed to be completed. There was another method: fulfilling special tasks issued by the system, but such tasks only appeared during specific periods that for when those special periods occurred. Luo Feng had no inkling. The final method involved exchanging valuable items from the real world for non-equivalent trades. That non-equivalent trading meant that the system would devalue items during transactions with the host. In other words, something worth 10,000 copper coins might only yield 5,000 copper coins through the system, and one would still be expected to express gratitude for the system's generosity. At that moment, Luo Feng found himself at a loss for how to earn copper coins, and, unable to devise a solution, he resolved to set aside those thoughts. What he needed most now was to focus on his training. Just as he prepared to head out to the martial arts hall, the system's voice suddenly chimed in. "Congratulations, host, for completing a milestone task. You have earned a single lottery opportunity. Would you like to proceed with the draw now?" Startled by the unexpected announcement, Luo Feng felt taken aback. The news arrived without any forewarning. However, he welcomed the prospect of a reward. Although he was unaware of the milestone task he had just completed, the mere existence of a reward sufficed for him. He accessed the system, and on the far right of the interface, a fan-like icon appeared, inscribed with the words lottery. Upon entering the option, the entire screen transformed into a deep blue hue, and a line of text began to shift rapidly in the center of the display. After approximately 10 seconds, the text abruptly halted. "Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received a 30 discount coupon for Dong Dong Wave." The mechanical voice of the system resonated just as the text ceased its movement. Exiting the lottery section, Luo Feng entered his storage box, where a golden coupon lay waiting. A coupon for Dong Dong Wave. I recall that Dong Dong Wave is priced the same as the Kamehameha. With a 30 discount, that would amount to 700 copper coins. If that is the case, I only need to gather 100 more copper coins. Luo Feng's eyes sparkled with delight as a smile broke across his face. He felt that this stroke of luck came at the perfect moment. Hastily, he navigated to the milestone options, revealing a completed task in the taskbar. Successfully gathered energy for the first time. Reward: 1 low-level lottery. Luo Feng scanned the task list and murmured to himself. Seeing that a milestone task had indeed been completed, a flicker of understanding ignited within him. It turned out that this too counted as a milestone task, indicating that as long as he continually pushed his limits, he could fulfill milestone requirements. Although this was merely a hypothesis, the likelihood seemed substantial. This milestone was essentially a record of his ongoing strength. a mechanism employed by the system to motivate him towards relentless advancement. While it was somewhat frustrating, the system was proving to be rather commendable. Taking a deep breath, Luo Feng resolved that even without milestone tasks, he would continuously train. Yet, the prospect of receiving rewards during his growth was undoubtedly a pleasant bonus. Well, I can set aside thoughts of special tasks for now and explore what items I can exchange for copper coins. With a clearer understanding of his situation, Luo Feng rose, determination gleaming in his eyes. He proceeded to the martial arts hall, eager to see if the system would accept martial arts techniques, though the Qingshan Martial Arts Hall had fallen into decline. It had once boasted masters of martial arts. While ancient martial arts manuals were scarce, some remained in their collection. He was headed to the hall to ascertain whether these ancient manuals could be exchanged for copper coins. Due to recent events, the Qingshan Martial Arts Hall had not yet opened, with most disciples still recovering in the hospital, leaving only 2 or 3 apprentices to guard the entrance. Upon his arrival, the apprentices were taken aback. They were aware that Luo Feng had awakened and had even bested high-level ability users. Thus, their usual flippancy vanished, and they greeted him with respect. Luo Feng nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded directly to the ancient martial arts teaching room. This room served as the repository for the Hall's manuals, and in this technologically advanced age, ancient martial arts texts were preserved within a smart network. The hall operated on an internal local area network, and accessing the manuals required a corresponding password card. Luo Feng's performance had astonished Luo Shan just days prior. He had never heard of anyone awakening to become a high-level ability user immediately. He attributed this remarkable feat to Luo Feng's years of diligent training, having persevered for 3 years prior to his awakening, a considerable amount of time. Just yesterday, Luo Qingqing had gathered all the ancient martial arts manuals suitable for metamorphosis training within the hall and handed the password card to Luo Feng, allowing him to select manuals for training over the next few days. Though the selection was limited, there were 5 options available. Inserting the password card into a black helmet, Luo Feng donned it. Before him unfolded a vast library with 5 manuals floating in mid-air. System, can these manuals be traded? Luo Feng inquired of the system. The system responded, yes, however, since these manuals are copies, each one is valued at 50 copper coins. And what was their original value? Luo Feng probed further. The system replied, each original manual is worth 300 copper coins. Should the host wish to trade the originals, this manual will vanish from the library along with the others. If the host trades a copy, the value of the original will subsequently drop by half upon future transactions. Sighing, Luo Feng realized he could not part with the originals, as these manuals did not belong to him. Though somewhat regrettable, he had uncovered a means to acquire copper coins. Then I shall trade these 5 copies, he declared, confirming transaction in progress. A series of mechanical sounds followed, and then a voice announced, ding. Transaction successful. Energy copper coins have been credited to the host account, but we look forward to your next visit. Simultaneously, the 5 copies before Luo Feng vanished, he removed the helmet and accessed his account. Finding his copper coin balance had reached 850 coins. Excellent. Now I can purchase Dong Wave, Luo Feng exclaimed. Although he wished to learn the Kamehameha, Dong Wave was equally formidable in its initial form, making it a worthwhile choice for him at this stage. Acting swiftly, Luo Feng entered the system and purchased Dong Wave directly. Immediately, the training method for Dong Wave materialized in his mind. So this is the principle of condensation for Dong Wave. Luo Feng mused, absorbing the training method that now resonated within him. This was the first technique he had learned, granting him a deeper understanding of the concept of energy. Energy, in essence, was merely a term used in Dragon Ball to describe internal power. When compared to this world, it bore a striking resemblance to the energy possessed by ability users that, in Dragon Ball, those formidable extraterrestrial beings could naturally wield energy, yet their methods were rather primitive compared to the martial arts practiced on Earth, which appeared rather crude in comparison. During Vegeta's invasion of Earth, he was astonished by Goku and others' ability to conceal their battle power. This, too, was a form of mastering energy. It could be said that the weak rely on technique, while the strong depend on brute force that, in the face of absolute power, no matter how exquisite one's technique, sheer strength could easily overwhelm it. However, when a strong individual also possessed formidable technique, the result was nothing short of earth-shattering. As seen in the latter stages of Dragon Ball, the booklet Luo Feng had received regarding energy training served as the most comprehensive exposition of martial arts on Earth within Dragon Ball. Though foundational, it provided Luo Feng with a holistic understanding of his own power, establishing a solid groundwork for his development. After mastering Dong Dong Wave, Luo Feng placed greater emphasis on controlling energy, with sufficient understanding. He could even learn a technique merely by observing an opponent's movements. Soon after, as Luo Feng prepared to indulge in a meal, a mocking voice pierced the air. "Ha! 50 bowls. You must be joking. You're just bragging." Hearing this, both Luo Feng and the attendant turned to the source of the voice, and upon seeing the individual, Luo Feng's expression darkened. This person was one of those who had come to provoke the Qingshan Martial Arts Hall just days prior. He was unexpectedly here. Could he be here to spy on our hall? Luo Feng mused inwardly. With a cold smile, he directed his gaze at the man and declared loudly, "And if I can eat 50 bowls? What of it? If you can manage 50 bowls, I'll cover the cost of all the meals here." The man patted his chest and declared loudly. His voice boomed, resonating throughout the restaurant, drawing the attention of nearly 30 patrons who turned to observe Luo Feng and the man. Their expressions a mix of intrigue and anticipation for a potential wager between the two. Luo Feng chuckled and shook his head, saying, "That's insufficient. Should I triumph, we shall engage in a contest. What do you say?" The man's expression shifted. He was acutely aware of Luo Feng's prowess, having witnessed even their strongest apprentice fall before him. He was certainly no match for Luo Feng. Yet, observing Luo Feng's physique instilled a flicker of confidence within him. 50 large bowls of beef noodles was no trifling matter. Even the most ravenous ability users would struggle to consume such a quantity, with 5 bowls being the utmost they could manage. Moreover, this establishment's beef noodles were exceptionally generous, with a single bowl equating to about 1.5 bowls at other restaurants, which contributed to its thriving business. With this thought in mind, a cold smirk crept across the man's lips as he nodded in agreement. "Very well, I accept your challenge. If you lose, you shall sever your own limbs." Luo Feng waved his hand in acquiescence. However, a nearby waitress interjected, cautioning Luo Feng, "Do not engage in this bet. It holds no significance." Yet Luo Feng merely smiled mysteriously and retorted, "Who says it lacks significance? Now, bring me 50 large bowls of beef noodles. I am famished." He then glanced at the man, whose expression betrayed a shiver of apprehension, as he began to regret provoking Luo Feng. The waitress sighed, shaking her head, and tapped the beef noodle icon on her device, indicating a quantity of 50 bowls. Shortly thereafter, under Luo Feng's eager gaze, the noodles were served. On the verge of fainting from hunger, Luo Feng devoured the food voraciously, finishing a large bowl in mere moments. Broth and all that ate tea that instant. All activity in the restaurant ceased, as patrons stood in astonishment, watching Luo Feng consume the noodles. They beheld as bowl after bowl of beef noodles disappeared into his ravenous appetite. The bowls on his table piled high, and the waitress hurriedly collected them, only for them to quickly restack once more. The man at the adjacent table gaped in disbelief, having witnessed so-called big eaters before. Yet they paled in comparison to Luo Feng. Cold sweat trickled down his brow, not from worry about the bill, but from the fear of confronting Luo Feng. The intensity in the latter's eyes clearly suggested he would not show mercy. In a moment of sheer panic, he lamented his earlier bravado. At the pace Luo Feng was eating, 50 bowls would soon be dispatched, perhaps even surpassed. He activated his communicator, sending a distress message to his companions. Pleading for urgent assistance, he could only pray that Luo Feng would slow down, granting his allies time to arrive. The thought of fleeing never crossed his mind. He understood that should he attempt to escape, the consequences would be dire. As the man trembled with trepidation, Luo Feng concluded his meal. The waitress personally counted the bowls, and with the additional 11 that had been served, the total reached 61. Faced with such a staggering number, the waitress was left at a loss for words, swallowing nervously as she informed Luo Feng. Each large bowl cost 20 Hua Yuan, totaling 1,220 Hua Yuan for 61 bowls. Luo Feng turned to the man at the adjacent table, gesturing for him to settle the bill. The man paid for everyone, Yet the atmosphere remained eerily silent, as Luo Feng's prodigious appetite had rendered them speechless. Some patrons even recorded videos during his meal. Slowly rising, Luo Feng addressed the man. "Ha! Come along. We agreed to a duel. You came here to investigate our Qingshan martial arts school, did you not? It is fortuitous, for I too wish to learn about your school. Let us find a quiet place to spar." As they exited the restaurant, Luo Feng wore a calm smile, shrugging at the man. The latter hastily waved his hands. No need. At that moment, Luo Feng's demeanor shifted sharply, his voice cold as he commanded, "You must come with me today. It would be wise to comply, or I shall render you a cripple for life." The man trembled, feeling a mix of anger and fear, cursing his companions for their slow arrival. Reluctantly, he steeled himself to follow Luo Feng. Meanwhile, several individuals were observing a screen displaying the locations of Luo Feng and the man. They were the latter's companions. That direction appears to be the outskirts. What on earth is Lao San doing there? One questioned. Given his distress signal, it indicates he has encountered trouble. That "I am keen to see who dares to harm our people," replied the leader with a cold tone. Another suggested, "Let us head over. If we delay, he might be in grave danger." The leader nodded, stowing away the screen as he gestured forward. The rest followed suit, their lips curling into sinister smiles. Night fell, and in a desolate area on the city's outskirts, two figures stood. Luo Feng crouched before the nearly unconscious man, his voice icy. "How many of you came this time?" Clutching his abdomen, the man spat bitterly. "Go ahead and revel in your arrogance. I will repay you double for what you've inflicted upon me today." Luo Feng narrowed his eyes, filled with contempt for the man and his associates. Fully aware they were the architects of Qingshan Martial Arts School's current plight, he stomped on the man's ankle, and with a sickening crack, the man's leg bent at an unnatural angle, having incapacitated one of his legs. Luo Feng addressed him. "Anyone can utter threats, but they must know the right moment to do so." With that, he delivered another kick, shattering the man's other leg. Luo Feng's actions were driven by a desire for vengeance on behalf of the numerous disabled disciples of Qingshan Martial Arts School. Initially, he had planned to grow stronger before annihilating Cheng'e School, yet fate had presented this opportunity to collect interest. Luo Feng was not like Luo Shan, who adhered to a rigid code of conduct. He believed in reciprocating kindness and vengeance alike, adhering to the principle of an eye for an EYAS. The man screamed in agony. Luo Feng stood upright, declaring, "I am Luo Feng, that if you seek retribution, come to the Yuan Feng apartments in the North District. I shall await you there." Luo Feng wished to keep his actions hidden from Luo Shan, knowing his rigid disposition would lead to a scolding if he discovered what transpired today. Casting one last glance at the writhing man, Luo Feng murmured, "Cheng'e once said something I wholeheartedly agree with. In this world, solely clinging to the so-called martial spirit will lead to elimination. To survive, one must possess the means, yet these means should only be wielded against enemies. To use them against friends and family is no different than being a beast." With that, Luo Feng turned and departed. Indifferent to the man's fate, shortly after his exit, the man's companions arrived, finding him in a state of utter ruin. Upon seeing his condition, they erupted in fury. "Lao San, who did this to you?" The leader seethed, his face dark with rage. The others echoed their concern, for while Lao San may not have been the strongest among them, he was well liked. Pale and shaking from pain, the man stammered, "It was Luo Feng. He crippled my legs in retaliation for our actions." "What? Find him. I will kill him," one shouted, jumping to his feet. The leader scoffed, "If you think you can defeat him, then by all means go ahead." His words silenced the group. None dared to confront Luo Feng, even in a group. "Should we inform the school leader?" one quietly suggested. The leader sneered, "The school leader is in seclusion. Even if he weren't, what do you think he would do?" The group shuddered at the thought of Cheng'e, realizing that his martial school was more akin to purgatory than in that place. Individuals fought to the death for various reasons. Even if they survived, they would be left maimed. Weakness was the original sin that if they approached Cheng'e, they would be the first to suffer, as he would view them as cowardly and a disgrace to the school, potentially leading to their own demise. Are we to simply let this go? They protested, unwilling to relent. "Rest assured, it will not end here. I have my methods to make that brat wish for death." The man spoke in a chilling tone. The crowd exchanged glances, ultimately placing their trust in their leader. They then proceeded to lift the man and transport him to the hospital for treatment. Upon returning home, Luo Feng immediately closed his eyes and began to meditate. Delving into the depths of his own power, he endeavored to calm his mind, seeking a state of tranquility akin to the vastness of the sky. As an ardent fan of Dragon Ball, Luo Feng had meticulously penned an article in his previous life detailing his understanding of Qi within the series. That it is worth noting that he was once a prominent figure in the Dragon Ball forum, engaging in lengthy debates with fellow netizens over differing viewpoints. Thus, he possessed insights into Goku's methods of controlling Qi learned from the heavenly god. Especially now, having achieved a comprehensive understanding of Qi, he was no longer fumbling in ignorance as he had before awakening. This prompted him to contemplate the cultivation of this aspect further, in terms of Qi cultivation, beyond the most fundamental applications. The remaining focus was on the mastery over one's own Qi. The moment he could learn to sense Qi and control its magnitude at will, he would consider himself adept, sitting cross-legged on his bed. Luo Feng silently pondered. He still possessed a guiding card from Karen, albeit only valid for 3 days, yet it was immensely valuable for him, as he truly needed a master's guidance, given the distinct cultivation system of this world. He found himself unable to resolve his queries or locate a capable mentor, thus embarking on a path of self-study. Luo Feng sat in silence throughout the night. However, all his attempts that evening ended in failure. Achieving a state of deep concentration and emptiness proved to be exceedingly challenging, as his mind was incessantly occupied with various thoughts. These seemed to be subconscious, making them difficult to control. Indeed, it was a formidable task to quiet his mind. It necessitated a certain level of martial arts comprehension, which he sorely lacked. Sighing, Luo Feng rose from his bed. After completing his morning routine, he departed from home to commence his training for the day. Upon arriving at the martial arts school, he discovered that Luo Qingqing was already waiting for him. "Qingqing, how is uncle's health?" Luo Feng inquired as he approached her. Luo Qingqing managed a bitter smile. "Father's condition remains unchanged, and due to the recent use of secret techniques, it has worsened. I am genuinely concerned about the duel in 2 months." Luo Feng's expression grew serious. "Do not worry, Qingqing, I have vowed to confront that fellow. I cannot bear the thought of anything happening to uncle." Observing Luo Feng's resolute countenance, though still somewhat youthful, it radiated confidence. For some inexplicable reason, Luo Qingqing found herself believing in Luo Feng's potential to prevail. What a peculiar thought! How could I entertain such an idea? Even if Xiao Feng were remarkable, he could never defeat Cheng Jie. Luo Qingqing could not help but inwardly chuckle at herself. She chose not to dwell on this topic any longer and stated, "All right, let us set aside this matter for now. Today, I intend to take you for registration." "Registration? Are we registering as ability users?" Luo Feng mused thoughtfully. In Eastern China, all ability users who hold citizenship must register upon awakening. This measure primarily serves to regulate the conduct of these individuals, as they possess considerable power, and without oversight, could easily incite chaos. Luo Qingqing nodded. "Precisely. You have only recently awakened and have yet to register. If we delay, I fear those individuals will certainly pay us a visit at the martial arts school." The individuals referenced by Luo Qingqing were, of course, the powerful figures from government agencies responsible for suppressing disturbances. "Very well," Luo Feng shrugged nonchalantly. In Eastern China, there exists a department known as the Supernatural Management Bureau, populated by numerous formidable figures tasked with handling incidents involving ability users. These individuals are referred to as judges, enjoying a significant degree of operational autonomy. Their presence is precisely what renders Eastern China one of the most stable countries in the world, one of the more prominent cities in the central region. Yin City also houses a branch of the judges. The location Luo Qingqing brought Luo Feng to was indeed the judges' branch, which also served as the registration site. Though Luo Feng's actions were considerably restricted by Eastern China's regulations, he understood the rationale behind them, as the ordinary populace still constituted a significant majority. In truth, the number of ability users was exceedingly rare, with an approximate ratio of 1 in every 100,000. This scarcity elevated the status of ability users far above that of regular citizens. Even novice ability users were highly sought after by large corporations and organizations. Nevertheless, Luo Feng remained largely indifferent to such matters. His sole interest lay in cultivation in his heart. Nothing excited him more than the prospect of continually growing stronger. Upon arriving at the Yin City Judge's branch, Luo Feng was surprised to find it did not possess the grandeur he had envisioned. The structure was rather modest, lacking in comparison to some government office buildings. The entire building comprised only 3 stories, painted white, with wooden doors flanked by stone pillars of the Azure Dragon and White Tiger, exuding an air of antiquity. How did I never notice this place in Yin City before? Luo Feng remarked, standing before the judge's branch with a sense of wonder. The branch was not situated in a particularly remote area. He had often wandered this vicinity before. Yet, gazing at the judge's branch now, it appeared entirely unfamiliar. Luo Qingqing chuckled. You were not awakened before, so naturally, you would not have noticed the judge's branch. It has been enveloped in a barrier set by mental ability users, causing every passerby to subconsciously overlook it. That is why you had no recollection. I see, Luo Feng realized, stepping forward and sensing a faint wave of mental energy. However, these fluctuations had little effect on ability users. With anticipation, he entered the judge's branch. Passing through the doors, he stepped into the hall, which felt like an entirely different realm. The space within was remarkably vast, equivalent to 2 football fields in size. Luo Feng gazed in astonishment at the expansive hall. From the outside, the judge's branch appeared to be an ordinary office building, its total area certainly smaller than a football field. Yet upon entering, it felt as if he had stepped into another world. Qingqing, why is the interior of this building so spacious? Luo Feng inquired, marveling at the open hall. Luo Qingqing explained, this place has been enhanced by a master of spatial abilities, making the internal area considerably larger than the exterior. After all, if it would unleash our full strength here, the potential for destruction would be significant. A larger space facilitates the exercise of martial arts. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng was taken aback. Were there truly individuals daring enough to engage in full-scale battles here? His interest in the place intensified. The vast hall was divided into 2 sections, one on the left designated as a fighting arena, equipped with environmental simulators, while the right side housed the office area, constructed from a transparent material akin to glass, within which 3 or 4 personnel were present. Curious, Luo Qingqing led Luo Feng into the office area. Upon seeing Luo Qingqing, the office workers greeted her warmly. Luo Feng cast a glance at his cousin, surprised to find she was acquainted with the staff here. Is this the younger brother you mentioned? He appears quite youthful, remarked a woman of ordinary appearance. Her interest piqued as she observed Luo Feng. Feeling the woman's piercing gaze, Luo Feng's lips twitched involuntarily, pondering whether she had a penchant for younger boys. He subtly shifted to the side, but the woman simply laughed heartily, finding the situation amusing. Who would have thought he is a shy one? Quite a rarity, the woman teased, her gaze lingering on Luo Feng. Internally cursing, Luo Feng mused that if the woman had been a beauty, he might have welcomed her playful banter, but as it stood, he would rather pass. Luo Qingqing shot the woman an exasperated look. Coming to Luo Feng's defense, Xiaolan, you remain as unrefined as ever. I did not bring my brother here for you to make fun of him. The woman named Xiaolan chuckled lightly before turning to Luo Feng. Come, place your fingerprint here. As long as one was a citizen of Eastern China, inputting a fingerprint would reveal their basic personal information. Xiaolan glanced at the information displayed on the screen before asking, Little brother, what is your ability? After a moment of contemplation, Luo Feng replied, Transformation type. I can turn into a gorilla on a full moon night. Gorilla! Xiaolan nearly sputtered, her eyes widening as she scrutinized Luo Feng once more, a slender, handsome youth who seemed entirely at odds with the idea of transforming into a gorilla. Typically, transformation-type ability users' animal forms bore some relation to their physique, those formidable beings capable of transforming into half-human, half-tiger forms, or into lion-like creatures, possess remarkably noticeable physiques. Some individuals, upon awakening, may find themselves relegated to a half-beastman state. Consequently, those endowed with beast-type abilities within the transformation category are often the subject of jest among others. However, individuals like Luo Feng are exceedingly rare. At least this girl named Xiaolon had never encountered one before. Luo Feng, on the other hand, found himself in a predicament. Should he reveal that he is a Saiyan from planet Vegeta? He would likely be carted off to a mental institution. Can you only transform on a full moon? Xiaolon inquired. Indeed, Luo Feng replied. Xiaolon nodded thoughtfully, considering Luo Feng's ability somewhat lacking. For the strength of an ability user is derived from their extraordinary powers. Yet, the limitations placed on Luo Feng's powers are considerable. In combat, who would wait for him to transform under the light of a full moon? With a sigh, Xiaolon regarded Luo Feng, feeling that although he had awakened, he was considerably weaker than other awakened individuals. Nearby, Luo Qingqing shared a similar sentiment, lamenting silently. After all, if an ability user's powers are constrained, their overall strength is significantly diminished, as ability users rely heavily on their unique powers. Luo Feng was acutely aware of their thoughts and inwardly sighed with relief. Managing to impress them served as a form of self-preservation. Xiaolon organized the information regarding Luo Feng and then stood up, leading him out of the office. Sister Xiaolon, where are we headed? Luo Feng asked as he followed her to the second floor. To test your strength. The greater the initial strength of an awakened individual, the more potential they possess, Xiaolon explained. Luo Feng nodded, curious to discover his current capabilities. However, upon arriving at the strength testing area, he gasped in astonishment. Before him lay a vast expanse of mountainous terrain. Confronted with such a grand landscape, Luo Feng was utterly taken aback. It was hard to believe that outside, this was merely the size of an office building. Glancing at Xiaolon beside him, he remarked, "What a grand display. I've only seen such scenes in books." Xiaolon smiled. "This is nothing. When you witness the registration site for master-level beings, you will truly grasp the meaning of awe-inspiring." According to Xiaolan's explanation, this was an otherworldly space created by taboo-level strongmen, a feat only achievable by those formidable enough to be considered taboo. Taboo strongmen. Luo Feng exclaimed in disbelief as he surveyed the scene ahead, realizing that these beings transcended masters and entered the realm of the forbidden, a rarity in the public eye. Even masters seldom encountered such power. Luo Feng reflected on the depth of his nation's strength. Even a small place like Yin City could produce taboo-level strongmen, affirming that Eastern China was indeed a global powerhouse. Calming himself, Luo Feng turned to Xiaolon and asked, "What should I do next?" "Venture into this mountainous region. Various strong beings will appear, and you need to continuously challenge them. I want to see where your limits lie," Xiaolon instructed. "This sounds intriguing," Luo Feng replied, thrilled at the prospect of such a unique strength test. He believed this method was far more reliable than a machine that merely assessed power, as each ability user specialized in different domains and could not be solely defined by raw strength. With a leap, Luo Feng sprang into the mountainous terrain. Observing his agile form, Xiaolan's lips curled into a slight smile. She had heard from Luo Qingqing about Luo Feng's prowess, although mentioned only briefly. The image of a prodigy had firmly lodged itself in her mind. She was eager to see if this boy, who awakened to become a high-tier ability user, was indeed the genius Luo Qingqing had described. With a flick of her wrist, Xiaolon conjured a transparent screen before her, shimmering with silver light, and soon a clear image of Luo Feng appeared on the screen. Luo Feng had already ventured deep into the mountains, and according to Xiaolan's predictions, his opponents would soon emerge in the midst of the mountainous terrain. Luo Feng suddenly halted, his body pivoting to glance behind him. Two stone golems materialized before him. Estimating their strength, Luo Feng assessed them to be at the pinnacle of mid-tier ability users. Is this merely an appetizer? He mused as he regarded the two golems. However, as long as there was a chance to engage in battle, he welcomed any foe. The golems exchanged knowing glances before charging at Luo Feng in unison. Luo Feng stretched his limbs and leaped into action, launching a punch at one of the golems. The golem, shimmering with a brownish aura, retaliated with its own punch. Boom! A dull thud resonated as the golem was sent flying, crashing into the rocks behind it. The other golem, undeterred, seized the opportunity to attack Luo Feng. Had Luo Feng been any weaker, he might have found himself in trouble. Yet, as a formidable presence among high-tier ability users, he unleashed a surge of power, sending a shockwave outward. The golem staggered under the force of Luo Feng's energy. With a commanding smile, Luo Feng executed a spinning kick that struck the golem's head, resulting in a loud crack as the golem's head shattered, its body soon fracturing and disintegrating into dust. How weak, Luo Feng mused, scratching his head in boredom at the ease with which he dispatched his opponent. Watching from a distance, Xiaolan was astounded by Luo Feng's combat prowess. The strength of the two golems was not lost on her, as they could rival newly ascended high-tier ability users. While she anticipated Luo Feng's victory, she had not expected it to be so effortless. Taking a deep breath, Xiaolan's expression turned serious as she seemed to resolve herself. Snapping her fingers, a figure appeared on the opposite side of the mountains, racing toward Luo Feng. Little one, if you can triumph over him, you might just capture the attention of that esteemed elder. Xiaolan murmured. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind her, startling her into a stiffened posture. Elder Ling, what brings you here? Xiaolan said respectfully upon recognizing the newcomer. Before her stood an elderly man with a bald head and small eyes, his thick eyebrows contrasting with his squinting gaze, making it difficult to discern if his eyes were open. Elder Ling nodded with a smile before peering at the screen, his voice aged yet resonant. So this is the talented young man you spoke of. He appears to possess some merit. Hearing this, Xiaolan's brow arched. She shared a close relationship with Luo Qingqing. If she could help Luo Feng win the favor of Elder Ling, it would undoubtedly benefit her as well. Elder Ling, I have already released the Black Hawk, she stated solemnly, glancing at the screen showing Luo Feng's progress. Oh, the Black Hawk! Elder Ling exclaimed, taken aback by Xiaolan's confidence in Luo Feng's abilities, knowing well that the Black Hawk ranked among the top-tier high-ability users. I too am curious to see if this lad can compare to that Lin Jie girl, Elder Ling remarked with a smile. Lin Jie. Xiaolan was taken aback. She and T expected the elder to compare Luo Feng to Lin Jie, who was regarded as an unparalleled genius. Meanwhile, Luo Feng remained oblivious to the watchful eyes of a mysterious elder as he leaped atop a tall rock, scanning the area below for any signs of life, puzzled by the absence of opponents. Where is everyone? Surely those stone golems were not the entirety of the test. That would be exceedingly dull. He frowned in disappointment. Suddenly, a shadow darted in from a distance. Luo Feng instinctively sensed danger and sidestepped just in time, a gust of wind brushing past his chest and slamming into a distant rock, reducing it to rubble. What in the world? Luo Feng gasped as he stared at the pulverized rock, then noticed a figure clad in black combat attire and wearing an eagle mask standing upon a nearby boulder. With his tail coiled around his waist, Luo Feng turned to face the masked figure and coldly demanded, "State your name." The masked figure remained silent, vanishing in an instant under Luo Feng's gaze. What incredible speed! Luo Feng immediately assumed a defensive stance, his expression grave with vigilance. Bang! Luo Feng's arm instinctively blocked the left side, producing a dull thud as the masked figure's leg struck his arm. A flash of determination ignited in Luo Feng's eyes as he attempted to seize the masked man's leg in retaliation. However, the masked figure was remarkably swift, as Luo Feng tugged at his leg. The other foot kicked towards him. Luo Feng swung his other fist, and in an instant their limbs collided, sending both combatants reeling backward. Interesting, he remarked with a smile, rubbing his slightly numb arm in the next moment. Luo Feng transformed into a dark shadow and surged forward. Bang, bang, bang. The two figures danced around each other, their fists meeting with force, sending waves of energy rippling outward. The sparse foliage surrounding them was uprooted by the sheer power of their strikes. And as they passed, dust and debris flew in their wake. This time, Luo Feng had encountered a worthy opponent. Exhilaration coursed through him as his energy surged to its peak. His fists and feet became a flurry of shadows, his rapid speed and formidable strength overwhelming the masked man. Seeing this, the masked figure retaliated with several powerful strikes, ultimately retreating to a massive boulder behind him. I have yet to witness your extraordinary abilities. Unleash them, or you shall not prevail against me, Luo Feng declared, his gaze fixed on the masked as they clashed. Luo Feng sensed that this adversary was distinctly different from the stone creature he had faced earlier. He was assured that this being was unquestionably human. It was a rare occurrence to confront an opponent of comparable strength, and Luo Feng yearned to engage him at his fullest potential. The masked man remained silent, casting a glance at Luo Feng, his eyes devoid of any emotional fluctuation. In an instant, the atmosphere fell silent, a cool breeze sweeping through and stirring up a swirl of dust. Buzz, a pair of enormous wings, sprouted from behind the masked figure, his hands and feet transforming into talons, while his once black pupils shifted to a piercing gold, fixated on Luo Feng, standing a short distance away. Luo Feng felt as if he had become the prey, while the masked man assumed the role of the hunter, an uncomfortable sensation enveloping him. You have truly mastered your aura. That is remarkable. Luo Feng breathed, astonished as he regarded the masked figure. The aura was the essence of one's presence, capable of intimidating adversaries. It was the very manifestation of a strong-willed this moment. Luo Feng had merely begun to awaken his own potential, let alone grasp the higher realms of aura. The masked man remained taciturn, Luo Feng's reflection visible in his golden eyes. Suddenly, the wings unfurled, generating a tempest that surged towards Luo Feng, channeling all his energy. He thrust out one palm, conjuring a powerful wind in response. The two gales clashed, ultimately forming a colossal tornado. The masked figure morphed into a phantom, effortlessly gliding through the vortex as if it posed no hindrance. By the time Luo Feng realized this, the masked man's razor-sharp talons were already lunging towards his vital points. Startled, Luo Feng instinctively retreated, simultaneously transforming his hand into a claw to meet the oncoming talon. Clang! The collision produced a resounding clang reminiscent of metal striking metal. Although Luo Feng's hand was unscathed, the masked man's overwhelming strength surpassed his own, leaving his hand and arm tingling from the impact. Yet, the masked man's assault intensified, his four talons relentlessly striking towards Luo Feng. Faced with the whirlwind of attacks, Luo Feng could only manage a feeble defense, though he managed to deflect the majority of the blows. His arms and shoulders suffered several hits, each wound akin to being sliced by a sharp blade, saturating his clothing with blood. Impressive, his transformation has significantly amplified his power and speed. I am no match for him now, Luo Feng thought, his body continuously retreating as he recognized the disparity in their strengths. This was the first time he faced such a formidable opponent, and he was now convinced that the masked man's combat prowess exceeded 200. Placing him on an entirely different level, that it was also his first encounter with a true adversary, and he had fully grasped the terrifying increase in strength that accompanied a fully awakened ability. On the other side, an elder observing the battle between Luo Feng and the masked figure squinted slightly, perplexed by Luo Feng's apparent lack of utilizing his abilities. Why isn't the young one employing his powers? I heard he's also of the transformation type. In his current state, he is no match for the Black Hawk. Elder Ling mused at the mention of Luo Feng's transformation. Xiao Lan couldn't help but chuckle. Subsequently explaining to Elder Ling, Luo Feng can transform into an orangutan, but the conditions are quite stringent. He can only do so during a full moon, since there is no moon in the sky now. He cannot transform. As Xiao Lan envisioned the scene of Luo Feng's transformation, a slender, handsome youth suddenly morphing into a robust orangutan, thumping his chest, she couldn't suppress a laugh. Elder Ling cleared his throat and addressed Xiao Lan. My dear, if the conditions are insufficient, then create them for him. Simulate a full moon night so he can transform. That may not be appropriate in real combat. Such favorable conditions are rarely afforded, Xiao Lan remarked, glancing at the screen where Luo Feng was clearly at a disadvantage. Given the current circumstances, it wouldn't be long before he faced defeat. The elder replied calmly, do not forget, we are testing that young one's abilities. His transformation strength must be recorded, that if the conditions are present, he should display his full potential. Goodness, how could I have overlooked that? Xiao Lan exclaimed, smacking her forehead in frustration. In that case, I'll use the environmental simulator to create a full moon for him. With that, Xiao Lan deftly gestured in the air, and a control panel materialized before her. She swiftly began to operate it, causing the screen ahead to flicker as the scene transformed. Luo Feng faced the masked figure's relentless onslaught. He found himself retreating, his arms now thoroughly numb. Despite knowing his body was remarkably strong, he was beginning to struggle under the intensity of the attacks. Just then, the sky darkened abruptly, revealing a brilliant full moon. Luo Feng's heart raced at the unexpected turn of events. Could she be intending for me to transform? He thought in astonishment. However, this momentary pause left him exposed, and the masked man, with his cold, unyielding gaze, seized the opportunity. His enormous talons lunged towards Luo Feng's chest. Luo Feng felt a searing pain in his chest as the strike landed, his vision clouding with crimson. The force of the blow sent him hurtling backward, shattering the pile of stones behind him and crashing through several massive trees, ultimately collapsing amidst the debris. The masked man swept his wings and soared towards Luo Feng. Upon reaching him, the usually silent figure spoke. "Why do you not use your powers?" Blood spilled from Luo Feng's mouth as he lay there, unable to hear the masked man's words, the bright moonlight reflecting in his eyes in that instant. The world around him was drenched in a deep crimson hue. Or perhaps you possess no abilities at all? The masked man questioned coldly, his brow furrowing beneath the mask as he glanced at the moonlit sky. Could it be? The masked man contemplated, his gaze shifting between the moon and the increasingly agitated Luo Feng. The sound of Luo Feng's heartbeat echoed in his ears, his chest swelling with a primal ferocity. Luo Feng rose abruptly, his body expanding rapidly, tearing through his clothing. The masked man, perceiving an imminent threat, instinctively soared into the air, his animal instincts heightened by the transformation. Yet, Luo Feng's growth was astonishingly swift. In an instant, he became a colossal orangutan, his blood-red eyes locked onto the ascending masked man, and with a powerful grasp, he reached out towards him. The enormous hand approached the masked figure, who, confronted by the forceful gust generated by Luo Feng's palm, felt a surge of terror that he understood that if caught by that hand, his life would be in grave peril. With all his might, the masked man flapped his massive wings, desperately attempting to evade Luo Feng's grasp. The transformed masked man moved with astonishing speed, narrowly escaping the grasp of Luo Feng's hand. Although he managed to evade capture, his body was grazed by that enormous palm, sending him hurtling away. Cough, cough. Is this the extent of your power after transformation? I never imagined you could be this formidable. You are the first to inflict such grievous injury upon me. Black Hawk. Blood spilled from the masked man's mouth as he tore off his mask, revealing a handsome visage, his expression grave as he regarded Luo Feng. This moment, Luo Feng's consciousness had been completely consumed by a raging fury. All he could think about was destruction and slaughter. The creature that had just confronted him filled him with intense loathing, compelling him to kill. He spotted a shadow in the distance, furiously pounding his chest, his massive form resembling a colossal steel tank, wreaking havoc wherever he went. Seeing Luo Feng charging towards him, Black Hawk felt an icy dread as those blood-red eyes, seemingly infused with countless lifeblood, locked onto him. "Are you intent on killing me?" he shouted, retreating in panic. Yet Luo Feng paid no heed to Black Hawk. His transformed gorilla-like physique leaped into the air. Ahead, a shadow loomed larger, and then crashed down with a thunderous roar, shaking the very earth. A massive pit appeared around Luo Feng, and the surrounding mountains began to tremble, enormous boulders tumbling down. Black Hawk's sole thought was survival. In his mind, Luo Feng had become a terrifying monster. Since awakening, he had never encountered such a being that he had lost all reason, resembling a mindless creature bent on destruction. I can't believe I would encounter such a person in a small place like Smoke City. I hope I can hold on until help arrives, Black Hawk mused as he fled. Luo Feng's blood-red gaze followed the frantically darting Black Hawk. Enraged, he pounded his chest, a mighty roar echoing across the land. In the next moment, Luo Feng opened his mouth, a brilliant white light emanating from within, a powerful energy coalescing. He unleashed it directly at Black Hawk's location. Boom! A beam of light surged towards Black Hawk. And in that instant, he felt the greatest peril of his life. Without hesitation, he activated a forbidden technique, enveloping his body in a mist of blood. In the blink of an eye, his speed surged dramatically. allowing him to narrowly evade the attack. The beam struck a massive boulder, and in an instant, the knight was engulfed in white light, followed by a thunderous explosion. Although Black Hawk had dodged the initial strike, the shockwave from the blast sent him flying. He crashed into a rock, the force shattering it and burying him beneath the rubble. Meanwhile, Elder Ling and Xiaolon stood stunned by Luo Feng's transformation. Elder Ling's expression was grave. He had not anticipated that his decision would lead to such dire consequences. I never expected this young man to possess such potential. It seems I must intervene. Otherwise, Black Hawk will be reduced to fragments, Elder Ling thought, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. Xiaolon wiped the sweat from her brow, equally shaken by Luo Feng's transformation, her gaze fixed on the screen, filled with disbelief. After all, it was utterly abnormal for someone to dramatically increase their power upon transformation. Suddenly, her eyes widened, and she swiftly adjusted the control panel, executing commands that altered the simulated environment. Expanding the sky. Roar, Luo Feng hurled a fist at a nearby hill, sending debris flying as the entire mound was obliterated. Witnessing the rampaging Luo Feng, Black Hawk staggered away, his body covered in wounds. His original eagle form reverted. Dragging his battered body, he prepared for a final confrontation with Luo Feng. That moment, Luo Feng stood before Black Hawk, roaring as he swung his fist down. Black Hawk was pinned to the ground by the force of Luo Feng's punch. A bitter smile on his face as he realized he might meet his end here. "Have you had enough fun, little one?" A voice resonated from afar, and as Black Hawk heard it, a tall, elderly figure appeared before him. "Elder Ling," Black Hawk exclaimed in surprise, never expecting Elder Ling to come personally. He felt a surge of hope. Elder Ling chuckled softly and with a single wave of his hand. Numerous vines erupted from the ground, swiftly transforming into thick tendrils that ensnared Luo Feng's arms. Luo Feng's blood-red eyes glared at the encroaching vines, and he let out a furious roar, tearing at them. Yet the vines seemed endless, continuously creeping along his arms toward his body. Instinctively, Luo Feng began to retreat, but the vines moved swiftly, wrapping around half of him in mere moments. Black Hawk watched in excitement, exclaiming, "Elder Ling's wood-based abilities are always so awe-inspiring." With his hands clasped, Elder Ling summoned green light, and more vines sprouted around Luo Feng, completely encasing him. Seeing Luo Feng ensnared, Black Hawk breathed a sigh of relief. He had been thoroughly tormented by him. Had it not been for Elder Ling's arrival, he would have already met his demise. However, before Black Hawk could fully relax, a beam of light shot from the vines, striking a distant mountain and causing it to lose a substantial portion of its mass. Elder Ling's smile faded as Luo Feng broke free from the vines, swinging his massive fist toward him. Chanting arcane incantations, Elder Ling pointed at Luo Feng. In the next instant, several enormous trees sprouted beneath Luo Feng, lifting him upward. Elder Ling's hands remained in motion, green energy swirling between his palms. This energy coalesced into several giant wooden figures that resembled the transformed Luo Feng's gorilla form. They placed their hands upon the massive tree, supporting Luo Feng. In an instant, their hands fused with the giant tree. And from the tree's apex, enormous wooden hands emerged, grasping Luo Feng and flinging him away. Luo Feng became a dark shadow, crashing into a pile of stones, sending debris flying. After a brief struggle, he rose from the rubble, intent on fighting once more. However, the sky had shifted, the round moon had vanished, and the night had transformed into day. Luo Feng gazed up at the sky, his eyes gradually clearing, and his body shrinking back to normal. Amidst the swirling dust, he collapsed, his head felt heavy, and his throat parched. He slowly opened his eyes, finding himself lying on a bed, staring at the white ceiling, a dazed expression on his face. What on earth happened? I seem to remember transforming into a giant gorilla. Luo Feng slid his arm out from under the covers, rubbing his forehead in confusion. Beside him, Luo Qingqing, who had been watching over him, exclaimed in delight, "Xiao Feng, you're awake." Luo Feng turned to her, his dry throat barely able to utter, "Sister Qingqing, where am I now?" Luo Qingqing stood up, handed him a glass of water, and said, "You're in the Judgment Division. in a rest room that I truly didn't expect you to possess such potential, even startling someone as formidable as Elder Ling. Luo Feng sat up, taking the cup and gulping down the water, feeling a bit of relief in his throat that he inquired about the events that transpired during his giant transformation, unable to recall the details, which troubled him. Through Luo Qingqing's recounting, Luo Feng learned that he had engaged in a battle with a powerful individual, someone who could hold their own even in eastern China, after recovering from his giant transformation. The relevant personnel found him unscathed and arranged for him to rest here, with orders to notify the elder upon his awakening. Luo Qingqing contacted Xiao Lan, and shortly thereafter, Xiao Lan and an elder arrived at the rest room. The room was modest, containing only a bed, a desk, 2 chairs, and a few basic necessities, the entire space simple and unadorned. Yet within this plain room, there were remarkable individuals present. Luo Feng gazed at the elder before him, who appeared to be in his 60s, with thick eyebrows and a pair of small eyes that twinkled with a smile. The elder's expression made Luo Feng feel somewhat uneasy. Hello, Grandpa, Luo Feng exclaimed as he leaped off the bed and bowed respectfully to the elder. While the elder scrutinized Luo Feng, he too observed the elder, noting that the aura surrounding him was exceedingly faint, as if he were on the brink of passing away. Yet that slight aura instilled within him a sense of trepidation. What kind of formidable being is this? His combat power must be well above 1,000, perhaps even more, Luo Feng mused silently. The elder waved his hand at Xiaolan and Luo Qingqing, signaling for them to leave. Once the two departed, the elder casually pulled up a chair and addressed Luo Feng, saying, "Youngster, you truly astonish me. Your abilities are unprecedented, to the extent that even I would find it challenging to contend with you." Luo Feng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. His great ape transformation was an innate ability of the Saiyan race, amplifying their power tenfold. Based on his previous combat power, his great ape transformation would yield a strength of 1,700. However, the elder before him seemed capable of suppressing him. Did this imply that the elder's power was likely over 2,000? Luo Feng thought to himself, momentarily bewildered. Noticing Luo Feng's expression, the elder assumed he was quite nervous and waved his hand dismissively. "There's no need to be so tense. Relax." Luo Feng scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "Grandpa, what brings you here to see me?" The elder's small eyes widened slightly in surprise, and he smiled. "Youngster, I wish to take you as my disciple. What do you think?" Luo Feng was taken aback by the elder's words, unable to comprehend that the elder wanted to accept him as a disciple, leaving him somewhat flustered. He had a system aiding him, and barring unforeseen circumstances, he was destined to venture into the vast cosmos. He had never considered taking on a master. As he looked at the elder, who awaited his response, he pondered for a moment and then said, "Grandpa, wouldn't it be a mismatch if I were to become your disciple?" Upon hearing Luo Feng's words, the elder's previously kind smile gradually faded, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. The term mismatch implied that he was of the transformation type, while the elder was of the elemental type. Their abilities were fundamentally different. The elder sighed and explained to Luo Feng, "Supernatural powers and ancient martial arts are intertwined. As supernatural beings, even if our powers differ, we can still cultivate the same ancient martial arts. There are numerous supernatural beings in the world, but the same powers are quite rare. For instance, powers related to strength can be categorized into explosive, sustained, and mutated types, among others, although they all fall under the strength category. The distinctions are significant. In truth, genuine supernatural beings continuously develop their abilities. Each individual's path is unique, and no one is strictly a master to another. However, ancient martial arts are different. True profound ancient martial arts are held by significant powers or individuals. Without these martial arts, breakthroughs become exceedingly challenging. Thus, even though our supernatural powers differ, we can still cultivate the same ancient martial arts. In this regard, I can indeed be your master, as for the development of your supernatural abilities. I have many friends who are transformation-type experts, and I can introduce you to them." The elder's lengthy explanation made it clear that he genuinely wished to take Luo Feng as his disciple. Luo Feng understood that the elder's strength surpassed his own by a considerable margin, and that he was a master of ancient martial arts. If he were to become his disciple, it might yield unexpected benefits. Since fate had led him to this world rather than the Dragon Ball universe, perhaps he could blend the ancient martial arts of this realm with the martial arts of the Dragon Ball world to create his own unique style. After all, this opportunity should not be squandered, Luo Feng thought to himself. With that in mind, Luo Feng approached the elder and performed a deep bow, then solemnly declared, "Master." Upon hearing Luo Feng's words, the elder erupted into hearty laughter. For the term master carries a different connotation than teacher. The master is both mentor and father figure, and establishing such a relationship meant that Luo Feng had gained a new family member. In contrast, a teacher merely imparts knowledge akin to a school relationship. Unbeknownst to Luo Feng, there were many who aspired to be the elder's disciple, yet he had only one apprentice, demonstrating the elder's rigorous standards for accepting disciples. Had it not been for Luo Feng's extraordinary talents, the elder would not have considered such an action. The elder looked at Luo Feng with great satisfaction and said, "You may call me Ling Yin as your master. And you have an elder sister named Lin Jia. However, your sister is already a master herself, so you must strive diligently to surpass her." Subsequently, Ling Yin summoned Luo, Qingqing, and Xiaolan, informing them of his decision to take Luo Feng as a disciple. Xiaolan was utterly astonished, realizing that Luo Feng had struck a stroke of luck. Luo Qingqing felt immense joy for her brother, as despite not being biological siblings, their years of companionship had led her to regard Luo Feng as her own brother. Afterward, Luo Feng accompanied Luo Qingqing back home, but Ling Yin reminded him that he was to return to receive his guidance in the future, which left Luo Feng filled with anticipation. The following day, Luo Feng arrived at the Judgment Division, where news of his apprenticeship had already spread among the personnel. Thus, entering the Judgment Division was a seamless affair, with someone even offering to guide him. Though somewhat unaccustomed, Luo Feng marveled at the extraordinary treatment that came with having a powerful ally. He made his way directly to the third floor of the Judgment Division, as Ling Yin had instructed him to do upon his return. In truth, Luo Feng held great expectations for Ling Yan's guidance, believing that all paths ultimately lead to the same destination. He was certain he could learn much from Ling Yan. Upon reaching the third floor, Luo Feng was once again astonished by the scene before him. Before him lay a cluster of islands, surrounded by azure waters. The spot he stood upon marked the junction of steel flooring and sandy beach. As he gazed at the islands and the ocean, feeling the moist, salty breeze, he let out a long sigh. The past 2 days had inundated him with astonishing experiences that he had merely heard of before. Only now, witnessing them firsthand, could he truly appreciate their magnificence. In the distance, on the beach, Ling Yin lounged in a pair of shorts on a beach chair, shielded from the sun by an umbrella, exuding an air of utmost comfort. "Kid, don't just stand there like a fool. Come over here," a voice called out to Luo Feng. It was only then that he noticed Ling Yan's figure in the distance and hurriedly made his way over. The beach was expansive, yet it was only Luo Feng and Ling Yan present. However, as Luo Feng approached Ling Yan, he suddenly felt a weight pressing down on him. His movements became sluggish. "Master, what's happening?" Luo Feng regained his composure, realizing that the added weight was not an overwhelming burden for him. Ling Yan glanced at Luo Feng and explained, "The gravity around me is 1.5 times stronger. It's entirely normal for you to feel unaccustomed." Upon hearing Ling Yan's words, Luo Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement, surprised that the elder possessed such an ability. "Master, can you manipulate gravity?" he exclaimed. Ling Yan shook his head. "I can't manipulate it myself, but I borrowed a remarkable device from a friend. This device can increase the gravity in any location, and the one I have can amplify it up to 3 times. Luo Feng gazed at the object in Ling Yan's hand, which resembled a piece of black rock, roughly the size of a palm. Is this the item? Was it crafted by a gravity-type supernatural being?" Luo Feng inquired, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. Ling Yan slowly rose from his chair, grinning. "Indeed, this little contraption is quite precious and scarce. If it weren't for my esteemed reputation, I wouldn't have been able to borrow it." At that moment, Luo Feng was overwhelmed with excitement. Training under such high gravity would be an excellent means of advancement. In the Dragon Ball universe, Goku trained on King Kai's planet, where he endured 100 times the normal gravity, resulting in a tremendous increase in his combat power. Moreover, the crucial aspect was that continuous training and self-improvement would enhance one's foundation, which was particularly vital for a Saiyan. When Goku was gravely injured and subsequently treated in a healing tank, his combat power soared from 90,000 to 3 million, akin to a rocket launch. It was precisely due to this that Luo Feng felt such exhilaration upon hearing Ling Yan's words. It is essential to recognize that training under double gravity differs significantly from carrying items that weigh twice as much. Under the immense strain of double gravity, every part of the human body bears the overwhelming weight, from the blood coursing through the veins to the muscles and tendons. These burdens are far greater than the mere weight of objects subjected to double gravity. Saiyans possess an extraordinary constitution, enabling them to withstand such pressures, and training in an environment of increased gravity can further unlock their latent potential, rendering them even more formidable. Thus, gravity training is indeed a miraculous boon for Saiyans. Excitedly, Luo Feng exclaimed to Ling Yan, "Master, do you wish for me to train in this heightened gravitational environment?" Ling Yan, observing Luo Feng's eager expression, was momentarily taken aback, sensing a deep yearning for such training. However, he shook his head and replied, "Not at this moment, for your body is not yet capable of enduring the strains of high gravity." Upon hearing this, Luo Feng hastily insisted, "Master, I am much stronger than others, and I can handle it without any issue." Ling Yan regarded Luo Feng's fervent demeanor with a peculiar gaze. Gravity training is known to be one of the most arduous forms of training, as the load humans endure under such conditions is overwhelmingly severe. Even those who specialize in physical cultivation rarely engage in such practices, as it risks debilitating their bodies. True power does not always correlate with physical strength. Many possessing remarkable abilities can deliver devastating attacks despite lacking robust physiques. Thus, the measurement of combat prowess in this world differs from that in the Dragon Ball universe, as their training methodologies diverge significantly. However, after much persuasion from Luo Feng, Ling Yan conceded that if Luo Feng could pass his assessment, he would allow him to train under increased gravity. Luo Feng readily agreed, confident that his strength had notably improved since the previous day. Upon returning home yesterday, he had opened his task panel, and the data regarding his combat power filled him with joy. Character: Luo Feng. Combat power: 220. Energy coins: 150. Storage box: 1 cubic meter. Following a fierce battle, during which he had been pushed to the brink and severely injured, he had transformed into a gorilla and continued to fight. Though it was merely a single skirmish, Luo Feng's gains were substantial. With his combat power increasing by 50, the enhancement of his strength naturally bolstered his confidence, and Luo Feng, eager to surpass his limits, sought ever more grueling circumstances. The current situation presented an exceptional opportunity. As a master of martial arts, Ling Yan recognized the significant growth in Luo Feng's abilities, albeit maintaining a calm facade, while his inner thoughts churned with curiosity about the extent of Luo Feng's potential. Ling Yan produced a specially crafted outfit, indicating, "This garment weighs 100 kilograms, and you must wear it to complete my assessment point. 100 kilograms, heavier than the training attire at the dojo. Excellent, I prefer such challenges." Luo Feng thought with a raised brow and a smile. He donned the weighty clothing, which he found to be a fitting challenge for his current capabilities. "Master, what should I do next?" Luo Feng inquired. Ling Yan gestured toward the distant islands, stating, "You must search each island for the 5 red flags. Not every island will have a flag, and some may harbor unexpected adversaries. You have 2 hours to collect them all. Otherwise, you will be deemed unsuccessful. Remember, during this period, you must not remove your garment." With a sudden clap of his fists, Luo Feng confidently declared, "No problem." He performed a couple of warm-up jumps, gauging the burden of his attire, and then leapt into the sea, swimming toward the nearest island. "What is happening? Why do I feel increasingly weighed down?" As Luo Feng swam swiftly through the water, he sensed the garment absorbing the liquid, adding to its already considerable weight. Clambering onto the island, he struggled to move forward, patting the soaked clothing, which expelled a torrent of water. Gazing at the large puddle before him, his eyes widened as he attempted to remove the garment. Just then, Ling Yan's voice echoed, "If you take off that clothing, you will automatically fail." Luo Feng halted, his expression one of frustration as he regarded the outfit, which seemed to possess an extraordinary capacity for water absorption. He estimated that its weight had surged to 500 kilograms, severely hampering his mobility in response. Luo Feng summoned his strength, a powerful aura erupting from within him, expelling the water from the garment in a dazzling spray. After a few breaths, he stopped. While most of the moisture had been expelled, some remained, yet it no longer impeded his movements. Accelerating, he swiftly circumnavigated the small island, finding no flags, and proceeded to the next one. After searching several islands without success, he felt a wave of frustration overtake him, lamenting his poor luck. However, on the sixth island, he finally discovered the first flag. Upon extracting it, the surrounding environment shifted dramatically, revealing two formidable robots before him. It seems this island also hosts an environmental simulator, but these robots appear somewhat familiar. The setting transformed into a desolate landscape, and the robots, with their steel frames and electronic eyes, seemed poised to attack. Nonetheless, Luo Feng remained undeterred. Despite the weight of his attire, he was more than capable of handling these mechanical foes. Seizing the initiative, Luo Feng planted the flag into the ground and charged at one of the robots. Armed with a plasma gun, the robot unleashed a barrage of fire upon him. The plasma gun's power was immense, capable of piercing several meters of steel and generating temperatures soaring into the millions. Even with his robust physique, Luo Feng had to evade its lethal onslaught. The robots exhibited remarkable agility and precision, creating considerable challenges for him in an instant, Luo Feng accelerated, becoming a blur, dodging the plasma shots that vaporized the stones in his wake. While the plasma weapon was undeniably potent, it was ineffective against a target it could not hit in a series of swift movements. Luo Feng positioned himself behind the robot and swiftly dismantled it with a flurry of strikes. Restoring the environment to its original state, he retrieved the plasma gun from the ground, testing its capabilities and marveling at the power of this advanced technology. Good heavens, even a mighty Piccolo would kneel before this weapon. Its power is truly astounding, Luo Feng mused, now acutely aware of the threat posed by such advanced armaments. If one's strength does not reach the level of planetary destruction, these high-tech weapons could pose a significant danger. Indeed, should he encounter genuinely formidable weaponry, it might even possess the capability to annihilate a planet. I must diligently strive to enhance my strength. A look of urgency crossed Luo Feng's face, brushing off the dust from his clothes. He set off toward the seventh island, aware that he had already spent 40 minutes searching, with 15 islands yet to explore. Fortune smiled upon him as he swiftly uncovered flags on 2 consecutive islands. Although faced with challenges, he overcame them all. However, by the 9th island, he had scoured 18 islands without encountering any flags. By this time, 3 hours had elapsed, leaving him with only 1 hour and 3 islands remaining. To Luo Feng, an hour was certainly sufficient. Yet upon reaching the next 2 islands, he found no flags but instead confronted numerous opponents, each possessing mid-tier peak strength. After considerable effort and depleted stamina, he finally arrived at the last island. In the center of the island, he discovered 2 red flags planted together, and beside them stood a young man with shoulder-length hair and a strikingly handsome appearance. Upon recognizing the figure, Luo Feng's spirits soared, and he smiled, saying, "Hey, I didn't expect to find you guarding this final checkpoint." The man beside the flags was indeed Haying. Although he had sustained injuries from Luo Feng's gorilla transformation, his recovery abilities as a metamorphic ability user were remarkable, and the medical prowess of the Judgment Division was equally impressive. Thus, Luo Feng found himself facing the Black Hawk today. The Black Hawk gazed intently at Luo Feng, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Yesterday, he had suffered greatly at the hands of the transformed Luo Feng and had been yearning for another chance to engage him, albeit not in his transformed state. "I have proactively requested to come here to face you in battle. This time, you shouldn't transform, and I won't either. We shall confront each other one-on-one," the Black Hawk stated solemnly, fixing his gaze on Luo Feng. Luo Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and replied softly, "Though I am clad in weighted gear, I still possess a fair measure of confidence against you in your untransformed state." The Black Hawk clenched his fists tightly, producing a cracking sound and retorted, "You're overly arrogant. I too am wearing weighted gear, and this time I intend for our battle to be fair." Luo Feng raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the Black Hawk's principles. After all, given their similar ages, it was reasonable for one with such strength to be considered a talent. Talents often carry a certain pride, and encountering someone stronger would naturally incite a sense of resentment. Luo Feng crouched down to stretch his legs and perform some warm-up exercises, advising the Black Hawk, "I suggest you remove your weighted gear. Otherwise, you shall not claim victory over me. You are too verbose." The Black Hawk retorted angrily, charging at Luo Feng. Seeing this, Luo Feng chuckled lightly and charged forward as well that he assessed his strength, estimating it to be around 150, while the Black Hawk's normal combat power was merely 160. With the weighted gear, the Black Hawk's strength would evidently diminish. In an instant, Luo Feng unleashed a punch, sending the Black Hawk crashing into a tree, which broke under the impact. "Cough, how have you become so strong?" The Black Hawk gasped, blood trickling from his mouth, staring at Luo Feng in disbelief. According to his understanding, even without transformation, the difference in their strengths should not be that vast. What he did not know was that after yesterday's intense battle, Luo Feng's combat prowess had surged that if he were to shed the weighted gear, even the transformed Black Hawk might not stand a chance against him. "Remove the weighted gear, and if you wish to engage me in earnest, then free yourself from those constraints. I am equally eager for this battle," Luo Feng said earnestly, gazing at the Black Hawk in the distance. Slowly, the Black Hawk rose, reassessing Luo Feng. In his mind, Luo Feng was enigmatic, exceptional, and extraordinarily powerful. He yearned for such an opponent, wishing to battle and surpass him. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, the Black Hawk approached Luo Feng, saying, "This time I have lost. However, since you desire a battle, I shall cast aside my pride and fight you." The Black Hawk removed his weighted gear, donning his original battle attire, his demeanor serious. This time, he would give it his all. Once he shed the weighted gear, his strength was no longer hindered, and his speed surged as he charged towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng stood on high alert, watching the Black Hawk rush toward him, a grin spreading across his face as he prepared to block the incoming attack. Although he had expended much of his stamina and felt fatigued, the thrill of such a confrontation invigorated him. Ever since awakening his Saiyan genes, the inherent combative nature of the Saiyans had begun to influence him. Only 20 minutes remain. Luo Feng mused internally. He aimed to resolve the confrontation within that brief window. Despite his current condition, he was determined to push himself to the limits, for it was only through such trials that he could grow rapidly. Bang! Luo Feng's fist swung sideways, and the Black Hawk appeared, blocking the blow with his hands. However, the Black Hawk's nails were exceptionally sharp, gleaming like steel under the sunlight. Swish! The Black Hawk's nails elongated instantaneously, aiming to pierce Luo Feng's fist. In a flash, Luo Feng transformed his punch into a palm, seizing the Black Hawk's wrist and yanking it sharply. Ugh! The Black Hawk's expression shifted as he exerted his arms with great force, halting his momentum. For a moment, they were locked in a stalemate, neither able to gain the upper hand. Seizing the opportunity, the Black Hawk advanced a step, raising his knee to strike Luo Feng's abdomen. Luo Feng planted his feet firmly against the ground and swiftly retreated. Yet, having taken a single step back, Luo Feng lost his advantage. The Black Hawk capitalized on this moment, launching a frenzied assault. His hands morphed into claws, unleashing a flurry of slashing strikes as Luo Feng retreated while attempting to counterattack. However, the Black Hawk's claws were too sharp, leaving marks on Luo Feng's arms and shoulders. "Your speed is commendable, and your strength is not lacking. Yet, I find your prowess somewhat disappointing. Come now, unleash your true power." Luo Feng taunted as he continued to retreat. The Black Hawk smirked coldly, now in the dominant position. Even if he won, it would not be particularly glorious. However, he had resolved to deliver a severe beating to Luo Feng, as he sensed that after this battle, restraining him would likely become impossible. Thus, the Black Hawk was more determined than ever to crush this young man. "You wish to be defeated so swiftly? Very well, I shall oblige," the Black Hawk shouted. In the next moment, his claws shimmered with silver light as he lunged at Luo Feng, unleashing a barrage of sharp energy blasts. Luo Feng's eyelids flickered as he sensed the potency of the energy blasts. Without hesitation, he dodged to the side. The energy grazed his cheek, striking a massive rock behind him, which shattered into multiple pieces with smooth, gleaming edges under the sunlight. Such sharp energy, Luo Feng remarked, his expression grave, though he feigned nonchalance. The Black Hawk smirked, responding, "This is the path of energy manipulation. Though you are formidable, it seems you have yet to master the profound arts of ancient martial techniques. Allow me to demonstrate their might." Intrigued by the Black Hawk's words, Luo Feng was eager to witness the power of ancient martial arts. The energy within the Black Hawk began to swell, a faint silver light shimmering around his hands. Luo Feng's eyes narrowed as he sensed the immense power gathering there. "I see. You concentrate your strength to amplify it. There is indeed some wisdom in that," Luo Feng thought to himself. The Black Hawk surged forward, his speed increasing several times over, transforming into a shadow that almost instantaneously appeared before Luo Feng. How swift! Luo Feng's pupils dilated in surprise, his heart racing. Before he could react, a tremendous force slammed into him, sending him reeling backward as he coughed up blood. "Cough! That really hurts, haha." Luo Feng quickly regained his footing, gazing at the horrific claw marks on his chest with a smile, relishing the thrill of battle. However, despite Luo Feng's focus on observing the Black Hawk's movements, it was challenging to decipher his techniques, and he found himself on the back foot. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Ling Yan lounged comfortably on a beach chair, wearing frog sunglasses and sipping soda, utterly content. Beside him lay an elderly man whose spirit was invigorated, his flowing white hair dancing in the breeze, and his long white beard exuding an otherworldly aura. "I must say, Brother Ling, your training methods are quite ruthless. If you could endure such rigor," the elderly man remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Ling Yan. Ling Yan chuckled and replied, "I never intended for this young lad to pass the test. However, I underestimated him when he made it to the final island." The elderly man scoffed, "You old rascal have merely been fortunate, having taken in a super talent like Lin Yadu, only to encounter yet another little monster. Meanwhile, my own underachieving disciple is a source of great frustration." Ling Yin beamed with pride. Before encountering Luo Feng, Lin Jie had been his most prized disciple, now gaining some renown among the elite in eastern China. Yet this new disciple, Luo Feng, surpassed all expectations. Ling Yin calculated that Luo Feng had only awakened a few days ago, yet had achieved such prowess. What might he become in the future? Ling Yin sighed and continued. Training talents is quite a burden. Each of these youngsters grows faster than the last. Especially Lin Yatu. She's nearly caught up to me, compelling me to hasten my own training to maintain my authority. I should be enjoying my later years in peace. But this is truly a trial. The elderly man, witnessing Ling Yan's self-satisfied display, felt a pang of irritation. He was well aware that Ling Yan was deliberately flaunting his achievements before him. The elderly man turned his gaze to the enormous screen above, which displayed the fierce battle between Luo Feng and the Black Hawk. Although Luo Feng is currently in a rather dire situation, the elderly man's gaze towards him is filled with admiration. The elder leans slightly forward, directing his attention towards Ling Yan, and proposes, "How about you allow me to take on your disciple? I'm also adept in transformation abilities and would be far more suited to teach him." Ling Yan, upon hearing this, immediately declines, scoffing. "What if you possess transformation abilities? Can your ancient martial arts even compare to mine? Just look at how you've turned He Ying into what he is now, a once promising child, now utterly wasted." The elder's face flushes with indignation, and he jumped from his seat, shouting, "Old fool! Who says He Ying is wasted? At just 14, he is already a high-level ability user. Even among ability users, he stands out. I not dare compare that boy to He Ying. He is practically a monster." Though Ling Yan's words are harsh, he acknowledges the elder's point. Luo Feng is indeed a prodigy in the realm of supernatural martial arts. One typically begins training at 12, yet He Ying has achieved high-level status by 14, a testament to his exceptional talent. However, he still pales in comparison to Luo Feng. While our banter may be amusing, we must not forget our obligations. You promised to impart your knowledge of transformation abilities to Luo Feng. You cannot backtrack on that, Ling Yan insists. The elder waves his hand dismissively, retorting, "Do you think I'm as petty as you?" "Nonetheless, you must honor your promise." Ling Yin nods. This elder is a dear friend, specifically invited to guide Luo Feng in matters of ability. Meanwhile, as the two elders converse, the battle between Luo Feng and He Ying reaches a critical juncture. This guy is actually adapting to my speed. He Ying thinks, astonished, as he observes Luo Feng gradually keeping pace with him. Remarkably, they have only been sparring for a mere 10 minutes, yet in that brief span, Luo Feng has transitioned from an absolute disadvantage to an equal footing. Such an improbable event is unfolding before He Ying, reshaping his worldview yet again. Is he even human? He Ying questions, pushing his speed to its limit, yet still unable to gain the upper hand. This moment, Luo Feng is exhilarated, reveling in the thrill of combat. Though he is nearing his limits, it seems he is on the verge of breaking through them. His mindset is peculiar. Before him lies only He Ying, and his indomitable will to surpass all boundaries is manifesting in full force. Suddenly, the system interjects. "Congratulations, host, on fully unlocking the Saiyan combat spirit. This spirit will enable you to continually transcend your limits and ultimately surpass the Saiyan race, becoming a Super Saiyan. You have completed a milestone task. A mysterious card has been awarded. Please check your inventory." The system's voice goes unheard by Luo Feng, as he is entirely consumed by the battle, growing stronger with each exchange. It is a remarkable state, one that is rare and precious for Luo Feng. Boom! The two collide fiercely and leap back, each retreating several steps to regain their stance. Luo Feng, "If you can withstand my next strike, I will concede," He Ying declares, channeling all his strength. Luo Feng laughs heartily. "Very well. It is time for you to witness my ultimate technique." With that, he gathers all his energy, his fingertip glowing with a radiant white light, forming a small orb of energy. He Ying, too, concentrates, generating a transparent energy force between his claws, which expands significantly. Spirit wave, razor wind blade. A beam of light shoots from Luo Feng's fingertip, colliding with He Ying's massive blade of energy. The two formidable forces engage in a fierce struggle, the brilliant white light overwhelming He Ying's energy, threatening to rebound it back. Faced with Luo Feng's powerful energy wave, He Ying is drenched in sweat, retreating under immense pressure as his feet carve deep trenches into the ground. Impossible. He is wearing weighted clothing. How can I possibly lose? He Ying grits his teeth, blood seeping from his gums, yet he finds himself utterly helpless against Luo Feng's onslaught. He is not a Saiyan. After all, Luo Feng shouts, unleashing a sudden burst of energy, all focusing into his fingertip. The spirit wave's energy column thickens almost instantaneously, forcing He Ying's energy back. He Ying, wide-eyed, watches helplessly as his energy is pushed away, and he is subsequently blasted off, crashing into a pile of rubble and losing consciousness. Panting heavily, Luo Feng collapses to the ground. Utterly exhausted, he slowly approaches the flags, gathering all five together before finally succumbing to fatigue and lying flat on the ground. Gulp. Ling Yin, watching the scene unfold on the screen, is so taken aback by Luo Feng's victory that he spits out the juice in his mouth that he never expected Luo Feng to win, especially while wearing weighted clothing, defeating He Ying. Though He Ying did not utilize his transformation abilities, Luo Feng was still at a disadvantage, and his growth is nothing short of astounding. The elder beside him is also rendered speechless, staring at the screen in disbelief, then taking a deep breath. He turns to Ling Yin with a grave expression, saying, "Old friend, your disciple is truly remarkable." Ling Yin wipes his mouth, regaining his composure from the shock. He realizes he can no longer view Luo Feng through the lens of an ordinary earthling. For Luo Feng's performance transcends that of a typical human, verging on extraterrestrial. It seems my training plan requires a revision. This boy appears to make extraordinary progress under extreme conditions. Therefore, I shall permit him to train in a supergravity environment. Ling Yin muses thoughtfully. Training under supergravity conditions is exceptionally stringent in the realm of ancient martial arts. Typically, those below the master level are prohibited from training in such environments. Even masters without profound cultivation face restrictions. particularly for transformation-type superhuman martial artists. For elemental types, the requirements are even more demanding. However, for Saiyans, this poses little issue in the Dragon Ball universe. The gravity on planet Vegeta is 10 times that of Earth. Even newborns can survive in 10 times Earth's gravity, let alone fully grown Saiyans. Ling Yin and the elders swiftly take flight, each carrying their respective disciples back. He Ying, gravely injured, is taken for treatment by the white-haired elder, while Luo Feng, having sustained no serious injuries, recovers some strength after a brief period. Gurgle. Sitting on the beach, Luo Feng clutches his growling stomach and awkwardly addresses Ling Yin. Master, I am famished. May I please have something to eat? Ling Yin casually produces a display device filled with delectable dishes and hands it to Luo Feng, allowing him to choose. Luo Feng gazes hungrily at the array of food, nearly drooling, and proceeds to order over 50 items, causing Ling Yin to twitch at the corner of his mouth. Kid, if you finish all of that, I want to let you off easily. Ling Yin exclaims, clearly exasperated by Luo Feng, who he perceives as wasteful. Luo Feng swallows hard, grinning. Fear not, master. I'm worried it may not be enough. Very well. Let us see how you manage to consume all that. Ling Yin retorts. After confirming his order, a swarm of robotic drones promptly arrives, each equipped with mechanical arms bearing large meal boxes. Luo Feng spreads a massive tablecloth on the beach, placing all the food atop it. Oh, I can't resist! Luo Feng exclaims, grabbing a large bowl of noodles and devouring it in mere moments. Finishing the entire bowl in just 4 or 5 bites, he then reaches for the nearby plate, shoveling food into his mouth. Ling Yin watches in disbelief as Luo Feng devours the food. Nearly wide-eyed that he has seen competitive eaters, but they seem like mere amateurs in comparison to Luo Feng. If competitive eaters consume food, then Luo Feng is simply pouring it in. Slow down, kid. You'll hurt yourself. Ling Yin urges. Luo Feng puffed up his cheeks and let out a chuckle, signifying that he was entirely unfazed. He then resumed his battle. Ling Yin watched in astonishment as Luo Feng devoured an enormous pile of food before finally patting his belly. Claiming he was only 70% full, Ling Yin couldn't help but smile wryly. The number of times he had been astounded by Luo Feng that day far exceeded the entirety of the past decade. All right, now that you've eaten well, I shall inform you about your upcoming training, Ling Yin said, taking a deep breath to steady himself. However, Luo Feng interjected, Master, since I have one, does that mean I can train in a high-gravity environment? Ling Yin nodded, affirming, yes, I keep my word. However, the subsequent training will be exceedingly arduous. I hope you can endure it. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he thumped his chest, exclaiming, I could not ask for more. Little did Luo Feng know, the so-called rigorous training was far more grueling than he anticipated. That on a deserted island, Luo Feng donned a weighted suit, holding a massive stone in his hands, moving slowly forward. Sweat drenched his entire weighted suit, and he felt more exhausted than ever before. The gravity he endured was not solely from the weights he bore, but also from the triple gravity surrounding him. Scattered around the island were several gravity stones, which interacted under the influence of a special machine, increasing the island's gravity threefold. Training under this enhanced gravity imposed a tremendous burden on Luo Feng. Even though he had grown stronger, he still found it remarkably challenging. The weighted suit has increased to the 19th chapter of 3 times its original weight, and the stone in my hands weighs at least several hundred pounds. This is truly arduous training. Luo Feng gritted his teeth and muttered. Nevertheless, this was precisely the kind of training Luo Feng desired. He needed such intense training to continually strengthen himself and even surpass the limits of Saiyan, preparing himself for the eventual transformation into a Super Saiyan. While Luo Feng trained here, he did not perceive this regimen as excessively brutal. Meanwhile, Ling Yin on another island watched Luo Feng anxiously. If Luo Feng showed any signs of discomfort, he would immediately deactivate the gravity apparatus. However, to his surprise, Luo Feng seemed to adapt increasingly well to such training. Ling Yin had initially thought that the training tasks he assigned were already sufficiently harsh. Yet Luo Feng once again proved he was no ordinary individual. Incredible, Simply incredible. It seems he is destined to defy the heavens. Perhaps it is time to impart this ancient martial art to him. Ling Yin marveled. Luo Feng trained under the weight for 3 hours. Although it was still broad daylight here, it was nearing 6 in the evening outside. Ling Yin called Luo Feng over and said, "Today's training ends here. Take this. It will alleviate muscle fatigue and soreness. Also, remember to arrive early tomorrow. I will teach you the ancient martial arts of our sect." Ancient martial arts. Luo Feng's eyebrows raised involuntarily upon hearing this. Ever since Black Hawk demonstrated the power of ancient martial arts, he had been eagerly anticipating it. Although he had seen some basic ancient martial arts at the Qingshan Martial Arts School, they were rather rudimentary. While Ling Yin had practiced profound ancient martial arts, they were not suitable for Luo Feng. After issuing a few more instructions, Ling Yin departed for the 3rd floor, returning to his residence. Luo Feng took a shower, changed into a new weighted suit, and left the Judgment Division. After a day of training, he felt his strength had notably increased. Luo Feng opened his character panel and observed the information displayed. Character: Luo Feng. Combat power: 180 weighted, 250 normal. Energy coins: 150. Storage space: 1 cubic meter. Rare item: mysterious card, requires unsealing. Upon seeing his combat power, a smile crept onto Luo Feng's face. He had gained significantly today. If he continued training like this, he would undoubtedly grow stronger. Besides his combat power, Luo Feng noticed a new option for rare items in his character panel. When he saw the mysterious card, a wave of curiosity surged within him. Mysterious card, what could this be? It requires unsealing. How exactly does one unseal it? Luo Feng pondered, stroking his chin in curiosity. System: were the conditions required for unsealing? Luo Feng inquired of the system. The system responded, the card can only be unsealed under special circumstances, such as the system's simulation guidance, simulated battles, or clearing special levels, among others. I currently possess a guidance card from Karen, but I haven't used it yet. However, I will definitely use it before my battle against Chengzijie. Then I will know its secrets, Luo Feng mused, opening his storage box to find a purple card lying inside. Luo Feng exited the system interface, rubbing his grumbling stomach with a sigh. Although Saiyans possess robust physiques, their appetites are insatiable. Fortunately, Ling Yin provided meals here. Otherwise, with his current financial situation, he could hardly afford a meal. Before leaving, Luo Feng ordered an enormous amount of food and savored a satisfying feast before departing the Judgment Division. The place where he resided was about an hour's drive away, although it was within the same city. Yin City, being a 2nd-tier city, spanned a considerable area. Luo Feng stepped out of the Judgment Division's gates, patted his full belly, and laughed heartily, making his way back home. With his current strength, he could reach home in no time. And wearing the weighted suit counted as a form of training. However, as he ran towards the outskirts of the city, he suddenly sensed a looming danger. Without hesitation, he shifted aside, in the next moment. A burst of flames ignited from the spot he had just vacated, the intense heat incinerating the surrounding flora into ashes. Luo Feng gazed into the distance, where a figure stood at the edge of the highway, lean, with a grim expression and eyes brimming with murderous intent. "Who are you?" Luo Feng squinted, calmly inquiring. The man's lips curled into a cruel smile as he replied in a deep voice. "Naturally, I am the one here to kill you." Luo Feng chuckled, delighted that he had found an opponent just as he had been longing for. The man, noticing Luo Feng's smile, felt that the latter seemed rather pleased by his attempt to assassinate him. Inwardly cursing him for being a fool, he then struck out, hurling a flame toward Luo Feng. With a gust of wind from his palm, Luo Feng dispersed the flames and charged forward, delivering a punch toward the man. The speed at which Luo Feng moved caused the man's expression to shift. As a fire ability user, his physical strength was not particularly formidable, making it difficult for him to cope with Luo Feng's velocity. The man barely avoided Luo Feng's attack, transforming the flames in his hands into 2 fiery spears that lunged toward Luo Feng. Having witnessed the might of vital energy while battling Black Hawk during the day, Luo Feng had picked up a few techniques. Although his power did not match Black Hawk's lethal claw energy, his attack was nonetheless formidable. Luo Feng's fist, imbued with vital energy, collided fiercely with the fiery spears, scattering them apart. The force of his punch sent the flames surging back toward the man, overwhelming him with a wave of heat that forced him to stagger backward several steps. The man, now with a serious expression, regarded Luo Feng with astonishment. He had not anticipated that this young man would possess such strength. The dismissive attitude he had held was swiftly replaced with gravity. Rubbing his wrist, he coldly laughed. "Your strength has exceeded my expectations. I will now unleash my full power. Though it may create quite a commotion, this area is sparsely populated, so no one will witness it." Luo Feng stood by the roadside, waiting for the man to unleash his full power. The next moment, the man's body temperature began to rise rapidly, his upper half engulfed in flames, appearing almost entirely composed of fire, while his lower half remained unchanged. Is this your limit? If you could fully transform into flames, I might need to remove this weighted suit, but as you are now, you are still lacking. Luo Feng shook his head regretfully. Upon hearing Luo Feng's words, the man erupted in anger, his voice resonating like a chorus as he bellowed. "The price of arrogance is death. I hope you can still say that after what comes next." As his words fell, the man's fiery arms elongated, reaching out toward Luo Feng. Luo Feng swiftly sidestepped, evading a strike. However, the man's fiery, elongated arms lacked a fixed form, bending at peculiar angles as they lunged towards Luo Feng. He continued to dart around, transforming into an elusive silhouette, deftly maneuvering through the onslaught of fiery limbs, and directly confronted the man without a moment's hesitation, delivering a powerful punch. The man's face turned pale with shock, and he hurriedly raised his arms to defend himself. Yet, Luo Feng's strength was several times greater, sending the man flying, crashing to the ground over 100 meters away, his body dragging a long furrow across the gravel. Luo Feng sprinted forward, generating gusts of wind that stirred up clouds of dust in his wake. Though injured, the man was resolute. Disregarding his wounds, he leapt into action, conjuring massive fireballs with both hands and hurling them at the rapidly approaching Luo Feng. With a gentle push of his palm, Luo Feng unleashed gusts of wind that collided with the incoming fireballs, resulting in a brilliant explosion akin to bursting fireworks, illuminating the twilight sky. As Luo Feng drew nearer, the man's face contorted with fury as he unleashed a fiery dragon several meters long, roaring with a chilling intensity as it surged towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng concentrated, channeling immense energy, a new technique he had grasped from them, enveloping his fist in a shimmering aura, and struck at the fire dragon. Boom! The clash of their opposing forces momentarily split the world in two, with colossal flames and radiant light vying for dominance. Locked in a stalemate, feeling the scorching heat wash over him, beads of sweat formed on Luo Feng's brow, and with a slight furrow of his brow, he summoned a surge of energy that shattered the deadlock. The man, witnessing the retreating fire dragon, wore an expression of utter dismay. He had not anticipated Luo Feng to be such a formidable opponent, unable to extinguish him even now. With a sudden roar, the fire dragon erupted, unleashing a violent shockwave that even pushed Luo Feng back, each step he took leaving deep imprints in the hardened ground. "Now, this is interesting. Show me everything you have, or you'll lose your chance," Luo Feng exclaimed, brushing off the dust from his attire with a hearty laugh. The man's face turned ashen. He had never encountered such a situation since his debut. His understanding of Luo Feng was grossly inadequate, and the asymmetry of information ignited a flame of rage within him. "Damn it! I must ensure that bastard pays more next time, or I'll be at a great loss," he thought, a grimace contorting his features, since he wished for death so eagerly. "I shall oblige," he bellowed, flames erupting from his body in a surging inferno that reached nearly 10 meters high, leaving Luo Feng utterly awestruck. The power of flame abilities is truly spectacular. This might make for an impressive display, Luo Feng mused, stroking his chin and chuckling softly. The calmness Luo Feng exhibited was perceived by the man as a grave insult. Ever since awakening his abilities, he had enjoyed a smooth journey and never expected to encounter such a challenging adversary here. Flames of heavenly wrath, the man roared, channeling nearly all his strength into a devastating attack. In an instant, The moisture in the air evaporated within a radius of several hundred meters, as a colossal fiery hand formed and descended upon Luo Feng. His expression sharpened, seriousness overtaking him. This furious strike posed a genuine threat. Dong Dong Wave. A column of white energy erupted from Luo Feng's fingertips. Though it appeared minuscule compared to the giant hand, its power was equally formidable. The Dong Dong Wave pierced through the flaming giant hand, propelled by a fierce gust of wind, hurtling towards the astonished man. Boom! A blinding flash erupted, enveloping the man in thick clouds of dust, while the formidable fiery hand dissipated. Luo Feng exhaled deeply, then gradually approached the man. As the dust settled, he beheld the injured figure of the man in the deep PIT that moment. The man was covered in wounds, his chest scorched, the result of Luo Feng's energy searing him. Luo Feng crouched at the edge of the pit, squinting at the wounded man. "Speak, why did you come to kill me?" The man, struggling to meet Luo Feng's gaze, coughed several times and replied coldly. "It is of no consequence to tell you. You are already marked for assassination. Even if you kill me, you will face numerous attempts on your life henceforth." Upon hearing this, Luo Feng's brow furrowed in surprise. The man's revelation was unexpected. He had become a target for assassins that in this world. Light coexists with darkness, and even in East China, this holds true, although the realm of abilities and ancient martial arts appeared calm on the surface. Numerous dark forces lurked beneath. Assassins composed of powerful individuals represented one such shadowy faction, with people contacting them through special means to eliminate adversaries. Another method involved issuing bounties. These lists could only be accessed through specialized networks, a universally recognized system that even East China could not block. Generally, once someone appears on a bounty list, unless the issuer dies, the marked individual will be pursued relentlessly until either the bounty is lifted or the target is deceased. Luo Feng had heard whispers of the assassin world before. Prior to his awakening, he considered such matters distant, never imagining he would encounter them so soon after his transformation. So, if I wish to have the bounty revoked, I must eliminate the one who placed it on me. However, I perceive this as an opportunity for growth, Luo Feng mused, a peculiar smile gracing his face. After pondering for a while, he realized that besides Cheng Zijie and his associates, he had wronged no one else. With a simple thought, he identified who sought his life. It must definitely be them. But I can't afford to delay my retaliation. First, I shall practice against these assassins. After all, free sparring partners are hard to come by, Luo Feng remarked. Rising with a light-hearted chuckle, he glanced at the man in the pit, choosing to disregard him. Though the man sought his life, Luo Feng was not bloodthirsty. Primarily, he had never taken a life before, and the thought of it weighed heavily on him, prompting his decision to spare the man. "Did I let you go this time? Merely hoping you might gain some wisdom and refrain from troubling me again. For you have lost your challenge." As Luo Feng walked away, his words drifted back to the man, who stood up with great difficulty. Upon hearing Luo Feng's parting statement, his expression soured immensely. Though he was furious, he knew he could not best Luo Feng as an assassin. Failing in his mission was a significant blow to his career. Yet his immediate priority was to tend to his wounds, with future plans left for another time. Upon returning home, Luo Feng called Luo Qingqing, and with his thoughts swirling, he lay down to sleep. The following day, when he met Ling Yan at the Judgment Division, he recounted the entire ordeal. However, to his astonishment, Ling Yan instructed him to handle it himself. "Teacher, my life is in imminent danger. How can you remain so composed?" Luo Feng exclaimed. Ling Yan cast a disdainful glance at him, retorting, "If you cannot manage such a trifling matter, then do not boast of being my disciple." Well, this old man truly has a heart of stone. All I wanted was a word of concern, Luo Feng thought. "Kid, go ahead and take action. I believe in your abilities. Now, let me impart to you the ancient martial art of our school, Xianjinggong." Ling Yan stated solemnly, fixing his gaze on Luo Feng. Xianjinggong. Luo Feng found the name intriguing, reminiscent of the martial arts techniques in the fantasy novels of his past life. However, upon learning of its formidable nature, he became increasingly excited. Xianjinggong was not merely a martial arts technique, but a method of harnessing power. Through its practice, one could tap into deep-seated energy within, gaining precise control over it, ensuring every strike was executed without unnecessary expenditure of force. When mastered to the highest level, one could manipulate their internal energy at will. Ling Yin elucidated to control one's internal energy at will is indeed an extraordinary skill. Luo Feng remarked softly after hearing this. Ling Yin stood barefoot on the sand, adopting a stance, and instructed, "Kid, watch my movements closely and remember my word." As the words fell, Ling Yan's body trembled slightly and his hands waved outward. During this motion, an enigmatic wave of energy emanated from Ling Yan, forcing the surrounding air to part. The essence of the Xianjin technique lies in the profound. The human body is a realm of infinite mysteries, with each meridian and every flow of blood harboring immense power. Typically, when we engage in combat using our physical forms, the strength we exert primarily derives from our muscles, with few able to unleash the power hidden within their meridians and blood. The Xianjin technique, however, allows one to fully harness all the strength within the body. Pay close attention to each of my movements, and immerse yourself in the subtleties. Ling Yin spoke as he executed his punches slowly. His actions were deliberate, each motion distinctly different from that of an ordinary person. Standing beside Ling Yin, Luo Feng could even sense the boiling energy within him. The power of meridians and blood truly this great? Luo Feng watched Ling Yan's movements, astonished. The potential contained within the human body is indeed remarkable, yet almost no one can fully develop it. Humanity can only draw closer to that limit, growing stronger with each approach. Slowly, Luo Feng began to mimic Ling Yan's movements, carefully sensing the fluctuations of his power, transforming from an initial ineffectiveness into a subtle rhythm to ensure Luo Feng could fully grasp the intricacies. Ling Yan repeated the motions 3 times. When Ling Yan finally ceased, his face was flushed and his entire body was drenched in sweat, as though he had just emerged from a torrential downpour. Ling Yan panted slightly, observing Luo Feng, who was completely absorbed in the peculiar movements, and a flicker of anticipation surged within him. Though the Xianjin technique can, at times, enable one to control all internal power, the toll on the body is immense. After only 3 demonstrations, having merely tapped into 3 layers of hidden strength, he already felt his body straining. He wondered how much longer this young man could endure. Luo Feng's consciousness had entirely shut out the external world. In his mind, there existed only the intricate motions of the Xianjin technique. As he grew more adept, faint sounds of flowing water began to resonate in his ears, reminiscent of a gentle stream. "It's so hot. I feel like I'm on fire. It's really too warm." As Luo Feng diligently repeated the Xianjin movements, he felt a surge of heat building within him, escalating with each motion. His skin flushed a brilliant red, and the sweat that had been flowing freely began to evaporate into steam, swirling around him. Luo Feng sensed a tremendous force accumulating within. If he did not release it soon, he feared he might burst. Luo Feng could no longer contain himself, and unleashed a punch forward. In an instant, a tremendous gust of energy surged through his fist. Crashing into the sea, boom! The sound reverberated throughout the space as towering waves shot skyward, leaving the site of impact devoid of water, littered with lifeless fish. Ling Yin gazed at the colossal waves before him, his lips twitching. Should he allow the waves to crash upon him, he would undoubtedly resemble a drenched chicken. With a swift motion of his hand, he summoned a powerful gust of wind that met the oncoming waves, halting their advance, while the gaping pit left by Luo Feng's strike gradually filled with seawater. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Luo Feng's face was flushed, and he felt utterly depleted, his body trembling from the considerable strain. Ling Yin regarded the commotion Luo Feng had caused, smacking his lips and exclaiming, "Kid, impressive! I didn't expect you to draw forth the hidden power within your body after just beginning the Xianjin technique. You truly are remarkable." Hearing Ling Yan's praise, Luo Feng managed a weak smile before finally succumbing to exhaustion. Collapsing onto the beach and gasping for breath, Ling Yin sat beside him, offering a vial of nutrient solution, and smiled. While the Xianjin technique can harness all internal strength, it does have side effects. After all, The deeper layers of power are vital for sustaining life. Utilizing all of it will undoubtedly take a toll on your body. However, you need not worry, as long as you do not exceed your limits. You will recover. In our school, no one has managed to execute the movements more than 7 times continuously. Even the founder could only manage 7. Yet you, young man, astonishingly executed it 20 times. Truly extraordinary. Ling Yin believed the Xianjin technique was tailor-made for Luo Feng, for its strength lies in unlocking deep-seated power, that if one possesses no latent strength, the technique's effectiveness diminishes. However, if a person harbors great potential, the Xianjin technique can yield remarkable results. After consuming the nutrient solution, Luo Feng felt his strength replenishing considerably. He sat up slowly, reflecting on the sensation of power gathering within him. According to Ling Yan's explanation, the Xianjin technique was an ancient martial art designed to unlock the deeper layers of one's strength that, if mastered, it could allow for the manipulation of power, maximizing combat effectiveness, though others may be unaware. Luo Feng was acutely aware of the vast potential of the Saiyan. Thus, the value of the Xianjin technique for him was incalculable. Ling Yan reiterated, "Little guy, while the Xianjin technique is powerful, do not use it too frequently. After each use, you must wait until you have completely recovered before attempting again. Otherwise, your lifespan will be shortened. Moreover, while it can unlock deep-seated power, there are limits. The human threshold is 10%, that if you exceed this threshold, your body will swiftly deteriorate. Thus, you must never surpass this 10%. At this point, Ling Yan's expression grew grave, for this pertains directly to Luo Feng's entire martial arts journey, necessitating utmost caution. Luo Feng nodded. He was currently unable to tap even 1% of his potential, let alone 10. However, curious about this 10%, Luo Feng asked, "Master, has anyone ever managed to unlock 10% of their power?" Ling Yin squinted, contemplating for a long moment before nodding. Yes, the creator of this technique. He initially possessed the strength of a taboo-level warrior and unlocked 10% of his latent power, defeating a formidable martial artist of divine mastery. However, he subsequently became incapacitated, his lifespan drastically shortened, and he perished within a few years. Ling Yan's words made Luo Feng's brow furrow. He had not anticipated the side effects of the Xianjin technique to be greater than that of the Kaioken. Though he could not discern which was ultimately more potent, that if you wish to prolong your life, refrain from exceeding 5% when using the Xianjin technique. This will have minimal impact on your lifespan. If you surpass that, your lifespan will diminish. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, do not exceed 15%, Ling Yan added as an afterthought. Afterward, Ling Yan returned to his beach chair, leaving Luo Feng to practice on his own. Haha, the Xianjin technique. I am eager to discover the limits of a Saiyan. Luo Feng clenched his fists, a smile gracing his lips as he murmured softly. In the days that followed, Luo Feng embarked on a rather monotonous routine, shuttling between his home and the Judgment Bureau. After approximately 1.5 months, Luo Feng completed the initial training assigned by Ling Yan. During this period, his combat power surged to 300, enabling him to contend with those who had just entered the Master Realm. As for the Xianjin technique, Luo Feng had also mastered it, now capable of unlocking 10% of his strength. However, this was merely measured by human standards, for Luo Feng was acutely aware that he had yet to tap even 1% of his latent power. The Xianjin technique was an ancient martial art designed for humans. For Earth's inhabitants, unlocking 10% of their deep-seated power is considered the ultimate limit. Yet for Luo Feng, the Xianjin technique could not unlock even 10% of the power hidden within him, nor even 1%. Nevertheless, this was the limit of the Xianjin technique. Thereafter, no matter how much Luo Feng trained, it failed to unlock any further strength. After mastering the Xianjin technique, Luo Feng once unleashed his full power and discovered that it doubled his combat strength, indicating that the technique's limit was to enhance his power by a factor of 2. This effect was akin to a Kaioken at double strength. However, the advantage was that the side effects of the Xianjin technique in its maximum state were not as severe as Ling Yan had described. Due to the formidable physique of the Saiyans, they can fully adapt to the side effects brought about by the Xianjin Gong. The Xianjin Gong has brought great astonishment to Luo Feng. as it is equivalent to twice the power of the king's fist. During the period when he had not yet acquired the king's fist, the Xianjing Gong became his trump card. After completing his morning training, Luo Feng lay directly on the beach, gazing at the azure sky, gradually recovering his stamina. If my master were to know that I have successfully cultivated the Xianjing Gong, he would undoubtedly be greatly astonished, Luo Feng mused, a lollipop dangling from his mouth, smiling contentedly. Ling Yin had departed at the end of last month. This old man had come last year as a senior consultant, serving a term of 1 year. Now that this period has concluded, he has returned to the capital city based on further directives. However, before leaving, Ling Yin specifically instructed the personnel at the Judgment Division to permit Luo Feng to train there and urged him to visit him in the capital city in the future. After Ling Yin's departure, Luo Feng felt a sense of emptiness. Having spent nearly a month together, he had fully accepted this master, so there was a tinge of sadness upon his departure. Luo Feng removed his weighted clothing, as today's training had come to an end, and in the afternoon, he intended to go to a certain place. After finishing his meal and taking a shower, he donned a fresh set of sportswear, feeling the power within him and believing that his 1.5 months of training had not been in vain. In this 1.5 months, I've already endured 4 assassination attempts. However, their strength consisted entirely of high-level ability users, indicating that the bounty can only attract the attention of such individuals. I have lost interest in these assassins. Henceforth, I shall commence the cleanup. Luo Feng spoke softly, his eyes glinting with cold light. Luo Feng's strength had already crossed the threshold of the master level. He had consulted various materials, videos, and precious literature. With the system's assistance, he made a rough classification of master-level strength. Master-level experts are also divided into initial, intermediate, and advanced stages. Among these, the initial stage possesses combat power at, the intermediate stage at, and the advanced stage at. Although Luo Feng only possesses 300 combat power, he has already stepped into the doors of the master level. Above the master level experts lies the forbidden level experts, with Luo Feng's master, Ling Yin, being one of them. While combat power can preliminarily gauge a person's strength, it is not immutable. Whether through a sudden explosion of potential or mastering formidable techniques, combat power can be instantly enhanced. When Raditz invaded Earth, Piccolo had only over 400 combat power. Yet when he utilized the special beam cannon, his combat power skyrocketed to over 1,000. Similarly, Son Goku's power surged when employing the King's Fist, and Gohan's extraordinary bursts of strength exemplified this phenomenon. Therefore, Luo Feng regarded combat power merely as a reference, for in genuine combat, as long as the disparity in strength is not overwhelming, possessing a strong fighting spirit and rich combat experience can enable the weaker to triumph over the stronger. Nucheng Martial Arts School. Today, I shall pay you a visit, Luo Feng declared, his eyes shimmering with cold light. The Nucheng Martial Arts School is located in the southern part of Yin City, having been established not long ago, and its reputation is not particularly high. If it were not for Cheng Zijia challenging the Qingshan Martial Arts School, Luo Feng would have been entirely unaware of this dojo. Cheng Zijia had previously stated that 2 months later, at the martial arts conference in Yin City, he would engage in a life-and-death duel with Luo Shan. Due to physical reasons, Luo Shan's strength had been declining, and at that time during the martial arts conference, he would undoubtedly be no match for Cheng Zijia. It is well known that life-and-death duels can result in fatalities. This is a compromise made by East China to prevent ability users and ancient martial artists from engaging in various deadly confrontations privately, thus affecting national stability. After all, even ordinary people can get into fights, let alone those possessing immense power like ability users. Since Cheng Zijia returned to the Nucheng Martial Arts School, he had remained in seclusion, forbidding anyone from disturbing him. After a month and a half of arduous training and isolation, Cheng Zijia finally took that step, becoming a master-level expert. However, just as Cheng Zijia attained the master level, a figure appeared in his room. Cheng Zijia slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the cloaked, masked figure before him, his brow furrowing slightly as he spoke in a low voice. I didn't expect you to be so patient. Am I truly that valuable in your eyes? You underestimate yourself. Individuals like you can only showcase their worth in the shadows that to us. You are indeed worth our personal invitation, the masked figure replied, his voice dark and echoing that if he were not standing before Cheng Zijie would not have been able to ascertain his position merely by sound. Cheng Zijie's brow furrowed slightly as he replied, "If I join you, there will truly be no turning back." The masked figure scoffed, "Turning back? Huh. That is merely a path for the weak. True, strong individuals do not require a retreat, as they can only forge ahead. If you wish to grow stronger, you can only choose us, for those so-called righteous factions do not have a fondness for you." Cheng Zijie's expression gradually darkened, after being expelled from the martial arts school by Luo Feng. He had committed many acts deemed as violations of ancient martial artist rules in his pursuit of vengeance against Luo Feng, thus tarnishing his reputation outside. Observing Cheng Zijie's fluctuating demeanor, the masked figure smiled faintly. "I will give you 3 days to consider. I hope you can seize this opportunity. After all, opportunities are rare, and once lost, they will never return." The masked figure's words reverberated throughout the room. When Cheng Zijie looked back at the masked figure, he found that the person had already vanished without a trace. "Hey you," Cheng Zijie murmured, staring at the spot where the masked figure had stood. Just then, a commotion erupted outside, followed by a resounding voice. "Cheng Zijie, get out here!" Luo Feng kicked open the door of the new Cheng Martial Arts School and strode inside. The numerous apprentices of the new Cheng Martial Arts School watched as Luo Feng approached, immediately shouting, "Who are you? Are you here to cause trouble?" Luo Feng grinned widely, replying, "Indeed, I have come here to stir up trouble." The moment Luo Feng's words fell, everyone's expressions changed. They had seen arrogance before, but never had they encountered such audacity to that moment. Those who found Luo Feng familiar finally recognized him. "You are from the Qingshan Martial Arts School," one man exclaimed in astonishment. Instantly, everyone reacted. Those who had not seen Luo Feng before looked at him with suspicion. Just over a month ago, their master had just taught a lesson to someone from the Qingshan Martial Arts School, and now the opponent had come knocking, leaving the apprentices with peculiar expressions, convinced that Luo Feng was courting death. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment. Luo Feng raised an eyebrow, noticing a few individuals quietly leaving, and could not help but chuckle softly, saying, "I have no interest in you. Let Cheng Zijie come out. I have matters to discuss with him." Luo Feng's words directly infuriated the crowd, as a man who appeared to be their leader stepped forward, shouting, "Who do you think you are? Even your master was defeated by ours. How dare you come here to act wildly? Do you not wish to live?" Luo Feng regarded the man who had stepped up, then slowly raised his palm and suddenly thrust it forward, unleashing a fierce gust of wind toward him. In an instant, the man and several others behind him were propelled by the gale, crashing against the distant wall, leaving cracks in its surface. How is this possible? The overwhelming power of Luo Feng exceeded their expectations. A mere casual wave of his hand could severely injure a low-level ability user. The crowd looked at Luo Feng with a mix of resentment and anger, fully aware that Cheng Zijie was in seclusion and that interrupting him would have dire consequences, even if they managed to defeat Luo Feng. Their fates would not be any better. Just then, over a dozen individuals descended from the upper floor, their faces flushed with rage upon seeing Luo Feng. "You dare to come here? It seems you truly wish to die." One of the men shouted angrily. Luo Feng gazed at the man, sneering, "You, a defeated foe, who gave you the audacity to speak to me like that?" This man was the strongest disciple of the new Cheng Martial Arts School, who had previously gone to the Qingshan Martial Arts School with Cheng Zijie, but had been defeated by Luo Feng. Upon hearing this, the man seethed with anger. He had lost to Luo Feng, and although Cheng Zijie had not shown his fury at the time, he had subjected him to severe punishment upon returning to the new Cheng Martial Arts School. The mere recollection of it sent shivers down his spine, as he dreaded experiencing it a second time. Since then, he had diligently trained, aspiring to one day defeat Luo Feng and restore his honor. Now, to everyone's astonishment, Luo Feng dares to come here alone and cause trouble. It is indeed a fortuitous opportunity to defeat you. I have endured immense suffering, yet my strength has transformed beyond recognition. Since you have come seeking death today, I shall oblige." The man roared with a face twisted in rage as he removed his coat. The many apprentices, witnessing the man's intent to strike, quickly dispersed, eager to witness the spectacle. But a cruel smile adorned the faces of the onlookers, eagerly anticipating Luo Feng's demise. Among them, One individual standing behind the man gazed at Luo Feng with profound trepidation. While others remained oblivious, he understood all too well. The reason Luo Feng appeared on the bounty list was due to his remarkable achievements. Initially, he believed Luo Feng would have perished long ago. But to his astonishment, even the legendary assassin had failed, and multiple times at that. He was genuinely fearful that Luo Feng might come seeking him. Luo Feng's arrival was to uncover the identity of the one who placed the bounty on his head. He initially suspected it was Cheng Zijia. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the true mastermind was someone else entirely. As the man's muscles rapidly swelled and emanated heat, Luo Feng instantaneously appeared before him, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Buffed. In that fleeting moment, the man's eyes were bloodshot as he expelled a mouthful of blood. He felt as though his internal organs were shattering, an excruciating pain assaulting his nerves. Had he not possessed extraordinary strength, that punch would have undoubtedly claimed his life. Luo Feng's gaze was icy as he seized the man's head and forcefully drove it into the ground, producing a thunderous impact that left cracks in the floor of the training hall. The man lay motionless, his face buried in the pit, his fate uncertain. Silence. All present trembled as they beheld the prostrate figure of the man. The anticipated battle had not materialized, instead revealing a clean and brutal slaughter. Their eyes now reflected sheer terror towards Luo Feng. His terrifying prowess surpassed their wildest imagination. But if even the strongest could be reduced to such a state, how could they possibly hope to contend with him? Luo Feng surveyed the crowd of apprentices and soon recognized a familiar face amidst them. The very man he had wagered with at the restaurant. Luo Feng smiled at him and said, "Hey, my friend, it brings me great joy to see you so lively. Now, do tell me, where can I find Cheng Zijia? If you remain silent, I believe this time you shall not escape so easily." Though a smile graced Luo Feng's face, his words were laced with an icy chill, causing the man among the crowd to shudder involuntarily. The surrounding individuals instinctively created a larger space for the man, who cursed his fate inwardly at being isolated. With no other choice, the man stepped forward, forcing a smile as he said, "Our master is currently in seclusion. No one dares to disturb him. Go summon him." Luo Feng commanded. The man shook his head vigorously. Disturbing Cheng Zijia was far worse than falling into Luo Feng's hands. In his heart, he believed Cheng Zijia's terror far surpassed that of Luo Feng. Luo Feng, pained by the man's obstinacy, struggled to comprehend the extent of Cheng Zijia's fearsome reputation that could instill such dread in his apprentices. Growing impatient, Luo Feng delivered a kick that sent the man flying, then turned and shouted, "Cheng Zijia, come out and face me." His voice, bolstered by his energy, echoed throughout the martial hall. In an instant, the windows rattled violently, some shattering under the pressure. All present were struck with dread, retreating hastily, convinced that Luo Feng had shattered the heavens. Before long, a figure slowly descended from the upper floor. Upon seeing the newcomer, Luo Feng's gaze sharpened. This was indeed Cheng Zijia. Cheng Zijia did not acknowledge Luo Feng, but instead cast a disappointed glance at his apprentices. Sighing, "You truly disappoint me. I did not expect to raise such a worthless bunch." His words fell like a death sentence, causing the crowd to kneel in submission, pleading for mercy and proclaiming their incompetence. Luo Feng observed this scene, his brow furrowed. While he loathed these individuals, he found Cheng Zijia's actions even more repugnant. Though a martial hall leader could be strict with his disciples, Cheng Zijia's behavior clearly surpassed acceptable boundaries. The dynamic between them resembled that of a sinister cult leader and his followers, where the leader could easily dictate life and death. "It seems my uncle was right to expel you from the martial hall. Someone like you does not deserve to remain in Qingshan Martial Hall," Luo Feng stated coldly. Cheng Zijia's eyes narrowed, a powerful aura emanating from him. Luo Feng's brow twitched, and he let out a cold laugh. "It appears you have reached the realm of a grandmaster," Luo Feng remarked slowly. Cheng Zijia's eyes glinted with murderous intent, yet he maintained a calm demeanor as he replied, "Thus, you shall not leave today. I had originally intended to eliminate my teacher first and then deal with you. Since you have come to me today, I will resolve you first." Luo Feng scoffed, "Indeed, I have come to you today to spare you the expense of hiring assassins. However, Allow me to demonstrate that even if you were to hire assassins, it would be futile. Assassins? Chang Zijia's brows furrowed at Luo Feng's words, uncertain of their implications. Nevertheless, such thoughts were inconsequential as his sole desire was to kill. The temperature within the martial hall began to plummet. A chilling wind suddenly swept through the training area, causing moisture in the air to crystallize into ice, swirling violently in the gust. The frigid currents made the apprentices tremble uncontrollably, many of whom had yet to awaken their abilities, thus unable to withstand the aura released by Chang Zijia. Luo Feng maintained a stoic expression as he regarded Chang Zijia, standing calmly in place. His aura remarkably stable. Chang Zijia's cold energy intensified, seemingly forming a tangible force. A Grandmaster possesses a unique momentum that can be wielded offensively against an opponent. Suddenly, Chang Zijia's eyes flared with murderous intent. An invisible force entwined with his chilling aura surged towards Luo Feng. The cold air bore down upon him, crystallizing the ground beneath into layers of thick ice. Sensing the onslaught, Luo Feng scoffed and unleashed a surge of energy from within, countering the approaching cold with a white-hot force, the two energies colliding violently. Whoosh, 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 the clash of energies generated a cacophony of powerful gusts, whipping through the martial hall. The wind carried the biting cold, interspersed with bursts of heat, neither side relenting. The air was filled with continuous explosions as the apprentices were swept off their feet, crashing against the walls of the hall. The violent wind shattered every window, sending shards of glass flying outward. The protective barrier of energy enveloped Luo Feng, a blazing white aura igniting around him, completely isolating him from the encroaching cold. I could see that moment. As the two faced off, Luo Feng made his move, his figure a blur as he transformed into a white shadow, bursting through the dense cold and delivering a powerful punch toward Chang Zijia. Chang Zijia shifted slightly, his palm encased in ice, forming a crystalline gauntlet that met Luo Feng's strike. As their fists collided, Luo Feng watched as ice began to creep up his arm, attempting to encase it in frost. With a slight tremor, Luo Feng shattered the ice, and his other hand glimmered with a small energy orb, hurling it toward Chang Zijia. Chang Zijia's pupils constricted at the sudden assault, and in a moment of panic, he conjured a small ice shield before his chest. The energy orb shattered the shield, hurtling toward Chang Zijia's torso. His complexion paled as he was propelled backward, his feet carving long grooves into the floor. Clutching his chest as a palpable aura of killing intent enveloped him. I did not expect that in less than 2 months you would grow to such an extent. It seems I underestimated you. However, your current performance leaves me no choice but to eliminate you, Chang Zijia declared darkly, his eyes brimming with lethal intent. Then you may come and try, Luo Feng replied coldly, since I dare to come here. I am confident in my ability to dismantle your martial hall. Today is not merely about settling my own score, but also to teach you, a worthless scoundrel, a lesson on behalf of my uncle. Unlike Luo Shan, Luo Feng would not hesitate to spill blood if provoked. Chang Zijia laughed cruelly, waving his hand as dozens of ice crystal blades materialized around him. With a fierce shout, the blades sliced through the air, hurtling toward Luo Feng. Surrounded by an aura of energy, Luo Feng unleashed a flurry of punches, shattering each ice blade that lunged at him. Simultaneously, he concentrated the energy in his hand, directing it toward Chang Zijia, unleashing a beam of light that surged forward. The formidable energy of the attack caught Chang Zijia's attention, leaving him uncertain of the technique Luo Feng employed, yet he was acutely aware that this maneuver could undoubtedly pose a significant threat to him. As a practitioner of ancient martial arts with ice-based abilities, Chang Zijia's physique was not particularly formidable. Should he endure a heavy blow from Luo Feng, the consequences would be far from pleasant. With a sudden motion, Chang Zijia spread his arms wide, unleashing a frigid wave of intense cold that surged before him, rapidly coalescing into a thick ice shield to counter Luo Feng's piercing wave. The piercing wave collided against the ice shield, refracting blinding white light through the ice crystals, transforming the entire martial arts hall into a realm of white. Although the ice shield was continuously shattered by the piercing wave, each time it was broken, a new shield would form anew, successfully blocking the onslaught. Despite Cheng Zijia's ability to fend off Luo Feng's piercing wave, the exertion was immense, and he found himself gazing at Luo Feng. Breathing heavily, the sheer power of Luo Feng exceeded his expectations. The opponent's prowess was undoubtedly at the master level that a master at the tender age of 15 or 16 was an extraordinary feat. Even in eastern China, time was of the essence. He pondered, uncertain of what other trump cards this young man might possess. I must decisively bring him down, leaving him no chance to react. Cheng Zijia wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Secretly contemplating, he pressed his hands firmly against the ground and shouted, "Ice and snow! Virum!" A torrent of ice and snow surged toward Luo Feng, who, confronted by the menacing blizzard, felt as though he stood beneath a snow-capped mountain. Facing a catastrophic avalanche in the face of the blizzard, he appeared diminutive, surrounded by an expanse of white, as if the entire martial arts hall had transformed into a snow-laden peak. This was the essence of power. It could influence one's very senses. Luo Feng paused momentarily, realizing that he was inexplicably affected by Cheng Zijia's that moment. He truly comprehended the might of this force, capable of drawing others into the environment it created. Witnessing Cheng Zijia's aura, Luo Feng recognized that Black Hawk's aura was feeble in comparison, merely a rudimentary form. Nonetheless, to grasp such power at the advanced ability practitioner stage was a testament to Black Hawk's exceptional talent. Luo Feng swiftly focused his mind, amplifying his own aura to its zenith, directly condensing the piercing wave and launching it toward the oncoming blizzard. The light beam of the piercing wave appeared minuscule against the vast blizzard, yet its impact was formidable. Luo Feng's piercing wave cleaved the blizzard in two, surging past him on either side. Observing this, Cheng Zijia let out a cold shout, clenched his hands tightly, and directed the blizzard, which had initially turned away, back toward Luo Feng. Sensing the blizzard approaching from behind, Luo Feng's internal energy erupted wildly, a massive aura swirling around him to fend off the encroaching ice and snow. However, the power of the blizzard grew increasingly potent, compressing Luo Feng's aura to a mere fraction of its original size. Veins bulged on Luo Feng's forehead, and cold sweat dripped to the ground, instantly forming ice crystals. Indeed, Cheng Zijia's blizzard was formidable, and at Luo Feng's current strength, it proved somewhat taxing, just as he was on the verge of being engulfed by the blizzard. An astonishing force erupted from within him. Xianjin Gong. With Luo Feng's roar, his aura transformed into a pale red hue, starkly contrasting with his original energy, dispersing the blizzard that had relentlessly pressed upon him. He leaped into the air, and wherever he passed, the blizzard retreated. Ultimately, under Cheng Zijia's astonished gaze, he launched a powerful fist toward him. Thud! Cheng Zijia's chest caved in instantaneously, blood gushing forth from his mouth, transforming in midair into crimson ice crystals that fell upon the snowy ground, adding a splash of red to the white expanse. The vibrant red aura surrounding Luo Feng surged relentlessly, his fingertips condensing the piercing wave as he coldly fixed his gaze on Cheng Zijia, intoning ominously, "The moment I strike, you will meet your demise. I want you to understand that I can eliminate you long before the 2 months are up." Blood trickled from the corner of Cheng Zijia's mouth, his chest heaving violently, disbelief filling his eyes. He could hardly fathom that he had been bested by a mere youth, especially after having attained mastery. Impossible! How could I lose? This cannot be. Cheng Zijia spat venomously, blood continuing to spurt from his mouth as he spoke. Observing Cheng Zijia's condition, Luo Feng suddenly dissipated the piercing wave and retracted Xianjin Gong. He was curious whether, after defeating Cheng Zijia, the latter would still have the courage to challenge him to a duel to the death at the martial arts conference in half a month. "I find myself reluctant to kill you now. I hope you uphold your promise in 2 weeks. I shall engage you in battle once again." Luo Feng's expression returned to calmness as he spoke indifferently to Cheng Zijia. After saying this, he strolled toward the exit of the martial arts hall. Upon reaching the doorway, Luo Feng paused, turning his head to add, "Oh, by the way, I advise you to retract the bounty, as assassins will prove ineffective. If they discover that the information you released does not align with the truth, You are well aware of your fate." With that, Luo Feng walked out without looking back. As Luo Feng departed, the apprentices present gazed at his retreating figure, filled with profound trepidation. Each of them bore injuries, primarily inflicted by the residual effects of Cheng's confrontation. Yet, they dared not voice any complaints. Although Cheng Zijie had been defeated, he had ascended to the rank of master, rendering him even more formidable. Cheng Zijie's expression was one of deepening gloom. From Luo Feng's final remarks, he surmised that someone within the martial arts hall had placed a bounty on Luo Feng, implicating him as the mastermind. Cheng Zijie surveyed his apprentices, noting that the entire hall was blanketed in ice and snow. With all the apprentices huddled in a corner, trembling, both from the cold and from fear, Cheng Zijie gradually rose to his feet and addressed the apprentices with an air of indifference. "Who among you placed a bounty on that boy? Step forward." And no sooner had he spoken than one apprentice's complexion changed dramatically, plunging him into a state of panic. Though he wished to remain hidden, his expression betrayed him. Cheng Zijie scrutinized the apprentice's demeanor and beckoned him closer with a finger, saying slowly, "Step forward and approach me." The apprentice, quaking with fear, stood up and stepped out of the crowd. He glanced back at his peers, and anyone who met his gaze quickly averted their eyes. With a sorrowful countenance, he approached Cheng Zijie and fell to his knees, weeping, "Master, spare my life. I should not have placed a bounty on that boy. It was my error. Please do not kill me." Cheng Zijie shook his head, sighing softly, "Alas, it's not that I disapprove of placing a bounty. Rather, you have mishandled the situation. Surely, you understand the consequences." The apprentice nodded through his tears, gripped by an overwhelming fear. He did not wish to die. Cheng Zijie placed his hand on the apprentice's head and spoke gently. "Since you understand, I shall not waste my breath. Go now, and may you remember my words in your next life." "No!" The apprentice suddenly cried out, his voice rising to in an instant, his entire body became rigid. Ice crystals began to form at various points on him, gradually expanding until he was entirely encased in ice. His terrified visage visible through the frosty layer as he met his end. Subsequently, Cheng Zijie turned his gaze to the remaining apprentices and commanded, "Clean up the martial arts hall." He retreated to his secluded chamber, where his previously serene countenance twisted into a mask of rage, his eyes burning with a blood-red hue, the murderous intent nearly palpable as he hissed, "You will pay, boy. In half a month, I shall ensure you are torn to shreds." With that, Cheng Zijie retrieved a piece of black jade and infused it with his energy. A flash of black light flickered, and the jade returned to tranquility. Moments later, a figure clad in black appeared before Cheng Zijie, who cackled with glee. Have you come to a decision?" Cheng Zijie glared with bloodshot eyes, his voice hoarse as he demanded, "If I join the Black Moon organization, will you grant me strength?" The figure in black coldly replied with a sinister smile, "Naturally. Although Black Moon is currently in a period of dormancy, its power exceeds your wildest imagination. Once you join the Black Moon organization, you will possess the strength of a deity." "Very well, I shall join," Cheng Zijie roared. "That's the spirit." The figure in black chuckled heartily. Upon finishing, he extended a pale hand, summoning a swirling mass of black energy, and thrust it into Cheng Zijie's body. Soon after, a piercing scream echoed from within the secluded chamber. Exiting the new Cheng Martial Arts Hall, Luo Feng made his way directly home. The new Cheng Martial Arts Hall was situated in a relatively remote area, devoid of nearby residents and bustling crowds. Thus, the battle at the Xinqing Martial Arts Hall did not create much of a stir for Luo Feng. Upon returning home, he promptly activated his system panel. Character: Luo Feng. Combat power: 300-600 in the state of Xinjiang. Energy coins: 150. Storage box: 1 cubic meter. Wink with a frown. Valuable items. Mysterious card. Luo Feng gazed at his panel and addressed the system. "System, can I exchange for Xinjiang?" The system replied, "Yes, there are 2 trading methods. One involves trading a copy for 2,000 copper coins, while the other entails trading the original for 20,000 copper coins. However, upon trading the original, the host will lose this ancient martial art." The cost of trading the original was unexpectedly steep. Luo Feng furrowed his brow, contemplating if he understood the trading rules. Ancient martial arts that are widely known have both originals and copies, with the original naturally holding much greater value. However, once traded, the original would vanish from this world. There exists a significant disparity between the original and the copy. The original can be replicated, while the copy cannot. If the original disappears, it becomes impossible to generate another copy. Trading a copy can only be done once. After all, numerous copies of the same ancient martial arts exist in this world, and the system cannot afford to have loopholes in this regard. Nevertheless, the difference in price between trading a copy and trading the original can be tenfold, and in some cases, even 20-fold. Furthermore, if one wishes to trade the original again, the price will decrease by half. In the long run, trading the original is more advantageous, considering that Luo Feng has a limited capacity to learn ancient martial arts. Yet, Luo Feng was acutely aware that he could not block the path to human enhancement. After all, he is, at heart, still a citizen of Earth. Thus, he decided to trade for the copy. Confirm the trade. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Luo Feng hastily opened his character panel. Indeed, he discovered that his balance now stood at 2,150 copper coins. He quickly accessed the skill panel and located the Kamehameha technique, clicking to purchase without hesitation. Payment successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the training method for Kamehameha, the system proclaimed. Immediately, the method of Kamehameha appeared in Luo Feng's mind. Imprinted there for life, he chose Kamehameha not merely out of nostalgia, but because it is a technique that could be continuously improved. He firmly believed that as he grew stronger and deepened his understanding of martial arts, he would undoubtedly be able to enhance Kamehameha, tailoring it to become the most suitable martial art for himself. Subsequently, Luo Feng exited the skill panel and opened the item panel to this moment. He felt that his techniques were sufficient, yet he required certain items from the Dragon Ball world to aid in his cultivation. Luo Feng surveyed the items in the panel, each accompanied by a price tag. Universal Capsule, 500 copper coins. With each purchase, the price increases by 500, capped at 10,000 copper coins. Nimbus Cloud, 500 copper coins. Senza Bean, 500 copper coins. With each bean purchased, the price increases by 500. When it reaches 1,000 copper coins, the price increases by 1,000 per bean. When it hits 10,000 copper coins, the price increases by 10,000 per bean, capped at 500,000 copper coins. Rui Bang, 500 copper coins. Liquid Medical Device, 1,000 copper coins. Usable only once, healing time limit of 1 hour. Following this, Luo Feng noticed the gravity training rooms, categorized by levels of gravity. 10 times, 30 times, 50 times, 100 times, and so forth. The higher the gravity limit, the greater the price. The 10 times gravity training room costs 5,000 copper coins, 30 times costs 15,000 copper coins, and 50 times costs 250,000 copper coins. In addition to these items, there were many more, but their icons were dimmed, indicating that Luo Feng lacked the permissions to purchase them. Luo Feng's eyes widened at the sight of these items. He desired nearly all of them, yet their prices were exorbitantly high. Never mind, I shall choose this one, Luo Feng murmured, eyeing one of the items. If all goes according to plan, I will be posting 2 chapters daily. If there are recommendations, I will add more. Spotting the options for Senza Beans and Nimbus Cloud, Luo Feng swiftly clicked to purchase. The crisp sound of coins being deducted echoed, followed by the system's voice. Congratulations, host, on successfully purchasing 1 Senza Bean and 1 Nimbus Cloud. Deducting 1,000 copper coins. The items you purchased have been placed in your storage box. Please check. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng was filled with joy. He hastily opened his storage box to find a large gift box and a small gift box within. With a thought, 2 boxes appear before him, 1 large and 1 small. For my first purchase, the packaging is quite exquisite, Luo Feng remarked, observing the gift boxes. The larger box was approximately half a cubic meter, and Luo Feng surmised that it must have been a Nimbus Cloud compressed for packaging. The box containing the Senza Bean was much smaller and more delicate, adorned in red with a ribbon, resembling a box for an engagement ring. Luo Feng opened the box containing the Senza Bean, revealing a green bean nestled inside, appearing rather unremarkable. Stroking his chin, he pondered, this shriveled bean looks quite different from what I had imagined. He decided to store it away for now, intending to save it for a critical moment. Luo Feng carefully resealed the box. He had no use for the Senza Bean at present, but one never knows what the future holds. As long as he remained alive, even the gravest injuries could be healed by the senzu bean, and when combined with the Saiyan, it was an extraordinary tool in the early stages. Luo Feng recalled how Son Goku, after recovering from severe injuries, saw his combat power soar from 90,000 to an astounding 3 million, an unequivocal leap in strength. After securing the box, Luo Feng turned his attention to the larger box. Unable to contain his excitement as he swiftly unwrapped it, a cloud that resembled cotton candy floated out from within. Ha ha! I too can experience the sensation of flying, Luo Feng exclaimed, leaping onto the Nimbus cloud, which felt as soft as a marshmallow, not only yielding, but also remarkably elastic. Oh, right? The fact that I can stand on this Nimbus cloud means I must possess a pure heart. He chuckled, reveling in the notion that he was indeed a good person. Just as Luo Feng basked in his self-satisfaction, the system interjected. Please note, the Nimbus cloud produced by the Dragon Ball combat system differs from your expectations. The Nimbus cloud is a specialized item that can only be used by those who have formed a binding relationship with it. Therefore, your ability to use the Nimbus cloud is not due to your inherently pure nature, but rather because a unique bond has been established between you and the Nimbus cloud. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Luo Feng's mouth twitched. He had initially felt proud of being able to ride the Nimbus cloud. However, this clarification promptly dampened his inflated ego. So, this is akin to exclusive equipment, he mused, stroking his chin. Well, that's not too shabby, considering the Nimbus cloud is an excellent means of transportation until I master the flight technique. But tell me, system, can others use the Nimbus cloud? The system responded. With your consent, others may utilize it, with the duration of use determined by you. Luo Feng nodded in understanding. He could communicate with the Nimbus cloud through thought, storing it in a storage box when not in use, and releasing it whenever he needed it. Luo Feng jumped off the Nimbus cloud, circled it a few times, and then declared, "This is truly exhilarating. I shall now test the sensation of flying atop the Nimbus cloud." Exiting his home, he sought an uninhabited area, mounted the Nimbus cloud, and soared into the sky. The Nimbus cloud moved swiftly and in mere moments. Luo Feng was far from his residence. With arms outstretched, he embraced the refreshing wind that rushed towards him, laughing joyously. Observing the swiftly retreating buildings below, he felt a profound sense of expansion within his heart. After circling the entire city, Luo Feng returned home, now yearning even more for the flight technique. The vision of soaring freely through the skies was a tantalizing dream. Once back, Luo Feng stored the Nimbus cloud and senzu beans away. Whether it be the magical beans or the flying Nimbus, neither is what he truly requires at this moment. What he desperately needs is to master the Kamehameha technique thoroughly. The following day, Luo Feng arrived at the Judgment Division as usual, commencing his daily training, this time focusing on the Kamehameha. The methods of practicing this technique were etched in his mind. In truth, it was not particularly difficult to learn. The initial form of the Kamehameha was merely a technique for gathering energy, with a level of difficulty even less than that of the Kikaho. Thus, Luo Feng quickly became adept and successfully unleashed it. With his hands placed on his hips, an immense energy coalesced within his palms, and the white light intensified with a shout, before he forcefully thrust it forward, crashing into a distant island. Boom! The astonishing roar echoed like thunder. Deafening to the ears, the island targeted by Luo Feng was now shrouded in a tumultuous cloud of dust, while the surrounding seawater surged, generating waves that cascaded toward the beach where Luo Feng stood. Taking a light breath, he noted that he had not exerted his full strength. Nevertheless, the destructive force had leveled the distant isle. Luo Feng compared the Kamehameha with the Kikaho. The former possessed formidable penetrating power, while the latter had a broader destructive range. Moreover, the Kamehameha had the advantage that the more energy one gathered, the greater its power became, a quality the Kikaho lacked. As Luo Feng reflected on the recent release of energy, he garnered a profound understanding. The stronger one's control over energy, the more proficient one would be in executing the Kamehameha, resulting in a more potent energy concentration. Thus, if Luo Feng wished to refine the Kamehameha, he needed to elevate his mastery of energy to an extraordinary level, a pursuit that demanded diligent training that if he aspired to grow stronger. Merely training his body would not suffice, that if he could manipulate the energy within him at will, It would greatly benefit his future endeavors. Gazing at the distant sea, Luo Feng murmured to himself. He recalled the card for guidance from Karen. Since acquiring it, he had yet to utilize it, and now his strength was steadily increasing. If he desired rapid advancement, perhaps a visit to Karen would prove beneficial. Luo Feng settled on the beach, his consciousness delving into his storage box. At this moment, the box was brimming with flying nimbus. Yet fortunately, it had the capacity to compress. Thus, there was still space for other items. He selected the guidance card and silently intoned. Use the guidance card. The system's voice promptly responded. The host has used the guidance card. Subsequently, the host's consciousness will travel to Karen Tower, where the space will be an area of awareness. 1 day inside equates to 1 hour outside. The results of your training will be reflected back to you. Please prepare yourself. As the system's voice faded, Luo Feng felt a sudden dizziness. The next moment, he found himself atop an empty tower, surrounded by white clouds. Observing his surroundings, Luo Feng stood on an expansive circular tower. With an endless blue sky beyond, white clouds swirling around it. He felt as if he were suspended in the heavens, and when he approached the edge of the tower, peering through the clouds, he realized how minuscule the world below appeared. Where is Karen? Luo Feng wondered, scanning the area but failing to spot the esteemed master. Noticing a staircase at the edge of the tower, he recalled that Karen Tower had 2 levels. Perhaps Karen resided on the 2nd floor. Descending the staircase to the 2nd level, he discovered an array of peculiar items and, most importantly, Karen himself. Greetings, Karen, Luo Feng exclaimed, observing Karen devouring some dried fish, raising an eyebrow in acknowledgement. Upon hearing Luo Feng's voice, Karen quickly finished his snack, licked his paw, and replied, Luo Feng, you are the young one here to train, aren't you? Yes, you are quite powerful, surpassing me in strength. There is little I can impart to you. What is this situation? Luo Feng stared blankly at Karen, feeling bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. Logically, one would engage in pleasantries before receiving guidance. In light of this, Luo Feng humbly responded, Karen, while my strength is considerable, my mastery over energy is quite rudimentary, so I kindly request your guidance. Karen, picking at his teeth, drawled, your control over strength is quite commendable. You have established a solid foundation that if you insist on my instruction, I can only offer some suggestions regarding energy manipulation and control techniques. With that, Karen ascended to the 2nd level of the tower, which was spacious enough to allow for freedom of movement. Standing at the edge of the tower, Karen commented, we are high above in the sky, and the air here is quite thinned if you wish to breathe as you do on the ground. You must be mindful of your breathing techniques. Luo Feng nodded. Indeed, the air in Karen Tower was remarkably sparse. Without careful attention to his breathing, one could easily feel oxygen deprived. Karen instructed Luo Feng to observe his breathing patterns. Although Karen was no match for him, he initiated an attack to allow Luo Feng to study his breath and energy control. The finest instruction comes through combat, regardless of whether they were Saiyans or Earthlings. Growth often occurred in the heat of battle, and as a Saiyan, Luo Feng was no exception. They sparred for nearly 3 hours, during which Luo Feng diligently observed Karen's energy. The Master's breathing and movements were marked by precision and clarity, devoid of any superfluous motion. Throughout the encounter, Luo Feng continually adjusted his breathing, progressing from shortness of breath to a more fluid rhythm, his improvement leaving Karen astounded. Stop, Karen called, stepping back, panting, though Luo Feng had not exerted his full power. Karen had fought with all his might for 3 hours, a considerable drain even for a martial arts master like him. After regaining his breath, Karen addressed Luo Feng. You have made remarkable progress. You have now grasped the essence of the technique. From this point on, your further development lies in your own hands, as I have little more to teach you. Bowing deeply, Luo Feng expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, Karen. I shall train diligently. He then settled into a meditative position at the center of the tower, reflecting on the insights gained from their battle. Observing Luo Feng's demeanor, Karen nodded in approval and descended to the 2nd floor. Thus, Luo Feng sat in silence for nearly an entire day. With a newfound understanding of his martial path, he gradually rose to his feet and executed a set of punches. At that moment, His breathing and movements exhibited a marked transformation. His energy was more contained and his movements sharper. Although he did not perceive an increase in strength, he was acutely aware that his combat ability had indeed improved. Oh, I still possess a mysterious card. With nearly 2 days left, I am curious to discover its purpose. Luo Feng clenched his fists. Contemplating, he directed his consciousness into the storage box and retrieved the mysterious card. The method of its use had already been imprinted in his mind upon arriving here. Mystery card, activate. Luo Feng exclaimed softly, holding the card aloft. As he spoke, the mysterious card emitted a dark glow, shooting into the sky like a meteor, soaring beyond the horizon. Luo Feng scratched his head in confusion, gazing upward and patiently awaiting a response. After several minutes passed without any sign, he felt a pang of disappointment. Suspecting he had been deceived. What use is this card? Why does it yield no results? He muttered, frowning. Just then, Karen approached him, saying, Luo Feng, should you wish to drink the super divine water, I must warn you, aside from Sun Wukong, everyone else who has consumed it has perished. You must proceed with caution. Luo Feng, bewildered by Karen's words, pondered when he had ever expressed a desire to drink the super divine water. The mention of Sun Wukong suggested that this realm of consciousness mirrored the original storyline. If I were to leave from here, would I not find the turtle hermit and the others? Luo Feng's mind raced with the thought, given that this realm of awareness was akin to the original tale. Beneath Karen Tower lay the earth of Dragon Ball. Upon reaching this thought, Luo Feng felt a surge of excitement within him. However, at that moment, the system interjected with a discouraging remark. The host cannot leave Kalinta. Should the host depart from Kalinta, it will be considered an early termination of guidance. The host's range of activity is confined solely to Kalinta. Hearing this admonition from the system, Luo Feng sighed. Indeed, matters were not as simple as they appeared. After all, the system was not so naive as to grant him such extensive autonomy. Never mind, he decided to set this issue aside for now. The super divine water mentioned by the immortal Kalen must be related to the mysterious card. This card functioned as a sort of dungeon ticket, enabling the opening of an additional dungeon. It was no wonder he could only utilize it within the realm of consciousness, as this space was akin to a game world, while mysterious cards served as a dungeon ticket. With a slight deduction, Luo Feng grasped the situation. With this in mind, he smiled at the immortal Kalen and said, Immortal, if Sun Wukong could succeed, perhaps I too can attain success. Look at the tail behind me. Does it not resemble that of Sun Wukong? Perhaps we belong to the same lineage. The immortal Kalen, observing the tail behind Luo Feng and recalling the tale of Sun Wukong, displayed a look of astonishment and chuckled. You do indeed bear a resemblance to that fellow Wukong, that I in that case. Go forth and take your chances. I hope you achieve success. It was truly remarkable how such an immense space could exist within a mere jar. Standing before a vast expanse of snow-capped mountains, Luo Feng gazed at the endless white terrain, his eyes reflecting a hint of awe. The super divine water was not situated by the side of the immortal Kalen, but rather within a wondrous jar, which possessed an extraordinary super space, larger than that found within the Judgment Division. To obtain the super divine water, Luo Feng needed to enter this super space and undergo a series of trials to fulfill his objective. He descended along a narrow path from the summit of the mountain, which progressively grew narrower until it abruptly ended at a precipice. Luo Feng, upon encountering the chasm before him, furrowed his brow slightly. There was no path ahead, only an unfathomable abyss, presenting him with a predicament. Just as he pondered how to advance, a violent blizzard surged towards him from behind. Noticing the commotion, Luo Feng swiftly turned around to find several colossal ice giants approaching him, formed entirely of snow. Though they appeared intimidating, their combat prowess left much to be desired. Observing the advancing snow giants, Luo Feng shook his head and murmured, while their fighting capability may not rival mine, their numbers are ever increasing. Piquing his interest, I remain unaware of my strength in an extreme state. Let me put you to the test. The glimmer of determination flashed in Luo Feng's eyes as he assumed a familiar stance. Xian Jinggong. Luo Feng unleashed an astonishing aura, his entire being enveloped in a faint crimson flame, a tremendous force repelling the surrounding tempest. employing Xianjing Gong. His combat power surged to its zenith, and with a mighty shout, an incredible Kamehameha wave surged forth towards the giants in the distance. Boom! The entire space trembled as the brilliant white light emitted by Luo Feng's Kamehameha illuminated the previously dark realm. The powerful shockwave not only obliterating the snow giants, but also leveling the sprawling snow-capped mountains. Outside the jar, a beam of white light erupted, followed by violent tremors that shook the entire structure, leaving the observing immortal Kalen in astonishment. Luo Feng, do you intend to destroy the divine altar? Hurry and cease. If the altar is destroyed, you shall never obtain the super divine water. Kalen shouted urgently at the altar. Though Kalen was aware of Luo Feng's immense power, he had not anticipated the existence of Xianjing Gong as an ace in the hole. Had Luo Feng unleashed such force within Kalinta, it would likely have been rendered inoperative. The once boundless snow-capped mountains now lay in ruins, scorched earth strewn about, a testament to the formidable power of Luo Feng's Kamehameha. This scene allowed Luo Feng to gauge his own combat strength. Thank goodness this space is sturdy. Otherwise, I shudder to think of the consequences, Luo Feng remarked with a hint of trepidation. Yet, at that moment, the scene before him shifted. The charred earth vanished, replaced by a vast expanse of darkness. Not far away, illuminated as if by a flashbulb, a table stood, adorned with a teacup and a teapot. Realizing this was a sign that he had passed the trial, Luo Feng approached the table. Addressing the void, have I successfully completed the trial? In the darkness, a pair of blood-red eyes fixated on Luo Feng, accompanied by a resigned voice. Had I not allowed you to pass, this space would have been dismantled by your hand. Ah, very well, that teapot must contain the super divine water, Luo Feng replied, pointing at the teapot on the table. Indeed, drink it swiftly and leave, came the response. Luo Feng found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The authenticity of this conscious environment astounded him. The emotions of the characters and the intricacies of the surrounding design made him feel as though he were inhabiting a genuine world. Grasping the teapot, he poured a cup of the super divine water, which appeared akin to severely contaminated wastewater, leading him to perceive its appearance as nothing short of poisonous. Taking a deep breath, he downed it in one go, scarcely daring to savor the flavor, pouring it into his stomach almost as if it were a liquid. Ugh, phew! Luo Feng's eyes widened in an instant. He felt as though he could no longer breathe. A searing pain radiating throughout his body, as if his very being were boiling. This is unbearable, he mentally screamed, though he could not vocalize his distress. At that moment, he was left with only his primal instincts. The immortal Kalen observed Luo Feng within the jar, his expression grave. While Sun Wukong had previously succeeded in unlocking his potential, it did not guarantee that Luo Feng would do the same. After all, they were two distinct individuals. As Luo Feng's consciousness began to fade, deep within his soul, a colossal gorilla roared, and he recognized this creature with familiarity. I see this the gorilla I transform into? Luo Feng exclaimed, standing not far from the beast in astonishment. I could see that moment. The gorilla's crimson eyes locked onto him, and Luo Feng's gaze met the gorilla's stare. In that instant of connection, he felt a jolt reverberate through his body as the world around him dissolved into an abyss of darkness. Roar! The immortal Kalen seemed to hear an earth-shattering roar, followed by an overwhelming aura emanating from the jar. Stunned, he beheld the scene within, exclaiming, "This sensation is identical to that experienced by Wukong. Yet Luo Feng's presence is even more terrifying, his power greater." Within the confines of the jar, Luo Feng, whose gaze had lost focus, suddenly sat upright, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. What a peculiar sensation, he murmured, pressing his hands against the ground. As he felt the power surging within him, he clenched his fists, realizing he possessed an unfathomable strength. A sensation akin to being able to strike down the heavens, filling him with exuberant joy. Eagerly, he opened his character panel. Character: Luo Feng. Combat power: for 60 wink with a frown after using Xianjing Gong, combat power becomes 900. Energy coins: 150. Storage space: 1 cubic meter. With 450 combat power, and accounting for the 10 points gained from prior comprehension, he had experienced an instantaneous increase of 150 combat power, while it may not seem substantial. For him at this moment, it represented a remarkable leap. Clenching his fists, Luo Feng laughed heartily. He felt he had struck gold this time. The guidance ticket from the immortal Kalen was truly invaluable. Having successfully unlocked his potential, Luo Feng emerged from the jar, expressing his gratitude to the immortal Kalen, saying, "Thank you, Kalen. I have heard that you possess the ability to read minds. I wonder if you could teach me." "Oh, you wish to learn mind reading?" The immortal Kalen stared at Luo Feng in surprise, sensing that this skill seemed to attract someone like him, a battle enthusiast, perhaps even more than certain martial arts techniques. It's mainly out of curiosity. After all, the human heart is inscrutable that if I learn to read minds, I might avoid being taken advantage of in the future, Luo Feng replied with a smile. "Well, that's no issue. I can teach you." Kalen nodded in agreement. Luo Feng beamed with delight. "Thank you, immortal." 3 days have passed, marking the conclusion of Luo Feng's training within the realm of Kalinta, and he has now departed from his conscious space. This time, Luo Feng's gains were nothing short of remarkable. Not only did he acquire the super divine water, but he also refined his mastery of energy control. His combat prowess has ascended to an entirely different echelon compared to before. Additionally, he learned the art of mind reading from the immortal Kalen, a skill that, in critical moments, may prove to be extraordinarily effective. Upon returning from the conscious space, Luo Feng found that although he had spent 3 days there, merely 3 hours had elapsed in the outside world. He remained seated on the beach, the third level of the space still basking under a clear blue sky, after 3 days of rigorous training. His combat strength had reached 470, placing him on par with some formidable low-tier masters. Should he employ the Xianjing technique, he could contend even with high-tier masters. Clenching his fists, Luo Feng couldn't help but smile. Since awakening his Saiyan genes, a mere 2 months had elapsed, and he had transformed from a weakling with a power level barely in the dozens into a formidable warrior. This transformation, aided by the system, was also a testament to his innate talent and diligence. He assessed his strength and found it unchanged from that in the conscious space. He felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. Although he had defeated Cheng Zijia, it did not imply that the latter would refrain from challenging his uncle to a life-and-death duel. Luo Feng felt the need to discuss this matter with his uncle, seeking permission to confront Cheng Zijia on his behalf. Rising to his feet, he furrowed his brow in contemplation. Luo Feng was acutely aware of Luo Shan's character. He was a man of rigid principles, adhering strictly to the spirit of martial arts. If Luo Feng proposed to handle Cheng Zijia's challenge himself, his uncle would undoubtedly refuse. His plan was straightforward: to convince his uncle of his capability to defeat Cheng Zijia through sheer strength. Regardless, he could not allow Cheng Zijia to harm Luo Shan. Since the passing of Luo Feng's parents, it was Luo Shan who had raised him. Despite his stern demeanor, Luo Shan had treated Luo Feng exceptionally well, agreeing to nearly all of his unreasonable requests. Furthermore, it was Luo Shan's guidance that enabled Luo Feng to awaken his Saiyan genes within 3 years. Luo Feng gently patted Luo Qingqing's hand, signaling her not to worry, then turned his gaze towards a burly man in the distance. Speaking with a calm, yet cutting tone, "I overheard your conversation with my uncle upon my arrival. I understand you intend to purchase Qingshan Martial Arts Hall and are attempting to coerce a sale. What audacity do you possess to come here and create a scene?" Although his words were delivered in a tranquil manner, the underlying intensity was unmistakable as he narrowed his eyes, awaiting a response from a man. Seeing this, Luo Qingqing hurriedly grasped Luo Feng's arm, urging, "Xiao Feng, the other party is a master. You're no match for him. Come with me to the 2nd floor." However, Luo Feng merely smiled faintly, reassuring her, "Sister Qingqing, I have my own confidence. You need not worry." He then addressed Luo Shan, "Uncle, I will handle this matter. Please trust me, for I am indeed Elder Ling's disciple." Luo Feng's declaration momentarily stunned both Luo Shan and Luo Qingqing, as they recalled Luo Feng's formidable mentor. Given this connection, the man across from them should think twice before acting recklessly. The man regarded Luo Feng with a disdainful expression, sneering, "Kid, do you intend to stop me?" "Huh. It seems Qingshan Martial Arts Hall has truly fallen to such depths, relying on a mere child to provide support. Luo Shan, what face do you have left to continue running a martial arts hall? The man's words ignited a mix of shame and anger within Luo Shan. He felt as though he had fallen from grace. In the past, when he was still a master, no one would dare provoke Qingshan Martial Arts Hall. Yet now, finding himself in such a predicament was nearly unbearable. Luo Qingqing glared at the man, exclaiming, "Lu Jing, if my father had not been gravely injured, would you still dare to cause such a ruckus here?" Lu Jing laughed heartily. "I take pleasure in bullying the weak." Luo Shan, "Do not blame me. Blame your misfortune." With that, a surge of energy erupted from Lu Jing, enveloping the entire training hall in an oppressive aura. The apprentices of Qingshan Martial Arts Hall were overcome with fear, their weak powers leaving them unable to resist the Master's might. Oomph! A cold snort pierced the air, dissipating the overwhelming force that had loomed like a mountain. The apprentices of Qingshan Martial Arts Hall felt an immediate lightness, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Luo Qingqing, situated beside Luo Feng and shielded by his protective aura, remained unaffected. As for Luo Shan, despite his diminished strength, his inherent presence still lingered, rendering the impact less severe. The interruption of Lu Jing's energy left him momentarily stunned, and upon seeing Luo Feng's expression, he felt a surge of alarm. "Was it you who disrupted my energy just now?" Lu Jing glared at Luo Feng, his face darkening. Luo Feng gazed back with indifference, a smirk playing on his lips as he vanished from sight. In the next instant, Lu Jing was sent crashing backward with a howl. As the dawn of 2018 approached, he wished everyone a happy new year. Cough, cough. How could this be? Blood trickled from Lu Jing's mouth, his pupils constricting as his chest heaved. Gradually, he rose, fixing a furious stare upon Luo Feng. "Kid, who exactly are you?" Lu Jing spat through gritted teeth. Luo Feng approached Lu Jing, speaking softly. "I am someone you cannot afford to provoke." Standing before Lu Jing, who towered over him, Luo Feng had to tilt his head to meet his gaze. Lu Jing's imposing stature and robust physique made Luo Feng appear as small as a primary school student. "What do you want?" Lu Jing wiped the blood from his mouth, glancing at Luo Feng's calm, unperturbed eyes, feeling a twinge of unease. Despite his desire to appear tough, the thought of Luo Feng's strength made him tremble. "I offer you two choices. First, I incapacitate you, and you crawl out of the martial arts hall. Second, upon your return, you announce to the supernatural martial arts community of Yinqing that Luo Feng from Qingshan Martial Arts Hall will engage in a life-and-death duel with Cheng Zijia at the martial arts conference." Luo Feng extended 2 fingers, stating matter-of-factly. Without hesitation, Lu Jing responded, "I choose the second option." A slight smile crept across Luo Feng's face. He knew precisely what Lu Jing would select to compel Cheng Zijia into a duel. It was essential to make the news public, thereby forcing Cheng Zijia to confront him. Initially, Luo Feng had intended to create public discourse after persuading Luo Shan, but now, with a more suitable candidate at hand, he would not let the opportunity slip away. After all, Lu Jing was a well-known master in Yinqing, and his words carried significant weight, yielding far greater impact than if Luo Feng were to announce it himself. Luo Shan, having overheard Luo Feng's declaration, changed his expression and stepped forward, saying, "Xiao Feng, what are you doing? Cheng Zijia wants to settle matters with me. You shouldn't interfere." Luo Feng turned to Luo Shan, his expression one of helplessness as he shrugged and sighed. "Uncle, are you still a match for Cheng Zijia?" This, Luo Shan's face flushed with embarrassment. He did not wish for Luo Feng to take his place if anything were to happen to Luo Feng. He could not bear to face his brother. Luo Feng continued, "Uncle, you should have realized from my earlier display of strength that an ordinary master is no longer my opponent, nor is Cheng Zijia. Therefore, you should rest easy that I cannot bear to see you perish at Cheng Zijia's hands, and Sister Qingqing also does not wish to lose her father." Gently patting Luo Shan's shoulder, he spoke softly. "Uncle, I have grown up and should bear some responsibilities. You deserve to rest. After all, you have worked so hard." Luo Shan's throat tightened, as if something had lodged there, and he opened his mouth but could not utter a word. Finally, he shook his head and sighed, speaking slowly. "Indeed, you have grown. You are now a man capable of standing on your own." Xiao Feng, I will follow your lead, but you must ensure your own safety. Countless words culminated in a single statement. With a heavy sigh, Luo Shan turned and left, entrusting the matter to Luo Feng. Watching his uncle's desolate figure recede, Luo Feng felt a twinge of sadness. He turned to Luo Qingqing, saying, Sister Qingqing, please accompany uncle. Luo Qingqing cast a worried glance at Lu Jing, but nodded in response. Luo Feng waved his hand reassuringly, saying gently, Do not worry, I will handle this, after she departed to join Luo Shan. Luo Feng shifted his focus back to Lu Jing, stating, Now that you have made your choice, you must follow through that if you fail to achieve the desired outcome, the first option will be your fate. Understood? Lu Jing nodded vigorously and, having received Luo Feng's consent, hurriedly left Qingshan Martial Arts Hall, that he perceived that the Qingshan Martial Arts School was merely pretending to be weak while harboring a formidable backing, deliberately showcasing its feebleness, which left Lu Jing in tears at that moment. Every apprentice of the Qingshan Martial Arts School exhibited an expression of exhilaration. Luo Feng's display of immense strength astonished and thrilled them in equal measure. The decline of the Qingshan Martial Arts School could be attributed to a lack of strong figures to uphold its reputation. Originally, Luo Shan was a master, but after his injury, the school's prestige waned progressively. The news of Luo Shan's defeat at the hands of a high-ranking ability user after Cheng Zijia issued a challenge spread like wildfire throughout Yin City, serving as the final straw that led to the complete downfall of the Qingshan Martial Arts School. Now, with Luo Feng showcasing his astonishing prowess and effortlessly defeating the master-level Lu Jing, it implied that Luo Feng had ascended to the ranks of a master himself, and not at the bottom tier. For the Qingshan Martial Arts School, this was akin to encountering a savior. Whether the school could regain its former glory depended entirely on Luo Feng. Observing the apprentices approaching him, Luo Feng gave a slight nod. He had always welcomed those who valued friendship. Luo Feng, we owe you a great deal this time. If it weren't for you, our Qingshan Martial Arts School might have already become a relic of the past. Wu Xian said solemnly, cupping his hands in gratitude. Luo Shan revered the ancient martial spirit that has been passed down through generations in East China, and his demeanor reflected a certain chivalric essence reminiscent of ancient warriors. Consequently, his disciples inevitably mirrored Luo Shan's influence, emulating the ancients in their actions. Luo Feng scrutinized Wu Xian, recalling how the latter often hindered him before he became Saiyan, and their relationship had not been particularly amicable. However, Luo Feng was astonished to find that those who remained at the Qingshan Martial Arts School were precisely the individuals who had opposed him, prompting a moment of reflection. Luo Feng waved his hand dismissively and said, I, too, am a member of the Qingshan Martial Arts School. It is only natural for me to do these things. What I wish to convey is that I hope you can set aside your prejudices against me and join hands to revitalize the Qingshan Martial Arts School. Wu Xian and the others behind him lowered their heads awkwardly, taken aback that the once disregarded youth had become their pillar of support. For a moment, they found it difficult to adjust. Wu Xian quickly added, It was my fault before. I couldn't stand seeing you monopolizing so many resources that it seems now that the master's approach is indeed wise. You are more outstanding than we are, and from now on, the Qingshan Martial Arts School will depend on you. Luo Feng smiled and patted Wu Xian on the shoulder before turning to leave. As he reached the door, his voice drifted back. Rest assured, with me around, the school will not falter. I hope you all will strive diligently and not fall too far behind. After Luo Feng departed, Wu Xian and the others looked at the entrance. Clenching their fists, despite awakening much later than they had, Luo Feng had now far surpassed them, which was indeed disheartening. Yet this also provided Wu Xian and the others with a goal. Although achieving this target would be exceedingly challenging, it was certainly better than having no objective at all. Upon returning home, Luo Feng resolved to forego visiting the Judgment Branch for the time being, choosing instead to contemplate his insights. He understood that refining his control over Qi would greatly benefit him in the future. Thus, Luo Feng remained at home for a full 13 days until he received a message from Xiaolan of the Judgment Branch. Are you asking me to go to the Judgment Branch? Is there something amiss? Luo Feng pondered, perplexed by the message displayed on his communicator. Xiaolan had also provided him considerable assistance, and he felt it was only right for him to lend a hand if any difficulties arose. In that case, I shall pay a visit to the Judgment Branch. Upon his arrival, Luo Feng discovered Xiao Lan and several colleagues awaiting him, which took him by surprise. "It appears you all are waiting for me." Luo Feng inquired with a smile. Xiao Lan stepped forward, exasperated, and replied, "We are here waiting for you for your sake." "For me?" Luo Feng pointed at himself, scratching his head in confusion, unable to comprehend Xiao Lan's words. With a serious expression, Xiao Lan stated, "I heard you are to engage in a life-and-death duel with Cheng Zijia from the new Cheng Martial Arts School." Luo Feng suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. His actions had created quite a stir, and given the intelligence capabilities of the Judgment Branch, they could not possibly be unaware. However, he had not anticipated that his friend from the Judgment Branch would wait specifically for him regarding this matter, filling his heart with warmth. Although he had only spent a little over a month there, Xiao Lan and the others had shown him considerable care. Observing Xiao Lan's serious demeanor, Luo Feng chuckled. "Sister Xiao Lan, this is not such a significant matter. Hence, I did not inform you." Xiao Lan shot him a piercing glance and retorted, "A life-and-death duel is not a serious matter. What do you consider to be significant? Elder Ling entrusted you to us, and we must take responsibility. If anything were to happen to you, how would we explain it to Elder Ling?" The others behind Xiao Lan chimed in. "That's right. Xiao Feng, while we know you are a genius with remarkable strength at such a young age, there are always stronger individuals out there, and you must not be complacent. Indeed, we have executed numerous missions and encountered many formidable opponents, many of whom possess hidden depths. Your reckless decisions could lead to perilous consequences." Luo Feng looked at them, feeling a sense of helplessness as he shrugged his shoulders and replied, "While I appreciate your concern, you should be well aware of my strength. Do you truly believe I would lose?" Seeing Luo Feng's nonchalant expression, Xiao Lan slapped him on the head, her tone serious as she said, "Let me tell you, Cheng Zijia is no ordinary individual. The forces behind him are beyond your imagination. Do not assume that just because you can defeat him now, you will be able to win at the martial arts conference. The dangers involved are far beyond your comprehension." Xiao Lan's words momentarily stunned Luo Feng. He had not anticipated her to take the matter so seriously and felt she was overreacting. After all, he had already defeated Cheng Zijia and was acutely aware of the latter's capabilities. Luo Feng did not believe that Cheng Zijia could experience a meteoric rise in strength within a mere half-month unless he possessed some extraordinary advantage. It was precisely this understanding that fueled Luo Feng's confidence. Xiao Lan seemed poised to say more, but one of her colleagues grasped her shoulder and exchanged glances with her. Sighing, Xiao Lan took a small device from her pocket and handed it to Luo Feng. "Xiao Feng, this is a miniature environmental simulation system. It can replicate a full moon's environment anywhere. However, due to its high energy consumption, it can only be used for 10 minutes, but if you find yourself in danger, use it," Xiao Lan explained, pointing at the device. Luo Feng accepted the device, his lips twitching. While the Great A transformation could enhance his strength, it also altered his temperament, potentially blurring the lines between friend and foe. He hadn't expected Xiao Lan to entrust him with such a device, and he remarked, "Sister Xiao Lan, you are well aware of my transformation. While it may enhance my power, it also changes my personality, presenting an unstable factor." Xiao Lan waved her hand dismissively, exclaiming, "What are you afraid of? Even if the venue is destroyed, our people from the Judgment Branch will support you as long as you can ensure your safety. Everything else can be set aside." Luo Feng's mouth twitched as he gazed at his friends. Despite his confidence in winning, he was genuinely touched by their concern. He rubbed his nose and spoke softly. "Thank you, Sister Xiao Lan, and all of you. I truly appreciate it." Xiao Lan huffed, "In the future, if anything arises, just let me know. Although I may not be exceptionally powerful, I still command a certain respect in Yin City." Luo Feng chuckled. "All right, then I shall follow you from now on, sister." Xiao Lan playfully punched Luo Feng, offering a few more words of advice before returning to the office with the others. The martial arts conference was just 2 days away, and the organizing body was the Judgment Branch, which had kept them exceptionally busy, dedicating nearly all their time to preparing for the event. Through the individuals of the Judgment Branch, Luo Feng gathered information about the martial arts conference, which was held annually. However, every 4 years, A martial arts evaluation would take place to assess the rankings of the schools. The varying ranks of martial arts schools determined the treatment and policies they received. Higher-ranked schools could admit more apprentices and participate in more prestigious events and competitions to ensure uniform management. The rankings of martial arts schools were assessed by the judgment branch. Once violations occur within the martial arts school, the authority shall revoke all rights and apprehend the relevant personnel in addition to assessing the school's rank. The Martial Arts Conference is also responsible for mediating conflicts between schools, which is divided into civil mediation and martial mediation. Civil mediation involves both parties amicably sitting together, sharing a meal, discussing matters, and ultimately resolving their grievances with a smile in contrast, martial mediation is determined by strength, where the victor dictates the terms. The most dire outcome in martial mediation is a duel to the death. Should both parties demand such a duel, it signifies that their conflict has reached an irreconcilable point, prompting the authority to arrange a venue for this lethal confrontation. That a duel to the death is defined as a contest of martial prowess wherein only one individual can emerge alive, or perhaps none will even be left standing. Since the inception of the Martial Arts Conference, every instance of a duel to the death has captivated countless onlookers. The impending duel between Luo Feng and Cheng Zijia has garnered special emphasis through heightened promotion by Lu Jing. Beyond Smoke City, several surrounding cities are also aware of the event. Everyone is filled with anticipation, for the clash between two master-level warriors promises to be nothing short of breathtaking, in the new Qing martial arts school. Following Luo Feng's visit to challenge the school over a fortnight ago, Cheng Zijia has remained sequestered in his retreat, emerging not at all. The new Qing martial arts school has reverted to its original state. Yet the apprentices are plagued with trepidation each day. They have heard rumors of the impending duel between Luo Feng and Cheng Zijia and initially intended to inform Cheng Zijia. However, paralyzed by fear of him, none dare to disturb his solitude. They now believe Cheng Zijia's fate is sealed. After all, Luo Feng personally defeated him, and they were all present to witness it clearly in truth, they secretly wish for Cheng Zijia's swift demise. Within the confines of the new Qing martial arts school, they have endured countless torments, living in constant fear for their lives. To them, this place resembles a purgatory, with merely a day remaining until the martial arts conference. Cheng Zijia finally emerged from his retreat. However, upon seeing his appearance, the apprentices felt a chill surge from their feet to the crown of their heads. "Master, you have returned," one apprentice stammered, swallowing hard. Cheng Zijia's lips curled into a sinister smile. Clad in a flowing black robe, his pupils entirely vanished, replaced by pitch-black orbs. An aura of chilling malevolence radiated from him. Anyone standing in his vicinity felt as though their very essence was being siphoned away. The apprentice before him felt this sensation acutely, enhancing Cheng Zijia's terror in his eyes. As the school prepared, Cheng Zijia surveyed the room, speaking casually. The apprentice nodded vigorously, relaying all that had transpired over the past 10 days. When a subject of Luo Feng arose, the apprentice hesitated. Cheng Zijia shot him a glance and softly inquired, "What is it?" "Master, the word outside is that you and that lad from Qingshan Martial Arts School will engage in a duel to the death at the Martial Arts Conference." This news is spread throughout Smoke City. The apprentice spoke cautiously. Cheng Zijia raised an eyebrow, a peculiar smile creeping across his face, and replied, "Oh, that young man is quite confident, haha. After all, he did manage to defeat me." The apprentice glanced at Cheng Zijia, then quickly bowed his head, sensing the unsettling aura surrounding him, as if he might be consumed at any moment. Cheng Zijia regarded the apprentice and asked, "Are you afraid of me?" The apprentice trembled, lowering his head even further, unwilling to respond. Cheng Zijia nodded. "Yes, that is the appropriate reaction. After all, even I fear myself." He looked at his hands, dark energy swirling between his fingers. Suddenly, he placed his palm upon the apprentice's head. The apprentice felt a wave of darkness engulf him. As his strength was gradually siphoned away, his breath becoming increasingly labored until he began to suffocate. Watching the apprentice struggle, Cheng Zijia let out a cruel laugh. The dark energy enveloping the apprentice entirely, draining his essence and vitality for his own consumption. Before long, the apprentice lay lifeless before him, a mere husk. Chang Zizhi reveled in his newfound power, laughing maniacally. This is the power of a god, young man. Wait and see. I will drain you dry and make you truly experience despair. Bang bang. Chang Zizhi turned at the sound, discovering several individuals in the distance, gazing at him and the corpse with terror. They had witnessed the earlier scene from the shadows and attempted to flee, but their movements had betrayed them. You wish to escape? Chang Zizhi asked with a sadistic grin. The onlookers fell to their knees, bowing their heads and pleading, Master, spare us. Chang Zizhi approached them slowly, shaking his head as he said, There is no need for such fear, for your fear will not change a thing. Dark energy began to waft from Chang Zizhi, enveloping the individuals before him. They struggled briefly before collapsing, their bodies shriveling into lifeless shells. Chang Zizhi reveled in the ever-increasing surge of power, a mad gleam in his eyes as he eagerly anticipated the martial arts conference the following day. At that moment, he was determined to slay Luo Feng and avenge his previous humiliation. One knew what transpired at the new Qing martial arts school, and Luo Feng would never suspect that his adversary had already succumbed to darkness. Finally, as Luo Feng awaited the moment, the time for the martial arts conference had arrived. The event was hosted in a grand arena on the outskirts of Smoke City, spacious enough to accommodate thousands. A notable structure renowned for various sporting events, Luo Shan accompanied Luo Feng to the venue. Although Luo Feng had heard of the martial arts conference before, this was his inaugural attendance, filling him with curiosity. Upon entering the arena, Luo Feng noted the circular arrangement, with a football field at its center surrounded by seating for spectators. From elevated positions, one would require binoculars to discern the happenings below. However, despite its vastness, it posed no challenge for awakened martial artists. Nearly all of them possessed keen senses, allowing for clear visibility even from afar. As Luo Feng stood at the periphery, observing the scene, he felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. The attendees had already taken their seats, representatives from various martial arts schools, each master accompanied by their apprentices. Some schools brought only a few participants, while others arrived with dozens, the largest contingent consisting of 40 individuals. Although Luo Feng was aware that Smoke City hosted numerous martial arts schools, witnessing such a gathering provided him with a more visceral understanding. Uncle, I will head over now. Luo Feng indicated towards the front row, addressing Luo Shan. Luo Shan nodded and led Luo Qingqing, Wu Saiyan, and others to their designated seats at Qingshan Martial Arts School, which had been allocated a spot in the front 3 rows, reserved solely for esteemed schools. Luo Feng approached the podium, greeting Xiaolan and the others seated there before taking his place. Since becoming Ling Yan's disciple, his status had risen significantly, affording him favorable treatment at the authorities branch. The reason Xiaolan and her associates had arranged for Luo Feng to occupy a seat at the podium was to signal to everyone that he bore a close relationship with the authority. Anyone considering ill will towards him would need to think twice about provoking the branch. Only a handful of individuals represented the authority at the podium, typically a stable group for each year's martial arts conference. Thus, the masters and apprentices from various schools in Smoke City recognized them. However, today, an additional figure appeared at the podium, leaving many astonished. Hey, who is that young man sitting at the podium? I don't know. Perhaps he is a privileged offspring of an influential family. Otherwise, it would be unlikely for someone so young to occupy that position. Truly, the disparity among people is disheartening, and no matter how hard we strive for a decade, we cannot compare to someone like him. Indeed, if your father were a big shot at the authority, you would likely be a cadre there by now. Among those unaware of the situation, speculations about Luo Feng's identity circulated, and he found himself the target of envy for his youth and relative obscurity. Even though there had been prior proclamations regarding his life-and-death duel with Chang Zizhi, he remained a figure known only by name. Never before seen, Luo Feng languidly sat there, entirely indifferent to the gazes of those around him. His eyes were fixed unwaveringly on the entrance. He waited patiently as time ticked by, and one by one, the martial arts schools that had yet to arrive began to take their places. Yes, he observed individual after individual entering. The moment for the gathering as commencement drew ever closer, yet the person he awaited remained absent. Could it be that he lacks the courage to show up? Luo Feng scoffed to himself. Beside him, Xiaolan remarked, "There are still 5 minutes left. since the news has been disseminated, if Cheng Zijia wishes to remain in Yen City. He must make an appearance, and no sooner had Xiao Lan's words left her lips than Cheng Zijia slowly walked in, the sole representative from the new Cheng martial arts school. There's something off about his aura, Luo Feng mused, his gaze fixed on the distant figure of Cheng Zijia. From the podium, Luo Feng had already sensed that Cheng Zijia's energy was unusually chilling, leaving him quite uncomfortable. How could his aura have changed so drastically? Luo Feng pondered, scrutinizing Cheng Zijia with growing intrigue. After consuming the super god water to unlock his potential, he had gained the ability to perceive the energies of others, although his range extended only about half the size of Yen City. This ability was expanding as he continued to refine his skills. As Luo Feng sensed Cheng Zijia's energy, the latter also took note of Luo Feng, offering him a slight smile and gesturing with his lips before making his way toward one side of the venue. Are you making me wait to meet my demise? This duel is beginning to take an interesting turn, Luo Feng thought, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. Xiao Lan observed keenly. Cheng Zijia's arrival not only captured Luo Feng's attention, but also that of the adjudicators present. The adjudicators exchanged glances, clearly intrigued by Cheng Zijia's entrance, prompting a flicker of suspicion to rise within Luo Feng's mind, causing his gaze toward Cheng Zijia to grow more solemn. A person capable of drawing the focus of the adjudicators is certainly no ordinary individual. Although Cheng may not possess exceptional strength, the fact that he garnered such attention suggests that his background is anything but simple. Luo Feng contemplated quietly. His interest was thoroughly piqued. He was eager to discover what made Cheng Zijia so distinct. Following Cheng Zijia's entrance, two more martial disciples from different schools arrived, signaling that the time had come. As a bell tolled, the previously bustling venue gradually fell silent. The podium. The head of the adjudicator stood and commenced the opening remarks, eloquently speaking for 10 minutes before transitioning to the first segment of the gathering, the evaluation of the martial arts schools. Once the head took his seat, Xiao Lan rose, holding a transparent screen that displayed the previous rankings of all the schools. With swift movements, she manipulated the screen, producing a colossal holographic image in the open air, showcasing the information of each martial arts school on a virtual display. Simultaneously, the communication devices of each school's head illuminated with detailed information regarding their respective schools, including both past and newly assessed rankings. Upon the announcement of these rankings, the assembly erupted into a cacophony of voices, many expressing discontent with the evaluations of their schools, leading to a surge of dissenting opinions. Silence, the head of the adjudicators commanded, casting a sweeping glance over the crowd as he spoke in a low tone. Although his voice was soft, it penetrated the ears of all present, his authority immediately silencing the room. He addressed the assembly. I understand your feelings. Many of you believe that your school's strength exceeds what has been recognized. Thus, you deem your evaluations to be unfairly low. However, I must inform you that this evaluation was derived from 5 rounds of assessments conducted by the adjudicators. If anyone wishes to contest the evaluation, according to the rules, you may challenge the school you believe has received an unjust ranking. Should you triumph over a school ranked higher than yours, you will take their place. As the head finished speaking, 7 martial arts schools promptly stood up. The head regarded them briefly before inquiring, which school do you wish to challenge? We wish to challenge the Qingshan Martial Arts School. The 7 heads declared in unison. Their voices echoed, drawing the gaze of all present toward Qingshan Martial Arts School, which was seated in the third, or OWTO occupy a position in the 3rd row. A school must be at least a mid-tier grandmaster level. Grandmaster schools are defined by having a head who is a grandmaster-level supernatural martial artist, with grandmasters further divided into high-tier, mid-tier, and low-tier. Each tier corresponds to the ranking of the school established by its grandmaster. Although the founder of Qingshan Martial Arts School, Luo Shan, was no longer a grandmaster in strength, the school still held a mid-tier grandmaster ranking, a designation that provoked considerable discontent among other school heads. Thus, it was no surprise that so many sought to challenge Qingshan Martial Arts School. Luo Qingqing sensed the hostile gazes around her and felt a surge of anxiety. Tugging at Luo Shan's sleeve to express her concern, Luo Shan gently patted her hand, signaling her to remain calm. Awakens, and others behind Luo Shan swallowed nervously. They were indeed proud of Qingshan Martial Arts School's mid-tier grandmaster ranking. Yet this assessment had incited widespread resentment, leaving them feeling uncertain. The head of the adjudicators cast a glance at the 7 schools, recognizing their role as test cases. Should they succeed, their schools would rise in rank. Should they fail, the benefits would revert to Qingshan Martial Arts School. Very well. Since you contest the ranking of Qingshan Martial Arts School, you may challenge them. However, if you lose, you should be aware of the consequences. The head stated. The challengers thumped their chests affirmatively, vowing that should they lose, all the benefits of their schools would be forfeited to Qingshan Martial Arts School. Luo Feng observed the proceedings with clarity, a grin spreading across his face. Xiao Lan shot him a glare, fully aware of the amusement he derived from the situation. Each of the 7 heads was a low-tier grandmaster, with combat capabilities around 350. Even one of them would be a match for Luo Shan, let alone the fact that they were challenging as a group. 7 grandmasters against Luo Shan, who is no longer a grandmaster. One of them could easily defeat him. I suspect these 7 schools will end up battling among themselves, as there is only one spot available. It appears the adjudicators have made a grievous error in ranking Qingshan Martial Arts School as mid-tier grandmaster. There must be some underlying reason for this. Who knows? The adjudicators are quite tyrannical. Even if we harbor grievances, what can we do? After all, they're stronger than us, Luo Feng thought. The martial disciples in the venue buzzed with speculation. Firmly believing that Qingshan Martial Arts School would inevitably face defeat, eagerly awaiting the spectacle of their downfall. Luo Shan, are you not coming down? Or are you simply a coward, too afraid to face us? One of the 7 challengers stepped forward, loudly taunting Luo Shan. Shoo! The crowd collectively hissed, a display of derision that signified their contempt for Luo Shan, who, in their eyes, was unworthy of the title of martial artist for shrinking from a challenge. You need not shout. I will fight you. Luo Feng stood up, leaping down from the podium and addressing the 7 challengers directly. His boldness captured the attention of the entire assembly, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment, followed by a mixture of curiosity and incredulity. The emergence of Luo Feng, who had intrigued them while seated at the podium, now stood up for Qingshan Martial Arts School, prompting many to speculate about his connection to it. I see now why the evaluation of Qingshan Martial Arts School is so elevated. It seems they have powerful backing. Clearly, that young man possesses an impressive background. What era are we in? The results are public. Even if they wish to cheat, they will be exposed. I am eager to see whether the adjudicators will incur public wrath for Qingshan Martial Arts School. Not only were the onlookers speculating, but the 7 challengers were also exchanging glances of uncertainty. The first to step forward scoffed at Luo Feng. Kid, I suggest you retreat while you can. Perhaps your background is significant, but since I stand here, I fear nothing that if you do not leave, and I happen to incapacitate you, do not blame me. Luo Feng maintained a calm demeanor, surveying the 7 challengers before slowly replying, Are you finished? If so, let us begin. The man, infuriated by Luo Feng's indifferent expression, gestured to the other 6, declaring, Let me take the lead. I wish to teach this brat a lesson. The other 6 men chuckled. Be gentle. After all, he is a young master. If you injure him, it will be quite unfortunate. Laughter erupted among the 7, for they did not consider Luo Feng to be a match for any of them. However, Luo Feng boldly declared, to save time, Why not all come at me at once? What? Did I hear you correctly? You want a 7 to take on just one of you? One man exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. The other 6 mirrored his astonishment. For Luo Feng's words were undeniably audacious, a sharp affront to their ears. Although they were merely low-tier masters, they were still masters, and the dignity of a master should not be so easily besmirched in their eyes. To them, Luo Feng seemed intent on humiliating them. I will count to 3. If you do not strike, I shall. Luo Feng extended 3 fingers, his tone calm and unyielding. Youth, do not let your arrogance get the better of you. A strong background does not grant you the liberty to act as you please. 3. You have gone too far. With so many witnesses, do you think we would hesitate to confront you together? 2. Despicable. This brat is infuriating. Allow me to teach him a lesson. 1. Just as their furious words echoed, Luo Feng's figure vanished in an instant, In the next moment, one man spat blood and was sent flying, hurtling out of the venue. The sudden turn of events left everyone in shock. Before they could comprehend what had transpired, Luo Feng appeared before another adversary. With a single punch, he shattered the opponent's fiery shield and struck his chest. The sound of cracking bones resonating in the air. The man's eyes glazed over, his flames extinguished, and he collapsed to the ground. This is impossible. In the blink of an eye, one had been sent flying. Another felled, all too swift for the remaining 5 to fully grasp. Luo Feng cast a glance at the others, and with a mere blink, his body vanished once more. When he reappeared, the third opponent had also succumbed. Finally, the remaining 4 reacted, unleashing their unique abilities in a chaotic blend directed at Luo Feng. That a beam of white light erupted, a colossal pillar of energy surging forth to counter their attacks. Under the gaze of all present, the pillar forcefully dispersed their abilities, sending them careening away. Cries of agony filled the air as the once smooth lawn was transformed into a vast chasm, the 4 lying within, their fates uncertain. From the moment Luo Feng made his move until it concluded, merely 3 minutes had elapsed. In that brief span, he had utterly defeated 7 low-tier masters with overwhelming ease. Gasps of disbelief echoed through the crowd as they struggled to comprehend the scene before them. A mere boy had vanquished 7 masters in a display of sheer dominance. Who is this young man? How could he possess such power? It is astonishing. When did Yin City give birth to such a formidable youth? The Qingshan martial arts school has indeed struck gold to be associated with him. The earlier mockery dissipated, leaving only envy and resentment in its wake. Luo Feng's exceptional performance had undoubtedly made a name for him. Henceforth, he would be recognized throughout Yin City's realm of ancient martial arts. Luo Qingqing, while aware of Luo Feng's prowess, had yet to witness the full extent of his abilities until now. Observing him showcase his might in the arena left her utterly astounded. Alas, little Feng has truly become a formidable force. Seeing his accomplishments now brings me great relief, Luo Shan remarked with a sigh. Luo Qingqing snapped back to reality, gazing at Luo Feng with pride. To her, he was akin to a brother. The once timid boy, who had been so affected by their parents' passing, was now capable of standing on his own. That a sense of nostalgia washed over her as memories of the past flickered through her mind, evoking a deep sense of reflection. Luo Feng gradually returned to his seat, turning to Xiao Lan with a smile. Sister Xiao Lan, is it all right that I've caused such destruction to the venue? Naturally, it is a concern. After the tournament concludes, you will be responsible for covering the repair costs, Xiao Lan retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Luo Feng. Luo Feng's lips twitched as he fell silent. Despite his formidable strength, he was still financially challenged, unable to even manage his living expenses, let alone afford the repairs to the arena. Xiao Lan observed his expression and snorted. She too felt a headache coming on. Luo Feng's high profile was too conspicuous, and his audacity could easily lead to trouble. Though Luo Feng had been somewhat ostentatious, his display of power had proven effective. No one dared to challenge the Qingshan martial arts school thereafter. However, this did not mean that other martial arts schools would refrain from issuing challenges. Soon enough, rivalries among other schools ignited. While these were also master-level battles, they paled in comparison to Luo Feng's earlier confrontation. Seated, Luo Feng watched the remaining battles unfold. Though he maintained an air of calm, anxiety churned within him. He longed to duel Changxia, for he sensed that the latter's aura had shifted dramatically. Luo Feng was uncertain of Changxia's current strength, yet he was acutely aware that it had significantly improved, and the magnitude of that enhancement was astounding. From the main stage, Luo Feng's gaze fell upon Changxia, who stood on the highest tier. A flicker of fire ignited in his eyes. After a prolonged wait, the challenges among all martial arts schools concluded, and each school's ranking was established. The next assessment would not occur for another 4 years. Then, the presiding official rose to summarize the event. After a brief address, the atmosphere in the arena grew tense. During this tournament, a life-and-death duel has been proposed, and it is none other than Luo Feng from the Qingshan martial arts school. The official proclaimed solemnly, as the official's words echoed. Attention shifted back to the Qingshan martial arts school, with everyone searching for Luo Feng. Yet, What followed left the crowd in utter shock. Luo Feng. I ask you once more, do you truly wish to challenge Chang Zijia of the new Cheng martial arts school to a duel to the death? The official inquired of Luo Feng. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Luo Feng slowly rose to his feet. The entire venue erupted in a cacophony of gasps. They had not anticipated that the powerful youth they had witnessed earlier was indeed Luo Feng of the Qing Shan martial arts school. My heavens, I cannot be mistaken. That lad is Luo Feng. How could this be possible? Damn it, he truly is a marvel. No wonder the Qing Shan martial arts school has attained the status of an intermediate master school. They have such a prodigy among them. Chang Zijia was indeed unfortunate to have caught the attention of this young monster. Surely he would be too intimidated to accept the challenge. After all, one's life is far more valuable than mere dignity. The crowd could hardly contain their excitement, murmuring in sympathy for Chang Zijia, for in their eyes, he was no match for Luo Feng. Luo Feng declared loudly, I shall engage Chang Zijia in a duel to the death. Chang Zijia, under the scrutiny of the crowd, stood as well, a wicked smile creeping across his face, his eyes glinting ominously. I accept your challenge for a life-and-death duel. We shall settle this matter once and for all. The atmosphere peaked with tension as the impending clash between Luo Feng and Chang Zijia captured everyone's attention. Logically, given Chang Zijia's strength, he should not be able to triumph over Luo Feng. Yet here he was, boldly accepting the challenge in front of all, earning the respect of the gathered spectators simply for his courage. Luo Feng surveyed the expressions of those around him, a wry smile crossing his lips. The situation felt as though he had stepped into a novel, where he played the role of the antagonist, while Chang Zijia embodied the protagonist, acknowledging the odds against him, yet still charging forward. This narrative seemed to have flipped entirely. The official observed the exchange and nodded in acknowledgement as both parties affirmed their intentions. With a grand gesture, he conjured a barrier that enveloped the entire football field below. This luminous barrier sealed off the arena. Only a power of forbidden level could breach it. This shall be your battleground. A true duel to the death, where victory and survival depend solely on your abilities, the official proclaimed, addressing both Luo Feng and Chang Zijia. Upon concluding his announcement, the barrier parted to reveal two openings, through which Luo Feng leaped first, followed closely by Chang Zijia. Luo Feng faced Chang Zijia with a grin. I thought you might shy away. It seems you are not as cowardly as I presumed. Chang Zijia exuded a chilling aura, his gaze fixed upon Luo Feng as he sneered. What if I were to kill you in front of all these witnesses? As he spoke, a sinister black mist enveloped him, emanating an aura so foreboding that it filled Luo Feng with revulsion. What kind of malevolent technique have you mastered to evoke such disgust? Luo Feng retorted, his brow furrowed in disdain. Chang Zijia's voice grew increasingly hoarse. Malevolent technique. Ha! This is an invincible divine skill, with a resonant hum. The black mist around Chang Zijia surged violently, launching itself towards Luo Feng. In response, Luo Feng erupted in a blaze of white energy, a formidable force that repelled the encroaching darkness. However, his expression shifted to one of alarm as he realized, this black fog can actually devour my strength. His pupils constricted as he felt his power gradually siphoned away by the mist. Despite the insidious absorption of his strength, Luo Feng steeled himself, recognizing that the process was agonizingly slow and thus not immediately detrimental. Regardless of how you acquired this ability, it remains insufficient against me. He scoffed, transforming into a streak of white light. He lunged at Chang Zijia like a colossal blade cleaving through the black fog. Chang Zijia seemed to anticipate this maneuver. A dense mass of black mist coalesced in his hands, interspersed with a bone-chilling cold that swiftly formed a massive black ice shield. As the shield materialized, Luo Feng's fist collided with it, creating a cacophony of sound, though the ice shield did not shatter instantly. Formidable cracks began to spiderweb outward from the point of impact. The shield momentarily halted Luo Feng's advance, but under the weight of his overwhelming strength, it shattered into countless black ice shards. As Luo Feng prepared for his next assault, the shards clung to him as though magnetized, ensnaring him in their grasp. Meanwhile, Chang Zijia wore a wicked smile, pressing his hands onto the ice shards enveloping Luo Feng. layering them until Luo Feng was completely ensconced within the black ice. The spectators fell silent, their expectations shattered. They gazed at the encased Luo Feng in disbelief. Surely, he hasn't been defeated so easily? Wasn't he exceptionally strong? Is Chang Zijia truly capable of subduing him? Murmured the onlookers, anxiety palpable in the in stark contrast. Those on the podium remained composed, observing the unfolding scene with an air of detachment, as if they were already aware of the outcome. Within the confines of the ice, Luo Feng was in distress. His strength was ebbing away like a flowing stream, threatening to reduce him to a mere shadow of his former self. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he knew he could not afford to conserve his power any longer. Suddenly, a tremendous force erupted from within Luo Feng, causing Chang Zijia, who was maintaining the ice, to stagger, his expression turning grim. He had underestimated Luo Feng's resilience. Despite his own burgeoning strength, it paled in comparison to Luo Feng's. The ice began to crack, fissures spreading as powerful energy surged forth, illuminating the arena with bursts of white light. As the crowd watched in awe, the colossal black ice block erupted violently, and Luo Feng somersaulted out, his tail thrashing like that of a newly awakened monkey king. Chang Zijia's expression darkened as he beheld Luo Feng, who had regained his formidable presence. That move was indeed troublesome. Had I retained my strength from half a month ago, you might have succeeded, Luo Feng declared, seriousness etched upon his face. You two have grown stronger, but I am still your superior. Chang Zijia's pupils quivered, his irises turning an inky black as he unleashed a wave of chilling energy. The blue frost intertwined with the black mist, creating a dark, frigid tempest. Chang Zijia clenched his fists, summoning enormous dark hands from the swirling cold, which surged towards Luo Feng with a gale-like ferocity. Luo Feng relished the challenge, leaping into the air to meet the monstrous hands with a powerful punch. With a resounding crash, the seemingly colossal hands shattered under his assault, followed by a flurry of blows that obliterated the remaining dark hands. Amidst his laughter, Luo Feng charged at Chang Zijia. With a decisive impact, Luo Feng's fist struck Chang Zijia's abdomen, the force reverberating through him and sending shockwaves through the ground. Chang Zijia's eyes reddened as he felt the crushing power within him. Realizing his vitality was being eroded as he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, Luo Feng withdrew his fist, while Chang Zijia collapsed, blood gushing from his mouth, mingled with fragments of his internal organs. You are finished, Luo Feng declared coldly, observing Chang Zijia's defeated form. As the latter fell, the oppressive black mist dissipated, restoring clarity to the arena. The spectators, once hopeful for a reversal, were left in stunned silence. Despite Chang Zijia's formidable techniques, they paled in the face of overwhelming strength. Chang Zijia coughed blood, lifting his gaze to Luo Feng, his completely blackened eyes glimmering with a hint of crimson. You truly astonish me. Had I not prepared a contingency, today would have marked my demise at your hands. Luo Feng's brow furrowed at these words. He was intrigued to discover his hidden cards, with only half his strength remaining. He felt confident in facing Chang Zijia. Chang Zijia brandished a jade stone shaped like a dagger, and under Luo Feng's watchful gaze, plunged it into his chest as the jade pierced his flesh. It emitted a cascade of dark light, enveloping Chang Zijia in a shroud of overwhelming black energy. Luo Feng's expression shifted dramatically as he hurled a punch at the encased figure, only to find his blow halted by an impenetrable barrier formed by the black mist. Dong Dong Wave, Luo Feng unleashed a beam of light, which, to his astonishment, was entirely consumed by the dark energy. His power continues to escalate, he thought, feeling the intensity of energy radiating from Chang Zi. A piercing shriek reverberated through the arena, overwhelming the spectators even as the barrier filtered some of the sound. What is unfolding within? Just witnessing it sends chills down my spine. Who exactly is Chang Zijia? With such power, he cannot possibly remain a nameless figure in Yen City. My heavens, this battle is truly exhilarating. It is perhaps the most thrilling spectacle I have witnessed in over a decade. Chang Zijia's transformation was nothing short of astounding. Even Luo Feng found the situation increasingly precarious. While he remained uncertain of the jade's nature, Its effects mirrored those of performance-enhancing substances, enabling a rapid surge in strength in a life-or-death duel. Anything goes. The stakes allowed for the use of all means necessary, even the consumption of forbidden drugs. Thus, although Chang Zijie resorted to forbidden techniques, the martial artists present were not taken aback. The dark aura enveloping Chang Zijie gradually dissipated, while his appearance remained largely unchanged. His very essence underwent a monumental transformation. Luo Feng stood 50 paces away from Chang Zijie, ensnared within the latter's oppressive aura, feeling as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, every hair on his body standing on end. The two locked eyes, and an eerie silence enveloped the arena. Even the spectators on the periphery held their breath. Ha! A sinister grin curled upon his lips, and in the blink of an eye, his figure vanished. That was fast. Luo Feng's pupils constricted instantaneously as he unleashed a strike to his left. A muffled thud resonated as a ripple of energy emanated from the impact. The next moment, Luo Feng pivoted and delivered a powerful kick, followed by a flurry of punches aimed at an unseen opponent. The entire arena became a whirlwind of motion as Luo Feng's body danced incessantly, his fists slicing through the vacuum, generating successive ripples of energy around him. Chang Zijie's speed was so extraordinary that the weaker martial artists in the arena could barely perceive his form. Even Luo Feng could only just keep pace with Chang Zijie's movements. "Can you still keep up with me?" Chang Zijie's voice echoed from all directions, making it impossible to discern his location from mere sound. Luo Feng's gaze darted around. What was once a clear view of Chang Zijie's silhouette now reduced to mere shadows. Here, Luo Feng's expression shifted as he struck leftward, only to find his pupils constricting in alarm. "I'm right behind you." "Not good." Chang Zijie materialized behind Luo Feng, pressing a palm against his back. The biting cold, mingled with dark energy, threatened to freeze half of Luo Feng's body in an instant. In that moment, Luo Feng felt half of his body go numb, while the depletion of his strength accelerated at an alarming rate. "Your power shall be entirely absorbed by me. I shall transform you into a lifeless husk." Chang Zijie sneered, "Xian Jinggong." Just as Luo Feng teetered on the brink of complete immobilization, his power surged dramatically, a blazing crimson aura erupting forth, shattering the ice encasing him. Chang Zijie, seeing this, let out a cold huff. Gesturing with one hand as a massive ice spike descended from the heavens, aimed directly at Luo Feng's crown. Despite having expended a significant portion of his energy, Luo Feng's strength had become formidable. The raging flames transformed into a tempest, wreaking havoc within the energy shield, vaporizing the colossal ice spike. Luo Feng fixed his gaze on Chang Zijie, his resolute face emerging from the blood-red flames. He could no longer afford to delay. Failure in this battle would spell his doom. With Xian Jinggong at full throttle, a colossal pillar of energy surged towards Chang Zijie. The Kamehameha, as it traversed, fractured the earth beneath it, and the violent energy, carrying sand and debris, plunged the energy shield into a realm of obscurity. Facing such overwhelming energy, Chang Zijie's expression contorted in rage. The jade stone on his chest flickered with dark light, and a series of black energy pillars erupted from within him, swirling with icy tendrils as they surged toward Luo Feng. Boom! The clash of the icy black energy and the Kamehameha resulted in a fierce confrontation of two opposing forces. Within the shield, a dichotomy of white and black emerged, as the immense energy caused the entire barrier to tremble, as if on the verge of shattering. Luo Feng, having exerted his full strength, found himself limited to only a fraction of his potential due to exhaustion. Yet even then, his combat prowess approached 600. I never anticipated Chang Zijie's power to have escalated to such heights that I can sense a portion of my own energy within his. Luo Feng mused internally. He had come to comprehend Chang Zijie's capabilities and recognized that, should Chang Zijie's power continue to grow, given time, he would undoubtedly become even more formidable. Luo Feng understood that he could not afford to lose this battle. His indomitable will to win subtly influenced his strength at that moment of stalemate. An astonishing surge of power erupted from within Luo Feng, causing the entire shield to quiver in the days prior. He had been burdened with numerous tasks. The culmination of these efforts was now manifesting. This explosive force was nearly earth-shattering. Even with the shield in place, those seated in the stands could feel the ground trembling beneath them. At this instant, Luo Feng's aura reached a nearly explosive state, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes radiating an unwavering determination akin to the immovable Mount Tai. Behind him, a shadowy gorilla roared, reminiscent of the state sun. Wukong entered when executing the heaven-piercing fist. The overwhelming might, accompanied by a soul-stirring roar, shattered the previously balanced standoff. The Kamehameha surged forth in an explosive wave, relentlessly bearing down upon Cheng Zijie. Impossible. Cheng Zijie gazed at the towering energy pillar, his expression morphing into one of terror that, if struck, he would face certain injury or death. Attempting to channel the power of the Jade Stone, he found it offered him no assistance this time. This unforeseen turn of events plunged Cheng Zijie into despair. I refuse to accept this. After all my efforts, why must I face defeat? Cheng Zijie howled at the heavens. It was too late to turn the tide. Ultimately, Cheng Zijie was engulfed by the Kamehameha, and in that moment, the entire barrier was bathed in blinding white light, as the astonished eyes of all witnesses beheld the spectacle. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by an unmatched wave of energy that soared into the sky. Spectators surrounding the arena witnessed a radiant beam piercing the heavens, resembling a portal between worlds, drawing their attention. After what felt like an eternity, tranquility finally descended upon the arena. Luo Feng, weary, stood at the center, while Cheng Zijie lay at the barrier's edge, his fate uncertain. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. The battle had at last concluded. Although Luo Feng emerged victorious, the prowess displayed by Cheng Zijie left an indelible mark of astonishment. It could be said that following this martial arts tournament, the names Luo Feng and Cheng Zijie would echo throughout the entirety of Yin City, their clash becoming a topic of endless discussion. Luo Feng gazed at the fallen Cheng Zijie, an inscrutable glimmer in his eyes, though he yearned for a confrontation with the now formidable Cheng Zijie. For the sake of his uncle's safety, he felt compelled to eliminate him. Though I harbor no desire to take a life, I must do so for my uncle's sake. Regrettably, I shall not face you in your most powerful state. Luo Feng approached Cheng Zijie's side. Exhaling a heavy sigh, he coalesced a small luminous orb in his hand, directing it towards Cheng Zijie's heart. With a flicker of his gaze, he launched it forth. However, the ensuing scene took Luo Feng by surprise. A black, translucent shield materialized around Cheng Zijie, intercepting Luo Feng's strike. Shortly thereafter, a spectral figure emerged beside Cheng Zijie, clad in a black robe and enveloped in dark energy, exuding an aura of mystery. Had Cheng Zijie been conscious, he would have recognized this figure as the black-robed individual who initially led him to join the Black Moon as the specter appeared. The barrier encasing the arena disintegrated, prompting the judges seated at the podium to rise in astonishment. The specter surveyed the unfolding scene with a sinister chuckle. It appears you were prepared for this. While I anticipated exposure, I did not expect it to occur so swiftly. Luo Feng regarded the black-robed figure with confusion, then cast a glance toward the judges. The expressions on both sides were peculiar, leaving him in a state of uncertainty. What is happening? Who are you? Luo Feng inquired of the black-robed figure. The figure fixed its gaze upon Luo Feng, contemplating a fine specimen indeed. Such exceptional talent, combined with formidable physical prowess, could surely yield a super soldier. Luo Feng looked at the black-robed figure in bewilderment, the words causing his brow to furrow. He glanced at the prone Cheng Zijie, then back at the black-robed figure, connecting the dots with the judge's expressions, realizing that the situation was far from simple. Luo Feng cautiously retreated, his demeanor wary, inwardly lamenting, it seems Cheng Zijie cannot be killed. Yet, just as Luo Feng prepared to exit the scene, the figure gradually solidified, offering Luo Feng a faint smile as it reached toward him. Luo Feng felt an inexplicable paralysis seize him, his body seemingly frozen in place as he watched helplessly as the black-robed figure advanced upon him, devoid of any means to resist. If you wish to lay hands on Luo Feng, you must first pass my trial. Just as Luo Feng was about to be captured, the overseer appeared before him. Blocking the black-cloaked figure's attack, the black-cloaked man immediately withdrew, and in a swift motion, he reached Cheng Zijia's side. With a sneer directed at the overseer, he lamented, "What a pity! If my true self were here, none of you would escape. For now, this ends here." Grasping Cheng Zijia, he attempted to make his escape. The personnel from the Judgment Division sprang into action, converging in the arena to obstruct his retreat. The black-cloaked man surveyed his surroundings, disdain evident in his voice as he declared, "Do you really believe you can stop me?" The overseer gestured to the others, and the members of the Judgment Division charged towards the black-cloaked figure. Observing this, Luo Feng quickly distanced himself. He felt extremely weak and could not afford to be caught in the fray. He retreated to the sidelines, his gaze fixed intently on the chaos unfolding in the arena. The battle was fierce, and the area of conflict was expanding. To avoid being overwhelmed by the crowd, the black-cloaked man leaped and dashed towards the outskirts. The members of the Judgment Division pursued him, leaving behind a bewildered assembly of martial artists who had come to attend the gathering. The unexpected turn of events left everyone in a state of confusion. What had begun as a duel had transformed into this chaotic scene, leaving the spectators at a loss for what to do. What had just transpired? Though they did not fully comprehend, it seemed they had stumbled upon something significant, with the hosts of the gathering absent. What were they to do here? This was certainly not a wasted trip. I can guarantee that this gathering will undoubtedly become a focal point, with no one to preside over the venue. The atmosphere grew tumultuous, and the situation of the gathering was indeed rare, igniting the interest of all present. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Luo Feng approached Luo Shan and Luo Qingqing. Sitting beside Luo Shan, he offered a wry smile and said, "Uncle, I failed to eliminate Cheng Zijia." Luo Shan looked at Luo Feng with pride, having witnessed his nephew's performance in the arena, which had far surpassed his own expectations. He could see Luo Feng evolving into a formidable force, one who could honor the legacy of his deceased brother and sister-in-law. "You have done remarkably well, my child, as long as you grow up healthy." "That is my greatest wish," Luo Shan said, patting Luo Feng on the shoulder. Luo Feng rubbed his sore nose, feeling ill-equipped to handle such sentimental words. In his heart, apart from his late parents, his closest ties were to his uncle and cousin beside him. The presence of Cheng Zijia, however, felt like a thorn in Luo Feng's side, that he was certain Cheng Zijia would return, and next time, he wouldn't adhere to any rules. Luo Feng gazed towards the podium. Sensing that the events that had unfolded were far from simple, the individual who could demand such attention from the Judgment Division was undoubtedly not an ordinary person. Approximately half an hour after the Judgment Division departed, they returned at last. "Today we face some unexpected incidents, but they have been resolved," the overseer announced from the podium to the gathering. "Though this assembly concludes here, you may disperse." While the crowd was eager to uncover the identity of the black-cloaked figure, they understood that the overseer would not divulge any information. Although reluctant, they began to leave. As the crowd quietly dispersed, Luo Feng escorted Luo Shan and the others from the Qingshan Martial Arts School out of the venue. Approaching Xiaolan, he couldn't help but ask, "Sister Xiaolan, who was the black-cloaked figure? It seemed like he wanted to kill me." Luo Feng was deeply curious about the identity of the gray-black figure, especially since he had taken Cheng Zijia away, leaving a significant threat looming over Luo Feng. Moreover, the black-cloaked man had intentions to eliminate him, which was enough to compel his concern. Xiaolan glanced sideways, her brow furrowing slightly as she replied softly, "This matter involves significant complexities, and thus I cannot disclose anything to you. However, you must exercise caution. Both Cheng Zijia and the black-cloaked figure possess unique identities. Your performance today was outstanding, and you may draw their attention. Therefore, it would be wise for you to remain within the Judgment Division for the time being." Luo Feng gritted his teeth. He cared little for his own safety. However, he had to consider the well-being of Luo Shan and Luo Qingqing. "Sister Xiaolan, please do not worry about my safety, but I hope you can protect my uncle and cousin. That I fear Cheng Zijia may return," Luo Feng expressed with concern. Xiaolan nodded with a gentle smile. "Rest assured, Qingqing is my friend after all, and I will certainly look after her. You need not worry too much. For now, you should stay within the Judgment Division." Luo Feng shook his head, politely declining, "Thank you, Sister Xiaolan, but I prefer my home. You need not fret over me, as I still have a significant trump card." With that, he tapped the environmental simulation wristband on his wrist. Though it had not been utilized this time, it did not imply it would not be needed in the future. He had no intention of discarding his tail just yet. After all, his transformation into a giant ape was also a card up his sleeve. He would consider shedding it only when he mastered the King Kai fist. After the members of the Judgment Division departed, Luo Feng returned home, exhausted and famished from the life and death duel. Following a sumptuous meal at a restaurant, he collapsed in a bed, drifting into a deep slumber. When he awoke, he was unexpectedly greeted by a message from a system. Host has completed the milestone task of surpassing a combat power of 500. The reward has been sent to Luo Feng's storage space. Please check. The system's words momentarily stunned Luo Feng, but then elation washed over him. He quickly opened his character panel and discovered that his combat power had risen to 600. System interface. Task. Luo Feng. Combat power. 600. With the enhancement of Xianjing Gong, combat power reaches 1000. Note: the maximum enhancement limit of Xianjing Gong is 1000 combat power. Energy coins, 150. Storage box, 2 cubic meters. Luo Feng examined his character panel, pursing his lips at the annotation regarding Xianjing Gong. He felt a twinge of disappointment. The limitations of Xianjing Gong were rather disheartening. Perhaps it was because his current physique was that of a Saiyan, rendering Xianjing Gong's potential underwhelming. Once Luo Feng's combat power exceeded 1000, the efficacy of Xianjing Gong would diminish. Although somewhat disheartened, he rationalized it. After all, this was a martial art established by a taboos-level powerhouse. And achieving such effects was already commendable. That if I had the physique of an earthling, the results might be even better, Luo Feng mused. Next, Luo Feng's goal was the King Kai fist. While the King Kai fist was exceedingly expensive, it was an extraordinary martial art, making it the ideal choice for Luo Feng to engage in battles beyond his current capabilities. With this reward, the volume of his storage box had doubled. Eagerly, he opened the storage box. The expanded storage box now boasted double the space. Previously filled to capacity with a nimbus cloud, it finally had room to accommodate other items. In one corner of the storage box lay 2 cards. One was a 1000 copper coin voucher, and the other was a discount voucher. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed as he regarded the discount voucher, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was not a conventional guidance voucher, but rather a discount for guidance. A celestial guidance half-price voucher. How intriguing. I wonder how many copper coins the celestial guidance voucher costs, Luo Feng pondered. Upon opening the system, he noticed a special item on the panel, the celestial guidance voucher, priced at 5,000 copper coins. With a discount, Luo Feng would only need 2,500 copper coins to purchase it. He was quite eager about the prospect of celestial guidance in the Dragon Ball series. Son Goku had trained in the Celestial Temple for 3 years, during which he truly became a martial arts master. It could be said that training in the Celestial Temple yielded substantial benefits. If Luo Feng could go there to train, he might even learn the instant transmission technique, which would be an exceptional opportunity, adding this 1,000 copper coin voucher to his current total of 1150 copper coins. It seemed he needed to consider ways to earn more copper coins. Luo Feng stroked his chin, contemplating that in reality, there were numerous avenues for Luo Feng to acquire energy coins, one of which was through exchanges with the system for copper coins. The items that could be exchanged included martial arts manuals or rare treasures. However, Luo Feng currently lacked such items, and to obtain them, he would need sufficient funds. The True Dragon Network. That is indeed a viable option. Luo Feng suddenly recalled a particular website. He quickly donned a network helmet equivalent to the computer of his previous life. This helmet, utilizing VR technology, enabled him to interact with the data within the computer in a remarkably authentic manner. Upon activating the helmet, a virtual world unfolded before him, populated with numerous doors, each representing a distinct virtual function. Luo Feng approached the door that served as a browser, stepping inside to find himself in a void of blank nothingness. As he crossed the threshold, his consciousness shifted, and the entire realm transformed into a modern hall. Prominently displayed at the front of the hall were the grand characters Zhen, Long. Surrounding the hall were numerous counters, each manned by an individual presenting various introductions. The atmosphere was bustling with activity, showcasing a diverse array of attire among the crowd. However, all these individuals shared a common identity. They were all extraordinary warriors. Indeed, this helmet is quite effective. Were it a standard helmet, I doubt I would have been able to access the Qinglong network, Luo Feng mused, observing the individuals around him with a soft chuckle. The Qinglong network was no ordinary website. It was specifically established for extraordinary warriors in eastern China. This platform served as a task distribution site, where missions were posted, awaiting acceptance by these warriors. The rewards varied according to the difficulty of each task, and only those registered as extraordinary warriors of the Judgment Office could gain entry to this site. The helmet Luo Feng wore was a gift from his master, Ling Yin, granting him master-level access, thus enabling his entry into the Qinglong network. I possess master-level privileges, allowing me to undertake master-level tasks. Having a good master is truly a blessing, Luo Feng remarked with a slight smile. Proceeding towards the Master Zone, in stark contrast to the Extraordinary Warrior Zone, the Master-level area was noticeably less populated. Luo Feng surveyed his surroundings and counted no more than a handful of individuals. Most masters in Yin City established martial arts academies, which provided ample income to satisfy their needs. Thus, it was rare for them to seek tasks here. Observing the scattered figures, Luo Feng sighed in resignation. The Qinglong network featured subnetworks in each region, with Luo Feng situated in the Yin City subnetwork, although Yin City was regarded as a hub for martial arts among its neighboring cities. It still paled in comparison on a national scale. In major first-tier cities, master-level warriors were quite commonplace, and the true main network of the Qinglong network was established within these bustling metropolises. Despite the sparse crowd here, the number of tasks available remained substantial. Intrigued, Luo Feng approached a particular counter displaying 3 master-level manuals. Beside the manuals was a task description. As he read the task's details, a frown crossed Luo Feng's face. The Wasteland Company was a renowned security firm known for its generous compensation. Any warrior who joined the company would receive a master-level manual, if one were a master-level warrior. The company promised the best compensation nationwide, offering 3 master manuals upon joining, along with additional lucrative rewards. How absurd to place an advertisement here. I must admit, it's impressive, Luo Feng chuckled, shaking his head at the advertisement before the counter. Although the prospect of master manuals tempted him, he had no intention of joining such a security firm. Continuing his exploration, Luo Feng found that every counter he visited was inundated with advertisements, with very few actual tasks available. The Qinglong subnetwork in Yin City is riddled with fluff. Not a single worthwhile task in sight. He muttered, feeling disheartened. He had come here with high hopes, only to be met with an overwhelming barrage of advertisements that dampened his enthusiasm. He was in search of treasures that could be exchanged for copper coins, some of which money could not even buy. This was precisely why he had ventured here, yet now he felt somewhat disheartened. Patiently, Luo Feng examined several counters, discovering that the Wasteland Company was indeed relentless in its promotions. After scrutinizing 18 counters, he found that 12 were advertisements for this company. His interest in such an organization was non-existent. However, just as he prepared to leave, he noticed an inconspicuous counter adorned with a sign that read emergency in bold red letters. This piques my interest, Luo Feng thought as he approached the urgent sign. The counter held no task rewards, only a simple description sheet. Protect 1 individual, difficulty, master level 5 stars, reward, negotiable offline, contact information. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement as he focused on the difficulty rating, promptly dialing the contact number provided. Within the Qinglong network, every task was assigned a difficulty coefficient, categorized from 1 star to 5 stars, with 5 stars representing the highest level of challenge, and a master-level task rated 5 stars indicated that the adversary's face could exceed a combat power of 1,000, possibly nearing 1,200. As a combat enthusiast, Luo Feng experienced no hesitation. He decided to accept the task immediately. After dialing the communicator, the call connected after a brief delay of 5 or 6 seconds. Hello, I saw the task you posted on the Qinglong network, and I wish to accept it, Luo Feng stated plainly. The other party fell silent for a few seconds before responding, Are you a master from Yin City? From the tone of the voice, Luo Feng discerned it was a male, mature, and deep, suggesting he was at least 25 years old. Luo Feng chuckled. Naturally, I am a warrior from Yin City, as for being a master. I possess the strength of one, though I have yet to register. If you trust my word, we could discuss this in person. Yes, he spoke. Luo Feng glanced at the few individuals around him, noting that they were all in lower difficulty areas. He was the sole occupant of the high difficulty zone. Seeing his situation, Luo Feng added with a grin, "It seems you have no choice but to select me, as I appear to be the only option available." The response from the other end was a sigh, and Luo Feng could sense a hint of resignation in it. "What is your name?" the man inquired. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng furrowed his brow slightly, sensing a lack of trust from the other party. However, he had no alternative. Convincing someone his claim was indeed challenging. My name is Luo Feng. He replied, "Though, are you the young man who performed admirably at the Martial Arts Academy competition?" The man's tone seemed to convey a newfound interest, his voice slightly elevated. Luo Feng raised an eyebrow. Smiling, "You attended that competition?" "No, I merely read about you online." The man responded, Such news spreads rapidly. Luo Feng thought, somewhat astonished. He had anticipated that news of his performance would eventually circulate, but he hadn't expected it to happen so swiftly, within less than a day. It had already made its way online. In this era of advanced information dissemination, news could spread in mere seconds. After the competition, Luo Feng had returned home to rest and had not accessed the internet. Thus, he was unaware of the online discussions. The man concluded, "Since you are Luo Feng, we can arrange a meeting that I will send the details to your communicator, and I hope you can arrive on time." With that, he ended the call. As Luo Feng listened to the beeping of the disconnected communicator, he resignedly shut it off, glancing at the counter before him. The status had changed from task available to task accepted. It appeared the other party had agreed. Thus, he thought, "We shall meet then." Luo Feng exited the network and activated the communicator function within the helmet, revealing the location and time for his meeting with the man. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock at the Gardening House CAF in the East District. After removing the helmet, Luo Feng realized he had never visited the Gardening House, though he often passed by it on his way to the Judgment Office. He recalled that the CAF was quite a picturesque spot, which did not particularly appeal to someone like Luo Feng, who had a penchant for hearty meals, since he was preparing to accept a task. It would be impossible for him to visit the Judgment Office in the near future. Although he appreciated the warm-hearted advice from Shaolin, he understood the necessity of continual combat, perhaps influenced by his Saiyan bloodline. Luo Feng felt an insatiable yearning for battle within his heart, a calling from his very soul. He activated Xiaolan's communicator, preparing to convey his intentions to her. Though he and Yun Ro had finally managed to escape, the cost had been exorbitant. At this moment, he was grievously wounded, a gaping hole piercing his chest, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Had it not been for Luo Feng's formidable Saiyan constitution, he would have long since perished. Now, he appeared exceedingly pale. If this continued, he might truly succumb to death. It seemed imperative to utilize the magical beans. As his consciousness began to fade, he bitterly chuckled to himself. That previous battle had been exceptionally perilous. Had Luo Feng hesitated even for a moment, he might have already become a lifeless corpse. Judging by the strength displayed by his opponent, it was clear that he was a formidable, Temple-level warrior. And not just any ordinary one at that. Just as Luo Feng was about to retrieve the magical beans, he suddenly sensed a peculiar force surging into his body, a wave of energy that brought him immense relief. This strange energy coalesced around the horrifying wound on his chest, and to his astonishment, the grievous injury began to heal slowly under its influence. Luo Feng's previously blurred vision gradually sharpened, and a diminutive figure came into view. He glanced at Yun Ro, noticing that her hands were pressed against his chest, enveloped in a soft white light. In that moment, her radiant face, illuminated by the white glow, appeared remarkably pure in Luo Feng's eyes. "Cough, cough. Is it you who is treating my injury?" Luo Feng coughed a couple of times, realizing that the wound on his chest seemed to have significantly improved. He attempted to rise, only to be firmly restrained by Yun Ro. The young girl admonished, "Do not move. Your injuries have yet to fully heal. Any sudden movement could exacerbate your condition." Observing the serious expression on the girl's face, Luo Feng couldn't help but chuckle softly. The term mature for her age surely described someone like Yun Ro for him. His soul's age was already 20. After all, he was a traveler from another realm. Luo Feng was intrigued by Yun Ro's extraordinary ability. The power to heal injuries was exceedingly rare, even throughout the entire history of extraordinary abilities and ancient martial arts. Only 2 instances were recorded. Leaning against a large tree, his chest now hastily bandaged. Luo Feng gazed at the strips of cloth on his body and then at the remnants of the girl's torn sleeves, a flicker of gratitude passing through his eyes. Thank you. Had it not been for you, I might have truly met my end. Luo Feng sighed deeply. After tearing her sleeves, Yun Ro revealed her arms, as white as jade, slender and flawless like exquisite works of art. She tucked her disheveled hair behind her ears and, upon hearing Luo Feng's words, shook her head, replying, "It should be I who expresses gratitude. Had you not fought valiantly, I would have perished long ago." Luo Feng squinted at the dappled light filtered through the leaves. Finding himself amidst a serene forest, as for how he arrived there, he vaguely recalled that it was the nimbus cloud that had brought him to this place while his consciousness was fading. He mused, to be honest, sometimes events unfold in the most extraordinary ways. I never expected you to be a healer among the ability users. How fortunate I am. If you could develop your skills, you would undoubtedly be a human-shaped magical being. Luo Feng's gaze towards Yun Ro was filled with brilliance. Her healing ability was precisely the ally he had long desired. After all, as a Saiyan warrior, his future path would be rife with battles. With battles come casualties, and with the rising prices of magical beings, the cost of acquiring them would only increase. Thus, having someone akin to a character from the Dragon Ball universe by his side became exceedingly necessary. A human-shaped magical being? Yun Ro tilted her head, puzzled. Luo Feng chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. "It merely means I think you are quite remarkable." Yun Ro clearly did not believe him. She had seen the glimmer in his eyes, as if he beheld something precious. "I will need some time to recover before I can continue treating you. For now, you must endure. Once my strength is fully restored, you will be healed," Yun Ro said as she found a spot to sit. Luo Feng, curious about her abilities, inquired, "Your current strength is surely not that of high-level ability user, right? I mean, after all, healing-type ability users are typically the weakest in combat. Yet from another perspective, they possess the most formidable power." To Luo Feng's comments, Yun Ro scoffed, "The most formidable? Ha! If that were true, I wouldn't need anyone to protect me." Luo Feng shook his head. "Indeed, you may be weak now, but in the future, you will understand just how special you truly are." He gingerly touched his chest. Though the injury had merely scabbed over, he could still manage simple movements. He held great hope for Yun Ro, for healing-type abilities were highly coveted in any context. After all, it was rare for ability users to emerge unscathed, and while modern technology was advanced, it had yet to reach the point of regenerating severed limbs or resurrecting the deceased. However, healing-type ability users could achieve such feats. There were even legends of them being able to revive the dead, and while these tales might seem fantastical, Luo Feng believed them to be true. Yun Ro took time to recuperate. The two engaged in a rare and meaningful conversation. From her, Luo Feng learned that her current abilities only allowed her to heal those weaker than herself. If the disparity in strength was too great, she could not achieve a successful healing in one go. Through their dialogue, Yun Ro gradually shed her aloof demeanor, revealing the fatigue she had been concealing. Along their journey, she had lost 3 family members, her 2 older brothers and an uncle. Despite her outward display of strength, the sorrow within her was difficult for outsiders to perceive. Luo Feng slowly began to understand this seemingly tough, yet tender-hearted girl. He refrained from uttering any sentimental words. To Yun Ro, he simply stated, "Rest assured, I will ensure your safe return to the Yun family." They remained in the forest throughout the afternoon, and it was not until nightfall that Yun Ro regained her strength. This time, she utilized less than half of her power, yet it completely healed Luo Feng's injuries. That he flexed his body, testing the healing, and then suddenly threw a punch into the air, sending shockwaves that caused distant branches to sway violently. "My strength has increased again," Luo Feng exclaimed with excitement. Such was the nature of Saiyan. As long as one faced death and then recovered, their combat power would surge. Luo Feng opened his character panel, and upon seeing his battle power, he felt an overwhelming urge to laugh uproariously. Character: Luo Feng. Battle power, 850. With the enhancement of Xianjing Gong, it reaches 1000. Note: the maximum enhancement of Xianjing Gong is 1000 battle power. Energy coins, 1150. Storage space, 2 cubic meters. From a battle power of 600, he had surged to 850. Though it could not compare to the characters in the narrative, for Luo Feng, it represented a monumental increase. Yin Ro regarded Luo Feng with curiosity, her delicate brows furrowing slightly as she inquired, "What are you laughing about?" Luo Feng grinned, "I have grown stronger again, though I still cannot compare to those individuals. The gap between us has narrowed." Oh. Yinro nodded, seemingly indifferent to Luo Feng's newfound strength. After all, without the ability to contend with the elders of the Lai family, it held little significance. "Shall we set off now?" She asked. "Let's wait until dawn. After everything that has transpired today, you must be exhausted. It would be best to rest for a while," Luo Feng replied. Regarding the issue of the protagonist's recovery and subsequent power boost, it would be implausible for the author to allow the protagonist to gain excessive battle power early on, as it would complicate the narrative. After all, novels and comics have their distinctions, as the whirlwind of their attacks intensified. The surrounding sand and stones were swept up into the this moment. They stood within the massive vortex, engaged in fierce combat. Though Luo Feng's skin was charred black, with each strike he shed layers of skin, new flesh emerging in its place. His body, refined by the lightning, grew increasingly robust, and his battle power surged continuously. Simultaneously, as Luo Feng battled a man, his combat skills escalated rapidly. His strength was undergoing a metamorphosis through this confrontation. In the tumultuous whirlwind, dust and debris swirled, casting a dim and chaotic atmosphere. After the two combatants clashed, they finally came to a halt. The earlier confrontation had drained both sides considerably. "Kid, I must admit, you are truly formidable. That if you continue to grow, I shudder to think of how powerful you will become. Even if it costs me my life, I will ensure that you are crushed in this cradle." The man's expression was grave. He genuinely regarded Luo Feng as an adversary of equal standing. Panting heavily, Luo Feng grinned and said, "Honestly, I owe you my thanks. Without you, my combat prowess would never have exceeded 1000. Indeed, at this moment, Luo Feng's combat power had indeed surpassed the 1000 mark. Just moments ago, the system's voice had suddenly resounded. "Congratulations, host. Your combat prowess has surpassed 1000, completing the milestone task. The milestone reward has been placed in your storage box. Please check it." A new special task was triggered. Defeat a forbidden strongman without transforming, with a reward of a set of gravity, training attire best suited for the host, and a random skill card. Failure would yield no rewards for Luo Feng. This was the long-awaited special task. Although the challenge was immensely daunting, it aligned perfectly with his desires. After all, as a battle fanatic, Luo Feng yearned to test himself against a forbidden strongman. "This must end," the man declared solemnly. He clasped his hands together, and the lightning surrounding him gradually dissipated. His tattered garments, under the weight of his own power, burst apart in an instant. The man's upper body bore the tattoo of a silver dragon, which coiled around him before finally encircling his neck and resting upon his chest. Buzz! A flash of lightning illuminated the scene as the dragon on the man's body began to shimmer. The originally silver tattoo, now pulsating with arcs of electricity, the dragon's head slowly lifting amidst the sparks. "What is this?" Luo Feng gazed intently at the lightning dragon, sensing an overwhelming surge of energy emanating from it. Such formidable power! The lightning dragon stirred, its entire being crackling with electric light, powerful bolts cascading forth like serpents, shooting towards the heavens. The man fixed his gaze on Luo Feng, his clasped hands radiating silver light. Before thrusting his palms forward towards Luo Feng, the lightning dragon erupted from his body, exhaling torrents of dragon breath, fiercely charging at Luo Feng with razor-sharp claws. The violent aura blazed fiercely, causing Luo Feng's hair to stand on end. Luo Feng, too, unleashed his full strength, channeling his energy to its peak and condensing it into an astonishing Kamehameha wave. Luo Feng shouted with all his might. This was the most powerful Kamehameha he had ever conjured. its force surpassing all previous iterations, directly colliding with the roaring lightning dragon. At last, the climactic clash of their final attacks erupted. Boom! At the moment of contact, the very heavens trembled. The ground beneath them sank. And as the energy expanded outward, a massive crater rapidly formed. Surrounding trees, flowers, boulders, and soil were reduced to mere dust, swept up by the violent whirlwind. Outside the Black City, a colossal tornado reached for the sky, resembling a passage between heaven and earth, drawing in the swirling dust and debris. The inhabitants of Black City witnessed this spectacle, their initial chaos from the power outage suddenly quelled as they gaped at the sky. What is that? Is it a tornado? Indeed, it was a tornado, unprecedented in its enormity. If it were to enter Black City, it would spell disaster. What on earth was happening? Was it the end of the world? Panic spread rapidly among the people, ordinary citizens who had never encountered such a scene. The combat between beings with combat prowess exceeding 1,000 was rarely disseminated online, leaving the populace oblivious to the reality that such devastation stemmed from a battle between two individuals. Just as the crowd was engulfed in fear, the tornado underwent a sudden transformation. They beheld bolts of lightning and white light spilling forth from the gray vortex. The once terrifying tornado disintegrated in an instant, revealing a dazzling brilliance and a tempest of lightning within. The fragmented tornado gave rise to an astonishing hurricane, sweeping towards Black City, carrying with it flying debris amidst the gasps of the crowd. Where the hurricane passed, darkness enveloped everything. Streetlights, signs, and banners were all sent soaring, turning the once orderly city into a scene of chaos. Meanwhile, the battlefield where Luo Feng and the man had fought was utterly transformed. The once picturesque suburb was now unrecognizable, replaced by a landscape of devastation. In the depths of the enormous crater, Luo Feng knelt on the ground, his complexion pale. Before him, the man was half buried in the earth, devoid of any breath or life. Victory had finally been achieved, but the extensive repercussions of this battle had severely disrupted the lives of ordinary citizens. Luo Feng surveyed the ravaged landscape, filled with concern. Battles between extraordinary warriors should always avoid collateral damage to ordinary people. Should the consequences be ignored, the very planet itself might face obliteration. Although this world was governed by powerful beings, its foundation rested upon the shoulders of the common populace. For both technological advancements and labor, it was the ordinary people without supernatural abilities who provided support. Thus, to ensure humanity's normal progression, governments and powerful warrior organizations across the globe had clandestinely established a rule. Battles among extraordinary beings must not disrupt the lives of ordinary citizens. With this regulation in place, despite the presence of formidable warriors in various nations, their battles were often restrained. Even in life-and-death confrontations, they adhered to such guidelines. While videos of battles between extraordinary beings circulated online, they rarely involved those above the low-level master tier, making it difficult to find anything more advanced. Consequently, in the perception of ordinary individuals, while extraordinary warriors were indeed impressive, they remained within the realm of comprehension. However, the battle between Luo Feng and the man from the Yun family had provoked an unprecedented uproar. If mishandled, it could incite societal upheaval. Fortunately for Luo Feng, the entire Black City was plunged into darkness, diverting the attention of the populace toward the power outage. Although the hurricane posed a significant threat, it paled in comparison to the blackout. Sighing deeply, Luo Feng approached the man's body. The life force had vanished. There were no signs of vitality remaining. After burying the man, Luo Feng crouched down and softly said, "Though you sought to kill me, I must thank you for our battle. I end the next life. Strive to be a good person." With a heavy sigh, Luo Feng gradually rose, sensing the location of his nimbus cloud, and began to move in that direction. He walked slowly, coughing up blood, his attire in tatters. His skin scorched in many places. He was gravely injured. "Nimbus cloud," he called out to the heavens. Before long, a golden silhouette rushed toward him, coming to a sudden halt before Luo Feng. He gazed upon Yun Ro, who lay peacefully atop the nimbus, resembling a slumbering princess. What had become of the Yun residents? Luo Feng's pallor deepened as he glanced toward the direction of the Yun family. Worry etched on his face. Gwh, a delicate sound emerged as he looked at Yunro, noticing her eyes fluttering slightly, as if she were about to awaken. Yunro slowly raised her arm to touch her forehead, her brow furrowing slightly. Then, under Luo Feng's watchful gaze, she gradually opened her eyes. "Where is this?" she murmured softly, her crystalline eyes devoid of focus as they gazed skyward. "This is a safe place," Luo Feng replied, gently caressing her smooth forehead. Yunro regained her senses. She sat up on the nimbus, surveying her surroundings before turning her gaze back to Luo Feng. "How did I end up here? I remember my second grandfather wanted to kill me. And then everything went dark." Memories flooded back. The realization that the person she loved most intended to harm her caused tears to spill like pearls from her eyes. Luo Feng sighed as he observed Yunro, initially believing that once he returned her to the Yun family, she would be safe. Little did he know the true danger lay within the family itself. Stepping closer to Yunro, he spoke softly. "Now is not the time for sorrow. The Yun family is in turmoil. We should find a place to hide until the storm passes." Upon hearing the phrase internal strife, Yunro trembled slightly, the events unfolding within the Yun family weighing heavily on her heart. "All right, I will listen to you," she whispered. Yunro sat quietly upon the somersault cloud, her gaze fixed vacantly ahead. The once vivacious young girl, now, seemed enveloped in a profound silence. Luo Feng opened his mouth, intending to offer some words of comfort. However, as the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, he found himself at a loss for what to say to in such a situation. Luo Feng could only serve as a silent companion, remaining by Yunro's side in quiet solidarity. "Where shall we go now?" Luo Feng pondered while seated on the cloud, yet he could not discern a destination. He was devoid of funds, his stomach grumbling with hunger, and coupled with his severe injuries, his condition was far from ideal. Just as he hesitated, a voice reached his ears. "Young one, the ordeal has passed. Bring the young lady here now." "Master," Luo Feng exclaimed. Momentarily taken aback by the voice, he recognized it as Ling Yan's, and he marveled at the distance over which Ling Yan could communicate. How convenient. It even renders communication devices obsolete. "I must learn this skill myself," he thought, his eyes lighting up with determination. Since the matter had concluded, it was time for him to escort Yunro back to the Yun residence. "The affairs at the Yun residence have reached a conclusion. Do you wish to return now?" Yunro merely nodded, her gaze still distant, her expression vacant, resembling a meticulously crafted wax figure. Luo Feng guided her to the vicinity of the Yun residence, stowing away the somersault cloud before approaching the estate. That moment, the doors of the Yun residence stood ajar, revealing an interior that had been reduced to rubble. The grand courtyard that once commanded respect was now a mere shadow of its former self. Following Luo Feng, Yunro surveyed the desolation within, tears streaming down her cheeks once more. Despite having endured much, this moment was undeniably the most crushing blow. The once mighty clan had been shattered, with lives lost and injuries sustained. The original Yun residence had ceased to exist, leaving only the fragmented remnants of the Yun family. As Luo Feng stepped into the ruins of the Yun residence, he beheld several prominent figures standing among the debris, each bearing various injuries. Scattered throughout the wreckage were numerous bodies, some belonging to the Yun family and others to the Lai family. Upon noticing Luo Feng's arrival, Ling Yan waved him over and called out, "Young man, come here." Upon seeing Ling Yan, Luo Feng took Yunro's hand and approached the group. "Master," he greeted Ling Yan with a bow. He had been apart from Ling Yan for several dozen days. When they last met, Luo Feng was merely a fledgling. Now, upon reuniting, he had transformed into a formidable force in his own right. "I recall that Yun Qing had pursued you. Your return signifies your victory," Ling Yan remarked with a smile, a glint of admiration flickering in his eyes. It was only now that Luo Feng learned the name of the man who had battled him fiercely. Hearing Ling Yan's words, Luo Feng couldn't help but twitch slightly at the corner of his mouth, realizing that Ling Yan was aware of the situation. It seemed that Yun Qing's departure from the Yun residence to pursue him had been orchestrated by these individuals. Taking a deep breath, Luo Feng replied, somewhat irked, "Master, did you intentionally let Yun Qing go?" Ling Yan's expression shifted slightly at Luo Feng's inquiry. He cleared his throat and replied, "How could that be? We were simply overwhelmed with pressing matters. The situation here is quite perilous. Luo Feng shrugged, skeptical of Ling Yan's words. However, had it not been for Yun Qing, he would not have attained such extraordinary combat prowess nor received that special mission. The special mission had a 3-month deadline, during which he hoped to enhance his strength further, believing he would be ready by then. Nevertheless, Luo Feng was also troubled by the challenge of finding a worthy opponent. For forbidden strongmen were not easily come by. Such individuals were rare treasures within any first-rate power. Through system analysis, Luo Feng had delineated the combat capabilities of forbidden strongmen into 3 distinct phases. They were termed forbidden strongmen because they had unlocked the forbidden gates within the human body. There exist 3 such gates, corresponding to the essence, energy, and spirit. Each gate opened results in a transformation. Forbidden strongmen are classified into 3 tiers based on the number of gates they have opened. Forbidden 1, Forbidden 2, and Forbidden 3, with each tier exhibiting significant disparities in strength. Luo Feng had inquired about the general combat capabilities of forbidden strongmen through the system and learned that Forbidden 1 possesses a specific battle power. Forbidden 2 has a different level, and Forbidden 3 surpasses even that. According to Luo Feng's understanding, Ling Yan was a Forbidden 3 strongman, having surpassed a combat power of 5,000. Up beyond the realm of forbidden strongmen lies a class referred to as Divine Path strongmen, who have transcended both supernatural abilities and martial prowess, attaining a level of divinity. Their combat power exceeds 10,000, making them exceptionally formidable, capable of annihilating an entire planet. With matters concerning the Yun residence drawing to a close, Ling Yan prepared to return to the capital, this time accompanied by Luo Feng. Ling Yan informed Luo Feng of his intention for him to participate in the upcoming Eastern Domain Temporal Conference in a month's time. Though the turmoil surrounding the Yun family had subsided, its repercussions were far from settled, as both the Yun and Lai families would bear the consequences of the calamity in Heiqing. However, these matters were beyond Luo Feng's concern now. His focus lay on accompanying Ling Yan to the capital for the conference. Though only a few days had passed, those days had been nothing short of tumultuous as Luo Feng stood outside Heiqing. Gazing at the white clouds in the sky, he could not help but reflect on the events that had transpired. Ling Yan scoffed dismissively. What do you know? At your age, I'd already traversed through gunfire and had narrowly escaped death countless times. If you wish to grow stronger, you have much more to endure. Luo Feng chuckled softly. He certainly could not compare himself to the old master, although Ling Yan appeared to be merely in his 60s. His true age exceeded 150 years. Once a person unlocks the forbidden gates, their lifespan multiplies significantly. Barring premature demise, living 200 to 300 years is quite feasible. Just as the two prepared to depart, a voice called out to Luo Feng. Luo Feng, surprised, he turned to see Yun Ro standing a short distance away, her expression one of hesitation. Ling Yan regarded Yun Ro with a smirk, saying lewdly, "When did you manage to win over the young lady of the Yun family? I must inform you that she is quite precious within the Yun household." Luo Feng felt a flush rise to his cheeks at Ling Yan's words and shot him an exasperated glare. The old man maintained an air of wisdom before others, yet appeared utterly unrefined in his presence. He rushed over to Yun Ro, smiling as he asked, "What brings you here?" Yun Ro's lively eyes lowered slightly. Her crystalline gaze fixed on her toes, delicate fingers clutching her clothing as she spoke softly. "I came to thank you, Dada. I merely fulfilled my promise. Besides, you already expressed your gratitude earlier." Luo Feng replied with a slight grin, his tone light. Yun Ro softly murmured in agreement, her voice barely audible. "Will you come to see me again? Will I be able to meet you once more?" Luo Feng nodded, "Of course, as long as you don't find me bothersome. I will certainly return to visit you. After all, your family owes me a debt of gratitude." Due to the turmoil within the Yun residence, Luo Feng had not claimed any reward. However, the Yun family had pledged to express their gratitude profusely once the storm had passed. "I will wait for you." Yun Ro's face suddenly brightened with a smile, her joy reminiscent of a blooming lotus, pure and beautiful, stirring something deep within Luo Feng. "Very well, I must take my leave now. Until we meet again." Luo Feng waved farewell to Yun Ro. He boarded Ling Yan's driverless flying vehicle, which emitted a crimson glow as it soared into the distance. Yun Ro watched the departing figure, gently waving her hand, her lips parting to whisper, "I will be waiting for you." "Master, may I ask why you tried to stop me from seeking a reward from the Yun family?" Luo Feng inquired. His curiosity piqued as he settled into the flying vehicle. Ling Yin smiled mysteriously and replied, You wouldn't understand. My involvement with the Yun family was not solely out of goodwill. They sought my assistance as well. Let me tell you, the Yun family promised me a generous gift. Initially, I had no need for anything, but after meeting you, I decided to present you with a remarkable secret gift. Compared to that, your reward is inconsequential. A secret gift? What could it possibly be? Luo Feng's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Ling Yin chuckled, "You will find out in due time." While the old man was still keeping secrets in front of him, Luo Feng raised an eyebrow and chose not to press further. However, he was exceedingly curious about the Eastern Domain Temporal Conference and could not help but ask eagerly, "Master, what exactly is this Eastern Domain Temporal Conference?" "It sounds rather prestigious." "Prestigious? It is more than that. It is the grandest event in the Eastern Domain's ancient martial arts world, where nearly all the formidable young talents of the Eastern Domain will participate." Ling Yin replied, "All the powerful young individuals from the Eastern Domain." Luo Feng exclaimed in delight upon hearing this, as it was indeed a tremendous surprise for him. In Eastern China, there are 5 major regions: the Eastern Domain, Southern Domain, Western Domain, Northern Domain, and Central Domain. Luo Feng resided in Yin City, located in the Central Domain, while the Yun family was in the Northern Domain. The capital of Eastern China, Jing City, lies within the Eastern Domain. The number of ability practitioners in the Eastern Domain surpasses that of the other 4 regions combined, and the quantity of forbidden-level experts is equivalent to the total from the remaining 4 regions. Thus, the strength of the Eastern Domain can be said to epitomize the power of all of Eastern China, the AS, for the Eastern Domain Temporal Conference. According to Ling Yan's explanation, it is a national strategic initiative aimed at nurturing young ability practitioners in the Eastern Domain. Every 5 years, the Eastern Domain hosts a temporal conference, allowing anyone with strength above the intermediate master level but below the Forbidden Realm and under the age of 30 to participate. Each participant requires a recommendation from a forbidden-level expert, and each expert may only recommend one individual. While the vast majority of participants are from the young generation of the Eastern Domain, there are also youths like Luo Feng. Although participants are not required to be from the Eastern Domain, the recommenders must be. Luo Feng's master, Ling Yin, is a forbidden-level expert and also serves as the branch president of the Judgment Institute, in terms of both power and status. He is extraordinary and fully qualified to recommend Luo Feng for the Eastern Domain Temporal Conference. In truth, Ling Yin had not initially intended for Luo Feng to participate. After all, when he left Yin City, Luo Feng's strength was merely comparable to that of a low-level master, rendering him ineligible for the Eastern Domain Temporal Conference. Ling Yin had originally reserved the spot for Luo Feng's senior sister, Lin Jie. However, unexpectedly, Lin Jie had just broken through the forbidden barrier last month, becoming a forbidden-level expert. Lin Jie's breakthrough astonished the entire ancient martial arts community of the Eastern Domain. As she was remarkably young, merely 18 years of age, she had achieved the status of a forbidden-level expert, showcasing a cultivation speed and strength that positioned her as the foremost among her generation. Even some of the older generation experts felt overshadowed by her accomplishments. Since Lin Jie had now become a forbidden-level expert, she could not participate in the temporal conference, as the event stipulates that participant strength must be below the Forbidden Realm. When Luo Feng learned that Lin Jie had reached the forbidden level, he was utterly amazed. Senior sister is truly formidable, becoming a forbidden-level expert at such a young age. I must seize the opportunity to spar with her, Luo Feng declared, clenching his fist, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Ling Yin glanced at Luo Feng, thinking to himself that if Lin Jie was a genius, then Luo Feng was a prodigy. It is noteworthy that Lin Jie had diligently practiced since she was 12. And after 5 years of relentless effort, she had finally advanced from an ability practitioner to a forbidden-level expert. In contrast, although Luo Feng awakened at the age of 15, he had attained his current strength in less than 3 months. Ling Yin confidently predicted that within 6 months, Luo Feng would undoubtedly become a forbidden-level expert. That time, Luo Feng would be the youngest forbidden-level expert in history. and he, Ling Yin, would be his master. With this thought, Ling Yin felt a sense of elation. By the way, during our visit to Jing City, I have arranged for you to meet a remarkable individual who will impart to you a powerful ancient martial art. You must study it diligently, Ling Yin said, sitting up, his expression suddenly turning serious. Point 4 more. Powerful ancient martial arts. What kind of ancient martial arts? Luo Feng's spirit was instantly invigorated. Ling Yin waved his hand. You will find out when the time comes. By the way, you are also acquainted with his disciple, Heiying. That little fellow has recently become a master and often pesters me, insisting on competing with you. Haha, I wonder what his reaction will be when he sees you again. Heiying, upon hearing the name, Luo Feng couldn't help but break into a grin. This fellow had been defeated by him twice and was likely holding a grudge, eager to surpass him. Indeed, I also wish to see that fellow, considering my friends are rather few, Luo Feng remarked with a smile. Subsequently, Luo Feng posed numerous questions regarding cultivation to Ling Yin, who answered without reservation and earnestly guided him. The journey via the flying car was remarkably smooth and swift. Although the northern domain and eastern domain were over 1,000 kilometers apart, it took less than half a day to travel from He City to Jing City. When Luo Feng glimpsed Jing City from the window, he was instantly awestruck by its scenery. Skyward, orderly flying passenger vehicles traversed the city, and the towering buildings were strikingly uniform, forming a continuous expanse of azure. Looking down from above, Luo Feng was utterly captivated as the flying car entered Jing City. Its speed gradually decreased. An electronic voice announced, "We have now entered Jing City. The flying route has been redefined, and we will proceed according to the 1026 route mode." Just as the electronic voice finished, the vehicle switched to a different route, heading in another direction. According to Ling Yin, if flying vehicles wish to navigate within the city, they must adhere to the entire city's network system. Without such planning, flying cars and buses are prone to accidents in the AI. In addition to the bustling aerial traffic, Jing City boasted innovative ground transportation. Luo Feng observed below, where some paths were marked for pedestrians, prohibiting vehicles from passing. These pathways appeared to feature conveyor belts, allowing individuals standing upon them to be transported forward along the moving surface. At every intersection, intelligent robots directed traffic, even assisting elderly individuals by carrying them across the street. Aside from transportation, the city was replete with various shops. Some are mobile stores that could relocate based on the needs of passersby. However, these mobile shops were typically small, operating on tracks installed beneath them, with fixed travel directions. As for the larger superstores, they operated as citywide chains. Individuals merely needed to stand in the area of the desired products, and they would be transported there via high-speed portals. The most advanced were virtual malls, utilizing VR technology. By donning virtual goggles, one could explore a vast supermall. Purchases made in the virtual mall were recorded by the system, allowing customers to collect their items at a designated pickup point nearby. In this realm, monetary transactions had transcended electronic devices, requiring only an iris scan for payment. All this left Luo Feng feeling utterly intrigued. Jing City truly lived up to its reputation, far surpassing He City in advancement. However, what Luo Feng had witnessed was merely the outer city of Jing City. He had yet to enter the inner city. The entire Jing City is divided into the outer city and inner city, with the outer city encircling the inner city, separated by a protective moat. Upon reaching the inner city, Ling Yin switched the vehicle to land mode. For outside of specific personnel, others were prohibited from using aerial vehicles within the inner city. Unlike the outer city, the architecture of the inner city was steeped in antiquity. Through the car window, Luo Feng beheld a landscape of neatly arranged gray brick houses with vermilion-tiled roofs, and the ground was paved with flagstones, with patches of moss lingering in the corners. The residential areas within the inner city resembled the traditional courtyard homes of Luo Feng's previous life, bustling with life and exuding a quaint charm. The inhabitants of the inner city predominantly rode bicycles, with some utilizing super-powered electric bikes. Even those driving cars moved at a relatively slow pace. As Luo Feng traversed this path, he found the contrast between the two cities fascinating. The outer city resembled a futuristic sci-fi metropolis, while the inner city felt as though it had regressed into the past. Walking between the two, Luo Feng felt as though he were traversing different eras. After nearly half an hour of travel, the vehicle finally arrived at its destination. Ling Yin parked the car in a lot and then led Luo Feng towards the Judgment Institute. The Judgment Institute was not as grand as Luo Feng had imagined. Overall, it comprised only 4 or 5 quaint brick and tile buildings. Throughout their journey, anyone who encountered Ling Yin greeted him with respect. Luo Feng, as a mere attendant, quietly followed behind Ling Yin, bearing the scrutiny of those around him. Finally, Ling Yin brought Luo Feng into an office, where Luo Feng could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Moments ago, he felt the piercing gaze of everyone, as if he were an animal on display, which left him feeling exceedingly uncomfortable. Upon entering the office, Luo Feng encountered an elderly gentleman reclining in an armchair. Leisurely sipping tea from a teapot, the old man appeared somewhat familiar to Luo Feng, clad in a flowing white robe, with his legs crossed and snow-white beard cascading over his chest, exuding an aura of a sage. "Old ghost, I have come to see you." Upon entering, Ling Yin bellowed loudly. Startled by Ling Yan's voice, the old man nearly plunged the spout of the teapot into his nostrils, causing tea to spill and reddening his face in indignation. "Can you knock before barging in? Aren't you a grown man? Where are your manners?" The old man shouted in exasperation. Ling Yin merely chuckled, unfazed, and plopped down onto a chair beside him. "I've brought my disciple along. I fulfill my promise, and now it's your turn to uphold yours," Ling Yin said, pulling Luo Feng to his side and patting him on the back. At that moment, Luo Feng finally recalled who the elderly man was. He had been present during Ling Yan's test in the City of Smoke and Dust. Later, Luo Feng learned that the old man was the master of the Black Eagle, possessing formidable strength to the extent that even Ling Yin dared not claim he could best him. Seeing the old man again left Luo Feng feeling quite exhilarated, and he hurriedly greeted him. "Greetings, Elder Yin." The old man scrutinized Luo Feng, and his imposing aura intensified significantly, causing Luo Feng to sense a formidable pressure bearing down upon him. Suddenly, he found himself standing on a vast grassland, where a towering wolf king emerged in the distance, perched atop a hill and howling loudly. In an instant, the wolf king's golden eyes locked onto Luo Feng. The moment he was caught in the wolf king's gaze, Luo Feng felt as if he had plunged into the depths of despair, a chilling sensation coursing from his feet to the crown of his head. "Oh!" The wolf king let out a roar before turning away, and the grassland before Luo Feng vanished, returning him to the office. Whoosh! Cold sweat streamed down Luo Feng's forehead. The wolf king had instilled an overwhelming sense of dread, as if he could be snatched away at any moment. "Remarkable, young man. Your progress is astonishing. Even I am taken aback," Elder Yin observed, watching the panting Luo Feng with a shake of his head and a sigh. The test Elder Yin had conducted was no trifling matter. Even those on the verge of advancing to forbidden realms might struggle to withstand it. Yet Luo Feng had persevered. This demanded not only immense strength, but also formidable willpower. "Brother Ling, your disciple is likely to astonish all of Eastern China soon," Elder Yin remarked, his expression turning serious as he gazed at Ling Yin. Ling Yin, recognizing the gravity of the old man's concern regarding Luo Feng's potential exposure to hidden dangers, waved his hand dismissively. He understood Elder Yan's worries, that Luo Feng's brilliance might invite jealousy and harm. However, Ling Yin knew Luo Feng well. During their time together, he had observed that the greater the pressure Luo Feng faced, the faster he grew. The trials he had endured in the time since Ling Yan's departure had propelled Luo Feng's strength to new heights, nearing the threshold of forbidden realms. Ling Yin intended to apply immense pressure on Luo Feng, compelling him to rise swiftly amidst the myriad threats surrounding him. This was a gamble on Ling Yan's part. Should he win, Luo Feng would soar to great heights. Should he lose, Luo Feng's life would be at stake. Nevertheless, Ling Yin believed that even if given the choice, Luo Feng would undoubtedly opt for this path to become a powerful being. One must tread through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Although the world seemed relatively stable now, undercurrents of turmoil and peril lurked beneath the surface. If one did not grow stronger before calamity struck, they would inevitably become prey. Ling Yan's nonchalant demeanor elicited a deep sigh from Elder Yin. He was a man who prioritized stability above all, which marked the most significant distinction between him and Ling Yin. Very well, I shan't intrude further on the matters between you two, young man. Come to the training ground tomorrow. I shall await you there, Elder Yin instructed Luo Feng. Luo Feng nodded eagerly. Though he was uncertain what ancient martial arts the elder intended to impart, he was sure it would be nothing short of remarkable, especially given Ling Yan's admiration. Subsequently, Ling Yin sent Luo Feng off to explore the training ground at the judgment office. Accompanied by a man, Luo Feng arrived at the training ground, which, despite the man's status as a mere entry-level staff member, boasted the strength of a mid-tier master. Upon entering the training ground, Luo Feng was taken aback by its stark simplicity. "Isn't this a bit small?" he mused. The entire training area was barely the size of 2 basketball courts. And apart from a few basic training apparatuses, it was devoid of any other features. Noticing Luo Feng's expression, the man explained, though this training ground may appear ordinary at first glance, it is far from simplistic. As he spoke, the man guided Luo Feng into the training area, stopping at a counter to retrieve 2 wristbands. "Put these on and visualize a scene in your mind," he instructed. Curious, Luo Feng donned the wristbands and, after some contemplation, conjured the image of his home in the city of smoke. Suddenly, the scene shifted before him. The training ground transformed into Luo Feng's home, and he found himself standing within it. The abrupt change startled him as he surveyed his surroundings. Every detail, the sofa, the coffee table, and the calligraphy hanging on the walls, felt strikingly authentic. Approaching the sofa, he touched it, and the sensation was so real that he was momentarily convinced he was indeed in his home. He turned to the man, bewildered, and asked, "What is happening? Is this scene real?" The man chuckled lightly. "Indeed, it is real. The scene you envision in your mind will manifest through the wristbands you wear. What you see is genuine." Such a phenomenon exists? Luo Feng marveled at the wristbands on his arm, his mind buzzing with astonishment. If this wristband were to be unveiled to the outside world, it would undoubtedly create a significant uproar, transcending the current limits of science. The man continued, "These wristbands were crafted by a divine practitioner specializing in spatial abilities, and the training ground is specially arranged. It is the combination of the two that makes this possible. However, the spatial manifestations are limited, encompassing a maximum radius of 3 kilometers. Luo Feng nodded in understanding. A 3-kilometer radius was considerable, entirely sufficient for training purposes. After explaining some precautions, the man departed, leaving Luo Feng to explore with the wristbands. He envisioned various scenes: fiery volcanoes, frigid glaciers, the depths of the ocean, and secluded, beautiful islands. Luo Feng felt like a joyous child, reveling in the endless possibilities offered by the wristbands. Yet while he lost himself in these fantastical realms, a voice suddenly called out, "Luo Feng." Upon hearing the voice, Luo Feng swiftly deactivated the wristbands and turned to see the Black Eagle standing outside the training ground, beaming at him, raising an eyebrow. Luo Feng approached Black Eagle with a light chuckle. "How did you know I was here?" "I overheard them saying you were here when I came to see my master." "Huh, you've indeed come to Beijing. Let us have a match," Black Eagle exclaimed eagerly, tossing his backpack to the ground and grabbing a wristband. "Though I lost last time, I made a breakthrough since then. Now, I'm a master. Come on, let us have a rematch. I need to redeem myself," Black Eagle declared with unreserved enthusiasm. Luo Feng regarded Black Eagle with a bemused expression. The young man had indeed made significant progress, sensing the energy radiating from him. Luo Feng estimated Black Eagle's combat strength to be around 350, a substantial leap from the 200 he had previously displayed after transforming. Observing Black Eagle's eagerness, Luo Feng shook his head. "Perhaps it's best to forego this match. You are not my opponent at the moment." Hearing this, Black Eagle's expression shifted dramatically, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes as he replied, "How can you say that without comparison? Are you implying that you look down on me?" Luo Feng felt a twinge of discomfort. He was reluctant to deflate Black Eagle's confidence. This young man, brimming with potential, would be disheartened by such a setback. Moreover, he had to consider Elder Yan's reputation, for it was no small feat to cultivate a promising disciple. Alas, very well, Luo Feng sighed, and as he did, the environment around them transformed. transporting them to the outskirts of the city. As the Black Hawk donned the bracelet, he too was able to witness the unfolding scene of manifestation. This time, I shall exert my utmost strength to demonstrate my prowess. The Black Hawk's expression turned grave as he assumed the initial stance of martial arts. Ha! Without any means of defense, Luo Feng unleashed his full power, the aura surrounding him surging upward toward the heavens. A terrifying momentum enveloping the Black Hawk. What is this? Before the Black Hawk could make a move, he felt as if a colossal mountain loomed above him, instilling a sense of dread with Luo Feng's overwhelming presence. The Black Hawk beheld a gigantic gorilla materializing behind Luo Feng, towering over him with an imposing gaze. Just a glimpse into the gorilla's eyes sent a chill down his spine, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. PFF, under such a formidable pressure, the Black Hawk could no longer withstand it, spewing forth a mouthful of blood and collapsing to the ground. Observing the pallor of the Black Hawk's face, Luo Feng sighed and retracted his overwhelming aura. Are you all right? Luo Feng approached the Black Hawk with concern. The Black Hawk stared blankly at the sky, taking a considerable amount of time to regain his composure, but he looked at Luo Feng. A wry smile appearing on his face, as the realization of Luo Feng's extraordinary strength filled him with despair. Reflecting on his earlier words, he felt a wave of shame wash over him. He had always overestimated his own capabilities. Well, you are indeed quite impressive, exceptionally strong among your peers, so please do not belittle yourself, Luo Feng consoled. The Black Hawk, hearing Luo Feng's words, managed a bitter smile and remarked, "Are you comforting me or critiquing me? Regardless, I've come to realize you are a monster, far from being human. Competing with you is akin to self-torture." He waved his hand, signaling he would no longer compare himself to Luo Feng. For they were not on the same plane. By the way, I have a birthday party the day after tomorrow. You should come to. I want them to witness what a monster truly is. The Black Hawk invited. A birthday party? Is the day after tomorrow your birthday? Luo Feng asked, astonished at the Black Hawk. The Black Hawk nodded, a bittersweet expression crossing his face as he recalled his earlier disgraceful appearance, and said, "Indeed, the day after tomorrow is my birthday. Several of my friends will be attending, all of whom are rather arrogant individuals that you'll need to teach them a lesson." The Black Hawk, envisioning the shocked expressions of his friends, could not help but smile. He felt he should not be the only one subjected to humiliation. After contemplating, Luo Feng decided he would train at the martial arts venue tomorrow under Yan Lao's guidance. And since the day after would be free, he nodded in agreement. Seeing Luo Feng's acquiescence, the Black Hawk patted his shoulder and said with a grin, "You must remember, I will come looking for you." Though the Black Hawk appeared stoic on the surface, he was decidedly warm-hearted when interacting with familiar faces. He inquired about Luo Feng's recent experiences, astonished by the tales he heard. "I never expected you to grow so rapidly. I believe you will undoubtedly surpass your senior sister in the future," the Black Hawk remarked in awe. Luo Feng was now intrigued by Lin Jie, having heard about her from individuals at the Smoke City Judgment Branch. Then again from Ling Yan, and now the Black Hawk had rekindled his curiosity about his senior sister. "Black Hawk, what kind of person is my senior sister? Do you know her well?" Luo Feng asked with eagerness. Upon mentioning Lin Jie, the Black Hawk's demeanor changed entirely. His eyes sparkled with admiration, and his tone brimmed with praise. Senior sister Lin Jie is the foremost among the youth in the capital and even the northern region. Since her awakening, she has never lost a single battle. Just last month, she opened the Forbidden Gate and became a formidable force. Luo Feng observed the Black Hawk's fervent expression, his lips twitching slightly. He resembled an avid fan who idolized Lin Jie. It appears my senior sister is quite formidable. I truly wish to engage her in battle," Luo Feng said, his fists clashing together, excitement gleaming in his eyes. The Black Hawk cast a sidelong glance at Luo Feng and shook his head. "Though you are strong and may one day surpass senior sister Lin Jie, I must advise you, do not subject yourself to self-torment. You are not her match in this realm." Luo Feng chuckled softly, recognizing that the Black Hawk held a near-worshipful confidence in Lin Jie. He did not idolize anyone, for in his eyes, the strong were meant to be surpassed, and he too possessed the potential to do so. After exchanging a few more words, the Black Hawk took his leave, reminding Luo Feng to attend his birthday party. Luo Feng waved goodbye as he watched the Black Hawk depart. Even though my strength has surpassed 1,000, there are still beings on Earth with battle powers exceeding 10,000. I must not let my guard down. For some reason, I've been feeling restless lately. What could be the cause? Luo Feng furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself. This disquieting sensation seemed to have arisen suddenly, leaving him quite uncomfortable. Could it be because of Cheng Zijie? I should inform my master to have the Smoke City branch keep a close watch on my uncle and sister Qingqing. Luo Feng thought inwardly that he removed the bracelet and sat cross-legged on the ground. Opening the system interface. Character: Luo Feng. Battle power: 1050. Energy coins: 1144. Storage space: 2 cubic meters. Milestone task rewards have been distributed. Luo Feng gazed at his battle power, realizing that for the upcoming Eastern Domain Time-Space Conference, he must seize this opportunity to rapidly enhance his strength once more. The milestone task rewards. I must see what this round of rewards entails. As he opened the storage space, he discovered a card tucked away in the corner. Picking it up, he was taken aback by its contents. It was a combat card that would allow him to battle Yamcha during the Saiyan invasion of Earth. Usable 3 times. Does this mean I can fight Yamcha 3 times? Luo Feng pondered, recalling the plot of Dragon Ball. Though he had spent nearly a decade in this world, the memories of his past life felt as fresh as yesterday, perhaps due to the system's enhancement. His recollection of his previous life, especially the events of Dragon Ball, remained exceptionally clear. I remember Yamcha's battle power was around 1400 back then. I am not yet his match, given the system's nature. I could engage in combat with Yamcha during my training in the Heavenly Realm, which would also serve to assess my progress, Luo Feng reasoned. The combat card, in another sense, was immensely beneficial to him, as the combat styles from Dragon Ball could greatly facilitate his growth. Moreover, Luo Feng harbored an intense desire to clash with the warriors from Dragon Ball, for he had long held a dream of the series. He stored the card away for now, intending to use it later, once he acquired the Heavenly Master Guidance voucher, allowing both to be utilized together. Just then, Ling Yin and Yin Lao arrived at the training ground, and Luo Feng hurried over to greet them, but Yin Lao's remark left him feeling quite embarrassed. "Young fellow, did you just teach that Black Hawk a lesson?" Yin Lao said with a grin. Luo Feng's face flushed. After all, the Black Hawk was Yin Lao's disciple, and he didn't want to cause the elder any embarrassment. Seeing Luo Feng's awkwardness, Yin Lao remarked, "You did well. That little rascal has been far too arrogant, thinking himself impressive just because he advanced to a master level. This time, he learned what it means to be outclassed." Speaking of the Black Hawk, Yin Lao's kind expression shifted dramatically, his demeanor turning stern. It seemed the Black Hawk had indeed vexed him considerably of late. Dealing with a rebellious youth can be quite a headache. Ling Yin then patted Luo Feng on the shoulder and said, "You should be mindful in the future. Do not bully the weak." Upon hearing Ling Yan's words, Yin Lao's lips twitched. The old fellow's remarks were always rather grating. "Young man, I will be waiting for you here tomorrow morning. Do not be late." Yin Lao glared at Ling Yin before turning back to Luo Feng. Luo Feng quickly nodded, assuring he would not be tardy. Yin Lao waved his hand and gave Ling in a huff before striding away. The elder moved with surprising agility, his speed entirely unbefitting of someone over 100 years old. After Yin Lao departed, Ling Yan's expression grew serious as he addressed Luo Feng. "Kid, you must make the most of this opportunity. Although that old man may not possess my strength, his achievements in martial arts are remarkable. It took considerable effort to persuade him to teach you, so do not squander this invaluable chance." While Ling Yin cautioned Luo Feng, he also took the opportunity to belittle in truth, their strengths were not vastly different, but neither would concede to the other. "It seems my master has put in considerable effort for me." A warmth enveloped Luo Feng's heart as he quietly mused to himself. He nodded vigorously, filled with anticipation for this opportunity, convinced he could not let it slip away. Ling Yin escorted Luo Feng to his residence, offering him temporary shelter. In turn, Luo Feng entrusted Ling Yin with a request to have the personnel at the Yin City branch assist in caring for his uncle. An unsettling feeling lingered within Luo Feng, akin to a seed taking root in his heart, growing ever stronger. Naturally, Ling Yin could not deny his disciple's plea. Leveraging his connections, he provided additional support for Luo Shan in Yin City. That evening, Luo Feng communicated with Luo Shan and Luo Qingqing, relieved to learn of their safety, which allowed him to exhale with some ease. Subsequently, he spent his first night in the capital. The following day, Luo Feng arrived at the training ground at dawn. Although the sun had yet to fully rise, he was astonished to find Elder Yin already present. "Little fellow, you're up quite early," Elder Yin remarked, a warm smile gracing his face upon seeing Luo Feng. Luo Feng hurried forward, bowing respectfully and apologizing. "I've arrived late. I hope Elder Yin will not hold it against me." Elder Yin shook his head, replying, "The elderly tend to rise early, hence my presence here to stretch my limbs. Since you've arrived, let us commence." Elder Yin and Luo Feng settled onto their respective cushions, the surroundings devoid of others, creating a serene atmosphere. The slightest movement could be heard distinctly in the tranquil setting. Elder Yin turned to Luo Feng and stated, "What I am about to impart to you must remain confidential. Can you uphold this?" His gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Luo Feng, that a chill ran through Luo Feng, who nodded earnestly, declaring, "I swear on my character that I shall not divulge it." Upon hearing Luo Feng's vow, Elder Yin nodded approvingly and continued, "What I am teaching you is not overwhelmingly powerful, merely unique. It does not inherently possess combat capability, yet when utilized properly, it can be quite formidable. The ancient martial art I will impart is called the Divine Dream Technique, which can be simply described as a form of super self-hypnosis." "Divine Dream Technique?" Luo Feng queried, puzzled, having anticipated a powerful martial ability, only to discover it was a technique of mental hypnosis. Elder Yin replied solemnly, "Do not underestimate the Divine Dream Technique. In certain respects, it could indeed be deemed divine. So remarkable!" Luo Feng exclaimed, astonished. Only those who had reached a profound level in martial arts could conceive such a technique, one that approached the essence of the Tao. Luo Feng's expression turned serious. If this ancient martial art truly possessed the power Elder Yin claimed, it would be a tremendous asset for him. The Divine Dream Technique enables self-hypnosis. For instance, if you hypnotize yourself to feel no pain during battle, then for the duration of the technique, you will be impervious to any suffering. This is a profound mental suggestion that can influence the entire body. Do not underestimate this mental suggestion. If wielded adeptly, it can unleash unimaginable strength. Next, I shall transmit the Divine Dream Technique to you. Your comprehension will depend on your innate talent. With that, Elder Yan's fingers glowed with golden light as he pressed them against Luo Feng's forehead. Luo Feng sensed something new embedding itself within his consciousness. Soon, a voice resonated in his mind. "Divine dream, divine dream. Enter the dream through the divine, strength within the consciousness. Essence as the foundation. In total." There were 100 phrases. Luo Feng memorized them all after just one hearing, each phrase imbued with profound meaning, which he could not yet fully comprehend. Take your time to study it. I have imparted the entirety of the Divine Dream Technique to you. This divine art requires your own insight, as I have only grasped a fraction of its essence, meaning your journey still lies ahead, Elder Yin remarked, rising with a hint of significance in his tone. Luo Feng nodded. After reading through the phrases several times, he found the Divine Dream Technique to be extraordinarily intricate, with each statement seemingly bearing multiple interpretations, all of which appeared valid. "Incredible," Luo Feng marveled. Elder Yin observed Luo Feng's expression with quiet approval, as he understood the immense power of the Divine Dream Technique, yet even he had merely skimmed its surface. Nonetheless, even such a superficial grasp had allowed him to reach his current level. If one were to master the Divine Dream Technique completely, they might well dominate the realm of the divine. In truth, the Divine Dream Technique was not a product of Elder Yan's lineage, but rather a unique discovery he had stumbled upon. By passing it on to Luo Feng, he sought to witness the technique's full potential. By the way, I heard you must transform on the night of the full moon. If you utilize the Divine Dream Technique, you could hypnotize yourself into perceiving the full moon at any time. Thus, you could transform whenever you wish while maintaining your rationality through the technique. Elder Yin remarked, just as he was about to take his leave. Luo Feng's expression brightened at Elder Yan's words, his face reflecting disbelief. Is the divine dream technique truly that powerful? He whispered, gazing at his hands. At that moment, his desire to cultivate the divine dream technique intensified. Such a divine art felt like a game-changer for him. Consequently, Luo Feng spent the entire day in quiet meditation. After a day of exploration, he seemed to grasp certain concepts so it can be used in this manner. Slowly rising to his feet, he envisioned a scenario, and his wristband trembled slightly, transporting him to the summit of a lofty mountain. Surrounded by towering peaks, these mountains encircled him, creating a formidable enclosure. A flash of blue light sparkled in Luo Feng's eyes, and his aura surged dramatically, emanating an overwhelming pressure that radiated outward from his core. The terrifying force bore down on the mountains, threatening to topple them. The blue light in Luo Feng's eyes intensified, revealing an unwavering will, a determination to shatter the earth and pierce the heavens. Under the weight of this resolve, his entire demeanor transformed, as if he truly could transcend all obstacles and exert dominance over everything. With this surge of will, the surrounding mountains began to tremble. Trees and boulders cascading down, the very mountains fracturing. The peaks, under the might of Luo Feng's presence, appeared to crumble, while he stood resolute among them, his will as strong as iron, exuding extraordinary confidence. Just as the mountains were on the brink of collapse, Luo Feng withdrew his aura, the blue light in his eyes gradually fading. Observing the scene around him, Luo Feng felt an overwhelming astonishment. He had just employed the divine dream technique, planting a belief within himself that he alone reigned supreme. With this belief and will, his aura had exponentially increased. Even against formidable foes, he felt unyielding, truly powerful. Even under conditions of disparate strength, possessing a formidable belief can lead to victory, and I have only grasped the most basic concepts. If I can further comprehend it, the results will undoubtedly be even more astounding. Luo Feng mused, excitement gleaming in his eyes. He now understood the power of the divine dream technique. It was a divine art that enhanced the self from a mental standpoint. If wielded correctly, the effects would be astonishing. However, at that moment, a wave of dizziness washed over Luo Feng, and he felt an overwhelming fatigue, as if he might faint at any moment. It seemed the divine dream technique exacted a significant toll on his mental strength. After just a minute of use, he found himself unable to bear it any longer. With a wry smile, he collapsed onto the ground, slipping into unconsciousness. Luo Feng awoke with a throbbing headache, blinking at the ceiling above. Where am I? He wondered. Momentarily dazed, he discovered himself lying on a soft bed, and as he looked around, he realized he was in a lavishly decorated bedroom. Sitting up, the blanket slipped off him, leaving him feeling a chill. To his surprise, he was clad only in his underwear, his clothes mysteriously absent. What on earth happened? Who took my clothes? Luo Feng exclaimed, rising abruptly from the bed, his voice echoing in alarm. Bang! The door to the bedroom swung open, and a figure rushed in. Luo Feng's eyes widened in shock at the sight of the intruder. Hey, why is it still you? Luo Feng exclaimed in astonishment. He gazed at his bare body, and his expression darkened instantly. But didn't he change my clothes, did you? Luo Feng fixed his eyes on He, yearning for an affirmation that echoed the conclusion he had drawn in his mind. He, observing Luo Feng's demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. He was fully aware of what the other was contemplating. He replied, Rest assured, it's not as you imagine. Your clothes were changed by my housekeeper. Frankly speaking, your attire was quite filthy. How many days has it been since you last bathed? He displayed an expression of distaste, causing the corners of Luo Feng's mouth to twitch. His clothes had originally been purchased from a store while protecting Yunro, designed in the style of the training outfit worn by his son Wukong, yet emblazoned with the character Feng on the back. After enduring 2 fierce battles, they had become somewhat tattered, and Luo Feng had intended to replace them, only to find them stripped away now. With a hint of annoyance, Luo Feng demanded, Hurry up and return my clothes. He tossed him a casual outfit, saying, Wear this for now. I'll have my housekeeper repair your clothes and return them later. Luo Feng grimaced slightly. His training outfit had been tailored to fit him perfectly, allowing his tail to protrude comfortably. Whereas the outfit offered by He was inadequate, as he donned the new attire. His tail poked a small hole in the pants, providing him with a modicum of comfort. "How did I end up in your house?" Luo Feng suddenly recalled, inquiring curiously. He Ying responded, "I went to the training ground to find you and discovered you unconscious there, so I brought you back to my home." He Ying shrugged. His initial intention was to seek Luo Feng to discuss martial arts. Believing that both of them were transformation-type practitioners and curious about Luo Feng's remarkable progress. "By the way, you've been unconscious for 3 hours. It's already dark outside, so you might as well stay here," He Ying invited. Luo Feng pondered for a moment, glancing out at the evening sky, and consented. "Could you help prepare some food? I'm quite hungry right now." He sheepishly rubbed his grumbling stomach. He Ying laughed. "Of course. I've already instructed the chef to prepare dinner for you. We were merely waiting for you to wake up." He Ying led Luo Feng to the dining room. Upon seeing the spread of dishes on the table, Luo Feng hesitated for a moment. It seems like this isn't enough," he stated, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He Ying raised an eyebrow. The meal lay before them was substantial. 5 large loaves of bread, 3 sausages, a large glass of milk, and 3 plates of side dishes. This was He Ying's usual portion, so he was taken aback that Luo Feng considered it insufficient. "Go ahead and eat. Once you finish, I'll have the chef prepare more for you," He Ying encouraged. Starved, Luo Feng wasted no time and dove into the meal with fervor. He Ying was astonished by Luo Feng's speed. The entire spread was devoured in less than a minute. "I say, aren't you afraid of choking by eating so fast?" He Ying remarked incredulously that Luo Feng gulped down milk and replied, "I always eat this quickly. My energy consumption from training is quite substantial, so my appetite is large." He Ying nodded, albeit with skepticism, and immediately instructed the chef to prepare additional food. However, the chef soon found himself overwhelmed by the demand. Observing the empty plates and 2 large milk jugs that had been drained, He Ying's gaze at Luo Feng shifted dramatically. Could it be that true geniuses possess such appetites? "Luo Feng, you are the most extraordinary talent I have ever encountered," He Ying mused. Watching Luo Feng devour his meal with unabashed enthusiasm, his admiration for Luo Feng growing. Once Luo Feng stuffed the last piece of bread into his mouth and downed a gulp of milk. He finally paused. Satisfied, he patted his belly and smiled. I'm about 70% full. Not bad." He Ying, upon hearing this, felt his lips twitch. His household chef had begun to protest, demanding a pay raise for the month. It was unavoidable. Luo Feng's meal had consumed a week's worth of rations for He Ying, and that was at only 70% fullness. He Ying suddenly questioned whether inviting Luo Feng to his birthday party tomorrow was a wise decision. "I must ask, could you perhaps tone it down a bit tomorrow? I've invited many friends, and it wouldn't reflect well if you eat so indiscriminately," he remarked, glancing at the mountain of dishes before them. However, Luo Feng frowned at He Ying's words, replying, "I am coming primarily for the food. If you don't let me eat, what purpose do I have there, especially since I don't know anyone?" He Ying's expression froze, and he helplessly stated, "I invited you so you could meet new friends. After all, you're new to the capital and it's beneficial to broaden your social circle." Luo Feng shrugged. He was indifferent to making friends, preferring to devote his time to training rather than engaging with others. Observing Luo Feng's nonchalant demeanor, He Ying sighed. Their masters were close friends, and, as disciples of such friendships, their bond naturally deepened. He Ying had long since regarded Luo Feng as one of his own. Having such a powerful ally was undoubtedly a great asset, which was why he considered so many aspects for Luo Feng. "Very well. Do as you wish. I'll arrange a table specifically for you, so that you can eat to your heart's content." He Ying relented, raising his hands in resignation. Luo Feng threw an arm around He Ying's neck, laughing. "Now that is what a good friend does. I assure you I won't take your kindness for granted." He Ying rolled his eyes. The more he interacted with Luo Feng, the more he realized Luo Feng was carefree and his thought processes were quite different from the norm. Showing little concern for others' opinions, as Luo Feng admired the opulent decorations in He Ying's home, lavish dining tables, porcelain vases adorning the surroundings, and crystal chandeliers hanging from the center, he remarked, "Is your family quite wealthy?" He gazed around in awe. He Ying waved his hand dismissively. "My father runs a company and has some assets. This house is mine, so you need not worry about outsiders. Luo Feng reflected on the lifestyle of the affluent, which was foreign to him. Compared to this, he preferred the comforts of his home in Yancheng. Subsequently, Heiying shared numerous insights into martial arts with Luo Feng. Although Heiying's strength did not match Luo Feng's, his martial arts cultivation was commendable. Even Luo Feng gleaned some inspiration from Heiying's words. The two conversed until the dead of night before retiring to their respective rooms. The following day, Heiying took Luo Feng outward into the city, as he was not heading to an ordinary hotel, but a grand estate for his birthday celebration. As they approached the venue, Luo Feng further grasped the essence of true wealth. A limited edition red sports car, valued at least in the hundreds of millions of Hua currency, was a staggering sight for Luo Feng, who had yet to save even 10,000 but upon arriving at the estate. Luo Feng was truly introduced to a life of luxury. The sprawling estate was located on the outskirts of the city and could accommodate thousands. From the outside, it appeared to be a modest farmhouse. Yet upon entering, the lavish decorations revealed themselves. Following Heiying along a stone path flanked by lush lawns adorned with wildflowers, they approached a magnificent Gothic structure that resembled a castle. Luo Feng gazed up at the edifice, feeling as if he had stepped back into medieval Europe. This architectural style is truly unique, he remarked in wonder. Having only seen castle images online in his previous life, he had never had the opportunity to visit one. As they entered the castle hall, Luo Feng was left utterly astounded by the opulent interior. The crimson carpets, ornate glass-light fixtures, and golden walls glimmered under the illumination, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The castle soared majestically above, adorned with a colossal silver crystal chandelier that hung from the ceiling, casting a gentle glow that illuminated the entire hall. Within the castle's confines stood a magnificent statue of a knight, brandishing a long sword that pointed resolutely forward. The heart of the castle lay an expansive dining table, laden with an array of delectable dishes and fine wines that made Luo Feng's mouth water with anticipation. Heiying, this is quite extravagant, isn't it? Such a luxurious place must come with a hefty price tag, Luo Feng remarked, his eyes wide with astonishment as he surveyed the opulent surroundings. Heiying chuckled softly. It's merely a one-day rental. I can manage, since I've invited you. Feel free to indulge without reservation. Luo Feng, feeling no need for restraint, gazed at the sumptuous spread before him. Forgo, such a feast would be an affront to his own enjoyment. He chose a secluded corner to sit, as it was still early, and Heiying's friends had yet to arrive, leaving the atmosphere pleasantly tranquil. Seated comfortably, he peeled a banana and began to eat. Last night, he had gleaned some insights about the Eastern Domain's time-space conference from Heiying, and upon learning of Luo Feng's intention to participate, Heiying had displayed remarkable enthusiasm, were it not for his current lack of strength. Heiying would have wished to join as well, for the conference occurred only once every 5 years, allowing those who awakened at the tender age of 12 to partake. Before turning 30, one would only have the opportunity to attend 4 times. The reason the time-space conference was so fervently anticipated in the Eastern Domain was that it gathered nearly all the youthful powerhouses who ventured into a different dimension in search of their fortunes. This peculiar dimension experienced fluctuations every 5 years, each lasting a month. These powerful individuals leveraged such fluctuations to create openings for their descendants to enter. Within this alternate space lay methods to enhance one's strength, and many had successfully breached the forbidden gates upon entering, becoming formidable taboo powerhouses. According to Heiying, should Luo Feng manage to participate in the time-space conference, he would undoubtedly have the potential to break through to the realm of the taboo in a short span. However, Luo Feng was not overly concerned with becoming a taboo powerhouse, as his cultivation system differed from others. He had no intention of opening any forbidden gates as a Saiyan. His sole focus was on continually elevating his strength, ultimately striving to reach the realm of the divine. Luo Feng understood that those eligible to attend the time-space conference were no ordinary individuals. They were the cream of the crop, selected from among thousands. The atmosphere during the conference would undoubtedly be one of fierce competition. The thought of such a scene ignited a fervor within him, as he longed for exhilarating battles. This was his ultimate pursuit. With just a month remaining until the time-space conference commenced, he resolved to master the basics of the divine dream technique within that time frame. discarding the banana peel into a trash bin. He reached for an apple and began to eat. As he sat quietly in his corner, he observed one youth after another entering the hall. Noticing their attire, it was clear that they were not from humble beginnings. This was undoubtedly a gathering of affluent young heirs, birds of a feather flock together. He mused, if it weren't for my acquaintance with Heiying, I would never have had the chance to be here. At that moment, Heiying approached with several companions. Luo Feng. Allow me to introduce you to a few people, he said as he led them to Luo Feng. Luo Feng glanced at the group accompanying Heiying, 3 men and 1 woman. Apart from a taller man whose combat power was recorded at 400, the others ranged between 300 and 400. The tallest man scrutinized Luo Feng with an air of disdain. It was no surprise, given Luo Feng's unconventional attire. Few would don training garments at a banquet where all others were clad in formal wear. His choice of clothing instantly categorized him as an outlier. I heard Heiying say you are quite formidable. He suffered a crushing defeat at your hands. Haha, I'm curious. How did you manage to defeat him with your strength? The man inquired, regarding Luo Feng with skepticism. Heiying's brow furrowed at the man's words. Though he was youthful, he was adept in social matters and could easily perceive the derision in the man's tone. Luo Feng, what are you doing? Heiying interjected, displeased. The man waved dismissively at Heiying. Smirking, I merely wish to spar with this brother. After all, he is the one who defeated you. Luo Feng rose and approached the man, unimpressed by his low power level, which failed to pique his interest. You are not my opponent, he stated firmly, shaking his head. The 3 companions of Luo Feng exchanged incredulous glances. Luo Feng was the strongest among them. Yet Luo Feng appeared to be no older than 14 or 15. Hailing from a small town, they found it hard to believe he possessed any noteworthy strength. Upon hearing Luo Feng's retort, Luo Feng's expression soured. He had not anticipated such a response, which felt like a slap to his pride. Heiying glanced at Luo Feng, relieved that he remained unperturbed. After all, should a confrontation ensue, it would undoubtedly create quite a stir. Luo Feng surveyed Heiying, feeling a distaste for the others, who regarded him with contempt. Their condescending attitudes made it seem as if acknowledging him would be a favor. This sentiment left Luo Feng feeling quite displeased. Forget it. I prefer solitude. He declared to Heiying that I'm going to another area. You needn't worry about me. Heiying nodded, a hint of resignation in his demeanor, that he had hoped Luo Feng would make more acquaintances to ease his future interactions in the capital, but it seemed Luo Feng was disinclined to engage in such social niceties. Yet as Luo Feng turned to leave, Luo Feng called out, What do you think you're going? Since you just claimed I'm not your match, I would like to see your skills, without waiting for a response. Luo Feng charged at Luo Feng, a flame igniting in his palm as he aimed to strike. Sensing danger, Luo Feng instinctively unleashed his aura, which radiated an overwhelming dominance, as if he had retained the intensity from the previous day. Luo Feng's hand came to a halt mere inches from Luo Feng, as he found himself engulfed in a chilling darkness, facing a titan whose stature dwarfed even planets. From his elevated position, Luo Feng gazed down at Luo Feng, whose willpower began to crumble under the weight of Luo Feng's presence. Finally, Luo Feng could no longer bear it, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Are you all right? Luo Feng quickly retracted his aura, startled at the sight of the bloodied Luo Feng. I told you, you're not my opponent. Why insist on fighting me? Isn't that self-harm? Luo Feng expressed his bewilderment. Luo Feng, hearing Luo Feng's words, coughed up another mouthful of blood, this time fueled by indignation. He had never endured such humiliation in his life. His companions rushed to his side, alarmed by his condition. Luo Feng, are you okay? The woman beside him inquired with concern. Luo Feng waved them off, coughing a few times to steady his breath, his expression darkening as he glared at Luo Feng. Being defeated by you was my own overestimation of my abilities. But your 2 insults shall not be forgotten, he vowed, turning to depart. His companion shot Luo Feng a venomous glare before following Luo Feng's lead. Luo Feng, observing their departure, wore an odd expression, then turned to Heiying and remarked, Why are they so arrogant? They are weak yet act as if they are invincible. Do they not fear a beating from me? Heiying scoffed. What can you expect? They are all exceptional talents among their peers, and with their considerable strength, it's only natural for them to be prideful. Although I find them insufferable, they each possess their own connections. If I succeed my father, I will inevitably have to interact with them. I have no desire to befriend such people, so please refrain from introducing me to any more acquaintances, Luo Feng stated firmly. Heiying sighed. If you lack friends, navigating life in the capital will be quite challenging. Luo Feng chuckled softly, shaking his head. I have no intention of remaining in the capital. My aspirations lie elsewhere. Very well. Then enjoy your meal. I shall take my leave, Heiying replied. The Black Hawk waved his hand and spoke. Luo Feng nodded and then walked alone to a corner of the room. He picked up a large plate and began to gnaw on a leg of lamb. Although he detested those around him, he was more than willing to indulge in delectable cuisine, especially when it was both delicious and complimentary. As Luo Feng savored his meal, many in the gathering had already taken notice of him. Just moments ago, Luo Feng had been left bloody by Luo Feng's overwhelming presence, and this scene truly astonished many. Luo Feng was quite renowned within their circle, possessing considerable strength. To witness such a formidable figure being bested by Luo Feng's aura piqued the interest of many. Observing Luo Feng's eating habits only drew more eyes toward him. Hey Luo Feng, what happened back there? How did you lose? A bald youth clad in a black shirt mocked Luo Feng. Luo Feng glared at the bald boy, his expression darkening. They had always been at odds, frequently undermining one another. Now, with Luo Feng embarrassed before the crowd, the bald youth reveled in his misfortune. Humph, Gu Jing, spare me your mockery. You and he fought. Next time, you won't fare any better, Luo Feng retorted coldly. Jiu Jing chuckled. I wouldn't dream of fighting him, for I at least possess the self-awareness to know my limitations. Typically, those who overestimate their abilities meet an untimely demise. Luo Feng shot a furious glare at Gu Jing. His words struck a nerve, as it was indeed a fact that he had fallen to Luo Feng, intensifying his hatred for him, Jiu Jing. Observing Luo Feng's rage, couldn't help but laugh heartily, feeling a sense of relief, before turning to walk away. The Black Hawk glanced over at Luo Feng, realizing that inviting such individuals had been a grave error, and his disdain for this gathering deepened. Dad, is this what you meant by expanding one's social circle? Sigh, just seeing these people gives me a headache, let alone engaging in any socializing, he lamented, pressing his forehead in exasperation. In truth, the Black Hawk had no desire to host this birthday banquet. However, his father had insisted he hold it, claiming it would be beneficial for forging friendships that would aid him in the future. Yet, even merely dealing with these guests was a source of great annoyance for him, let alone witnessing the subtle power struggles that unfolded. This was nothing short of torment. As the Black Hawk stole another glance at Luo Feng, who was joyfully indulging in food and drink. He found himself feeling a twinge of envy for Luo Feng's apparent ease and ability to live life on his own terms. Just then, the heavy doors were suddenly kicked open, and a figure strode in. The abrupt commotion startled everyone present, drawing their attention to the unexpected intruder. Ran Fei. The Black Hawk's eyes narrowed as he recognized the newcomer, his expression darkening as he intoned, I don't recall inviting you to this banquet. Ran Fei gazed at the Black Hawk with an inscrutable expression and coldly replied, I have no interest in the weak, let alone a gathering of feeblings. You. The Black Hawk's countenance shifted dramatically, seething with anger. Not only him, but the others in attendance also wore grim expressions, for Ran Fei's words were an affront to them all. Ran Fei, while you may be strong, do you not fear inciting their wrath? A richly dressed youth stepped forward, raising his voice. Ran Fei cast a disdainful glance at the crowd, lifting his chin slightly, and scoffed, Do you think you are worthy? The youth's face turned a deep shade of anger. He longed to teach Ran Fei a lesson. Yet, he was acutely aware of the disparity in their strengths. Confronting Ran Fei would only be an exercise in self-harm. The Black Hawk glared at Ran Fei and demanded, What exactly are you here for? Surely, as the strongest of the younger generation from the Ran family, you did not come simply to exchange pleasantries. Ran Fei regarded the Black Hawk and slowly replied, I heard there is a fellow named Luo Feng who is quite remarkable that I've come to find him. Which of you is Luo Feng? The mention of Luo Feng caused the Black Hawk's brow to furrow. Very few knew about his presence at the banquet. Yet here was Ran Fei, exhibiting an alarming awareness and personally seeking Luo Feng out. Meanwhile, Luo Feng, engrossed in gnawing on a chicken leg, seemed to hear his name being called. He raised his head and looked toward the commotion, sensing that something was amiss. What is happening? Luo Feng swallowed the morsel and regarded the scene with curiosity. Before the Black Hawk could respond, Lu Feng interjected, Ran Fei, you are being exceedingly arrogant. In the capital. Even the Ran family cannot dominate everything. Lu Feng boldly invoked the name of the Ran family. Although he lacked the strength of Ran Fei, his own lineage was not to be trifled with, and he sought to leverage his family's prestige to put Ran Fei in his place. Ran Fei tilted his head, regarding Lu Feng with contempt, and murmured, And you are what? Exactly. As soon as the words left his lips, Ran Fei vanished in an instant, seizing Lu Feng's head and forcefully driving it into the ground. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Lu Feng's head was pressed into the stone floor, the tremendous force shattering the ground around them, scattering the once sumptuous red carpet into a flurry of debris. Ran Fei. The sudden turn of events sent shockwaves through the gathering. None had anticipated Ran Fei's brazen display of aggression in such an open forum. It was well known that while the Ran family wielded significant power, the attendees all hailed from distinguished families of their own, particularly Lu Feng, whose status was far from ordinary. Ran Fei's actions left the crowd paralyzed with fear. No one dared to utter a word. The Black Hawk inwardly cursed. Ran Fei was notorious for his reckless behavior, acting as if he were untouchable. Encountering him today would surely not conclude without consequence. What is happening? Why are they fighting? Luo Feng finally set down his food, moving toward the entrance. Initially, he had assumed the gathering at the door signified some event, but a sudden surge of murderous intent emanating from the entrance had piqued his interest. As Luo Feng spoke, all eyes turned toward him. The majority present were unfamiliar with him, only aware that he was an oddity who had arrived with a Black Hawk. Luo Feng. The Black Hawk looked at him, equally concerned. While he knew Luo Feng was strong, he was uncertain whether he would be a match for Ran Fei. Luo Feng. Ran Fei tossed the unconscious Lu Feng aside and turned his gaze toward the approaching Luo Feng, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Luo Feng regarded Lu Feng's crumpled form, his brow furrowing slightly before he inquired of the Black Hawk, what caused this altercation. The Black Hawk could only manage a wry smile, stating, That guy came specifically looking for you. Although I do not know how he discovered you were here, his intentions are far from friendly. He's quite formidable, Luo Feng remarked, fixing his gaze on Ran Fei. The palpable aura of menace surrounding Ran Fei was unmistakable. He was undoubtedly a man with blood on his hands. His eyes resembled those of a lone wolf in the dead of night. Once he spotted his prey, he would pounce without hesitation. Ran Fei studied Luo Feng, regarding him as mere prey, his eyes brimming with excitement and cruelty. Luo Feng sensed the overwhelming power radiating from Ran Fei. His combat prowess was undoubtedly formidable. Likely exceeding 1,000, the majority of attendees were around 14 or 15 years old. The eldest among them was perhaps 16, though they enjoyed abundant resources. They had never witnessed true violence, and now, feeling the intensity of Ran Fei's murderous intent, they trembled and feared, Black Hawk, I just remembered I have something to attend to at home. I must take my leave. Oh, and my father seems to have asked me to return early as well. I want to be able to stay. Yes, I also have matters to attend to. I must hurry home. Let us reschedule our gathering. The young men and women who had come to the banquet hastily excused themselves from the Black Hawk, fleeing like the wind. They were too terrified to face the madman Ran Fei. Should he suddenly decide to unleash his wrath upon them, the consequences would be dire. As the hall emptied in an instant, the Black Hawk's expression darkened. He felt like a fool for orchestrating such a foolish affair today. Luo Feng, I swear I will never host another birthday banquet again, he gritted through clenched teeth. In a foul mood, the Black Hawk yearned for a fight. Luo Feng shrugged and replied, It's fortunate you realized in advance. After all, true friends cannot be cultivated merely through shared meals and drinks. At that moment, Lu Feng, still sprawled on the ground, regained consciousness. He gazed at Ran Fei's retreating figure, and his swollen face contorted with rage. Ran Fei, just wait. I will ensure you pay dearly for this. Lu Feng rose to his feet, his voice laced with fury as he shouted, Bang! Blood erupted from his mouth as he was sent flying by a kick from Ran Fei, his body carving a long trench in the ground. The force of the blow left him severely injured, and he spewed blood incessantly. "Let me reiterate, I shall end you," Ran Fei remarked, licking the corner of his mouth, turning his back to Luo Feng as he spoke. Though his voice was barely above a whisper, it struck Luo Feng's ears like an arctic gale, sending chills coursing through him. Luo Feng dared not utter another word, stumbling away in desperation. Luo Feng observed Luo Feng's retreating figure and shook his head, commenting, "Is this what they call a verbal champion? Truly, a case of self-inflicted torment." With a grin, Ran Fei looked at Luo Feng and declared, "With the trash gone, I can now act without restraint." As soon as the words left his lips, he transformed into a shadow, charging towards Luo Feng. Boom! Ran Fei's ironclad fist collided with Luo Feng's, unleashing a tremendous force that sent tables flying and cutlery scattering across the floor, shattering into countless pieces. Witnessing the clash, He Ying winced, retreating hastily. The destruction of the dining hall's furnishings would certainly come out of his pocket. What formidable power! Luo Feng retracted his fist, intrigued by Ran Fei's strength, feeling his own cells awaken with excitement. A cruel smile appeared on Ran Fei's face as he clenched his fist, realizing that he had not gained the upper hand in their earlier exchange. His pupils glinted with bloodlust, and he became exhilarated. I hear you killed Yinqing. Is that so?" Ran Fei's voice was low and menacing. Yinqing. Luo Feng's brows furrowed slightly. He recalled vividly their fierce battle outside Haicheng, which had nearly ended in defeat for him. "Do you know Yinqing?" he inquired, raising an eyebrow. "Of course. That fellow was my prey, but I did not expect you to kill him. Today, you shall take his place." Ran Fei's tone dripped with murderous intent. "Always eager to kill. Do you think that makes you appear impressive?" Luo Feng scoffed. Ran Fei burst into loud laughter, his entire being shifting as his skin gradually morphed into a silvery metallic sheen. Resembling a being of liquid metal, a metallic ability, Luo Feng murmured. The power of the metal type possessed immense defensive capabilities, rarely matched by others of the same tier, unless faced with an opposing ability. Luo Feng focused intently on Ran Fei, who moved with incredible speed, darting around him like a silver shadow. "Here," Luo Feng suddenly exclaimed, his fist thrusting towards a direction. A wave of energy surged forth, rippling through the air like water, while Ran Fei was sent crashing against a distant wall. Boom! Just before impact, Ran Fei executed a swift maneuver, planting his feet against the wall. The force of his actions cracked the wall, and he shot forth like a silver flash toward Luo Feng. Luo Feng's aura erupted, now fully aware of Ran Fei's prowess. His combat strength undoubtedly exceeded 1,000, edging closer to the realm of the forbidden. This was a rare opponent, precisely the kind Luo Feng sought to test his mettle against. Bang, bang, bang. Their figures darted through the hall, the sounds of their clash echoing throughout the castle. The opulent decor lay in ruins under their onslaught. He Ying observed the duel from a distance, realizing he had underestimated Luo Feng's strength, astonished that he could hold his own against someone as formidable as Ran Fei. It was known that Ran Fei was second only to Lin Jie in the entirety of the capital, although he was 2 years older than Lin Jie. In this world, strength was paramount. Age merely indicated potential. Not everyone could transform potential into power, as genius often met an untimely demise, 1,000-pound drop. Ran Fei bellowed, crossing his arms and descending upon Luo Feng with force. Luo Feng's body erupted with a pale red aura as he countered with an upward punch. From He Ying's perspective, Luo Feng's move resembled the rising dragon fist that, in an instant, the two figures collided, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. They paused mid-air for a fleeting moment before Luo Feng plummeted downward, his legs resembling iron pillars as they sank into the floor, his entire form crouching low. Ran Fei's momentum from his descending attack pressed Luo Feng down. Yet Luo Feng concentrated energy in one hand, pressing it against Ran Fei's abdomen during their standoff. Boom! Ran Fei, stunned, barreled toward a statue of night, his body aligned with the sword. In Luo Feng's astonished gaze, he flew toward the blade. Swoosh! The knight's sword struck Ran Fei, emitting a piercing sound reminiscent of a hard object scraping across glass. sending shivers through one's bones. As a wielder of metallic abilities, Ran Fei's defenses were remarkably robust. The sword posed no threat to him. Though unharmed, Ran Fei's interest was piqued by Luo Feng's technique. The energy that had propelled him away was something he had never encountered before. As Ran Fei landed, his fully metallic form smashed into the ground, shattering it beneath him. The grand hall of the castle lay in utter disarray due to their battle. "What technique did you just employ?" Ran Fei inquired, brushing dust from his attire. Luo Feng extracted his feet from the floor, leaping twice before replying, "Curious? Defeat me first." Luo Feng's taunt darkened Ran Fei's expression, realizing that Luo Feng seemed to crave battle even more than he did, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Renowned for his combative nature throughout the capital, Ran Fei had never encountered anyone as eager for conflict as he was, igniting a surge of fighting spirit within him. "Let this battle conclude. Ran Fei, you may return now." Just as Ran Fei prepared to strike again, a voice interjected. Luo Feng turned to see a middle-aged man standing at the entrance, clad in formal attire and holding a gentleman's cane, having appeared there unbeknownst to anyone. Upon seeing the newcomer, Ran Fei's expression shifted, retracting his aggression as he approached the man. "Today's battle ends here. We shall meet again." As Ran Fei brushed past Luo Feng, a wicked smile crept across his lips as he whispered, "You seem to have come seeking something. What is it that you desire?" Luo Feng regarded Ran Fei's retreating silhouette, his voice low. "You'll find out at the Temporal Congress." Ran Fei then departed alongside the middle-aged man. But just as he was about to exit, his voice echoed back, "By the way, this estate belongs to the Ran family. In gratitude for our bout, you need not worry about the damages here." Haiying was taken aback by Ran Fei's words. He had never heard of the Ran family owning such a mansion. "Ran Fei is acting rather uncharacteristically today," Haiying remarked, observing Ran Fei's departing figure. Luo Feng approached him, smiling. "What should Ran Fei's typical demeanor be?" Haiying shook his head. "Previously, Ran Fei struck me as a madman and a battle maniac, often forcing others into combat, always fighting to the death. The most severe incident involved him killing the head of a martial arts school. However, the Ran family, being influential, managed to quell the incident, so even many seasoned warriors are reluctant to engage with him." What kind of formidable entity is the Ran family, possessing such influence? Luo Feng pondered, his brow furrowing at Haiying's words. Regarding these prominent families, Haiying sighed. Though he was a disciple of Yin Lao and his father was a major corporate mogul, he felt insignificant compared to the Gran families. Yet with Luo Feng's inquiry, Haiying proceeded to enlighten him about the major powers in the capital. Within the inner city of the capital, aside from the tribunal, no other family powers existed. The inner city served as the political and cultural center of the nation, representing its face, prohibiting any factions from establishing a presence there. However, in the outer city, 5 major powers reigned, namely, the 5 great families. The 5 prominent families are the Ran family, the Dao family, the Shang family, the Yu family, and the Qian family. These 5 families not only represent the greatest power in the outer city, but also stand as the most formidable forces nationwide. Each family boasts a rich history spanning 5 centuries, imbued with profound cultural heritage. The head of each family is a formidable adept of divine prowess, and notably, there exists more than one such adept within each clan. It is precisely due to the presence of these divine beings within the families that the nation concedes to their influence. After all, beings of divine caliber possess the potential to obliterate the very planet itself. If they were to be driven to desperation, a mutual destruction would ensue, leading to the downfall of all. Furthermore, during the temporal conference, apart from the slots reserved for national adjudicators, the remaining slots are predominantly occupied by these 5 families. The allocation of positions between the state and the 5 families amounts to a staggering 70%, with the remaining 30% distributed among the other 9 factions that are in this world. Absolute fairness is a mere illusion, particularly in an era where a single individual has the capacity to annihilate an entire nation. Upon hearing the elucidation from the Black Hawk, Luo Feng fell into a contemplative silence, gazing at the ravaged hall around him, letting out a soft sigh. This world is inherently one of survival of the fittest. Even if cloaked in the guise of civilization, it is but a veneer over a brutal reality, should this superficial layer be stripped away. What lies beneath is the most fundamental and ruthless law of nature. With a tone of regret, Luo Feng said, "I apologize for disrupting your birthday banquet." The Black Hawk merely scoffed, "Such a banquet is hardly worth attending. It is exhausting to engage with individuals masked in falsehoods. Through this gathering, I have gained clarity on many matters. Thus, in a sense, this event has proven successful, for I need not bear the financial burden." Ha ha! At the mention of the last remark, Luo Feng chuckled as well. The sudden confrontation with Ran Fei seemed orchestrated, especially since this estate belonged to the Ran family, leaving Luo Feng in a state of perplexity. What could be the underlying motive? Why target me? Luo Feng pondered as he stared outside the castle's grand entrance that on the outskirts of the outer city, two figures stood beside a luxurious black, flying vehicle. Observing the distant lawn, were Luo Feng present, he would undoubtedly recognize them. One was Ran Fei, with whom he had just battled, and the other was the middle-aged man who intervened. "What do you think of his strength after your encounter?" The middle-aged man inquired, elegantly lighting a cigarette, his garments draped casually over his arm. Ran Fei's expression was grave, starkly contrasting his earlier frenzy. "He is formidable. Given my current abilities, I lack confidence in emerging victorious. Moreover, Luo Feng possesses a unique attack method that can unleash light waves. Such a technique is unprecedented in my experience," he replied solemnly. "Indeed, I have not encountered it either. Neither Ling Yin nor Yinqing possess such ancient martial arts." The middle-aged man nodded in agreement. "Though he is strong, I believe it will not significantly impact our plans," Ran Fei asserted. The middle-aged man spoke with a knowing tone. "Do not forget, you fought him in an altered state, and Luo Feng has yet to employ his unique abilities. Furthermore, we have not witnessed his beast transformation." Not a flicker of anxiety crossed Ran Fei's face as he inhaled deeply, recalling Luo Feng's image, clad in a distinctive training outfit, with a tail extending from behind, exuding immense power. "This is truly troublesome. I initially thought that with Lin Jie becoming a forbidden powerhouse, we would eliminate a significant adversary, but unexpectedly, another has emerged in that case. We must eradicate him at the outset." Ran Fei exhaled heavily, feeling a twinge of headache. "Let us consult with the Dao family, for this is not a matter for our family alone," the middle-aged man declared, discarding his cigarette onto the ground and extinguishing it with his polished shoe before donning his jacket. Ran Fei nodded in agreement, and together they boarded the flying vehicle, departing into the distance, with the banquet concluded. Luo Feng returned to his residence. The following days were devoted to rigorous training, immersing himself in the divine dream technique, striving to grasp its deeper meanings. Luo Feng was determined to achieve his objectives before the temporal conference commenced. The divine dream technique is stratified into several levels. The first level focuses on enhancing willpower, akin to subconscious hypnosis, yielding commendable results. The second level entails constructing a scene within one's consciousness, a scenario so lifelike that it could easily be mistaken for reality, which is the level Luo Feng aspires to attain. His goal is to create a vivid full moon scene within his mind, an exclusive realm visible only to him and nearly indistinguishable from the real world. However, to reach this second level, Luo Feng's consciousness must be robust and his willpower unwavering under any circumstances. Only then can he navigate the realm of consciousness without losing himself, maintaining a clear distinction between reality and the inner world. Such training is inherently gradual. Even after dedicating half a month, Luo Feng has merely comprehended the first level's concepts. As for the second level, he remains entirely at a loss, amidst his relentless practice. Ling Yin approached him with news that Lin Jie had returned from her mission and was now back at the adjudicator's office. Ling Yin suggested that Luo Feng should meet Lin Jie, as they were senior and junior disciples, and it was only fitting they become acquainted. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng eagerly followed Ling Yin. He had heard numerous tales about Lin Jie, one of which hailed her as a super genius. "Master, may I have a sparring match with my senior sister?" Luo Feng inquired, his excitement palpable. Ling Yin observed Luo Feng's exuberance, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. He understood Luo Feng's combative nature, but felt that circumstances should dictate the timing of such encounters. It was hardly appropriate for disciples to engage in battle upon their first meeting. Not a chance. Ling Yin firmly declined. Luo Feng's smile faltered, and he lamented, "Why not? You are just meeting. You should focus on building rapport, not fighting. Otherwise, onlookers might assume you are at odds with each other," Ling Yin admonished. With a pleading expression, Luo Feng argued, "Masters, warriors, we ought to strengthen our bonds through sparring. Please, just agree." Ling Yin cast a sidelong glance at Luo Feng. Maintaining his refusal, Ling Yin was mindful of the external narrative surrounding Lin Jie. Although she was indeed exceptional, the disparity between her and Luo Feng was not as pronounced as the world suggested. Should Luo Feng realize that he was not far behind his genius senior sister, it might cultivate a sense of arrogance, leading to complacency, an outcome to be avoided at all costs. Thus, it could be said that Ling Yin was profoundly concerned for Luo Feng. Considering every step on his behalf, from Master's perspective, he was indeed a commendable mentor. Seeing the resolute expression on Ling Yan's face, Luo Feng fell silent. Just because his master disapproved did not mean Lin Jie would refuse. After all, he sought to spar with her, not with his master. Ling Yan led Luo Feng into his office, where a woman sat awaiting them. The moment Luo Feng laid eyes on her, he recognized her as Lin Jie. Clad in a sleek black training outfit, her figure struck an impressive silhouette. Particularly notable was her bosom, which seemed to defy gravity, filling her attire to the brim. Her facial features were equally striking, with bold brows that exuded confidence and long lashes framing her bright eyes. It felt as if she could see straight through one's soul. Below her delicate nose, her lips were enticingly shaped. Lin Jie left an indelible impression on Luo Feng as a remarkable blend of strength and allure, her presence magnetic from afar. "Junior brother." Lin Jie regarded Luo Feng, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly, lips curving into a charming smile, her voice melodious and inviting. Luo Feng, captivated by the beauty of his senior sister, beamed, "Hello, senior sister. I am Luo Feng." As Lin Jie rose, her ponytail swayed gracefully, and she turned to Ling Yan, remarking, "Master, you have certainly struck gold this time. I suspect our junior brother is on the verge of advancing into the forbidden realm." Ling Yin chuckled. Though he attempted to conceal his pride, Lin Jie easily discerned the glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. Finding the situation amusing, Lin Jie stood before Luo Feng, her height allowing them to meet eye to eye. Luo Feng sensed an overwhelming aura emanating from her, a force that encompassed not only physical strength but also an undercurrent of mental prowess. "Senior sister, is your ability of the mental type?" Luo Feng inquired, intrigued by Lin Jie's formidable presence. Lin Jie chuckled softly. "Has Master already shared this with you?" "Well, sort of," he replied with a grin. Luo Feng offered no explanation, scratching his head with a smile. Lin Jie chuckled lightly, shaking her head. She retrieved the yellowed, thin volume and addressed Luo Feng, saying, "Junior brother, for our first masked encounter, I have nothing of great value to offer you. So I shall gift you this manual." Luo Feng's eyes brightened at the sight of the manual in Lin Jie's hands, for it appeared to be an original. "Sister, could this possibly be the original?" Luo Feng asked uncertainly. Lin Jie nodded, explaining, "Indeed, I discovered this during a mission from one of my targets. It is particularly suited for transformation-type abilities." Ling Yin, observing the manual in Lin Jie's hands, was momentarily mesmerized. Exclaiming, "I say, girl, this manual should be presented to the master. That rascal has enough knowledge already. He cannot digest more. So hand it over to me." Ling Yin reached out to take it. Lin Jie tucked her hand behind her back and retorted, "Master, you possess such extensive knowledge already. Does this single volume truly concern you? Moreover, this is intended for Xiao Feng. Do you really wish to seize it?" Lin Jie glared at Ling Yin, her expression disapproving. Ling Yin reluctantly withdrew his hand and advised Luo Feng, "Little brat, remember, one cannot spread oneself too thin. It is the proper path to focus on mastering one discipline." Ling Yan's gaze remained fixated on the manual, while Luo Feng's lips twitched before he accepted the manual and tucked it away without granting Ling Yin a chance. Ling Yin, observing Luo Feng's miserly demeanor, felt quite irritated. However, his concern was not for the manual itself, but rather for any potential adverse effects it might have on Luo Feng at that moment. Luo Feng was immensely excited. Possessing the manual meant he could exchange it for copper coins, a true boon in his current circumstances. Gratefully, he expressed his thanks to Lin Jie, then declared, "Sister, I implore you to engage in a spar with me. I am eager to test my skills against yours." Luo Feng's earnest gaze reflected a sincere desire to measure his abilities against a formidable opponent who had just stepped into the realm of the forbidden. Lin Jie was taken aback, not expecting Luo Feng to make such a request. Observing the sincerity in his eyes stirred her heart. What a crude notion, to fight upon first meeting. Very well, since today marks our first encounter, I shall treat you to a meal instead of sparring. Ling Yin interjected with a wave of his hand. Yet, Lin Jie, still gazing at Luo Feng, replied, "Master, since my junior wishes to spar, I must oblige him." The training ground transformed into a suburban arena, where Luo Feng and Lin Jie stood facing each other, their auras gradually expanding. Under the weight of their powerful presences, the air began to distort. Crackling with electric energy, Luo Feng's eyes blazed with combat fervor, his energy surging wildly, sweeping away the surrounding sand and stones, forming concentric rings of earth around him. Lin Jie, her lips curving into a proud smile, stood confidently, observing Luo Feng from a distance, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She was astonished to discover that her junior brother had attained such strength. It seemed that after this temporal gathering, he would undoubtedly break through the barriers of the Forbidden Realm and emerge as a formidable force. Truly remarkable, Lin Jie thought to herself. Upon returning to the capital, Ling Yin recounted Luo Feng's progress to Lin Jie, who initially regarded him as merely a talented individual. However, she was astonished to witness the rapid growth he had achieved in less than 3 months. Describing Luo Feng's training speed as akin to a rocket would not be an exaggeration. Watching from a distance, Ling Yin shook his head. Both of his disciples had stubborn dispositions. Once they made a decision, it was as if 9 oxen could not drag them back. "Shao Jie, you should not go easy on him. Teach that brat a lesson to ensure he understands the might of forbidden powers, lest he recklessly challenge others and find himself in dire straits." Ling Yin communicated to Lin Jie, his tone resolute, determined to ensure that Luo Feng faced some hardship. Lin Jie sighed slightly, responding, "Understood, master, but you underestimate my junior brother." Ling Yin scoffed, believing he had placed too much faith in Luo Feng, resulting in his current state of belligerence. However, he was unaware that Luo Feng's combative nature was not a mere product of circumstance, but rather an inherent trait of the Saiyan lineage. "Sister, I am about to attack," Luo Feng called out, his voice steady as he prepared to engage Lin Jie. His aura reached its zenith, and he was entirely enveloped in a state of combat readiness. With a thunderous boom, Luo Feng launched himself toward Lin Jie, the ground beneath him cracking under his force. Yet, just as he was about to close the distance, an inexplicable sense of danger surged through him, causing him to instinctively halt. At that very moment, a flash of silver light darted across his forehead, severing several strands of hair that drifted to the ground. "What is this?" Luo Feng's eyes widened in shock as he beheld 5 long swords swirling around Lin Jie, poised to strike at his throat in an instant. Is this the manifestation of mental manipulation? Truly impressive. Luo Feng marveled at the sight of the swords encircling Lin Jie. With his mind sharpened, Luo Feng sensed the potent mental energy enveloping the swords, their sharpness far surpassing that of ordinary blades. Luo Feng refrained from closing in, instead unleashing his attack directly at a beam of light shot forth from his fingertips, hurtling toward Lin Jie. Although the beam was slender, its piercing power was formidable, especially when wielded with Luo Feng's current strength. Lin Jie regarded Luo Feng's technique with surprise. She could sense its potency, a force devoid of elemental properties, representing the essence of human power. This power is quite intriguing. Lin Jie found herself captivated by Luo Feng's technique. The 5 long swords aligned in a row, their tips shimmering with silver light. And as they intersected with the beam, a vibrational hum resonated, forming a barrier that repelled the attack. The sword spun rapidly, slicing through the beam with ease, incredible. The piercing force of the D-NGD-ing-B is extraordinary. Yet my sister has effortlessly neutralized IT. IT seems forbidden powers are not to be underestimated. Luo Feng thought, beads of sweat forming on his brow, though his eyes shone brightly with admiration for the forbidden powerhouse before him. As the swords surged toward him, Luo Feng dodged swiftly, but they swiftly divided into five, streaking toward him with blinding speed. His eyes darted, his body weaving left and right as he navigated through the barrage. I cannot remain on the defensive. I must strike back, Luo Feng realized, feeling a sense of urgency as he assessed his precarious position. With a fierce shout, Luo Feng's aura shifted from white to a deep crimson, his palms coalescing into luminous orbs that he hurled at the flying swords. The collision of the swords and energy orbs erupted in brilliant flashes. While Luo Feng's energy projectiles were not overwhelmingly powerful, they still altered the trajectory of the swords. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Feng charged toward Lin Jie, a streak of red light trailing behind him as he threw a punch. Lin Jie, taken aback, widened her beautiful eyes and raised her hands defensively, conjuring a blue mental barrier before her. Luo Feng's fist struck the barrier, causing it to dent inward, leaving a distinct imprint of his hand. Huh. Luo Feng grunted, his energy flaring as he poured all his strength into the barrier, which began to yield under the pressure. That moment, 5 swords attacked from behind, and simultaneously, Luo Feng felt a surge of mental energy racing toward his consciousness, intent on launching a mental assault. In an instant, he was overwhelmed by a wave of dizziness, as if a hammer had struck his head, sending sharp pains coursing through him. Mental attacks primarily target the mind, while they may induce dizziness or fainting in mild cases. Severe assaults can shatter one's mental fortitude, reducing them to an unresponsive shell. As Luo Feng grappled with the mental onslaught, he felt the oppressive force attempting to subdue him in the midst of his disorientation. An indomitable will surged forth from the depths of Luo Feng's being, empowered by the divine dream technique. In that instant, his consciousness transformed, becoming an overwhelming force that dominated the heavens and the earth. With the support of this powerful will, Luo Feng's mental strength surged dramatically, expelling the mental force that had been directed at him. Simultaneously, his entire aura intensified rapidly, sending the sword that was flying towards him reeling back. A colossal force emanated from Luo Feng, radiating outward in waves. In that instant, the entire space of the gathering began to tremble. Humph! Lin Jie let out a muffled groan, retreating a few steps. Her mental power was countered by Luo Feng's will, causing her to feel a sudden wave of dizziness. Although mental attacks are formidable, encountering a backlash can result in considerable damage. Lin Jie's mental strength far surpassed Luo Feng's, despite being affected by a sudden outburst. Her own strength ensured she suffered no significant injury. Though Luo Feng demonstrated astonishing power, it lasted merely 5 seconds. After that, his strength rapidly diminished, ultimately under the watchful eyes of Lin Jie and Ling Yan. He collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Lin Jie regained her composure and gazed at the fallen Luo Feng, her heart filled with it. It was rare for a peer to suppress her mental prowess, especially one whose strength was inferior to hers. Ling Yan approached, examining Luo Feng's condition. Realizing that his disciple was not in grave danger, he breathed a sigh of relief. This little fellow has practiced the dream technique and has surprisingly already made an entry-level breakthrough. Truly remarkable, Ling Yan mused, lifting Luo Feng gently. The speed of Luo Feng's cultivation was unprecedented in Ling Yan's experience. He was uncertain of Luo Feng's limits, but he believed that achieving mastery in martial arts would come easily for him in the future. Master, with my junior brother's current strength, he could take my place at the time-space conference, Lin Jie said softly, her gaze gentle as she regarded Luo Feng. That is indeed my intention. Your sudden breakthrough is a good thing. But for this time-space conference, it may not be advantageous. Fortunately, we still have this little fellow. Otherwise, the Judgment Division might find itself at a disadvantage. Ling Yan sighed, as a special department of the nation. The Judgment Division bore immense pressure. Its members had to contend not only with the forces eyeing the eastern China region, but also with domestic clans and sections, when the Judgment Division was strong. A balance was maintained. However, if it found itself in a weak position, the lurking powers would reveal their fangs. Thus, as an elder of the Judgment Division, Ling Yin bore considerable stress. His current goal was to cultivate Luo Feng into a formidable asset for the division, intimidating all potential threats. Ling Yin carried Luo Feng back and administered some restorative massage. With his inherently strong physique, Luo Feng soon regained consciousness. Ugh! Master, I still cannot compare to Lin Jie, Luo Feng lamented upon waking. Recalling his earlier battle with her, he sighed, aware that a gap remained between his strength and that of the forbidden powerhouses, preventing him from engaging in so-called cross-level combat. Hey, kid, you are quite arrogant. Lin Jie has painstakingly trained for 5 years to achieve her current strength, while you haven't even broken through the Forbidden Gate yet you dare to think you can defeat her. What gives you such confidence? Ling Yin scoffed derisively. Luo Feng smiled sheepishly, fully aware of the truth in Ling Yan's words, yet he harbored his own thoughts. The special mission assigned by the system had a time limit of merely 3 months. And with a month already slipping away, his progress had been negligible. If this continued, completing the special mission would become impossible for him. The reason Luo Feng had sought to spar with Lin Jie was not solely for combat experience. He also wished to gauge the disparity between himself and the forbidden powerhouses. After months of training, he had gained some insight into combat power. Once one's battle strength surpassed 1,000, even a difference of 100 or 200 points in strength did not preclude the weaker party from winning. In truth, many factors determine an individual's strength, including the martial arts learned, innate physical capabilities, and certain explosive secret techniques, all of which can influence the outcome of a battle. If Luo Feng were to unleash his full power, he might indeed stand a chance against a forbidden powerhouse. However, whether he could emerge victorious remained uncertain. Ling Yin handed Luo Feng a cup of tea, his expression gradually turning serious. Little one, for this time-space conference. I hope you can serve as the Judgment Division's trump card, he stated solemnly. The trump card? What do you mean? Luo Feng inquired, momentarily taken aback by Ling Yan's words as he sipped the hot tea. Ling Yin sighed, explaining, the time-space conference is not as simple as you might think. Each faction that enters the alternate dimension will support one another against external threats. Within the time-space conference, factions can engage in unrestricted combat without any accountability. Unrestricted combat. Luo Feng frowned. Realizing this was entirely different from his expectations, he had thought the time-space conference was merely a grand test. While competition existed, he had assumed it was limited to that. However, he was unprepared for the realization that the time-space conference was, in fact, a genuine battlefield where survival necessitated true skill. Master, what exactly lies within? Why such regulations? Luo Feng asked, puzzled. Ling Yin elaborated, the alternate dimension has been present for nearly a century, and its world is entirely different from ours. From a scientific perspective, it can be described as a fragment of a shattered four-dimensional space. A shattered four-dimensional space. Luo Feng was taken aback, astonished by this revelation. According to top scientists and divine experts in spatial theory, this fragmented space originally belonged to the four-dimensional realm, but, for reasons unknown, had collapsed into 3 dimensions. That it was precisely this transformation that allowed the space to endure for a century. Otherwise, such an unstable high-dimensional space would easily collapse upon manifesting in a low-dimensional realm. Luo Feng remained in a daze, processing Ling Yan's words, which seemed to belong in a science fiction novel. Yet here they were, unfolding before him, causing him considerable mental strain. My goodness, this is far too complex, Luo Feng lamented, holding his head in distress. Ling Yin chuckled, you need to brush up on your studies. To become a true powerhouse, one must grasp a wealth of knowledge. Humanity has progressed to this point through continuous learning. Little one, knowledge is power. Rubbing his head, Luo Feng recalled his middle school days. The education system in this world was vastly different from that of his previous life. The advanced technology and vast reservoir of knowledge here meant that what students learned in middle school could rival a university education in his past. Having graduated from a prestigious university in his former life, Luo Feng felt disheartened to realize he was even inferior to a middle school student in this world. All right then, he sighed, shrugging in resignation. He, Ling Yin found some satisfaction in Luo Feng's predicament. Given the extraordinary nature of his cultivation, it felt good to have some reprisal in other areas. Nevertheless, Ling Yin proceeded to explain further. According to him, the alternate dimension contained 3 unique treasures: energy stones, green river water, and blue fruit trees. Energy stones were red crystals imbued with vast amounts of energy that could be absorbed to enhance one's physical strength. The green river water flowed through a multicolored river, consisting of 7 colors that were mutually incompatible and tumultuous in nature. The other 6 colors were toxic, while the green water could enhance strength and even heal injuries. The third treasure, the blue fruit tree, bore blue fruits that could not be plucked. Once harvested, they would wither rapidly. To consume them, one had to eat them directly from the tree. These blue fruits could induce moments of enlightenment, and those who had entered this realm to break through the forbidden gate had all consumed them. These 3 treasures were exceedingly rare and could only be obtained through skill and prowess, which was why they incited fierce competition. As Luo Feng listened to Ling Yan's words, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He was incredibly eager to venture forth, for within lay the treasures he desperately sought. Now aware of the intricacies of the time-space conference, Luo Feng felt a surge of anticipation. Perhaps this was my opportunity. I must seize it, he resolved inwardly. In the days that followed, Luo Feng spent every moment honing his skills in the training grounds. He has been diligently practicing the divine dream technique. Although he has made some progress, he is yet to break through the first tier. Thus, in the blink of an eye, half a month has passed, and the date of the temporal conference has arrived. The Judgment Institute has 6 slots available. Aside from Luo Feng, 5 others are required to attend the event. On the eve of the conference, the vice president of the Judgment Institute personally arrived to deliver a speech. Luo Feng was escorted to the conference hall, a tiered auditorium capable of accommodating over 1,000 individuals. The decor of the hall was steeped in ancient charm, with tables and chairs arranged independently. Each table was intricately carved with exquisite designs, adorned with the 4 treasures of the study, creating an ambience reminiscent of a bygone era. Luo Feng was the last to arrive. The other 5 participants and their recommenders had already gathered. As he entered the hall, 10 pairs of eyes turned to regard him. But they have all arrived, Luo Feng murmured, observing the figures ahead. Ling Yin guided Luo Feng towards them. The 5 recommenders were also key members of the Judgment Institute, and their expressions indicated a familiarity with Ling Yin. Ling, is this your precious disciple? His prowess is indeed remarkable. A middle-aged man in formal attire approached Ling Yin with a hearty laugh. Ling Yin beamed with pride, his demeanor reflecting immense satisfaction. Luo Feng surveyed the 5 participants beside Ling Yin, 4 men, and 1 was a woman, all possessing strength at the advanced master level. Among them, the most formidable was a man clad in black formal wear. Luo Feng estimated his combat power to be around 950, while the others hovered just above 900, evidently having recently advanced to the high-level master rank. As Luo Feng scrutinized the 5, they too were observing him. Their expressions suggested they were already acquainted with Luo Feng's background. Ling Yin encouraged Luo Feng, saying, "Go and introduce yourself. It will be beneficial for future cooperation." Nodding, Luo Feng approached the 5. The most enthusiastic among them was the girl, who appeared to be a year or 2 older than Luo Feng. She had fair skin and an attractive visage, with her long, shapely legs drawing considerable attention. "Hello, I'm Zhou Cece. Perhaps we will be relying on you. Junior brother," she greeted with a bright smile, exuding an uplifting aura. Luo Feng scratched his head and replied, "Hee, we will support each other. After all, we are now a team." Indeed, junior brother Luo Feng is correct. We are a team, and I hope that when we enter the alternate dimension, we can work together harmoniously, the strongest among the 5 asserted solemnly. Luo Feng regarded him, noting the man's formal attire and demeanor, which gave off an air of authority, akin to conversing with a superior. "Humph, what's with the pretense?" A slender man in a white robe scoffed quietly, casting a disdainful glance at the serious man. Observing the two, Luo Feng sensed a palpable tension, and the reactions of the other 2 men indicated they were not surprised by the exchange. The atmosphere grew tense, the silence thickening in the wake of the lean man's remark. Zhou Cece, noticing this, displayed a hint of resignation in her eyes, clearly accustomed to such dynamics. However, she remained warm towards Luo Feng. Taking the time to introduce the others, the man in formal attire was named Liang Zheng, while the slender one was Guan Yin. The other two were named Hui Yun and Jiang Ling. Under Zhou Cici's subtle insinuations, it became apparent that each of them hailed from distinguished backgrounds, with Guan Yin and Liang Zheng's families seemingly embroiled in a long-standing feud. Luo Feng exchanged a few pleasantries with them, but soon fell silent, feeling overwhelmed by the intricate web of relationships. As he withdrew in his silence, Zhou Cici too ceased speaking, and the ambience returned to one of quietude. The recommenders, observing the situation, exchanged glances and sighed. The internal conflicts within the Judgment Institute were considerable, with factions at odds, while those powerful families united against external threats. This contrast significantly weakened the Institute's overall strength. Yet, they were powerless to change the situation. As the influential figures within the Judgment Institute had their own interests, inevitably leading to conflicts. Consequently, despite the abundance of skilled individuals, very few actively engaged in meaningful work, often entangled in disputes and even mutual accusations. Such scenarios had become commonplace within the Judgment Institute. Otherwise, with the power at their disposal, it would have been impossible for these prominent families to flourish, even to the point of threatening the very foundations of the state. Ling Yan's eyes were filled with concern. Having dedicated over a century to the Judgment Institute, he naturally wished to see it thrive rather than decline. Yet his observations of Luo Feng suggested a disinterest in such matters. Alas, let it be. As long as the young one finds joy in his journey, I shall be content, Ling Yan remarked wearily. After nearly half an hour of waiting, a figure entered through the door. The moment the newcomer stepped inside, they captured the attention of all present. Whether among the core members of the Judgment Institute or the 5 youthful participants, expressions of reverence adorned their faces. Luo Feng regarded the newcomer, who donned a white training outfit and flat-soled shoes. The individual possessed a round face, radiating warmth akin to that of the benevolent Maitreya Buddha, given Ling Yan's seniority. He respectfully clasped his fists and greeted, "Vice President." The others followed suit, saluting the newcomer, while Luo Feng maintained a serious expression that I cannot sense his aura. I never anticipated he could completely conceal it. If one were unaware, they would never guess this is an extraordinary powerhouse, Luo Feng thought, his astonishment growing. His mastery over aura control was still rudimentary. If he could train under the celestial gods, he might learn to master this skill. Ling Yan had previously mentioned that the vice president was a formidable figure in the realm of the divine, possessing immense combat prowess, having once subdued an entire nation in the Western continent single-handedly. Zhou Cici, noticing Luo Feng's intense scrutiny of the vice president, gently elbowed him and whispered, "It's quite impolite to stare at the vice president like that." Snapped back to reality, Luo Feng realized that everyone was watching him, and he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Greetings, Vice President," he stammered, waving and smiling awkwardly. The Vice President regarded Luo Feng with a warm smile, his voice deep and resonant. "Young one, you must be Luo Feng. At such a tender age, to possess such strength is commendable. Though you are the youngest, I trust you will take good care of your senior brothers and sisters." The Vice President's gaze lingered on Luo Feng, laden with meaning. Luo Feng, feeling the weight of his stare, swallowed hard and replied, "Hee, we are a team, and we shall look out for each other." The Vice President raised an eyebrow, clearly pleased with Luo Feng's response, and nodded with a smile. Following this, he commenced his address, meticulously outlining the points of concern and offering encouragement before taking his leave. Once the Vice President departed, a collective sigh of relief swept through the room. The aura of authority he exuded had been overwhelming. As the meeting concluded, Ling Yan led Luo Feng away. He had initially intended for Luo Feng to engage further with the others, but upon witnessing the atmosphere, he abandoned that notion. "We will reconvene at our destination tomorrow," Ling Yan called out to the others before turning to leave. The following day, Luo Feng would embark on his adventure into the alternate dimension. This realm lay in a remote part of the northern domain, perpetually shrouded in ice and snow, exuding an air of profound chill. Amidst the vast expanse of white, nearly 100 individuals stood in a desolate clearing. The time for the temporal conference had arrived, and the alternate dimension began to ripple with energy. Standing beside Ling Yan, Luo Feng gazed at the distorted space before him, his brow furrowed with concern. The fabric of the space ahead was exceedingly warped, presenting a surreal landscape reminiscent of a funhouse mirror, evoking an unsettling sense of the uncanny. Ling Yan grasped Luo Feng's arm, his voice grave. Once you enter, do not rush to the front. The terrain within is highly complex, fraught with unknown dangers. A moment's carelessness could lead to peril. Luo Feng nodded in acknowledgement, etching Ling Yan's admonitions into his memory. At such a critical juncture, maintaining composure was of utmost importance. He cast a glance at the individuals surrounding him. Each of the 5 prominent families had sent 4 representatives, while the other martial arts schools had dispatched 1 or 2. Aside from the recommenders, Luo Feng estimated that the total number of attendees had reached around 60 to 70 as he surveyed the area. A sudden wave of murderous intent surged towards him. Luo Feng turned sharply, his gaze sharpening. He fixated on the source. It was Ran Fei, the very individual with whom he had previously clashed. Flanking Ran Fei were 3 young members of the Ran family, forming a tight circle around him. Ran Fei mouthed a silent threat to Luo Feng. I will kill you when the time comes. Interpreting the unspoken words with a cold smirk, Luo Feng retorted. You seek my life? Very well. I too look forward to settling the score. In addition to Ran Fei, another individual was fixated on Luo Feng. Upon closer inspection, Luo Feng realized he did not recognize this person. Yet the palpable hostility emanating from him was perplexing. That it seemed this encounter was destined to be intriguing. Luo Feng clenched his fists and broke into a grin. Time slipped by in silence. The atmosphere thick with tension as all eyes remained fixed on the void ahead, awaiting the complete dissolution of the spatial barrier. Suddenly, a resonant hum reverberated through the air as the space began to ripple, transforming the previously snowy expanse into majestic mountains and dense forests. Those standing behind the spatial gate would see nothing amiss, the scene remaining a frosty white landscape. If synchronized, all participants surged towards the spatial gate. Observing this, Luo Feng followed suit. The moment he stepped through the portal, he felt the climate shift. The biting cold gave way to a welcoming warmth. He brushed past others. Luo Feng gradually slowed his pace, keenly analyzing the surrounding terrain while silently devising his strategy. The energy stones were primarily scattered across the mountainous regions, while the blue fruit trees thrived within the vast jungles. The green river flowed through the heart of the mountain range. Reflecting aloud on the landscape before him, Luo Feng noted the continuous chain of mountains nearby, the closest being a verdant hill. He observed as everyone rushed towards the peaks. Just as he began moving in that direction, a voice rang out, halting him in his tracks. Luo Feng, why are you standing there? Why not move forward? Turning to the source, he recognized Zhou Cixi, who was now accompanied by Liang Zheng. I'm uncertain of the way. He admitted, be why the way. Where are the other 2? Liang Zheng's expression was grave as he replied, they chose to depart alone. Believing it prudent to split up, I think we should proceed together to enhance our chances of survival. Nodding in agreement, Luo Feng was about to concede when a voice echoed within his consciousness. Special energy stones detected. A unique mission has been issued. The host must independently collect 50 energy stones. Completion of this task will yield substantial rewards. Startled by the sudden emergence of the system, which had been dormant for quite some time, Luo Feng was taken aback with a mission at hand. He had no choice but to venture forth alone. Apologies, but I wish to explore on my own. Given the vastness of this space, our chances of encountering energy stones will be greater if we separate. As this is merely the beginning, everyone will likely conserve their strength, so significant confrontations are unlikely. Thus, it would be more advantageous for us to act independently, Luo Feng stated firmly. Zhou Cixi and Liang Zheng exchanged thoughtful glances. Nodding and understanding, they were to remain in this realm for a month. The sooner they could discover resources, the greater their advantage would be. Very well, then. Until we meet again, Zhou Cixi said to Luo Feng. He nodded in farewell and then dashed off in a different direction. Ignoring the others, Luo Feng sprinted towards another mountain. After the system issued the task, he could faintly sense the general location of the energy stones. While the objective remained daunting, he now possessed a semblance of direction. Arriving at a desolate area, he summoned his Nimbus cloud and ascended, soaring swiftly through the skies. My flying speed should surpass that of most. He mused to himself, navigating through the extraordinary terrain. This landscape differed from that of Earth. The mountains here were not primarily composed of stone, but rather a substance unknown to Luo Feng. These materials resembled stone, yet shone with a glossy, almost ceramic quality. Remarkably, these plants managed to root themselves in this strange matter with remarkable stability. As he traversed over one towering peak and approached another, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. The vegetation ahead began to stir, resembling towering trees with trunks adorned with numerous tendrils. These tendrils, dense and whip-like, lashed out towards Luo Feng. Without hesitation, he concentrated a wave of light energy and unleashed it upon the plants. Though peculiar, the vegetation was no match for his attack, shattering into fragments as the tendrils were obliterated. These plants bore a striking resemblance to the carnivorous flora of Earth, perched atop his nimbus. Luo Feng gazed down at the destroyed vegetation, his mind racing with contemplation. Having encountered such bizarre phenomena, after merely crossing the second mountain, he pondered the vast expanse ahead, aware that even more perilous entities might lurk in the shadows. As he prepared to depart, he noticed something unusual. Beneath the roots of the shattered peculiar plants lay a source of unique power. Descending slowly, he leapt from his nimbus and began to excavate the roots. What emerged from the earth astonished him, filling him with elation. "Energy stones?" Luo Feng exclaimed, peering into the cavity at the base of the plants, where two fist-sized blue stones lay nestled. The energy radiating from them was strikingly similar to the information he had received. While energy stones possessed a potent energy, they also carried certain side effects. Prolonged exposure could pose risks, especially for ordinary individuals who might develop ailments such as cancer. However, for a master-level warrior, these radioactive elements were inconsequential. The energy stones themselves are indeed potent, yet their side effects are quite evident. Luo Feng mused softly. For beings of master-level vitality, these radioactive substances pose no threat. Clutching the energy stones, he felt the energy coursing through them. A glimmer of excitement lighting up his eyes. The energy within could be absorbed, though the amount varied from person to person. After all, it was an external force that would inevitably impact the body. Tossing the energy stones lightly in his hand, he contemplated, "I must report that I have acquired the energy stones." Opening the system interface, he mentally instructed System, "The energy stones have been obtained. You may verify them now." As soon as he finished speaking, the colors of the stones began to fade, transitioning from deep blue to a light hue, finally settling into translucent crystals. Concurrently, the count on the special mission interface shifted from 0 to 1. He picked up the second energy stone and silently commanded, "Absorb." In mere moments, the system fully assimilated the energy, and the stone in his hand transformed into a transparent crystal as well. Gazing at the cavity left by the plants, Luo Feng pondered. Although he required more energy stones, their precise locations remained elusive, yet he had gained a glimmer of insight. Extending his palm, he concentrated several light projectiles aimed at the nearby plants. And with a commanding shout, the projectiles uprooted the vegetation. Examining the new cavity left behind, he found no additional energy stones. It appeared that ordinary plants did not harbor energy stones beneath them, prompting him to seek out the more extraordinary flora. Luo Feng retracted his hand, surveying the area and murmuring softly, "I must search for those unique plants." Ascending once more onto his nimbus, he commenced a slow flight, remaining vigilant of his surroundings. After passing the second mountain, he found himself on the brink of a dense jungle. This jungle. Luo Feng gazed at the dense jungle ahead, utterly astonished. This was no ordinary thicket. The flora within was comprised of the tentacled plants he had encountered previously. Witnessing this spectacle, Luo Feng was filled with exhilaration. This truly was a mineral-rich sight. He laughed heartily as he surveyed the jungle before him. Having made this discovery, the only task remaining was to extract these energy stones. Gathering a formidable wave of energy in his hands, he shouted, Unleashing it towards the ground, like a terrifying column of energy descended, radiating a blinding blue-white light, and erupted violently upon impact. Boom! The thunderous roar echoed like rolling thunder, reverberating outward, while a massive pit formed at the explosion site. From his vantage point on the somersault cloud, Luo Feng observed the billowing smoke rising from the newly formed chasm below. Through the haze, he discerned glimmers of energy stones embedded within. Indeed, there were energy stones hidden beneath these plants. Luo Feng chuckled softly at the sight of the stones below. He leaped down from the cloud, landing within the pit. Estimating the quantity of energy stones, he concluded there were approximately 60. The system had issued a special task to collect 50 energy stones, and upon completion, he could trade them with the system. Each energy stone was valued at around 100 copper coins. Although the exchange rate was modest, the sheer quantity of energy stones promised a substantial fortune. This time, he was determined to purchase the Divine Guidance voucher and save up for the Realm King Fist. As Luo Feng held one of the energy stones in his hand, he began to strategize. Although his combat prowess had surpassed 1,000, his mastery over energy control had yet to reach a level of effortless precision. His training with the divine entity was aimed at becoming a true master of energy. Additionally, he could utilize the time spent training with the divine being to successfully cultivate the third layer of the dream technique. The night before he participated in the temporal conference, Luo Feng had already mastered the second layer of the dream technique. Now, he was capable of conjuring a full moon night within his consciousness to undergo transformation into a giant ape, all while maintaining his rationality. Holding the energy stone, he absorbed its essence, swiftly increasing the quantity of stones required by the system. Just as he completed half of the required amount, he detected several figures rushing towards him. "Who goes there?" Luo Feng inquired, focusing on the approaching figures, which gradually grew larger, their target clearly directed at him. Once he finished absorbing the energy stone, he brushed off the dust from his attire and regarded the oncoming individuals. Ran Fei. Luo Feng's gaze sharpened upon recognizing the newcomer. A total of 7 individuals accompanied Ran Fei, indicating members from 2 different worlds. "So, it was you who caused such a commotion. How fortunate that I was seeking you out. I never expected you to be here, presenting me with such a delightful gift. Tell me, how shall I express my gratitude?" Ran Fei grinned as he approached the edge of the pit. Luo Feng reciprocated with a toothy smile. "You wish to rob and kill? Very well. Let us see if you possess the capability." Luo Feng's expression darkened as the prospect of unrestricted combat loomed. Devoid of the usual constraints of life and death that in the outside world, he would have hesitated to strike with lethal intent. But here he could unleash his full potential. "Shall I take action?" A man beside Ran Fei spoke in a low, cold voice. Ran Fei smirked. "Do you think it necessary?" The man cast a glance at Luo Feng and fell silent. In his eyes, Luo Feng was no match for Ran Fei. Ran Fei admired the energy stones within the pit. He emitted a series of clicks with his tongue, clearly coveting them. "Last time we left things unfinished. This time, we shall continue," Ran Fei declared with a cruel smile, his body encased in metal as he charged towards Luo Feng. In response, Luo Feng hurled the absorbed energy crystal towards Ran Fei, unleashing a surge of light red energy to meet him head-on. Bang! Their fists collided, generating a powerful shockwave that expanded rapidly from their center, deepening the chasm beneath them. Luo Feng swung his fists, each strike propelling a series of energy blasts that clashed against Ran Fei's blows. The disparity in their strength was negligible. If measured solely by combat power, Ran Fei held the upper hand. However, in a contest of closely matched strength, other factors could bridge the gap. Ran Fei soared into the air, his iron fist rapidly enlarging as he propelled it towards Luo Feng with tremendous force. A fierce gust of wind lashed against Luo Feng, who narrowed his eyes and stepped back, allowing the light red flames to swell with ferocity. He retaliated with a punch, and their disproportionately sized fists collided once more. Yet this time, Luo Feng found himself pushed back by Ran Fei's overwhelming power. Luo Feng skidded, carving 2 furrows into the ground as he clenched his numbed fist, his heart sinking. It seemed Ran Fei had grown even stronger since their last encounter. now perilously close to reaching the threshold of an advanced warrior. Ran Fei, observing Luo Feng's solemn demeanor, erupted into laughter. Following their last battle, he had begun harnessing secret techniques at home to amplify his abilities. Entering this alternate space, he was confident that he stood as the strongest among the participants. Is this all the strength you possess? Ran Fei taunted, his metallic fists grinding ominously. He advanced toward Luo Feng, exuding an air of arrogance and murderous intent. Outside the pit, the companions who had accompanied Ran Fei regarded Luo Feng with derision. Aside from Linjia, the others were utterly useless. Were it not for the support of the state, they would have long been exterminated. Indeed, this fellow named Luo Feng appeared to be Lin Jie's junior disciple. Yet for someone of his age, his strength was commendable. Thus, it was imperative that they eliminate him, for they could not allow any of the judgment members to escape. While they discussed this from outside the pit, they did not shy away from Luo Feng, for in their eyes, a doomed individual posed little threat. Upon overhearing their conversation, Luo Feng's expression darkened, and he glared at Ran Fei, speaking in a low, grave tone. Did you plan from the outset to eradicate all members of the judgment? Ran Fei raised an eyebrow. You could say that the judgment has already been marked for elimination, and you are merely the next to be discarded. Luo Feng inhaled deeply. He had initially sought to avoid entanglement in the power struggle, but now it was unavoidable. So, you mean to say that we are now locked in a fight to the death? He murmured, "To the death." I quite like that phrase. Ran Fei grinned wickedly. At this moment, Luo Feng remained eerily calm. Having reached this juncture, his only recourse was to kill. He slowly closed his eyes, an invisible will emanating from his being. In that instant, Luo Feng's aura transformed entirely. Ran Fei's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from Luo Feng, a force rooted in the realm of the mind. He felt an impulse to kneel before Luo Feng. No matter what tricks you employ, you must die today. Ran Fei's face contorted with rage. The pressure Luo Feng exerted was formidable, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his back. An immense force erupted from Luo Feng, and at that moment, he reached the pinnacle of his state. Luo Feng's form vanished from sight, leaving only an afterimage as he materialized before Ran Fei. Bang! Caught off guard by the mental pressure, Ran Fei faltered, receiving a powerful punch from Luo Feng that sent him flying. Before he could touch the ground, Luo Feng grasped his ankle, swinging him like a mere plaything and smashing him into the earth. Boom! 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 Ran Fei was treated as an object, hurled about by Luo Feng with incredible force. The ground around them cracked under the sheer might of the blows, fissures spreading outward, sending clouds of dust into the air. In an instant, the entire pit was engulfed in dust, leaving the onlookers outside utterly speechless. Luo Feng's actions were so abrupt that they had yet to process the situation when Ran Fei was treated like a rag doll, flung about with reckless abandon. How is this even possible? A man swallowed hard, incredulously uttering words. The others, in unison, turned their gazes toward a figure not far off, silently seeking confirmation as to whether he would intervene. Yet, the man remained composed, his expression calm as he softly declared, "There is no need for concern." They nodded in agreement, their attention returning to the deep pit before them. The rumbling gradually faded, and the swirling dust began to dissipate, revealing the pit that had been shrouded in obscurity. Within the abyss, Ran Fei lay sprawled in a shape, embedded in the earth, his eyes blankly fixed on Luo Feng. Luo Feng stood beside him, looking down with a gaze that radiated disdain. Luo Feng, this is the greatest humiliation I have ever endured. Soon, I shall ensure that your existence is a fate worse than death. Ran Fei's expression twisted into a grimace, his body trembling slightly as he sank deeper into the ground, his eyes bloodshot with fury. Boom! Ran Fei's bulging eyes locked onto Luo Feng, and he bellowed in rage, his entire being soared from the pit. His previously silver metallic form now emanating a dark golden glow. The onlookers outside the pit gasped in astonishment, some exclaiming, Ran Fei's metallic form has evolved into a dark gold state, coming perilously close to the forbidden level of golden form. Ran Fei unleashed his full power, consumed by the singular desire to tear Luo Feng apart. Luo Feng remained unfazed, his own aura surging forth. Behind him, a colossal illusion of a gorilla materialized, with a single foot planted firmly on the ground. Luo Feng transformed into a projectile, hurtling toward Ran Fei. Ran Fei's entire body shimmered with dark golden light as he prepared to counter Luo Feng's charge with a powerful punch. Bang, bang, bang. The air filled with the sound of heavy metal collisions, echoing like the tolling of a bell as the battlefield shifted with their clash. They briefly hovered in midair before descending simultaneously. Upon landing, Luo Feng transformed into a pale red phantom, re-engaging Ran Fei in battle. They fought their way out of the pit, leaving a series of battle craters in their wake. Doge Meteor. Ran Fei's dark golden fist glowed with red light. His temperature soaring, he streaked through the air like a shooting star, leading with a brilliant golden radiance. Luo Feng, hands on his hips, gathered energy for a Kamehameha wave and unleashed it toward Ran Fei. The white and golden energies collided with a resounding crash, halting Ran Fei's advance. For a fleeting moment, he was momentarily stalled, his golden light intensifying as he slowly advanced against the Kamehameha wave. With each step Ran Fei took, deep footprints marred the ground, while Luo Feng was forced to retreat under the weight of Ran Fei's power. Deep gouges appeared beneath Luo Feng's feet, his muscles bulging. His previously lean physique transformed into that of a muscular warrior. Despite being at a disadvantage, Luo Feng's expression remained serene as he quietly declared, "This ends now." As Luo Feng spoke, his mental strength surged dramatically, causing his physique to expand rapidly. Boom! An overwhelming aura shot skyward, and the energy column in Luo Feng's hand swelled to several times its original size, engulfing Ran Fei in astonishment. Boom! 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 The path of the Kamehameha tore through the earth. Scorching it black with its intense heat, a massive black chasm opened before Luo Feng, while Ran Fei lay buried beneath the rubble. Huff! 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 Luo Feng felt utterly drained. That last attack had nearly exhausted his energy. Faced with such a disparity in strength, he had been compelled to invoke the dream technique to unleash his latent potential. Though this method bore significant side effects, he had no choice but to prevail. Ran Fei, the onlookers in the distance, finally lost their composure, rushing toward his direction. Crash! A hand emerged from the charred debris, followed closely by Ran Fei, clawing his way out of the blackened earth. His condition was dire. The dark golden metallic membrane was tattered, exposing skin that emitted wisps of black smoke, a scent of charred flesh lingering in the air. The leader, standing beside Ran Fei, spoke in a low voice. "What is the situation? Kill him for me." Ran Fei's blood-red eyes brimmed with fury, his voice hoarse and filled with resentment. "All right, I shall take care of him." The man rose, leaving one to tend to Ran Fei while the other six charged toward Luo Feng. Their intent lethal. The leader's combat prowess exceeded 1,000, approaching a staggering 1,100. In his current state, Luo Feng was no match for him. The man wielded a flickering green energy, swinging it toward Luo Feng, summoning numerous green, plant-like tendrils that ensnared him. Observing this, Luo Feng exhaled sharply and swiftly retreated. Yet those tendrils seemed to possess a will of their own, rapidly coiling toward him. Luo Feng concentrated, gathering several energy orbs to fire at the tendrils. However, as he retreated, even larger wooden hands emerged from all directions, each the size of a human, reaching for him. Luo Feng struck out, shattering the monstrous hands, but his energy was waning, and he was too slow to evade the tendrils that ensnared his feet. With his legs bound, Luo Feng's movement came to a halt, and the six assailants closed in on him. The leader, his fists entwined with dark, iron-like vines, swung a massive wooden hand down upon Luo Feng. The latter had no choice but to brace himself, alarm coursing through him as he realized the man's strength rivaled that of Ran Fei, if not surpassing it. Exhausted, Luo Feng found his legs driven into the ground, pinned like a nail as he attempted to withstand the assault. Meanwhile, the remaining five launched their attacks in quick succession. A colossal fireball struck Luo Feng, searing his back into a swollen, blistered mess. On his left, a spear suddenly pierced through his arm, though it was halted by the sheer strength of his muscles. Before the other two could strike, Luo Feng summoned his remaining energy, forcing the assailants back. He leapt into the air, retreating rapidly, blood spilling from his mouth. The leader's overwhelming power had inflicted internal injuries. "It seems I'm still not strong enough," Luo Feng murmured, wiping the blood from his lips. His entire consciousness dimmed, a full moon emerging in his mind's eye. Simultaneously, his mental projection materialized, transforming the world into a moonlit night visible only to him. Kill! The leader and the other six unleashed their most lethal techniques, a kaleidoscope of colors converging upon Luo Feng. Just as their attacks were poised to strike, an astounding figure emerged. Roar! A deafening roar reverberated through the air as Luo Feng's form expanded. Enveloped in a shroud of black fur, the assailant's attacks collided with his legs. "If you wish to kill me, then I shall repay you in kind." Luo Feng's crimson eyes bored down upon the group, his voice resonating like a bell. "What kind of monster is this?" The leader was taken aback by Luo Feng's transformation, retreating in haste, sensing an overwhelming danger that suggested Luo Feng could crush him with but a single finger. "Run!" The six fled at breakneck speed. Luo Feng's metamorphosis had taken them by surprise. The mere aura of his transformed state instilled a paralyzing fear that obliterated their will to resist. With a single step, the ground trembled beneath him, each movement triggering miniature quakes. Seeing Luo Feng's transformation, Ran Fei trembled, muttering to himself, "Is this your transformation? Hurry!" The leader grasped Ran Fei's collar. Dragging him away, 7 individuals sprinted away rapidly, bearing Ran Fei with them in a desperate attempt to flee from Luo Feng's assault. Step by step, Luo Feng advanced, his movements slow yet strides immense. Thus, despite the swift pace of Ran Fei and his companions, they could not shake off Luo Feng as they hastily maneuvered. A towering mountain loomed ahead. Once they reached its heights, they could exploit the terrain to engage in a strategic battle with Luo Feng. Witnessing this, Luo Feng let out a furious roar, gathering a brilliant white light in his mouth. A terrifying energy coalesced, and soon a colossal energy sphere formed at his lips. I could see that moment. Luo Feng's combat prowess had exceeded 10,000. Should he unleash his full might, he could obliterate the entire planet. Roar! Luo Feng launched the energy sphere toward the 8 fleeing figures. A beam of light erupted from his mouth, hurtling towards Ran Fei and his companions at breakneck speed. Feeling the overwhelming force behind him, Ran Fei turned to glance back, nearly losing his composure in sheer terror. If struck by Luo Feng's light beam, they would undoubtedly be reduced to mere ashes. Cursing his fate, he resolved to risk everything. With a thunderous cry, Ran Fei's body flushed a vivid crimson, and white mist began to emanate from him. His forehead bulged with veins resembling coiling dragons. His face flushed with intensity. Ha! Just as the beam was about to reach him, Ran Fei unleashed a torrent of ferocious energy that propelled both himself and his companions out of the attack's trajectory. In that fleeting moment as they soared into the air, the white light struck their previous position with a thunderous explosion. The mountain disintegrated in an instant, boulders soaring like meteors into the distance. It appeared as if the entire mountain had been uprooted, a cloud of dust enveloping nearby peaks, while an unrelenting gale raged outward, sweeping Ran Fei and his companions far away. However, at that moment, Luo Feng suddenly sensed a life-threatening danger. Even with his immense power, he found himself utterly defenseless against this peril. Instinctively, he leaped aside just as a laser shot forth from the swirling dust, narrowly grazing him and leaving a deep gash on his shoulder. As Luo Feng landed, calamity struck again. Having just regained his footing, he was caught off guard by yet another laser that severed his tail cleanly. With the loss of his tail, Luo Feng's body swiftly shrank, reverting from his giant ape form to his original state. Amidst the debris, a deep pit several hundred meters wide revealed an oval-shaped spacecraft, roughly the size of a 3-story building that appeared to have sustained damage. A portion of its structure missing the front of the vessel. Weapon-like barrels were affixed to either side, while a gaping hole at the top emitted an intense heat, likely a result of Luo Feng's energy blast. Through this aperture, one could glimpse the interior of the ship, where lay a peculiar creature resembling a human, possessing 4 limbs, but with only a single eye and two hollow cavities beneath it. This being, however, exhibited no signs of life, lying next to the ship's operating system. Apparently triggered by Luo Feng's energy wave, the operating system activated, displaying a series of intricate symbols on the ship's massive screen. In the cold, dark expanse of space, numerous star systems were mapped out, among which the Milky Way was included. In a distant corner of the Milky Way, a colossal spacecraft traversed the cosmos, housing a remarkably similar entity to the one found in the damaged craft. As the being scrutinized the screen, its singular eye widened in excitement. "News! Number 6 has made contact," it exclaimed, elated. Rapidly manipulating the control panel, a three-dimensional star map materialized on the screen. The being magnified the map until it focused on Earth within the solar system. Number 6 had sent an urgent distress signal from the third planet of a miniature stellar system, indicating grave danger. The being's eye narrowed as it beheld the Earth on the screen. Yet, the display indicated the presence of a devouring star core on the planet, necessitating its immediate attention. Glancing at the accompanying information, the being calmly declared its intent to depart. Subsequently, the oval spacecraft emitted a crimson glow as it propelled itself towards a frigid region of space. In a desolate ruin, Luo Feng lay exposed amid a pile of rubble. His shoulder bore the mark of the laser strike, a substantial chunk of flesh missing, revealing charred bone beneath. Coupled with the injuries sustained prior to his transformation, he was gravely wounded and on the brink of collapse. Coughing up blood, his consciousness began to wane. With great effort, he accessed the system's item interface, spending 500 copper coins to purchase a miraculous bean. Slowly, he placed the bean in his mouth, savoring its life-restoring essence. Gulp! He swallowed, and in an instant his injuries healed completely. Both his physical and mental states returned to peak condition. Phew, were it not for the miraculous bean. "I might have perished here," he remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow in relief. Dusting himself off, he purchased a new set of training attire from the system, restoring his appearance to normalcy, despite the severe injuries he had sustained in this battle. The rewards were abundant. As he opened the system interface, he discovered his combat strength had indeed increased significantly. Character: Luo Feng. Combat power: 1150. Energy coins: 640. Storage space: 2 cubic meters. His combat power had risen by 100, bringing him one step closer to the ranks of forbidden power. He pondered whether Ran Fei and the others had survived. Gazing at the flattened mountain ahead, he mused softly. The force of his previous attack had undoubtedly exceeded the threshold of forbidden power, rivaling that of divine entities. Yet, the laser that had erupted from the cloud of dust sent a chill down his spine. What could possibly be within that cloud to invoke such a grave sense of threat, even against his giant ape form? Luo Feng regarded the chaotic pile of stones in the distance, haunted by apprehension. Though he was tempted to investigate, the potential for hidden dangers gave him pause. Perhaps not. I wonder if those lasers will reappear. For the sake of safety, I should distance myself from here as quickly as possible. With one last glance at the shattered rock pile, he turned and sprinted away. Deep within the rubble, the interior of the spacecraft gradually dimmed, its lights fading as the screen grew dark. The last remnants of energy within the ship dwindled alongside its disintegration, leaving it buried. Unbeknownst to any living soul, perhaps it would remain there in silence until the end of this alternate dimension, arriving and departing without a sound. Luo Feng raced toward the previous location of the battle. As he had yet to collect the remaining energy stones amidst the fray, he was determined to gather every last one within mere minutes. He reached the site of the confrontation. Although the landscape had been irrevocably altered by the battle, the energy stones still lay buried nearby. Due to their slight radioactivity, Luo Feng could sense the energy stones around him and began excavating them one by one. Having already collected 25 stones, he needed just 25 more to complete his special task. Swiftly, he gathered the energy stones, quickly absorbing the last 20-5 T that moment. The system announced the completion of the special mission. Congratulations, host. The task of collecting energy stones has been completed with an excellent rating. You will receive a reward of 5,000 copper coins. Please check your account. The system's voice resonated, prompting Luo Feng to exhale in relief. His excitement surged as he opened the character interface. Character: Luo Feng. Combat power: 1150. Energy coins. 5640. Storage space. 2 cubic meters. 5,640 copper coins were more than sufficient to purchase the divine guidance voucher. Luo Feng felt an overwhelming sense of joy. It had been over a month since he acquired the celestial guidance voucher at a discounted rate, and he could finally make his purchase. He promptly accessed the system interface, located the celestial guidance voucher, and excitedly clicked the purchase button. The transaction was successful, and the voucher was deposited into the host storage compartment. Please check for it. Upon hearing the system's notification, Luo Feng discovered a green voucher adorned with the image of the earth deity within his storage box. He let out a sigh of relief as he surveyed his surroundings, which were quite chaotic and unsuitable for focused cultivation, that he needed to find a secluded spot. Luo Feng exchanged the remaining energy stones with the system and exited, leaving him with a total of 3,140 copper coins from his voucher purchase. Gazing at his dwindling copper coins, Luo Feng contemplated his next steps. He desired to acquire a gravity training chamber, followed by the Kaioken technique. The cost of the Kaioken was 50,000 copper coins, but there were multiple avenues for learning it, including receiving instruction from the North Kai. However, this required obtaining a guidance voucher from the North Kai first. The prospect of mastering the Kaioken seemed distant. For now, he needed to focus on purchasing the gravity training chamber. The gravity training chambers were categorized into various levels, with higher gravity limits requiring more copper coins. A 10-fold gravity training chamber cost 5,000 copper coins, while a 30-fold chamber demanded 15,000 AS. For the 50-fold gravity training chamber, it required 25,000 copper coins. The 100-fold gravity training chamber reached the same price as the Kaioken, both costing 50,000 copper coins. Since Luo Feng required a 10-fold gravity training chamber, he needed to gather 5,000 copper coins to proceed with the purchase. This matter regarding the gravity training chamber could be resolved here. After concluding his training with the deity, he would continue to seek valuable items for trade with the system. Sitting atop the Nimbus cloud, Luo Feng surveyed the terrain below, contemplating his next move. After approximately 10 minutes, he finally stumbled upon a cave nestled amidst the mountains, surrounded by dense foliage, providing excellent concealment. Luo Feng approached the cave entrance, stowed away the Nimbus cloud, and ventured inside. Armed with a flashlight, he inspected the cave, discovering it was not particularly deep, extending roughly 10 meters inward. After conducting a brief cleanup, he obscured the entrance with vegetation and settled into a meditation posture to commence his cultivation. Luo Feng opened his storage compartment, located the Celestial Guidance Voucher, and clicked to use it. The Celestial Guidance Voucher has been activated. The host will now enter the Celestial Hall for training. The host, as an entity of consciousness, will have all training results reflected back to the physical body. The training duration is set for 1 year, equivalent to 1 month in the external world, although the host may terminate the training early if desired. Commencing now, a series of notifications resonated within his mind, and Luo Feng felt a wave of dizziness as the scenery around him transformed. The Celestial Hall. It is indeed magnificent, standing within the Celestial Hall. He found himself surrounded by a vast expanse of white flooring, with the main hall towering above him. Flanking him were 2 rows of trees, where small birds frolicked among the branches, although he was puzzled as to why the birds soared so high. The Celestial Hall felt remarkably serene. Luo Feng gazed up at the sky, where fluffy white clouds drifted lazily overhead, and the entire blue expanse resembled a pristine mirror. He strolled towards the main hall, and the unusual silence magnified the sound of his footsteps throughout the grand space. As he approached the entrance, a figure with exceptionally dark skin emerged from the main hall. Luo Feng recognized the dark-skinned man instantly. Within the Celestial Hall, there were only 2 beings, the Divine Servant and the deity himself, a Namekian. Both had distinct appearances that Luo Feng vividly remembered from watching Dragon Ball, with his round eyes fixed on Luo Feng. Spoke Luo Feng. The Celestial Lord has been informed of your arrival. I shall be your guide for the upcoming training. Upon hearing his words, Luo Feng nodded. Although he was a servant, he was older than the deity Piccolo and had served several previous Celestial Lords. Was quite formidable, and Luo Feng inquired, "Shall we begin now?" "Indeed. Your current power is remarkable. However, your mastery of Ki has yet to reach the state of nothingness. I will teach you what it means to attain this state. proceeded to the center of the Celestial Hall's plaza and continued, "Take this bell and attach it to your person. During our sparring session, ensure that the bell remains silent." Toss the bell to Luo Feng, who caught it and secured it around his waist. However, as soon as he took a single step, the bell chimed melodiously. This bell is remarkably sensitive. I've tried to maintain my balance and avoid disturbing it. Yet it still rings, Luo Feng exclaimed, astonished. Elucidated. This is no ordinary bell. It detects any unnecessary movements you make. That if you wish to become a true master, the first step is to gain perfect control over your body, ensuring no superfluous actions during combat. Listening intently to his explanation, Luo Feng took a deep breath. His physique was indeed powerful, yet mastering his strength perfectly proved to be quite challenging. If I can achieve flawless control over my body, my combat prowess will see a significant enhancement, he mused, clenching his fist resolutely. Gradually, Luo Feng closed his eyes, contemplated for a moment, then opened them, addressing "Come at me," nodded, and, in an instant, vanished from sight. The next moment, he reappeared to Luo Feng's left, launching a punch towards his left cheek. Luo Feng's expression shifted as he raised his left arm to block the blow. However, as he made this slight movement, the bell rang out once more. Luo Feng's face changed, and he quickly halted his actions, striving to keep the bell still. Although the ringing ceased, his punch still connected with his face. Bang! Luo Feng staggered back a few steps, rubbing his sore cheek, a hint of helplessness crossing his features. Despite his superior strength compared to, attacking while keeping the bell silent proved exceedingly difficult. Letting out a breath, Luo Feng called out to, "Again, obliged," launching another assault. Each time Luo Feng prepared to strike, the bell chimed, forcing him to cease his movements to keep it quiet. The consequence of halting his actions was receiving a beating from. Again, bang! Luo Feng winced, holding his aching cheek, and exclaimed, "Could you aim somewhere else? I'm starting to resemble a swollen pig." His face was red and bruised from his relentless strikes, and despite his frustration, he found himself utterly helpless. "Come on, keep attacking!" Bang! Again! Bang, bang, bang! Damn it, I refuse to give in. Keep going! Bang, 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 bang! Cough, cough! Luo Feng clutched his abdomen. Although it was not as powerful as he, the blows were still painfully effective. After sitting on the ground to recover for a moment, he stood back up, ready to continue the battle. That moment, waved his hand. "All right, take a break. Are you hungry? If so, I can prepare some food for you." Luo Feng rubbed his growling stomach and replied helplessly, "Yes, I would like to eat." Quietly entered the main hall, and soon returned with 2 wooden buckets. He placed them before Luo Feng, saying, "Time to eat." Luo Feng gazed at the half-height wooden buckets, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he self-deprecatingly remarked, "At this rate, I truly have become a glutton." Disregarding any embarrassment, he seized the large spoon from the bucket and scooped a generous portion of rice. Shoveling it into his mouth, one bucket brimmed with steaming rice, while the other contained savory meat dishes. With each spoonful of rice, he relished the accompanying dishes. Given Luo Feng's appetite, even the combined contents of the 2 buckets would only fill him to about 70%. However, in preparation for the forthcoming training, one must not indulge excessively in food, as it may hinder one's agility. Luo Feng meticulously cleaned his spoon with his tongue, then rose to his feet, reattaching the bell to his waist. Addressing, he proclaimed, "Come, let us continue," stowed away the food container, and replied, "Next, observe my movements closely. Take your time to comprehend and appreciate." Then produced a bell from his clothing and fastened it around his waist, proceeding to demonstrate a series of punches before Luo Feng. The movements executed by were grand and expansive, yet the bells on his person emitted no sound, as if they were rendered completely silent. Luo Feng watched with confidence, and as the series of movements progressed, he discerned a distinctive quality in his technique: stability. Regardless of the action undertaken, exhibited an unwavering steadiness, appearing calm and unhurried, executing each motion with effortless grace. "Is this the level of a martial arts master?" Luo Feng mused softly. Following S' lead, he began to move as well. This time, unlike before, the bells did not jingle at the slightest motion. Luo Feng's movements were gentle and deliberate, as he endeavored to control his body, ensuring there were no extraneous gestures. After completing a set of movements, Luo Feng was drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted, feeling as if he had just emerged from a great battle. His intense focus had left him mentally fatigued. Well done. You have grasped insights merely by observing my actions. Your learning is remarkably swift. That will be all for today's training. We shall resume tomorrow. Remarked, halting his movements and regarding the perspiring Luo Feng. Luo Feng nodded, glancing at the sky, which had begun to darken with the onset of evening. Unbeknownst to him, he had been training for an entire day. Where will I sleep? Luo Feng exhaled, posing the question to I in the side chamber of the main hall. There is a bed prepared for you. You may rest there, indicated, pointing to a building adjacent to the main hall. Luo Feng smiled and made his way toward the side chamber, realizing that he would be spending the night there. The protagonist's training diverges slightly from that depicted in anime, a necessity for the narrative. I hope everyone can understand. The night in the Divine Hall was eerily quiet, as the training here was conducted at a level approaching the atmosphere. Luo Feng jumped twice, yet the bells remained still, producing not a single sound. Observing Luo Feng's actions, finally smiled and remarked, "Excellent. You have completed your training. There is nothing more I can teach you." Luo Feng was momentarily taken aback by his words, replying, "I have merely finished the bell training. Is there not still the training of Wu?" Countered, "You have already accomplished the most critical aspect of Wu training. You simply have yet to realize it." "Have I truly?" Luo Feng exclaimed in disbelief. Instructed Luo Feng to control his energy and to perceive the changes within himself. Luo Feng extended his hands, conjuring a minuscule orb of light within his palm, which fluctuated in size with his control. Throughout this process, he appeared to maneuver with ease. Luo Feng released his energy with vigor, now able to masterfully regulate the magnitude of his own energy, while also possessing the ability to precisely sense the life force of any being nearby. I can now manipulate my energy at will. If I choose, I could even quantify my combat power with a singular value. Luo Feng reflected, feeling a surge of strength within him. He opened his character panel, and the displayed combat power left him astounded. Character: Luo Feng. Combat power: 1500. Energy coins: 3140. Space: 2 cubic meters. 1500 combat power. Luo Feng gazed at his character panel in shock, realizing how formidable he had become. During this period of intense training, although he had not been training under, his martial arts realm had nonetheless undergone a qualitative transformation. Luo Feng could now be considered a martial arts master, just one step away from becoming a grandmaster. What precisely is the realm of Wu? Luo Feng inquired with curiosity. Elucidated, the realm of Wu is akin to allowing your heart to be as tranquil as the azure sky and white clouds. Achieving ultimate stillness. Maintaining a serene mindset enables one to synchronize with the natural world, acting according to one's will. This is the essence of the realm of Wu. Explanation plunged Luo Feng into deep contemplation. The realm of Wu bore striking similarities to Taoist philosophy. Serenity likened to water, perpetually attuned to nature, for the way of Tao is the way of nature. Luo Feng, if you wish to cultivate the realm of Wu, I can take you to a place. Just as Luo Feng was pondering, a voice emerged from behind him. He turned to find an elderly man with peculiar green skin standing at the entrance of the main hall. The old man donned a flowing white robe emblazoned with the character for God, and leaned upon a wooden staff as he regarded Luo Feng. Luo Feng approached the elder with respect and greeted. "Divine Being, greetings." The divine being nodded at Luo Feng and replied, "Follow me." And Luo Feng quickly followed suit, as the divine being led them to a remarkable location, capable of transporting Luo Feng to any corner of the earth. The divine being addressed Luo Feng. "Next, I shall send you to a place particularly suited for your comprehension of the realm of Wu." Luo Feng stood at the center, feeling a shift beneath his feet. In an instant, he found himself cast into a dense jungle. Plummeting from the sky, he landed securely on a tree, surveying his surroundings filled with thickets and shrubs. Within the forest lurked many ferocious beasts, and a careless individual could easily fall prey to them. As Luo Feng strolled through the jungle, he encountered danger, yet with a mere release of his aura, he frightened it away, walking quietly among the trees. Luo Feng attuned himself to nature, the forest enveloped in profound silence, occasionally punctuated by the rustle of leaves in the gentle breeze and the melodious calls of distant birds. Eventually, Luo Feng reached the edge of the woods, where he beheld a crystal-clear stream. The water cascaded over smooth pebbles, creating gentle splashes. On the opposite bank sat an elderly fisherman, who, despite being well into his advanced years, leisurely cast his line into the water with a bamboo rod. The fishing line twitched periodically, and with a swift movement, the old man flicked the rod, sending a small fish soaring from the water, landing precisely in his container. Observing the elder, Luo Feng sensed a profound tranquility emanating from him. Had he not seen the old man here, he would have never realized another person was present. Luo Feng leaped across to the other side, approaching the elder with curiosity. "Old man, why do you appear so serene?" The elder smiled and gently explained, "The fish in this river are quite sensitive. Any disturbance in your heart will scare them away. Without a tranquil mind, one cannot catch fish here." Indeed, as soon as Luo Feng arrived, the fish in the river darted away, that he found it intriguing that the divine being had brought him here, undoubtedly for a significant purpose. The realm of Wu signifies aligning one's heart with nature, maintaining stillness without ripples. The elder's ability to catch fish stemmed from his tranquil heart. Luo Feng contemplated. With this thought in mind, Luo Feng retrieved a fishing rod, emulating the elder, and decided to become a fisherman himself. This portrayal diverges slightly from the anime for narrative purposes. I hope everyone understands. Luo Feng quietly fished by the riverbank, striving to maintain a peaceful mindset. The more he tried, the more restless his heart became. Consequently, Luo Feng caught not a single fish, while the elder returned with a bountiful catch. As the elder began to tidy up and prepare to leave, he glanced at Luo Feng and remarked, "Young man, the hour is late. You should return soon." Luo Feng smiled at the elder, nodded, and continued to focus on the fish in the river. Observing Luo Feng's demeanor, the elder kindly advised, "This approach will not suffice. Being overly deliberate will only frighten the fish away. You must fully relax your body and mind. Think of nothing and empty your spirit. Only then can you hope to catch any fish." Upon hearing this, Luo Feng fell into contemplation. Expressing his gratitude to the elder with a courteous nod, he then seated himself upon the rock, endeavoring to calm both body and mind. The elder, observing this, smiled and nodded approvingly before taking his water jug and walking off into the distance. Luo Feng remained quietly seated, his breath barely perceptible, enveloped in a state of profound subtlety. As time progressed, he appeared akin to an ancient monk in deep meditation, motionless upon the stone, his very essence slowly transforming. Days slipped by uncounted as he sat there. When hunger struck, he consumed provisions purchased from the system, and when darkness fell, he rested in that very spot. In this moment, Luo Feng resembled a wandering ascetic, fervently seeking his own enlightenment. Perhaps a month passed, or maybe two. He could not ascertain the duration at this juncture. He felt an unparalleled tranquility within, as if all surrounding phenomena resonated in harmony with him. Was this the so-called realm of nothingness? It seemed he had attained it. The river flowed crystal clear, and as Luo Feng gazed into its depths, his reflection brought him immense peace. Suddenly, with a splash, the fishing rod twitched. Luo Feng lifted it to discover a robust grass carp, lively and full of vigor. He released the fish back into the water and resumed his quietude. In a span of less than 10 minutes, he had caught 4 sizable fish, each vibrant and fresh. Once again, he liberated them all before standing up, a subtle smile gracing his lips. After such an extensive period of cultivation, he had finally succeeded. Slowly, Luo Feng closed his eyes, and a silvery aura enveloped him, pure and ethereal, shifting shapes in accordance with his will. Within the divine hall, the deity observed Luo Feng through a large mirror. Upon witnessing the radiant aura surrounding him, the deity's face broke into a satisfied smile. Indeed, Luo Feng has completed his training. It is time to bring him back. With a grand gesture, the deity conjured a colossal vortex above Luo Feng, which spun relentlessly, drawing him into its depths. Luo Feng felt darkness encroach, the scenery around him shifting, until he found himself standing in a dimly lit hall. Before him stood the deity, and both gazing intently at him. "Ah, deity, how long have I been away?" Luo Feng greeted them, curiosity evident in his tone. Eyes wide with innocence, replied, "It has been 2 months. 2 months, indeed. How swiftly time passes." Luo Feng chuckled. The deity regarded him kindly and spoke gently. "Luo Feng, you are now a master of martial arts. I have nothing further to teach you." Upon hearing this, Luo Feng shook his head. "Deity, please do not say that. I have much I wish to learn from you. By the way, I still cannot fly. Could you impart the art of sky dance to me?" "Ah, the sky dance. It is quite simple for you. Let us discuss it outside," the deity replied, leaning on his staff as he and made their way out. Once outside the divine hall, Luo Feng looked at the deity with utmost seriousness. The deity cleared his throat and continued. "The sky dance is essentially about harnessing your inner energy. Envision lifting yourself upwards. Concentration is key. However, for one who has cultivated their mind as you have, it will be remarkably easy." Following the deity's instructions, Luo Feng summoned his inner energy, controlling it with his thoughts. Gradually, his body began to ascend. The sensation was exhilarating. He soared into the sky, marveling at the scenery below, his heart brimming with excitement. Since awakening, he had longed to fly, and now that dream had finally come to fruition. "This is truly magnificent," he exclaimed. After a brief adjustment, Luo Feng mastered the sky dance, darting joyfully above the divine hall, reveling in the ecstasy of flight. "I wonder if I can leave the divine hall and venture down below?" He pondered silently while hovering in midair. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, a warning from the system rang out. "Host activity is restricted to the divine hall. Should you venture more than 3 kilometers away, your training will conclude." Then why was I able to leave the divine hall while fishing? Luo Feng inquired aloud. The location where the host fished is a subdomain of this training, falling within the divine hall's parameters. The system elucidated a subdomain. Luo Feng chuckled at the system's explanation, drawing parallels to a game. He recalled the Dragon Ball game he played before crossing over, concluding that this world resembled a game in many ways. Yet the characters appeared so vividly real, making Luo Feng feel as though he inhabited an authentic world. Descending from the sky, Luo Feng addressed the deity. "Thank you, deity. I have heard that there is a time chamber within the divine hall, where 1 year equals a day outside. May I enter to cultivate?" The deity, with a sheepish grin, replied, "I am truly sorry. The time chamber is currently out of order and has yet to be repaired. So you cannot enter for training. Out of order. It can be like that." Luo Feng was taken aback, yet he waved his hand dismissively, indicating he could wait for repairs. Tea that moment chimed in, "Only if you leave will it be fixed. Thus, you cannot enter." Luo Feng felt a wave of frustration. He was unsure if this was a limitation of the world or a deliberate obstacle, and he exclaimed, "If you begin repairs now, wouldn't it be possible to fix it?" Shook his head, responding earnestly, "Even if repairs commenced, it would remain broken unless you possess a training voucher for the time chamber. As long as you are here, it will remain inoperable." "Very well," Luo Feng sighed, pressing his forehead in resignation. This was undoubtedly a constraint imposed by the system. Initially, he had hoped to find a loophole, but now he understood that the system left no room for such exploits. Although Luo Feng had completed his training in the Divine Hall, 7 months remained until the end of the allotted time. Leaving prematurely would squander this invaluable opportunity. He resolved to continue his training for another 5 months, aiming to elevate his combat power beyond 2,000 before departing. Moreover, he recalled a battle card awarded by the system. He remembered his opponent was Yamcha, making it a perfect opportunity to test his training results. With a snap of his fingers, Luo Feng suddenly remembered the battle card. He rummaged through his storage box until he found it. The card resembled a novelty collectible one might receive with instant noodles. Appearing somewhat low quality, holding the card, he addressed the system. "System, I wish to use the battle card." Battle card activated. "The combatant will soon arrive." The system's voice resonated slowly, and shortly thereafter, a beam of white light descended from the heavens. Landing before Luo Feng, as the light dissipated, a figure materialized before him. an individual with long hair and a scar on his face that lent a fierce edge to his handsome features. Clad in the martial attire of the Turtle School, he regarded Luo Feng with a grave expression. Yamcha. Luo Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he softly uttered the name. Yamcha, equally serious, met Luo Feng's gaze and declared, "This time, I am your opponent." Luo Feng nodded in acknowledgement, and as he observed Yamcha, data regarding his opponent emerged in his mind. Opponent. Yamcha. Combat power. 1480. Special moves. Spirit Ball. Wolf Fang Fist. AT present. Luo Feng's combat power stood at 1500, placing them nearly on even footing. This was the kind of battle he had long desired. Let us dispense with pleasantries and commence our battle. Luo Feng's lips curled into a smirk, and an aura of formidable intensity erupted around him, serene yet contrasting sharply with his previous ferocity. Yamcha took a step back, assuming the standard starting position of the Turtle School, his own aura equally formidable. Luo Feng initiated the attack. After months of training, his movements had transformed completely. His techniques flowed with grace and precision, each strike executed cleanly without hesitation. Yamcha, having also completed his training within the Divine Hall, matched Luo Feng's prowess nearly blow for blow, resulting in an exceptionally fierce confrontation in the Divine Hall. Their figures danced and weaved, nearly invisible amidst the flurry of motion. The sound of their fists colliding resonated like thunder, echoing throughout the sacred space. Boom! Another clash reverberated as they separated momentarily, preparing for the next exchange. As Luo Feng reveled in the aftermath of the recent battle, an exhilarating surge coursed through him. It felt as though his very blood ignited, and the sheer joy of combat caused his body to tremble with excitement. Ha ha! What a thrill! Let us do this again. Luo Feng laughed heartily, clenched his fist with a sudden intensity, causing the air around him to crackle with energy. His aura escalated wildly alongside his strength, seemingly on the verge of surpassing its limits. Yamcha, witnessing Luo Feng's state, felt his pupils constrict sharply. The fierce battle spirit emanating from Luo Feng sent a chill down his spine. What manner of race are the Saiyans? They are nothing short of fighting machines. Yamcha mused inwardly that, in an instant, Luo Feng vanished once more, launching a powerful punch aimed squarely at Yamcha's face. Yamcha, already at a disadvantage, hastily evaded, gathering energy into a barrage of energy blasts that he unleashed upon Luo Feng. Yet Luo Feng's form flickered in and out of sight, deftly avoiding each blast that whizzed past him. Luo Feng concentrated energy into a wave of light, swiftly repositioning himself to Yamcha's left side before unleashing it. Yamcha, taken aback, hurriedly raised his arms to block. The tremendous shockwave collided with Yamcha's forearms, and moments later, the energy wave erupted with a thunderous explosion, engulfing him in thick smoke. Luo Feng observed the spot where Yamcha had been, acknowledging that while the attack's power was considerable, it was not enough to incapacitate him completely. The adage that smoke signifies nothing remains unbroken. Luo Feng reflected as he spotted Yamcha emerging from the haze. His arms singed and his clothes tattered. Breathing heavily, Yamcha regarded Luo Feng with a grave expression, a flicker of wariness crossing his eyes. The previous attack had taken a toll on him. Determined, Yamcha slowly assumed a stance, prompting Luo Feng's interest. This is Wolf Fang Fist. A colossal wolf silhouette materialized behind Yamcha as he transformed into a fierce beast, charging at Luo Feng. The Wolf Fang Fist was exceptionally swift, with Yamcha's hands morphing into a flurry of punches that rained down upon Luo Feng. Luo Feng remained vigilant, his senses acute, as he deftly countered Yamcha's relentless assault, which crashed upon him like a relentless tide, each wave more powerful than the last. Each of Yamcha's strikes bore the ferocity of a wolf's bite. Had he possessed lesser strength, he surely would have been torn asunder. With a mighty leap, Yamcha ascended, embodying a colossal wave, descending upon Luo Feng with a guttural roar. Luo Feng tightened his fists, meeting Yamcha's claws head-on. Boom! The air shattered in an instant as the titanic forces collided, creating a vacuum around them. In that fleeting moment of stillness, Luo Feng twisted his body, delivering a swift punch to Yamcha's face just as he was about to land. Yamcha cried out in pain as he was sent hurtling through the air. With Luo Feng in hot pursuit, eager to capitalize on his advantage, as soon as Yamcha touched down, he conjured an energy blast aimed at Luo Feng. Luo Feng, quick on his feet, evaded with a sudden shift. Narrowly dodging the blast that whizzed past him, but in that brief interlude, Yamcha finally stabilized himself. Luo Feng observed the moving energy blast in the air with a hint of intrigue, murmuring to himself, "So, this is the manipulation of energy blasts? Quite fascinating." Though they appeared trivial at first glance, he recognized their potential for immense power with the right modifications, having grasped the principle behind the energy manipulation. Luo Feng ceased evading. He formed an energy blast of his own and launched it fiercely at the incoming attack. Z. A piercing sound erupted as the two energy blasts clashed, Luo Feng's intensity swelling, causing his blast to expand exponentially. The forceful energy overwhelmed Yamcha's attack, propelling it back towards him. Yamcha gasped in shock and hastily dodged, the energy blast detonating beside him. Before he could regain his composure, Luo Feng gathered multiple energy blasts, unleashing a relentless barrage upon Yamcha. Gulping, Yamcha attempted to evade the multitude of blasts that converged upon him from all directions. "That I concede," he shouted, his voice filled with urgency. As soon as the words left his mouth, the barrage halted mere inches before him. Had he hesitated even a moment longer, he would have surely sustained severe injuries. "That I've lost," Yamcha sighed, a rueful smile gracing his lips. Luo Feng retracted his energy blasts and chuckled lightly. "You are formidable. I am truly glad to have battled with you." Yamcha bowed respectfully to Luo Feng before his form began to shimmer with a white light, gradually fading from view. This experience yielded significant gains. My mental fortitude has strengthened, enabling me to control multiple energy blasts. If my power continues to grow, I may even wield thousands of blasts. Just the thought is exhilarating. Luo Feng mused, manipulating a solitary energy blast, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Having triumphed over Yamcha, Luo Feng felt his own strength had markedly improved, yet he remained unsatisfied, with 5 months remaining. "I must elevate my combat power to 2,000. Only then will I justify this training." He recalled the ominous laser from the alternate dimension, a shadow crossing his eyes as he remembered the severed tail that was its doing. It was this realization that heightened his awareness of the world's dangers, intensifying his urgency to grow stronger. Thus, in the ensuing 5 months within the temple, Luo Feng dedicated himself to rigorous training. He had the celestial deity fashion a training outfit weighing 500 pounds, wearing it day and night, constantly honing his strength that in the final 2 months, having adapted to the weight of the 500 pounds. He requested the deity to increase it to 1,000 pounds, 1,000 pounds, half a ton, posed a considerable challenge for Luo Feng. Clad in this heavy training uniform, his movements became severely restricted, and his combat power was suppressed to approximately 1,000 after a month of arduous training. Luo Feng finally managed to fight normally while wearing the gravity suit. He utilized combat cards, exercising his remaining 2 permissions. In his first battle, Luo Feng donned the combat suit and engaged in a fierce contest with Yamcha, ultimately succumbing to defeat. After several days of further training, he faced Yamcha once more. This time, equipped with his combat suit, Luo Feng emerged victorious. Thus, the 5 months drew to a close, and Luo Feng completed his training within the Celestial Temple in order to have ample time to search for treasures in the alternate dimension. He finally concluded his training there. Phew, the training has ended, and the results have been exceptional. My current strength far surpasses what it was before entering the Celestial Temple. Luo Feng flexed his hands, feeling immense satisfaction from the powerful energy coursing within him. That moment, the system interface revealed significant changes in his combat power. Character: Luo Feng. Combat power: 3,000, 1,500 while wearing the 1,000-pound combat suit. Energy coins: 3130. Storage space: 2 cubic meters. Congratulations, host, on reaching a combat power of 3,000 and completing the milestone task. Rewards have been granted. Please check for your rewards. Just then, the system's voice resonated. Upon hearing it, Luo Feng felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Such good news kept coming one after another. He opened his storage space, discovering a small box contained within. The box bore an inscription, and as Luo Feng picked it up, he read, Universal Capsule, capsule for a tenfold gravity training room. A tenfold gravity training room. Luo Feng held a small box in his hands, exclaiming in surprise that he had intended to purchase a tenfold gravity training chamber from the prop shop. But to his astonishment, the system had delivered it directly to him. It was akin to receiving a pillow just when one had fallen asleep. This reward was truly gratifying, prompting Luo Feng to laugh heartily. He retrieved the small box from his storage compartment, took out the universal capsule within, flipped the switch, and then tossed it onto the ground. Boom! A cloud of white mist erupted, and shortly thereafter, a spherical training chamber the size of a two-story building materialized before him. Entering the gravity training chamber, he noticed that its design was fundamentally similar to the training chambers depicted in Dragon Ball. Upon the control panel inside the chamber lay a manual. Observing the manual, Luo Feng chuckled softly, surprised by the thoroughness of the service. After skimming through the operating instructions and grasping the general process, he was eager to give it a try. Beep, beep, beep. Luo Feng activated the training chamber, immediately setting the gravity to 10 times normal. The entire chamber transformed into a dark crimson hue, and Luo Feng instantly felt an overwhelming force of gravity. Boom! Under the immense gravitational weight, Luo Feng fell to his knees. His hands bracing against the floor, the terrifying pressure contorting his face into a grimace that moment. He was still clad in a half-ton training suit, which under such formidable gravity felt as heavy as 5 tons. This monstrous weight was almost unbearable, even for someone whose combat power had reached 3,000. Oh no, I forgot to take off my training suit. Luo Feng gasped heavily, struggling against the tenfold gravity. Apart from the weight of the suit, his body's inherent pressure exceeded that of the tenfold gravity. During his training under 3 times gravity in Smoke City, he had come to understand that the pressure experienced in a gravitational environment was far more than just one's weight multiplied by the gravity factor. In an environment of increased gravity, all of a person's organs, tissues, and blood were subjected to the burdens imposed by the overwhelming forces. For instance, in a tenfold gravity setting, a man weighing 70 kilograms would bear a load far exceeding 700 kilograms. The true burden could be several times that amount due to the strain on his blood and internal organs. To survive in such an environment, the strength required was nearly comprehensive. Variations in blood pressure, blood flow rates, and the activity frequency of internal organs all occurred. The burden imposed by these changes was beyond imagination. Thus, the load Luo Feng was enduring at that moment was extraordinarily terrifying. Even though his combat power had reached 3,000, it was still too much to bear. Ha! Ha! Struggling to crawl forward on his knees, Luo Feng's arms trembled as he lifted them. Smack! Just a few centimeters from the shut-off button. His arm collapsed onto the control panel, the immense weight creating a small dent in the surface. Merely moving such a tiny distance had drained a significant portion of Luo Feng's stamina. Finally, he pressed the shut-off button. The crimson glow of the training chamber gradually faded, and the gravity within returned to normal. Ha! 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 Luo Feng lay flat on the ground, feeling as though he had just emerged from a life-and-death battle. Utterly exhausted. After resting for a while in the training chamber, he stored it back in its box. Subsequently, he enjoyed a meal at the Divine Palace before reluctantly taking his leave in the dim cave. Luo Feng sat cross-legged, resembling a statue, utterly motionless. After an indeterminate period, he slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the shadowy cavern before him, his expression slightly dazed. After a long while, he regained his composure, exhaling softly and gently moving his body. Instantly, the sound of cracking bones echoed throughout as his body, having been inactive for so long, felt almost rusted. Rising to his feet and stretching a bit, he quickly sensed the immense power coursing through him. It seemed the system had translated his training achievements directly into his physical form, and he was still wearing the gravity suit crafted by the divine. He chuckled softly, pondering whether he might request something from the Realm King if he encountered him in the future. With a light smile, he raised his hand to gather a sphere of light energy, blasting open the stone blocking the cave entrance before stepping outside slowly. System, how much time has passed in the real world during my stay in the Divine Palace? Luo Feng inquired. The system replied, 25 days have elapsed in reality. 25 days, you say? Luo Feng mused, stroking his chin. With approximately 5 days remaining in this alternate space, he realized he had fallen significantly behind and wondered where the others had gotten to. His immediate goal was to seek energy stones and green river water to exchange for sufficient copper coins, before venturing deeper in search of blue fruits. Casting his gaze toward the distant sky, Luo Feng erupted with white energy and soared into the air. After nearly half a month, aside from those participants who had perished, almost everyone had ventured deep into the space, making it the most intense period for treasure contention. In the depths of the alternate space stood a colossal mountain, towering into the sky. From a distance, it resembled a pillar holding up the heavens, truly an awe-inspiring sight. Among the 40 individuals present, the remaining participants were predominantly formidable warriors. The others had fallen in the fierce struggle for treasure. Grouped together, some stood in pairs while others remained solitary, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Among the crowd, the 4 members of the Judgment Institute stood out prominently. Given their reputation and strength, few dared to provoke them. Has it been 29 days already without any sign of Luo Feng? Could he have truly encountered misfortune? Zhou Cixi scanned the area, failing to spot Luo Feng. It's not looking good. If we had acted together from the start, perhaps Luo Feng could have survived, Liang Zheng lamented. Those who lack strength deserve to perish, Guan Yin scoffed. Look at Jiangling. That waste, falling to a minor faction. It's a disgrace to our Judgment Institute. Guan Yin, how can you speak so callously? Hui Yin interjected, unable to tolerate such remarks that he had a good relationship with Jiangling. And now that he was deceased, he naturally wished to defend his fallen friend. Tisish? Guan Yin cast a disdainful glance at Hui Yin, closing his eyes and falling silent, though his contempt was evident. Seeing this, Liang Zheng addressed Hui Yin. Hui Yin, come here, we are not of the same ilk. Hui Yin shot a dark look at Guan Yin before moving toward Liang Zheng. Despite the Judgment Institute's power, internal factions significantly constrained its strength before them. The mountain was enveloped in an invisible energy barrier. Until the energy dissipated, no one could ascend the peak. When will the energy barrier vanish? It won't be long. Once it disappears, the blue tree fruits will mature, and it will spark another fierce competition. Indeed, those of us with lesser strength stand no chance. After all, there are only 5 blue tree fruits, yet nearly 40 of us here. As they gazed at the mountain ahead, the crowd murmured softly, acknowledging that their arrival here was already a stroke of luck, with some even resigning themselves to forego the fruit. Meanwhile, in another part of the alternate space, a different small team of 6 individuals, all possessing considerable strength, was present. The strongest among them held an energy stone, absorbing its power. Ran Fei, how are you feeling now? A man beside Luo Feng inquired, frowning as he observed Ran Fei. Having absorbed all the energy from the stone, Ran Fei slowly opened his eyes. His aura had transformed dramatically, indicating a significant leap in power. Yes, my realm has stabilized. There is only 1 day left. It's time to eliminate them, Ran Fei stated as he rose, a palpable killing intent emanating from him, lowering the temperature around him, taking a few steps forward. He inquired, any news on Luo Feng? At the mention of Luo Feng, the expressions of the other 5 shifted, the earlier joy of Ran Fei's breakthrough dissipating. Clearly, Luo Feng had left a substantial shadow in their minds. One man replied solemnly, after inquiring for nearly 20 days, there has been no sign of Luo Feng. It seems he truly perished in that anomaly. Ran Fei took a deep breath, gazing at the distant sky. He clenched his hands tightly within his sleeves, so forcefully that his knuckles turned pale. When Luo Feng unleashed his energy wave, it was through the use of forbidden techniques that Ran Fei narrowly escaped a calamity. Yet even so, he had lost 2 companions. The laser from that moment etched itself into his memory, and it seemed that Luo Feng had been struck by it, subsequently vanishing without a trace. Hence, Ran Fei and his companions were led to believe that Luo Feng had met his demise. Although he harbored a sense of reluctance, the death of that individual would ultimately be for the best. In truth, he owed him a debt of gratitude. Had it not been for him, He might not have broken through to become a forbidden powerhouse. To express his appreciation, they would annihilate everyone from the Judgment Organization. Ran Fei's expression remained remarkably calm as he spoke softly. Indeed, it was time to settle the score. After all, we had lost 2 individuals because of this. A man behind Ran Fei sighed heavily. Ran Fei nodded and waved his hand, charging forward into the distance. The others behind him followed suit, rushing ahead in the central region of the alternate space. Luo Feng stored the last energy stone into his storage box, then stood up with a beaming smile. After nearly 4 days of searching, he had gathered a sufficient number of energy stones, and upon exchanging them with the system, his copper coins now totaled 15,000. This sum was nothing short of a fortune for Luo Feng, marking a significant step closer to mastering the Realm King Fist. The green river water he collected yesterday had remarkable effects for body refinement, and he had no intention of exchanging it for copper coins. Aside from the energy stones and the green river water, only the blue fruit remained, and he was eager to ascertain just how much value the most precious fruit held in copper coins. Luo Feng brushed off the dust from his hands and chuckled softly. He sensed the aura of the 4 individuals from the Judgment Organization deep within the space. Yet during his moment of perception, several other auras caused his heart to sink. Ran Fei had not perished, and astonishingly, he had even broken through the Forbidden Gate. Should they encounter Zhou Cixi and the others, the outcome would undoubtedly be dire. Luo Feng's brow furrowed, acutely aware of the urgency of the situation. The news of Ran Fei's survival truly astonished him. It was noteworthy that when he had transformed into a giant ape, the energy wave he released had been immensely powerful, yet it had not resolved the conflict. It appeared that Ran Fei possessed undisclosed trump cards as well. Luo Feng let out a soft sigh. In order to prevent Ran Fei from advancing, he took flight, hastening into the depths of space. Meanwhile, at the peaks deep within the alternate space, a peculiar transformation began to unfold, as the original energy barrier gradually dissipated. Everyone present felt a jolt of energy, realizing that when the barrier vanished, the fruits would be ripe for the taking. Just as the crowd prepared to vie for the treasures, several figures obstructed their path. From this moment forth, none of you may cross this red line. Otherwise, you shall face death. Ran Fei strode forward, his hands coalescing with golden light as he slashed at the ground, creating a long line that separated the crowd from the mountain peak. Ran Fei! It's Ran Fei! Someone recognized him, and exclamations of shock rippled through the crowd. Ran Fei's reputation among the younger generation in the northern region was quite formidable. Anyone with even a modest understanding of the martial world would have heard of the infamous Ran Fei. His presence, now blocking the way of all, naturally incited widespread fury. Guanyin stepped forward, coldly declaring, "Ran Fei, who do you think you are to obstruct my path?" Ran Fei looked at Guanyin, revealing a cruel smile. "I was just thinking of killing you, and here you are, delivering yourself right to me. Allow me to entertain my guests by taking your life first. Do you think I'm still the same as before?" Guanyin retorted with a cold laugh, flames igniting around him. He was already halfway through the Forbidden Gate, and if he could obtain the blue fruit, his breakthrough would be assured. Thus, there was no possibility of him retreating now. Guanyin's strength was commendable, and among so many, he would undoubtedly rank highly. Yet he had chosen the wrong opponent. In an instant, Ran Fei's figure flickered, appearing before Guanyin, his golden glowing arm seizing Guanyin's neck and lifting him off the ground. "All of you from the Judgment Organization deserve to die." Ran Fei's face suddenly contorted with rage as he bellowed at Guanyin. Ran Fei's grip tightened, and no matter how hard Guanyin struggled, he could not escape. As Ran Fei exerted more force, Guanyin's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, his complexion turning purple as he kicked his legs frantically in agony. "Ran Fei, put him down." Liang Zheng finally stepped forward, shouting loudly. Although Guanyin and they had their differences, they ultimately hailed from the same faction. Even if there were conflicts, they could not afford to display them in front of outsiders. "Let me release him." "Very well, I shall." Ran Fei shrugged, suddenly tightening his grip. The sound of shattering bones echoed, and Guanyin's struggling body went limp in an instant. Ran Fei tossed Guanyin's corpse at Liang Zheng's feet. Chuckling, "Here you go, don't rush." Your turn will come soon. Liang Zheng, Zhou Cixi, and the others looked at Guan Yin's lifeless body, their faces paling in shock. They had not anticipated that Ran Fei would dare to kill in front of so many. Effectively declaring war on the Judgment Organization. Ran Fei, you are playing with fire, Liang Zheng shouted in fury. Zhou Cixi and Huiyun stepped forward as well, glaring at Ran Fei, the atmosphere thickening with tension. As if a taut string poised to snap at any moment, I could have granted you a swift death, but now I have changed my mind. We shall make your lives a living hell. If you wish to express your gratitude, thank Luo Feng. He is the one who secured the honor for you. Ran Fei shook his head, speaking softly. Luo Feng. What have you done to Luo Feng? Zhou Cixi's expression shifted upon hearing the name, and she stepped forward to interrogate him. Ran Fei casually dug at his ear, blowing lightly before responding indifferently. He is dead. What else could it be? Hiss. Ran Fei's words sent a chill through the three from the Judgment Organization. They had held onto a flicker of hope, but upon hearing his reply, they realized that Luo Feng was truly dead. Those observing from a distance regarded Ran Fei and the others with a mix of apprehension and intrigue. Aside from members of the other three major families, the rest watched as if spectating a play. Ran Fei's cruelty and madness chilled them to the bone. They never imagined this lunatic would dare to confront the Judgment Organization, and from their dialogue, it seemed he had even killed one of its members. The members of the other three families scrutinized Ran Fei. Convinced he was no fool to openly provoke the Judgment Organization, he undoubtedly had his own hidden cards. Liang Zheng was now seething with rage. Though he was stern, he was also passionate, and with Luo Feng being the youngest among them, he felt a sense of responsibility for failing to protect him. Ran Fei, come and face me. Liang Zheng gathered lightning in his hands, forming a sphere of electricity aimed at Ran Fei. Ran Fei's eyes flickered as he swiftly dodged, appearing behind Liang Zheng. He struck with 4 punches, each landing on Liang Zheng's joints. The sound of shattering bones echoed, followed by Liang Zheng's piercing scream. Ran Fei had shattered Liang Zheng's limbs, effectively incapacitating him. Liang Zheng, Huiyun and Zhou Cixi were finally jolted into action, gazing in shock at the fallen Liang Zheng. His strength was not to be underestimated among them. Yet Ran Fei had disabled him in an instant. Just how powerful was Ran Fei, staring at Guan Yin's corpse and the downed Liang Zheng? Both Huiyun and Zhou Cixi were drenched in cold sweat. Despite Ran Fei's merciless killings, their strength was insufficient to stop him. Ran Fei observed the expressions of Zhou Cixi and Huiyun, grinning broadly before stating, "Are you afraid? Haha. Is this fear? Don't worry. Something even more terrifying awaits you." Step by step, Ran Fei approached the two, while Huiyun and Zhou Cixi retreated, fully realizing that Ran Fei had likely surpassed his limits. Die for me! In an instant, Ran Fei radiated golden light, his power as a forbidden warrior manifesting before everyone in that moment. All present gazed in horror at Ran Fei. How is this possible? Ran Fei has actually broken through the forbidden gate and become an advanced powerhouse. This is bad. We have no chance now. Let us hope this madman spares us. This is dire. Ran Fei has indeed become a forbidden powerhouse that if he truly intends to thwart us, we may very well be doomed to miss out on the blue fruit. Faced with the formidable prowess of Ran Fei, the expressions of those present varied widely, their trepidation towards him reaching an apex. As Ran Fei's foot struck the ground, the earth immediately buckled beneath him. The power of a forbidden strongman unmistakably manifested in his being, a terrifying force surging towards Huiyun and Zhou Cixi. In response, Huiyun and Zhou Cixi swiftly summoned the energy within their bodies, forming a formidable protective barrier around themselves. The plant shield combined with the ice barrier created a synergistic defense against Ran Fei, although both had significantly enhanced their strength over the past month. They found themselves utterly powerless against the now forbidden strongman, Ran Fei. Radiating a golden light, Ran Fei's golden fists crashed into the dual barriers before him. Under the immense force, the barriers crumbled like fragile paper in an instant. Bang! Bang! Ran Fei unleashed 2 punches, striking the abdomens of Zhou Cixi and Huiyun, seemingly ordinary blows that sent them careening backwards, blood spewing from their mouths. Approaching Huiyun, Ran Fei placed a foot upon his face. Laughing heartily, Judgment Hall, today I shall ensure that all of you perish by my hand. Haha, I will make Luo Feng realize that those I choose to kill are beyond his interference. With a sudden surge of force, Ran Fei shattered the ground beneath him, burying Huiyun's head within the earth, leaving his fate uncertain. Diverting his attention from Huiyun, Ran Fei advanced towards Zhou Cixi. A cruel smile spreading across his lips as he grasped her neck, lifting her effortlessly. Ha! Luo Feng, weren't you intent on killing me? Aren't you here to thwart my annihilation of the Judgment Hall? Here I stand. Come and stop me. Come on. Ha! Ran Fei's maniacal laughter echoed, as though Luo Feng were standing before him. Aha! Come and stop me. It seems you are unable to arrive. Aren't you? Then I must regrettably kill this lovely young lady. Ran Fei appeared utterly deranged, hatred gleaming in his eyes, fueled by the humiliation Luo Feng had previously inflicted upon him. Now he sought to vent his wrath by mercilessly slaughtering those from the Judgment Hall. Just as Ran Fei prepared to strike, he suddenly sensed a lethal threat. Before he could react, he was struck with a heavy blow, sending him flying. Cough! Cough! Who dares to strike me? Ran Fei climbed back to his feet, spitting out dust and cursing vehemently. That moment, a figure appeared before him, cradling the severely injured Zhou Cixi, their gaze icy as they spoke coldly. Didn't you wish for me to kill you? Well, here I am. Ran Fei's pupils constricted in shock as he beheld the newcomer. Luo Feng, how is this possible? I thought you were dead. Terrified, he cried out, staring into Luo Feng's eyes, which brimmed with a murderous intent. Luo Feng assessed Zhou Cixi's injuries, his brows furrowing. Her condition was dire, and delaying further could spell disaster. Luo Feng's expression darkened as he glared at Ran Fei, his tone thick with murderous intent. To be honest, I have never so fervently desired to kill someone in the past. I was naive, believing that the laws of this world held sway, that those who transgressed would ultimately face justice. But now I understand. Those rules are merely playthings in the hands of you powerful individuals, to be toyed with at will. Since that is the case, I should cast aside my previous burdens. Not a single one of you shall live. Luo Feng placed Zhou Cixi in a safer location and gradually rose to his feet. In that moment, his aura underwent a profound transformation. Previously perceived as gentle and introverted, he now resembled a razor-sharp blade, an embodiment of lethal precision. Though nearly a decade had passed since his arrival in this world, the principles from his past life remained unchanged in his weaker days. He adhered to the laws, firmly believing that those who broke them would eventually face retribution. Thus, when he first awakened and was targeted by assassins, he refrained from killing, even when confronted with injustice. He had never considered murder as a solution. Now, he realized his folly. This world was unlike the one he had known. Here, strength dictated life and death, allowing for unchecked malevolence that even nations could not curtail. Luo Feng found his past beliefs laughable. He had thought that as long as he did not provoke others, he would be safe, that even the powerful would be bound by rules. However, the experiences he had endured made him acutely aware of the truth. Fairness was an illusion, and rules were mere constructs for the weak. As long as one possessed immense strength, they became the very embodiment of the rules. Luo Feng had awakened, discarding the ideologies of his previous life. In this world, only the weak clung to the notion of rules. Therefore, none of you shall escape. In an instant, an overwhelmingly terrifying wave of energy erupted from within Luo Feng, his powerful aura pressing down upon everyone present like a mountain, rendering them breathless. Clad in a gravity suit, his combat power surged to 1,500, a remarkable strength that eclipsed even those who had just breached the Forbidden Realm. Consequently, not only those who had yet to ascend to the Forbidden Domain were struck with awe, but even Ran Fei was left aghast. Impossible. How can you be this strong without transforming? This cannot be. I refuse to believe it. Ran Fei was struck with despair. If he had previously feared Luo Feng's transformation into a giant, he now dreaded Luo Feng's normal state. Unbeknownst to him, Luo Feng's tail had been severed, rendering transformation impossible. Radiating golden light, Ran Fei's formidable power surged within him, his eyes ablaze with hatred, fixated on a singular thought. He would pay any price to eliminate Luo Feng. Die for me! Ran Fei roared in a frenzy, his face contorted with madness, his entire being erupted with power, his golden fists flashing as they barreled towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng narrowed his eyes. And in the face of Ran Fei's overwhelming assault, he simply raised a hand dismissively. Bang! A faint sound of impact resonated as Luo Feng grasped Ran Fei's golden fist. How can this be? Ran Fei exclaimed, his pupils dilating in disbelief. Not only was Ran Fei stunned, but all present were left in shock at Luo Feng's display of strength. Though they had believed him powerful, they had never anticipated he would effortlessly counter Ran Fei's attack, especially considering Ran Fei was a forbidden strongman. What was happening in this world? Why was it that every random individual they encountered possessed such formidable strength? When did forbidden strongmen become so devalued? It was not that forbidden strongmen had lost their worth. Rather, they were simply too weak. Sigh. Initially hoping to seize this opportunity to break through, it seemed that would not come to pass as they observed the battle. It became clear that they should not be contemplating how to seize the spoils, but rather how to survive and escape. Witnessing Luo Feng's might, many began to retreat, realizing he was far beyond their ability to confront. Straining against Luo Feng's iron grip, Ran Fei attempted with all his might to break free, but his arm remained immovable, trapped as if in a vice. Let go of me, he bellowed, his power surging wildly, causing the ground to tremble beneath them, shockwaves radiating outward. Nevertheless, Luo Feng remained as unyielding as a mountain, his grip unwavering. Want me to let go? Very well. Luo Feng finally spoke, loosening his grip slightly. Caught off guard, Ran Fei staggered backward, nearly losing his balance in a desperate bid to stabilize himself. Luo Feng swiftly delivered a kick to his abdomen, unleashing a torrent of terrifying force upon Ran Fei. Poof! Ran Fei's eyes bulged, blood vessels bursting as crimson liquid erupted from his mouth. This one is for Zhou Cece, Luo Feng declared, glaring at the severely injured and suffering Ran Fei. Buzz! Luo Feng conjured 4 small energy orbs in his hand, directing them to strike Ran Fei's limbs. Ran Fei's shrill scream pierced the air, echoing in the ears of all who witnessed his downfall. Even those among his allies who had contemplated intervening found themselves frozen in place. With this assault, Ran Fei's limbs were rendered useless. This one is for Liang Zheng. Luo Feng's voice was icy. Finally, he brought his foot down upon Ran Fei's face, shouting, and this one is for Huiyun. Boom! With a sudden, forceful stomp of his foot, Luo Feng unleashed a tempestuous surge of energy, shattering the very earth beneath him and creating an immense chasm with a diameter of 1,000 meters in an instant. Such overwhelming power caused the ground for miles around to tremble, fissures erupting across the landscape, transforming once contiguous land into a multitude of isolated islands. The onlookers in the distance frantically sought refuge, desperate to avoid falling into the abyss. After what felt like an eternity, the earth finally regained its composure, allowing the gathered crowd to exhale in relief. Yet, as they surveyed their surroundings anew, horror struck them. The terrain had undergone a radical transformation. The former plains vanished, replaced by deep, gaping rifts resembling canyons. These crevices sprawled in all directions, partitioning the land as if it had become a vast chasm. Luo Feng extricated his foot from the debris, brushed off the dust from his trousers, and approached the others. I could see that moment. Ran Fei lay half-buried in rubble, utterly motionless, devoid of breath. That it was a moment of enlightenment for both Luo Feng and myself. In my previous attempts to portray the protagonist, I had unwittingly channeled Wukong, resulting in a constrained and clumsy narrative. Now, I have come to understand that a true protagonist must embody clarity in their grudges and decisiveness in their actions. Such is the thrill of storytelling. Yet, danger loomed. Flee quickly. The companions who had accompanied Ran Fei were taken aback by Luo Feng's approach and hastily attempted to escape. Luo Feng regarded their fleeing figures with a cold smirk, concentrating energy into several large orbs of light, his eyes narrowing as he pointed at the group. Despite their rapid flight, the speed of Luo Feng's light orbs proved to be swifter. Ultimately, amidst their terrified screams, the orbs detonated with a resounding boom, claiming their lives, if dispatching mere ants. Luo Feng nonchalantly dusted off his hands and proceeded toward the still figure of Zhou Sisi lying at a distance. "Are you still able to hold on?" Luo Feng gently shook Zhou Sisi, speaking softly. Her complexion was ghastly pale, but as her eyes fluttered open and fell upon Luo Feng's face, she erupted with excitement. "Luo Feng, you're not dead." Witnessing the joy in Zhou Sisi's eyes warmed Luo Feng's heart, and he nodded slightly before reassuring her, "I am fine. Ran Fei and the others have been dealt with." "Hold on, I will check on Liang Zheng and Huiyun." Zhou Sisi nodded faintly, and Luo Feng retrieved a reclining chair from his system, settling her comfortably before making his way to Liang Zheng. "Liang Zheng, how are you feeling now?" Luo Feng inquired, furrowing his brow as he assessed Liang Zheng's injuries, his heart sinking at the sight. All of Liang Zheng's limbs were shattered, reduced to mere fragments. Such grievous wounds were nearly impossible to treat, even by contemporary medical standards. Only Yin Ro could possibly restore you. Luo Feng thought of Yin Ro, whose abilities could indeed heal Liang Zheng. Liang Zheng gazed at Luo Feng with a complex expression, managing a bitter smile. "Thank you, Luo Feng, for avenging us. I am now a cripple. You needn't worry about me. Go and reap the fruits of your labor." Luo Feng offered words of comfort. "Do not despair. Your injuries are not beyond remedy. As for the fruits, I am here, and they will not dare to act recklessly." Liang Zheng managed a feeble smile, recognizing that Luo Feng's words were mere consolation, as he was acutely aware of his dire condition. Unless by some miracle, recovery was utterly impossible. Luo Feng positioned Liang Zheng beside Zhou Sisi and then approached Huiyun. After checking Huiyun's pulse, he confirmed that the latter had fallen victim to Ran Fei. Luo Feng gazed at Huiyun's lifeless body and sighed softly. He buried Huiyun where he lay, then turned his attention to the distant corpse of Guan Yin. Despite Guan Yin's arrogance and disdain for others, he remained a comrade of the judgment. Luo Feng buried Guan Yin nearby and stood up, addressing Liang Zheng and Zhou Sisi. "Wait here. I shall ascend to take a look." With that, he swiftly turned and began his ascent up the mountain. Upon reaching the halfway point, he sensed several small shadows trailing behind him and called out without turning, "I am in a foul mood, so it would be wise for you to halt. If I find you displeasing, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you." His words rendered the followers who had stealthily approached him speechless, quelling their intentions to seize an opportunity to obtain the fruits. "You are far too domineering. There are several fruits on the tree. Each person can only consume one. That we do not wish to contest with you, but surely you should allow us to have a few as well." One individual protested. Luo Feng halted, slowly turning to face the speaker. From his elevated stance, he coldly replied, "I prefer to eat one and discard 5. That if you disagree, feel free to challenge me. Do you dare?" The direct confrontation left the man's face flushed, trembling with rage. Though he yearned to confront Luo Feng, the memory of Luo Feng's terrifying power forced him to swallow his indignation. "If I catch you on the mountain, I assure you this will not merely be a verbal warning," Luo Feng declared before striding purposefully toward the peak. His words silenced all behind him. They dared not move, their fury quelled by the instinct to survive. Damn it, why should he monopolize all the fruits when one person can only consume one? If you're unsatisfied, why not confront him directly instead of complaining here? Enough, let us concede for today. We are outmatched, but he has slaughtered all members of the Ran and Dao families, and Ran Fei has breached the forbidden door. Once they emerge, these two families will not let this go easily. Even if he is a member of the judgment, this time-space gathering was indeed unprecedented. In nearly a century, the judgment had seldom suffered losses against the great families, although free combat was allowed in the alternate space. It did not exempt these families from seeking retribution post-event. The younger generations of these prominent families were usually formidable, and few desired conflict with them. 50 years prior, the Dao family had lost their strongest youth at a time-space gathering. Though no immediate retaliation occurred, those who had participated in the ambush against the Dao family were subsequently eliminated in secret. While the Dao family maintained discretion, these factions were well known in the region, stirring considerable unrest in the northern domain. Eventually, everyone learned of the Dao family's involvement, yet due to their power, the matter was buried. Following this incident, no one dared provoke the 5 great families at subsequent gatherings. Luo Feng's actions, though seemingly inconsequential to him, would undoubtedly incite significant upheaval once he returned. As Luo Feng traversed the mountain, he was acutely aware of the preceding events. Had his strength been lacking, the outcome could have seen those 10 individuals overwhelming him. In essence, here, power dictated everything. Without sufficient strength, one was merely prey. After nearly 5 minutes, Luo Feng finally glimpsed the fruit trees atop the mountain. At the summit, a colossal tree, thick enough for dozens of individuals to encircle, stood majestically. Luo Feng gazed upward, the tree's height surpassing 100 meters. From beneath its canopy, the tree appeared to touch the heavens, piercing through the dense clouds with no discernible limit. The trunk was adorned with a multitude of branches, each bearing leaves of a striking azure hue that shimmered in the sunlight. Some branches, slender and drooping like willow fronds, swayed delicately in the breeze. Luo Feng marveled at the exquisite blue tree, a glimmer of anticipation igniting in his eyes as he spotted 6 fruits suspended 10 meters above the ground. These fruits mirrored the tree's hue, a vivid sky blue, and their translucent skins revealed the succulent flesh within. Overwhelmed with excitement, Luo Feng took flight and approached the fruits. The blue tree bore fruit that could not be plucked. If removed, it would wither instantly. Consumption had to occur directly from the tree. Without hesitation, Luo Feng bit into one of the fruits. The succulent juice flowed down his chin, and with each delightful taste, his eyes sparkled with astonishment at the fruit's unexpected flavor. In mere bites, Luo Feng devoured one whole fruit, seeds and all, and as he gazed at the remaining fruits, the allure of their deliciousness beckoned him to indulge once more. Just then, the system's voice resounded in his mind. Fruit recovered. One yields 5,000 copper coins. The blue fruit can be exchanged. Luo Feng was momentarily taken aback by the system's announcement. 5,000 copper coins for a single fruit was an astronomical sum in his eyes. Regarding the efficacy of the fruit, Luo Feng had consumed it, but had yet to feel any effects. Very well, I want to exchange all the remaining fruits. Without a hint of hesitation, Luo Feng responded directly to the system. The transaction was completed. One fruit was worth 5,000 copper coins, and with 5 fruits in total, the redemption price amounted to 25,000 copper coins. The copper coins have been distributed. Please check, host. As the system's voice faded, the fruits on the tree gradually vanished. Luo Feng glanced back at the now barren tree, noticing that the system had also removed all the leaves surrounding the fruits. With the acquisition of 25,000 copper coins, Luo Feng's purse swelled instantly, but he hurriedly opened his character interface, and, upon viewing the information within, broke into a broad smile. Character: Luo Feng. Combat power: 3,000, 1,500 while wearing a half-ton gravity suit. Energy coins: 40,000 copper coins. Storage space: 2 cubic meters. 40,000 copper coins. If I can gather just another 10,000, I will be able to learn the King's Fist. Luo Feng exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. What had once seemed a distant goal now appeared achievable in the near future. Just as Luo Feng prepared to leave the peak, the branch above him began to sway, and the blue leaves transformed into shimmering blue lights, gently cascading down. Curiously, Luo Feng observed these blue specks, which upon touching him, seamlessly integrated into his being. This sudden change startled him. He quickly rolled back his sleeve to check for any anomalies, only to breathe a sigh of relief when he found none. What is happening? Luo Feng suddenly felt an intense heat within him, and to his astonishment, shadowy figures began to materialize, gazing at these silhouettes. He felt an inexplicable familiarity. These appear to be me, he realized, watching as the figures, which bore an uncanny resemblance to him, engaged in fierce combat. Although these figures appeared somewhat translucent, they gradually became more solid as the blue specks continued to merge with him. These figures, resembling Luo Feng's doppelgangers, engaged in a fierce struggle before him. As he observed their combat, His eyes sparkled with growing intensity. The combat techniques displayed by these figures were extraordinarily advanced, and he felt as though he could permanently engrave their movements in his mind, comprehending them fully. Could this be the effect of the blue fruit? Luo Feng mused internally, as the figures continued their battle. Luo Feng gradually assimilated their combat styles, particularly the agile deployment of the Kamehameha and the transformative Dodon Ray techniques. The more he watched, the more delight filled his heart, and soon he found himself joining in their fray. In this chaotic melee of nearly a dozen combatants, each possessing strength on par with his own, Luo Feng fought valiantly. A true match for his opponents, as the battle raged on. Luo Feng's combat skills saw a rapid enhancement, and the techniques at his disposal shifted and evolved, resulting in a swift increase in his own combat power. With both hands resting on his hips, he bellowed loudly. Suddenly, he thrust his hands forward, unleashing a blinding beam of light directed at one of the fighters in the distance. That fighter swiftly dodged, narrowly escaping the Kamehameha. However, the next moment brought forth a shocking revelation. The Kamehameha had unexpectedly curved. The suddenly bending Kamehameha struck the figure, producing a thunderous roar that echoed across the surroundings, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. Luo Feng's body jolted as the silhouettes before him vanished, leaving behind only the remnants of the fierce battle. It seemed that what had transpired was merely an illusion, yet the combat techniques he had learned were undeniably real. Luo Feng gazed at his hands, speaking softly. Lifting his gaze to the tree branch above, he noted that the leaves had entirely withered, leaving only bare twigs, reminiscent of winter. Slowly, he descended the mountain, realizing that the alternate space would soon close. His purpose for being there had been fulfilled, that it was time to return. Luo Feng hastened down the mountain, and upon reaching the base, he discovered that the others had already departed, leaving only Zhou Sisi and Liang Zhang. Approaching the two, he inquired, "Have the others all left?" Zhou Sisi, pale-faced, nodded gently and replied, "Everyone else has already departed. It is just the three of us now." Liang Zhang, reclining on a lounge chair, tilted his head to regard Luo Feng, saying, "It appears you have consumed the blue fruit." Luo Feng nodded, smiling as he said, "It's a shame the fruit couldn't be plucked. Otherwise, I would have brought you both some." Liang Zhang and Zhou Sisi exchanged smiles. Though a tinge of regret lingered, they felt fortunate simply to have survived. As for the fruit, they no longer harbored hopes of obtaining it. The unexpected events at this temporal conference had indeed taken everyone by surprise. Such a turn of events would undoubtedly stir significant upheaval once the conference concluded. Thus, even though Luo Feng was affiliated with the Judgment Organization, he could not avoid the ensuing turmoil. Both Zhou Sisi and Liang Zhang recognized this, their expressions tinged with concern as they regarded Luo Feng. The ramifications of this incident would likely not be taken lightly by the Ran and Dao families. Zhou Sisi sighed softly, voicing her fears. Liang Zhang's face was grave. Despite his disability, he could serve as a witness. In his view, as long as the Judgment Organization maintained its integrity, the Dao and Ran families would likely refrain from overtly retaliating. Luo Feng waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Whatever will be if they come to trouble me. I will face it head on." The two exchanged glances, falling silent. Luo Feng was no longer a mere minor character. He had become a formidable force, capable of contending with taboo-level warriors. Such strength was sufficient to instill caution in those powerful factions. Luo Feng lifted a lounge chair and soared into the air. Heading towards the exit of the alternate space, the exit, powerful figures from various factions awaited. Nearly a month had passed, and finally, someone emerged from the spatial gate. Upon seeing an individual appear, everyone present felt a surge of energy. The emergence of anyone signified that the trials within the space had concluded, and all should return. As one figure after another materialized, the leaders of the smaller factions rejoiced upon witnessing their disciples emerge safely. In their eyes, survival was a victory in itself. They understood that the alternate space contained abundant cultivation resources. Even if they could not acquire the blue fruit, the energy stones and green river water could significantly enhance a warrior's strength. While some rejoiced, others felt dismay as they observed members of other factions emerging. Their hearts sank at the absence of their own competitors. Unlike the smaller factions, they were not concerned about the loss of their members. After all, throughout the extensive duration of the temporal conference, the five great families had suffered minimal losses, and as time trickled by, at long last, members of the five great families emerged. Their recommenders furrowed their brows upon sensing the auras enveloping them. According to their plan, each family was supposed to have at least one member advance into the taboo realm, a long-standing unwritten rule. However, these recommenders soon realized that none of their children had achieved such a breakthrough. Yu Song, according to the plan, were you not supposed to make a breakthrough? What is the situation now? The elder of the Yu family inquired, his expression darkening as he regarded the promising member of his clan. Yu Song protested vehemently. Second granduncle, it is not just our Yu family. Neither the Qian family nor the Sheng family had a single breakthrough, and the Dao and Ran families suffered total annihilation. Yu Song's voice, charged with energy, resonated clearly among the crowd, causing an immediate uproar. What? You say the Ran family has been completely wiped out? What on earth transpired? A furious roar erupted like thunder, followed by a figure striding toward Yu Song and grabbing him. Cough, cough, let me go. Yu Song gasped for breath, his captor's immense strength constricting his throat. The elder of the Yu family, upon witnessing this, grimaced and sternly addressed the middle-aged man before him. Ranzong, release him. You will suffocate him. The man named Ranzong took a deep breath and released Yu Song. Behind him, the leader of the Dao family glared at Yu Song, his expression dark as storm clouds. Speak, what in the world happened? Ranzong's voice was profoundly deep, his gaze brimming with lethal intent, as if he were on the precipice of an explosion. Yu Song lowered his head to steady his breath. A flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes, he then raised his head, a look of grievance upon his face, and said, Elder Ran, the true culprit behind the downfall of both the Ran and Dao families is Luo Feng from the tribunal. He must have stumbled upon some fortuitous opportunity, as he unexpectedly broke through the forbidden gate ahead of schedule. Upon hearing Luo Feng's name, Ling Yan's expression shifted dramatically from a distance. He had not anticipated that Luo Feng would annihilate all members of the Ran and Dao families. This was utterly inconsistent with Luo Feng's usual conduct. Youngster, one must not speak carelessly. Ling Yan stepped forward and admonished Yu Song in a grave tone. Yu Song, upon seeing Ling Yan, exclaimed loudly, What I say is the absolute truth. At that time, we were preparing to ascend the mountain for the fruit. Yet Luo Feng, relying on his own strength, obstructed us all. He intended to monopolize the blue fruit. Nonsense. A blue fruit can only be consumed by one person. How could Luo Feng possibly consume it all? Ling Yan retorted angrily, listening to Yu Song's absurd claims that if you do not believe me, you may inquire with the members of the Qian and Sheng families. Yu Song, noticing Ling Yan's skepticism, pointed towards the direction of the Sheng and Qian families. The seed members of both families subsequently stepped forward, affirming that Yu Song's statements were entirely factual. Ling Yan's countenance darkened instantly. He discerned that these families had conspired together. A mere exchange of glances revealed their malicious intent. Yu Song's lips curled into a slight smirk, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes as he continued. Elder Ran, what you do not know is that not only did Luo Feng breach the Forbidden Gate, but Ranfei also achieved a premature breakthrough in an effort to seek justice for us. Ranfei intended to confront Luo Feng. However, Luo Feng, being a petty man, resorted to underhanded tactics, grievously injuring Ranfei before killing him. Ranzong's eyes widened like bronze bells as he fixed his gaze upon Yu Song, his voice icy as he demanded, Are you speaking the truth? The pressure emanating from Ranzong gradually intensified, causing Yu Song's complexion to shift dramatically under the weight of his aura. A flicker of panic crossed Yu Song's eyes as he met Ranzong's gaze. Ranzong observed Yu Song's expression clearly and coldly stated, I simply wish to know if it was Luo Feng who killed Ranfei. Yu Song, intimidated by Ranzong's imposing presence, swallowed hard and hastily replied, It is absolutely true. I swear to the heavens. Luo Feng killed Ranfei. Very well, very well. Ranzong turned to face the spatial gate, fully aware that Yu Song was indeed lying. Yet there was one thing Yu Song dared not fabricate. That Luo Feng had killed Ranfei. That single piece of information was sufficient. Ranzong did not care about the details of the incident. Whoever had slain Ran Fei would face his wrath. Ling Yin, observing the change in Ran Zong's demeanor, felt a sense of foreboding and stepped forward to address him directly. Ran Zong, even if Luo Feng did kill Ran Fei and the others, it still adheres to the rules of the tournament. You must not act recklessly. Rules? Ha! To hell with the rules. Do you have any idea how crucial Ran Fei is to our Ran family? He is a once-in-a-century evolutionary body, and now he is dead. Dead? Old man, you had better get far away from me, or I will kill you as well. Ran Zong spat, his face a mask of fury. An evolutionary body is an exceedingly rare constitution that, once awakened, can continuously evolve, culminating in immeasurable achievements. The others present, upon hearing Ran Zong's words, began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. They had not realized that the madman Ran Fei was indeed a once-in-a-century evolutionary body, which explained the Ran family's fierce protection of him. However, with Ran Fei now slain by the tribunal's personnel, the smaller factions reveled in the misfortune. They were well aware of the many misdeeds Ran Fei had committed without facing death. Many harbored deep-seated hatred towards him, yet dared not provoke him due to the Ran family's formidable strength. But now, with the tribunal's personnel having killed him, it was as if a collision between two colossal forces was imminent, a spectacle rarely witnessed. You! Ling Yin seethed with rage, unable to fathom that Ran Zong would dare to act in such a manner, essentially inciting a war between the Ran family and the tribunal at that moment. The leader of the Dao family also stepped forward, their members having been entirely wiped out by Luo Feng, an affront that the notoriously arrogant Dao family could not tolerate. Dao Yun, the leader of the Dao family, coldly proclaimed, "My Dao family will not let that little brat go. I will ensure he suffers a fate worse than death." Ling Yin regarded Dao Yun and Ran Zong with a frosty glare and slowly declared, "As long as I am here, none shall lay a finger on my disciple." Old man, you do protect your own. Do you truly believe you can stop us? Ran Zong mocked, his laughter dripping with disdain. As Ran Zong's words fell, the remaining three recommenders from the Ran family and the Dao family surged forward in unison. In an instant, 8 figures stood before Ling Yin, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace. Do they think our tribunal personnel are easy to bully? As the other 5 members of the tribunal stepped forward to stand behind Ling Yin, the standoff was set, 8 against 6. Though they were outnumbered, the strength of the tribunal's recommenders surpassed that of their adversaries. As tensions escalated, the atmosphere grew palpably hostile, prompting the stronger members of the smaller factions to retreat to a safe distance. They wished to avoid being caught in the crossfire should conflict erupt. I say, Brother Ling Yin, while the tournament may have its regulations, you should be aware of the agreements between our families and the tribunal. This time, it is you who have broken the accord. Yu Kong, the leader of the Yu family, stepped forward opposite the tribunal, raising his voice. The elder of the Yu family followed suit, as did the leaders of the Shang and Qian families, evidently aligning themselves with the Dao and Ran families. Ling Yan's heart sank as he observed all 5 major families standing united against him. The 5 families had long harbored grievances against the tribunal. Although the tribunal boasted formidable strength, they were still wary of confronting any single family. Faced with a coalition of the 5 families, even Ling Yin felt the pressure mounting. Old Ling, what shall we do? A man behind Ling Yin whispered urgently. Ling Yin transmitted a message to the 5 members, signal for aid. We must not allow the 5 families to suppress us. The 5 exchanged glances before reaching for the communicators on their fingers, initiating a signal for assistance. That moment, as the tribunal and the 5 families faced off, the spatial gate began to distort once more. The commotion surrounding the gate drew everyone's attention, and all eyes turned towards it. Amidst their scrutiny, a foot emerged, followed by the figures of 2 others, who slowly stepped out. Luo Feng, the central figure in this confrontation, upon emerging from the spatial gate, immediately captured the attention of all. As Luo Feng stepped out, he felt the weight of countless gazes upon him, with some emanating a palpable murderous intent that caused his expression to tighten. Beside him, Zhou Sisi and Liang Zheng paled at the sight. Realizing the tension between their tribunal and the 5 families, a biting wind swept through, swirling the snowflakes into the air, further chilling the already frigid ground. The atmosphere was eerily quiet as Luo Feng advanced, his footsteps crunching on the icy terrain, producing a sound that, though quiet, resonated loudly in the tense silence. Ranzong, casting a sidelong glance at Luo Feng, maintained a facade of calmness, yet the murderous intent in his eyes was nearly tangible. Turning to face Luo Feng, he bellowed, "Brat, where are my Ran family members?" Upon hearing Ranzong's words, Luo Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. He could sense the murderous intent radiating from Ranzong. Had Luo Feng still possessed the strength he had before entering the otherworldly space, he might have felt apprehensive. Yet now, the situation was entirely different. Luo Feng replied nonchalantly, "They are all dead." "Good, good, good. Little brat, you shall accompany my Ran family members in death." Ranzong's rage erupted, his aura surging forth like a torrent towards Luo Feng. "You dare!" Ling Yan's eyes flashed with cold light as he unleashed his own aura, a force even more formidable than Ranzong's, which dispersed the latter's momentum. "Old fool, it seems you were seeking death." Ranzong spat venomously. "Come at me if you have the ability. If anyone dares to touch my disciple, they will face the consequences," Ling Yan declared, stepping forward with resolute determination. Upon hearing Ling Yan's words, Luo Feng felt a surge of emotion. He was acutely aware of the precariousness of the current situation. If a conflict were to truly erupt, Ling Yan would likely meet his demise in battle. Yet, even under such circumstances, Ling Yan resolutely stepped forward, positioning his frail body in front of him. Luo Feng rubbed his sore nose and then, with a mocking smile directed at Ranzong, remarked, "Are you not curious as to why I intend to eliminate members of the Ran family? Regardless of the reason, as long as you have slain someone from my family, you shall not be allowed to live." Ranzong glared at Luo Feng and shouted loudly. Upon hearing Ranzong's words, Luo Feng could not help but burst into laughter, pointing at Ranzong as he exclaimed, "What a shameless individual. The Ran and Dao families conspired to annihilate everyone from my Judgment Bureau in the alternate space. Had I not sensed the danger, it would not have been my people emerging now." Luo Feng approached Liangzheng, gesturing to his limbs, and continued, "Ran Fei, relying on his status as a forbidden powerhouse, incapacitated Liangzheng entirely. And as for Zhou Cixi, she has sustained severe internal injuries from Ran Fei's assault. Her organs have ruptured, and she is on the brink of death. If it weren't for her formidable vitality, she would have long since been a lifeless corpse. Furthermore, Huiyin was struck on the head by Ran Fei, his upper body utterly destroyed, and Guanyin has also fallen victim to Ran Fei. Had I arrived even a moment later, both Zhou Cixi and Liangzheng would be dead in the alternate space. Tell me, does your Ran family deserve to perish? Speak." Luo Feng pointed at Ranzong, his aura continuously escalating, and his voice crescendoed until it reached a climactic peak. It resonated like thunder, reverberating across the icy plains of the northern domain, causing those who had yet to ascend to the forbidden realm to shudder. "Brat, members of the Dao family have also been slain by you. How do you intend to explain that?" At this moment, Dao Yun, the leader of the Dao family, stepped forward, vociferously challenging Luo Feng. "The Dao family." Luo Feng responded with a chuckle. "When I first entered the alternate space, I was besieged by members of both the Dao and Ran families. Did you two families not consider that this day might come?" He sneered at Dao Yun. Enraged, Dao Yun bellowed, "If you claim to have been besieged, how did you manage to escape?" "Escape? No, I believe you have misunderstood. It is you who should be fleeing out a group of weaklings. Yet you aspire to achieve great feats. I advise you not to court death. Otherwise, when your family is exterminated one day, do not blame me for failing to warn you." Luo Feng spoke with a veiled threat, his words striking deep into the hearts of those from the Ran and Dao families, inciting their fury. Ranzong, infuriated by Luo Feng's taunts, laughed maniacally. "You little wretch, even if you speak with the silver tongue today, you shall accompany Ran Fei to his grave." Indeed, the words of Luo Feng held truth. The Ran and Dao families sought to obliterate all members of the Judgment Bureau to fulfill their ulterior motives. However, this time, they had unwittingly brought disaster upon themselves, failing to anticipate the emergence of Luo Feng. Not only had their original plan been thwarted, but the most promising member of the Ran family had also perished as a result. The reason Ranzong was willing to engage in battle with the Judgment Bureau was to ensure Luo Feng's death, as he was responsible for the execution of this plan, and the failure would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences upon his return. To ensure his survival, Ranzong had to eliminate Luo Feng. Ling Yin, who had been closely observing Ranzong, immediately interposed himself in front of him, and the two began to engage in combat. As Ranzong and Ling Yin clashed, the members of the Ran and Dao families joined the fray, while the other three prominent families kept a vigilant watch on the remaining 5 members of the Judgment Bureau. They sought not to defeat their opponents, but merely to delay them, allowing the Ran and Dao families to eliminate Luo Feng. Even though the members of the Judgment Bureau possessed superior strength, they could not withstand the onslaught of 2 or 3 opponents. Although Ling Yin was besieged, there was no opportunity to assist him at the moment. "Hold him down," Ranzong commanded loudly to the other members of the Ran family. He was being pushed back by Ling Yin, and the battle was perilous. "Fear not. We shall handle this. You go and eliminate that brat." Members of the 3 prominent families intervened, blocking the remaining 5, which allowed the Ran family members to free their hands. With the aid of 3 members from the Ran family, Ranzong finally broke free from Ling Yin's encirclement and charged toward Luo Feng. Seeing this, Ling Yin felt a surge of urgency and shouted at the 3 opponents he was facing, "Get out of my way!" "Old fool, stay right there," one of the Ran family members sneered. The 3 of them, utilizing their most potent techniques from the outset, aimed to stall Ling Yin. Although they were not as powerful as Ling Yin, they could still manage to hold him off. Frustrated, Ling Yin summoned several massive plant giants to attack the 3, hoping to break free from their encirclement. However, at this moment, Ranzong had already reached Luo Feng. "You little wretch, die." Ranzong's face twisted with malice as he laughed cruelly. The murderous intent emanating from Ranzong was almost palpable. His upper body transformed into that of a werewolf, towering nearly 4 meters tall, that he swung his massive wolf claws, glinting with a metallic sheen. Each claw larger than Luo Feng's face. The claw lunged toward Luo Feng, its terrifying force generating a powerful gust of wind that tousled Luo Feng's hair. Even before the claw made contact, the sheer force threatened to force Luo Feng to his knees. Observing Luo Feng's expressionless face, Ranzong assumed Luo Feng was paralyzed with fear. He envisioned Luo Feng being torn apart, blood splattering across the icy plains. Just as Ranzong's claw approached, Luo Feng made his move. He slightly recoiled, tilting his body, and then unleashed a straight punch that collided with Ranzong's claw. Boom! The immense forces of the two clashing were akin to meteors colliding, producing a deafening roar reminiscent of thunder in the heavens. The ground beneath them cracked open, and the snow was sent flying, swirling around in a flurry between the two combatants. "Get lost!" Luo Feng's eyes narrowed, his arm muscles bulging as, under Ranzong's horrified gaze, an even greater force erupted forth. In an instant, Ranzong was sent hurtling backward. The chorus of gasps echoed through the crowd, as if they had encountered a ghost. Their expressions filled with disbelief as they stared at Luo Feng. The members of the 5 prominent families engaged in battle and the Judgment Bureau all ceased their actions, their faces a mix of astonishment as they regarded Luo Feng. Luo Feng's power exceeded everyone's expectations. They could hardly comprehend that a mere boy of 15 or 16 could send a seasoned forbidden powerhouse like Ranzong flying. How is this possible? Members of the Ran family looked at Luo Feng with grave expressions, incredulously exclaiming. While others were in shock, Ling Yin let out a breath of relief. He was well aware of Luo Feng's rapid growth in power, but he had still underestimated his potential. "Little Feng, I truly did not anticipate your growth to reach such heights so swiftly. You are indeed a prodigious talent," Ling Yin silently praised in his heart. The anxiety that had gripped him began to dissipate. Given Luo Feng's current strength, he could now contend with Ranzong. The next step was to witness Luo Feng's true prowess, as others remained in shock. Ranzong was filled with disbelief, staring at Luo Feng and struggling to accept that Luo Feng had managed to repel him using sheer brute strength. In that moment, Ranzong shed his dismissive attitude, recognizing Luo Feng as an equal opponent. "Brat, I did not expect you to possess a hidden trump card. It seems I must exert my full strength," lest I become a laughingstock to the younger generation. Ranzong cracked his neck, his golden eyes fixated on Luo Feng as if he were locking onto his prey. The grayish-white fur on his body began to transform into a blood-red hue. A metallic scent of blood wafting through the air, blood wolf. Upon witnessing Ranzong's transformation, Ling Yan's expression changed dramatically. Blood wolf was Ranzong's moniker. When he became serious, his transformed fur would turn blood red. And it was in this state that he was at his most formidable. Little Feng, if you find yourself unable to prevail, do not force it. His blood wolf form has a time limit. Once it expires, he will revert to his original state. Ling Yan, well-versed in Ranzong's hidden abilities, conveyed this information to Luo Feng. Luo Feng nodded, assuming a battle-ready stance, his expression grave. His combat power was approximately 400. While his maximum fighting capability was 400. Previously, he had managed to repel Ranzong due to the latter's underestimation. Now, he would have to fight with all his might. Luo Feng fixed his gaze on Ranzong, inwardly reflecting. After training in the Heavenly God Palace, his combat power had increased to 3,000. He consumed the azure fruit, and after a moment of reflection beneath the tree, Luo Feng's combat prowess surged to 4,000. Now, having shed his burdensome attire he prepared himself to counter the impending onslaught of the 5 great families. He gazed at Ranzong, whose strength was comparable to his own, presenting an ideal challenger. With a sudden, forceful strike of his claws upon the ground, the earth fissured, while he transformed into a crimson shadow, charging towards Luo Feng. Clenching his fists tightly, Luo Feng stepped forward to engage in battle with Ranzong. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of their fists and claws colliding resonated ominously, each impact causing the surrounding ice and snow to be forcefully displaced. The arena of their conflict became a domain devoid of ice and snow. Ranzong's body was enveloped in a swirling aura of blood, the acrid scent of iron making Luo Feng's stomach churn. With each swing of his massive wolf claws, a terrifying shockwave tore through the air, resembling the explosive force of a bomb. Although Luo Feng's stature only reached Ranzong's waist, the strength he possessed was formidable enough to keep pace with his adversary, due to the overwhelming power they wielded. The frozen ground around them continued to crack. Members of the lesser factions had long since retreated to a safe distance. As for the onlookers from the 5 great families and the tribunal, they paused their skirmishes, clearing a space for the 2 combatants, observing the clash between Ranzong and Luo Feng with silent anticipation. Roar, crimson blood claws! Ranzong bellowed, his claws transforming to a sanguine hue, slashing downwards in a flurry of crimson light towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng narrowed his eyes, fixating on Ranzong's blood claws, recalling the Wolf Fong Wind Fist practiced by Yamcha during his enlightenment beneath the blue tree. One figure had indeed demonstrated the enhanced version of the Wolf Fong Wind Fist. You wield wolf claws. I shall respond with the wolf fist, Luo Feng declared, his hands morphing into wolf claws. And a wolf shadow materialized behind him, his form becoming an ethereal silhouette that met Ranzong's blood claws head-on. Boom! 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 Luo Feng's claws radiated a brilliant white light as he charged his energy into them. This not only augmented the claw's hardness, but also significantly enhanced his combat effectiveness. As Luo Feng's wolf claws clashed with Ranzong's blood claws, a kaleidoscope of crimson shadows and white light intertwined. The harrowing sounds of their collision echoing relentlessly. Their hands and claws moved with such swiftness that they were nearly imperceptible, visible only to those formidable enough to decipher the spectacle. Luo Feng's figure danced around Ranzong, launching a relentless barrage of attacks, while Ranzong spun and retaliated, his blood claws imbued with tremendous force, meeting Luo Feng's strikes with fervor. Boom! The colossal impact caused the earth to cave in, and both Luo Feng and Ranzong were forced apart, each bearing scars from the fierce exchange, with Ranzong's upper body exhibiting more pronounced injuries. The ghastly gashes upon his flesh were as if he had been cleaved by a massive blade, skin flayed and blood flowing profusely, creating a pool of crimson beneath him. However, the chilling air quickly crystallized the blood, forming a thin layer of ice that shimmered alongside the white frost. Ranzong wiped at his wounds, licking the blood from his tongue with a sadistic smile. This delightful itch, come, scratch it some more. He slammed his fist against his chest and roared at Luo Feng. Luo Feng traced his fingers over his own wounds. Some were superficial, while others nearly grazed the bone. Although his injuries were not as visible, they were undeniably more severe than those of Ranzong. If the battle continued in this manner, defeat was imminent. Gathering several orbs of light in his hands, Luo Feng pointed them towards Ranzong. The orbs seemed to possess a mind of their own, streaking through the air with brilliant white trails aimed directly at him. Noticing the impending projectiles, Ranzong felt a twinge of apprehension despite not recognizing the technique. The energy within the orbs was significant enough to evoke caution. He evaded the first few, but to his astonishment, the trajectory of the remaining orbs suddenly altered, targeting his exposed back. In a frantic maneuver, Ranzong managed to dodge 2 of the orbs, yet the other 4 struck him squarely on the back. Boom, 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 boom. The successive detonations scorched his back, incinerating the blood wolves that adorned him, leaving charred flesh exposed. In an instant, the air was filled with the scent of roasted meat. The excruciating pain elicited a wretched cry from Ranzong. His golden eyes now bloodshot, the agony coursing through his back, driving him to the brink of madness. I will tear you apart. At that moment, Ranzong was consumed by a feral rage, resembling a crazed beast. What an opportunity! Luo Feng observed the frenzied Ranzong, a glimmer of determination sparking in his eyes as he identified an opening, with his hands positioned at his waist. He bellowed, Kamehameha. A tremendous surge of energy coalesced in his palms, which he then propelled towards Ranzong. The formidable energy beam shot forth, targeting the now deranged foe. This trivial attack cannot defeat me. Ranzong snarled, his grotesque visage contorted in defiance as his massive wolf claw braced against the Kamehameha, attempting to resist the overwhelming force. Luo Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. The Kamehameha he unleashed was unlike any before. Its power multiplied several times after his enlightenment beneath the azure fruit tree. Ranzong was pushed back relentlessly by the might of the Kamehameha, expending every ounce of strength he possessed. Yet concentrating his power proved increasingly difficult. With his injuries weighing heavily upon him, the blood wolf state was rapidly fading, the sanguine fur on his body gradually reverting to its original grayish white. How is this possible? Ranzong gasped, sensing his strength waning. Though he desperately sought to regain control, it was too late. He had made a grave error, allowing his arrogance to overshadow his caution, failing to utilize his trump cards before facing defeat. Ranzong, the 3 members of the Ran family, witnessing his peril, turned pale with alarm. They attempted to rush to his aid, only to be obstructed by Ling Yin. Wasn't Ranzong intent on slaying my disciple? You should refrain from interfering. Ling Yin grinned, the balance of power shifting as he no longer feared Luo Feng, but rather the members of the Ran family. Old fool, get out of the way. If Ranzong falls today, the Ran family and the tribunal can prepare for war. The Ran family members threatened loudly. One of the Ran family members, eyes wide with anxiety as they gazed at the distant Ranzong, felt the weight of desperation. Losing a young talent was already a heavy burden to bear. Should Ranzong perish, they would be left with no chance to survive. Several attempted to break through, but even their initial efforts to stall Ling Yin proved exhausting, and now, facing him again, they were steadily pushed back like a tea that moment. Onlookers from other families chose to stand by in silence. Their expressions varied, yet their thoughts remained inscrutable to outsiders. The members of the tribunal noted the disunity among the 5 great families. Their suspicions validated. At this juncture, an elder from the Dao family stepped forward, proclaiming loudly, Ranzong, my brother, I shall aid you, Dao Yin called out, attempting to assist Ranzong, only to be intercepted by the tribunal's enforcers. Dao Yun's face flushed with anger, yet his attacks seemed oddly ineffective. Lacking power, as though he were merely stalling for time, in such a tumultuous scenario, Ranzong found himself bereft of external support, ultimately succumbing to the overwhelming force of Luo Feng's Kamehameha. The energy wave erupted, a thunderous roar reverberating through the heavens. dispersing the dark clouds above, each explosive sound resonating heavily in the hearts of the spectators. Seizing the moment, Luo Feng transformed into a white blur, charging into the thick smoke of the explosion. Moments later, a cry of anguish pierced the air as Luo Feng emerged from the haze, dragging a shadowy figure behind him. Bang! Before all, Luo Feng cast the charred figure onto the ground from its outline. It was evident that this was Ran Zong. Having regained his human form, Ran Zong was in tatters, his flesh scorched and emitting genuine black smoke. A gaping wound had been torn open in his chest. The result of the final fatal blow delivered by Luo Feng. Ran Zong was dead. This patriarch of the Ran family, once held in high esteem and revered wherever he went, had been slain by a mere youth. It was believed that after today, Luo Feng's name would undoubtedly echo throughout the entire northern region, perhaps even the whole country. Ran Zong. The three members of the Ran family gazed upon the tragic remains of their patriarch, crying out in anguish, "Judgment Hall, prepare for war." At this moment, the trio felt utterly despondent, aware that their fate had been sealed. Though they yearned to avenge Ran Zong, the disparity in strength rendered them incapable. Even Lin Yin alone could not breach Luo Feng's defenses, let alone talk of taking his life. Standing beside Ran Zong's corpse, Luo Feng coldly regarded the members of the five great families. Devoid of any joy at his victory over Ran Zong, that he understood that these families would undoubtedly seek vengeance in the future, and his real concern lay in the safety of Luo Shan and Luo Qingqing, his last remaining kin in this world. Just then, a voice reverberated from the heavens. "Little one, you have gone too far. Come and reflect upon your actions at our Ran family." The utterance startled everyone present, their hearts racing as they turned their gazes skyward. This aura was that of a divine being. Feeling the pressure from above, Luo Feng's expression tightened. He sensed that this presence had locked onto him, and his rough estimation suggested that the opponent's combat prowess exceeded 10,000. In the next moment, a colossal icy hand descended from the sky, reaching out toward Luo Feng. The immense crystalline appendage seemed capable of blotting out the sun, momentarily shrouding the entire sky. Under such overwhelming pressure, Luo Feng trembled, his bones creaking under the strain, every muscle quivering, his teeth clenched tightly, blood seeping from his mouth. Was this the might of a being with combat power surpassing 10,000? Truly formidable. Struggling to lift his head, Luo Feng gazed at the approaching icy hand, his eyes reflecting a deep-seated unwillingness. Just as the giant hand was about to seize him, an invisible force surged forth, shattering the icy grasp and causing the once-locked presence to gradually dissipate. "Ling Shun, you can no longer hold back," echoed the earlier voice, resonating like a thunderous bell throughout the expanse to Qi Lao Guai. "How dare you attack a junior from our judgment hall? Have you truly lost all sense of shame?" Another voice joined in, laced with mockery. "I merely wish to take such talent back for cultivation." What wrong is there in that? Before the words had fully settled, a figure emerged from the heavens. Upon closer inspection, it was an elderly man appearing to be well over 60, but adorned in a black robe. His gaunt visage was framed by short, grizzled hair. Though devoid of eyebrows, his brow was pronounced, particularly his narrow, triangular eyes that glinted coldly like a venomous serpent. Opposite him stood a middle-aged man, slightly rotund, with a jovial demeanor and a perpetually smiling face, exuding an approachable aura that starkly contrasted with the elder's presence. "That I say, Qi Lao Guai, this is merely a playful scuffle among juniors. Why must you take such measures?" The middle-aged man chuckled. The elder's expression remained impassive, his face reminiscent of a corpse. Evoking an unsettling chill, he regarded the middle-aged man and said flatly, "My Ran family's juniors have been exterminated. Naturally, I must come to see for myself. It seems that apart from Lin Jie, your judgment hall has produced an extraordinary talent." The middle-aged man laughed heartily, humbly replying, "Oh, it's nothing of significance." The exchange between these two formidable figures caused the onlookers below to involuntarily twitch at the corners of their mouths. If Luo Feng's combat prowess was deemed insignificant, then how could they dare to show their faces? "Since you are merely here to observe, let us conclude this farce and disperse, shall we?" The middle-aged man suggested with a smile. The elder cast a glance at Luo Feng, his eyes narrowing slightly, before shifting his gaze to the trembling members of the Ran family, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. This time, my Ran family has been outmatched. I apologize for the spectacle. Let this gathering come to an end, the elder proclaimed, sweeping his sleeve as he led the 3 members of the Ran family away. With the departure of the Ran family, the assembly began to wind down. The middle-aged man turned to Luo Feng, smiling. Well done, young one. You've certainly brought honor to our judgment hall. I have high hopes for you. With that, he waved his sleeve and vanished from the sky. Divine beings arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly as the divine beings left. The atmosphere erupted with excitement. Who were these divine beings? Their mere presence could cause the earth to tremble. Today, 2 had appeared, both with impressive backgrounds, invigorating the members of the minor factions. My heavens, was that truly a divine being? I've actually seen one. Someone exclaimed, bursting with enthusiasm. It's incredible. I never expected even divine beings to show up in the end. Luo Feng is truly extraordinary. Indeed, I suspect that after today, Luo Feng's name will spread throughout the entire eastern region. The crowd understood that the events of today would undoubtedly reverberate throughout the eastern region and beyond, making Luo Feng a household name. Uninterested in the commotion, Luo Feng gazed upward, lost in contemplation. The pressure exerted by the divine beings was overwhelming, causing the joy of his newfound strength to dissipate. I am still too weak. I must elevate my power upon returning. Luo Feng silently vowed as he looked to the sky. With the Ran family gone and the Dao family likely to retaliate, they would refrain from causing further trouble, especially without their ancestral elders' intervention. As the 5 great families departed, the remaining minor factions followed suit. The events of the day constituted a significant occurrence in the northern region, from the annihilation of the Ran and Dao families to the slaying of their patriarch, culminating in the appearance of divine beings. The entire sequence played out as if it were a riveting film. Some individuals, not returning home, had already disseminated the news far and wide across the internet. It was believed that the time-space conference would undoubtedly cause a tremendous uproar. Lin Yan approached Luo Feng, a look of satisfaction on his face. Little Feng, I never imagined you would stand on your own so quickly. As your teacher, I find there is little more I can impart. Your future path lies in your own hands. Luo Feng chuckled lightly. Rest assured, Master, I will not disappoint you. Behind Lin Yan, the other 5 recommenders regarded Luo Feng with admiration, convinced that should he continue to grow, his future accomplishments would be boundless. Moving to Zhou Sisi and Liang Zheng's side, their recommenders expressed deep concern upon seeing their injuries, especially for Liang Zheng, who was once a promising talent, only to have been rendered incapacitated. Luo Feng approached them solemnly, saying, I'm sorry, I failed to protect them. Zhou Sisi's recommender, a middle-aged woman, sighed and shook her head. This is not your fault. We never anticipated that the Ran and Dao families would be so audacious as to attempt to annihilate our judgment hall. Thanks to you, Sisi likely would not have returned otherwise. Indeed, despite the heavy casualties from this conference, we are fortunate to have you. From this incident, it is evident that the Dao and Ran families are beginning to stir. Another remarked gravely. Lin Yan examined Liang Zheng's injuries thoughtfully before stating, Actually, Liang Zheng's wounds can be healed. What? Lin Yan's words caused both Liang Zheng and his recommender to be taken aback, their eyes filled with desperate hope as they turned to him. Yearning for confirmation, with a serious demeanor, Lin Yan replied, Previously, I assisted the Yun family in the Black City of the northern region, and you should know that Yun Ro, the jewel of the Ran family, is a healer. Ling Yan's words enlightened everyone, as they had indeed heard a healing girl from the Yun family, though the passage of time had led them to forget. Now that Ling Yan had brought it up again, they came to their senses. If Yun Ro could come, then Liang Zheng could certainly recover. Affirmed by the crowd, Liang Zheng could not help but shed tears of joy. His heart had been desolate, but the prospect of recovery filled him with hope for his future. However, how could they persuade the young girl to come to save Liang Zheng, given that they were not related to her in any way? The 2 recommenders were an elderly man in his twilight years, known as Elder Feng in the tribunal. Although Elder Feng knew that Yun Ro could heal Liang Zheng, They were not acquainted and could not ascertain whether the Yun family would agree to help him. After all, they had heard that the Yun family had recently faced a calamity and was currently in a period of recovery, surrounded by dangers. Sending Yun Ro out now could indeed be perilous. Ling Yin, however, smiled and said, "Rest assured, Liang Zheng is one of us at the tribunal. I would never let him become a cripple. Besides, the Yun family owes me a favor, so I shall have the little girl come and save him." Luo Feng glanced at Ling Yin, somewhat astonished. He recalled that before arriving in the capital, Ling Yin had mentioned a mysterious gift for him, and it seemed that this gift might be in jeopardy. Sensing Luo Feng's gaze, Ling Yin cleared his throat and said, "All right, we should head back." The group nodded and departed the icy expanse together. On the way back, Luo Feng quietly asked Ling Yin, "Master, who were those two powerful beings we encountered earlier?" Ling Yin explained, "The elderly man is the ancestor of the Ran family, a seasoned divinity-level powerhouse known as Ran Shi. People affectionately call him the odd old man due to his eccentric personality and volatile temperament. In his youth, he was notorious for his ruthlessness, having taken countless lives." Upon hearing this, Luo Feng furrowed his brow, recalling the unsettling gaze Ran Chi had cast upon him when he departed, and a premonition stirred within him. This matter was far from over. The other individual was our tribunal's minister, known as Feng Di, affectionately referred to as Mithra because he always wore a smile. His strength was formidable, ranking among the top within the tribunal. Ling Yin continued, "Above the vice president is the minister. Anyone who reaches the divinity level can become a minister. Beyond that is the vice president, followed by the president. Is the minister truly that powerful?" Luo Feng thought to himself, astonished. If the minister was already so formidable, how much stronger must the vice president be? And the president must surely be among the world's elite. Luo Feng had not anticipated such strength within this world, which reshaped his understanding of the might of Earth's warriors. He was merely beginning to find his footing. As he contemplated, Luo Feng felt a surge of excitement. There were so many powerful beings in the world, igniting his fighting spirit. Calming himself, he recalled his earlier question. Thus he quietly inquired of Ling Yin, "Master, I remember you mentioned a mysterious gift for me. What exactly is it? Now that the favor is spent, you should tell me." Ling Yin cast a sidelong glance at Luo Feng, coughed lightly, and then asked, "Do you really wish to know?" "Yes, I am very eager to know." Luo Feng nodded. However, the next word from Ling Yin caused Luo Feng's expression to change dramatically. His face turning a deep shade of red. He was taken aback by the revelation that Ling Yan's mysterious gift was to arrange for Yun Ro to marry him, something he found utterly unacceptable. "Master, I'm only 15. Such matters are far too premature," Luo Feng protested, flustered. Ling Yin, however, scoffed dismissively, saying, "What do you understand? Such matters should be addressed early. Otherwise, when someone else snatches her away, you will have no place to lament." In ancient times, even betrothals were commonplace. It is indeed clever to secure a spouse for one's child before they grow up to be a singleton. Ling Yin sighed deeply, gazing at Luo Feng with an expression that suggested he was beyond hope, leaving Luo Feng feeling quite exasperated. Influenced by his previous life, Luo Feng felt a sense of guilt about having feelings for a girl merely 14 or 15 years old. Yet he failed to realize that his current physiological age was also just 15. Although he perceived himself as an adult, others still saw him as a mere boy yet to shed his childish ways. However, Ling Yin added, "Although I have used this favor, that little girl Yun Ro has come to the capital. So you should spend this time getting to know her well. From my years of experience, I assure you that she definitely has feelings for you." Luo Feng looked at Ling Yin with a strange expression. When had this old man become a matchmaker? In truth, although Luo Feng had been a 20-something adult before his transmigration, he was still a homebody and had never experienced romance, as someone with no dating experience. The idea of pursuing a girl felt daunting. As Ling Yin discussed his experience, Luo Feng couldn't help but retort, "Master, you've been single for over 100 years. What experience do you have?" Luo Feng's words darkened Ling Yan's expression, leaving him speechless, silently cursing the boy's sharp tongue. Eventually, Ling Yin opened his mouth and said, "Boy, just know that I have your best interests at heart. That girl Yun Ro possesses a rare healing ability. If she matures, she will undoubtedly be a tremendous asset to you. That I've said my piece. Whether you heed it is up to you. With that, Ling Yin waved his sleeve dramatically and walked ahead to converse with the other recommenders. Luo Feng watched Ling Yan's retreating figure and chuckled softly, his thoughts drifting to Yun Ro. The girl, like a sprite, always concealed her softest side, although they had only spent a few days together. Those moments were fraught with life and death crises, which etched her deeply into Luo Feng's memory. The prospect of seeing her again filled him with anticipation. Soon after, the members of the tribunal returned. Naturally, they were informed of the events of the temporal conference. In an instant, Luo Feng's standing within the tribunal skyrocketed. His exploits even drew the attention of the higher-ups, with the vice president personally coming to see this young prodigy. When Luo Feng encountered this formidable figure again, he felt an overwhelming pressure that he had not sensed before. Luo Feng compared Ran Shi with the vice president and realized that Ran Shi was no match for him. From what Luo Feng understood, there were two vice presidents within the tribunal, highlighting its profound foundation. Despite the tribunal suffering the loss of 3 members, discovering a talent like Luo Feng could be seen as a gain from another perspective. Conversely, the 5 great families were far from pleased, particularly the Ran and Dao families, who had suffered significant losses. In the meeting hall of the Ran family, the atmosphere was tense. The hall was modest, comparable only to 2 classrooms, unable to rival the grandeur of the tribunal. Yet those qualified to attend were exceedingly powerful. A total of 10 individuals occupied the meeting room. For at the divinity level, 5 at the half-step divinity level, and 1 high-tier forbidden level powerhouse, at the head of the meeting sat a blind old man, leaning on a sword staff that served as both a walking aid and a weapon. On the opposite side of the room, 3 individuals knelt on the floor. These were the 3 recommenders who had participated in the temporal conference. The room fell silent, with even the sound of breathing fading. All eyes were fixed on the blind elder, waiting for him to speak. After a long pause, the elder finally broke the silence. This endeavor has failed. What do you propose we do now? His voice was hoarse. And with a sudden jab of his sword staff into the ground, the floor beneath them disintegrated into dust. The 3 recommenders were terrified, tears streaming down their faces, trembling so violently that one even wet his pants. An unexpected twist had emerged. They had not anticipated the tribunal to possess such a prodigious talent as Luo Feng. The death of Ran Fei at his hands was indeed justified, but a divine practitioner from the Ran family sighed softly. Ran Shi cast a sidelong glance at him, snorted coldly, and remarked, "The death of Ran Fei is merely a disappearance. The crux of the matter lies in our intentions being laid bare this time. The Judgment House will undoubtedly pay special attention to our Ran family henceforth." The family head of the Ran clan, a middle-aged man and the sole taboo powerhouse present, spoke in a grave tone. "The pressing question now is, how shall we respond?" As soon as the family head's words fell, the conference room descended into an eerie silence. The blind elder slowly spoke. "This matter has transcended the interests of our Ran family alone. We must seek assistance from our allies. Hong Shirja, the onus is now upon your Black Moon organization." And no sooner had the blind elder's words echoed than a figure gradually materialized within the conference room. Apart from the divine practitioners, the others looked on in astonishment at the newcomer. Clad in a flowing black robe that enveloped his entire being, he emanated a chilling aura that seemed capable of ensnaring one's very soul, instilling an involuntary sense of dread. "Ancestor, who is this?" the Ran family head inquired, beads of cold sweat forming on his back as he turned to the blind elder. "Hong Shirja, please introduce yourself," the blind elder urged, jabbing his staff against the floor once more. The figure dubbed Hong Shirja by the elder spoke in a frigid tone. "I am the envoy of protection from the Black Moon organization." "What?" The Ran family head's pupils constricted in disbelief upon hearing the black-robed man's introduction. He had never anticipated that the Ran family would be entangled with the Black Moon organization. A perilous alliance indeed. While outsiders might be ignorant, as the head of the Ran family, he was acutely aware of the organization's terrifying reputation. Having been established for nearly a century, the Black Moon organization initially operated in the Western continent, but had since spread its influence across the globe. Due to the unique circumstances of Eastern China and the scrutiny of the Judgment House, The Black Moon organization had repeatedly attempted to extend its reach into eastern China, all to no avail. Perhaps in recent years, internal strife within the Judgment House had restrained much of its power, allowing the Black Moon organization to gain ground. For the Rand family, rooted in Donghua, to see their ancestor collaborating with a foreign entity was tantamount to treason. Ancestor, we cannot ally with members of the Black Moon organization. Remember how many nations they have toppled. Should they succeed in gaining control over eastern China, our Donghua citizens would fall under their dominion. Your actions would be no different from betraying our country. The Rand family head rose. Speaking passionately, he glanced at the others, only to find their gazes indifferent, unmoved by his words. The blind elder, upon hearing the Rand family head's protest, suddenly opened his eyes wide, the whiteness of his pupils exuding a menacing aura. Ran Jiang, what is more crucial to you? Family interests or national interests? The blind elder demanded coldly. Ran Jiang paused, then replied solemnly. What good is a family without a nation? If it weren't for the increasingly oppressive nature of the Judgment House, I would never have consented to the Rand family's plans to usurp it. Yet, I never imagined the Rand family to be even more fearsome than the Judgment House. Ancestor, you cannot sacrifice our country for familial gain. Foolishness. The Rand family has been oppressed by the Judgment House for nearly a century. Were it not for my support, the Rand family would have long since perished. I cannot believe you hold such thoughts. Ran Jiang. You shall no longer serve as the family head. Go to the confinement chamber for reflection. The blind elder pointed a finger at Ran Jiang, causing him to spit blood, his face paling instantly as his powers were sealed. The elder's actions filled Ran Jiang with fury and despair for the future of the Rand family. Take him away, Ran Shi remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Ran Jiang. Two figures entered the conference room and dragged Ran Jiang out, who, as he was taken away, shouted, You will regret this. You are destroying the Rand family. With a resounding thud, the door closed behind them. The blind elder continued, Now that the distractions have been removed, let us proceed. Hong Shizhe, we hope you will eliminate this Luo Feng character. Our Rand family cannot act directly, as it would easily raise suspicions towards us. Thus, we entrust this task to you. Hong Shizhe responded coldly, No problem, but the situation with the Judgment House still depends on you. Indeed, the Rand family has already placed moles within the Judgment House. We shall handle matters there, the blind elder nodded. Hong Shizhe then turned to the three individuals by the wall and cackled, If you intend to deal with these three, just leave it to me. Ran Shi glanced at the three figures by the wall, indifferent, and replied, Do as you wish. Hong Shizhe regarded the terrified trio, a dark mist emanating from him, which enveloped them as they pleaded for mercy. Before long, the conference room was filled with their anguished screams. The essence of taboo powerhouses serves as a potent tonic. Cackling, he declared, Since the matter is concluded, I shall take my leave. Rest assured, I will send someone to eliminate Luo Feng. But remember your obligations. With a sweeping gesture, the black-robed man drew the dark mist back into his body, leaving the three as mere husks. He then transformed into a cloud of darkness, slowly vanishing from sight. Upon returning to the Judgment House, the days turned tranquil after an initial flurry. Thanks to Luo Feng's performance at the Temporal Conference, the Judgment House granted him access to the most extensive training grounds available. This so-called secret training ground was, in truth, a desolate basin, its expanse comparable to that of a city. The Judgment House had crafted this place into a harsh environment for cultivation, without formidable strength. One would merely meet their demise upon entry. Luo Feng, now immensely powerful, was capable of rivaling taboo powerhouses, thus qualifying for entry. Upon his arrival, he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to the severe conditions. The skies were perpetually overcast, occasionally struck by lightning, and a moment's inattention could lead to disaster. In addition to the intermittent lightning, the relentless gales and the drastic temperature fluctuations contributed to making this training ground akin to a hellish realm. Even the strong among the Judgment House were rarely inclined to train here. After nearly 5 days of rigorous training, Luo Feng's combat prowess surged by nearly 300 if he could persist in his training for a month. His power would undoubtedly exceed 5,000, however, at that moment, Ling Yan approached him with news that the Yun family had agreed to treat Liang Zheng, but it would not be Yun Ro who came to the capital. Rather, Liang Zheng was to travel to Haicheng. Moreover, the Yun family mentioned Luo Feng, expressing a desire for him to visit, as they had prepared the promised compensation. Upon learning this, Luo Feng was naturally delighted, as he was in dire need of copper coins, especially since he was still a mere 10,000 coins away from acquiring the Realm King Fist. The vehicle sent to escort Liang Zheng was a 10-seater flying car, accommodating 5 individuals. Apart from Liang Zheng and his master, the rest included a servant, a driver, and Luo Feng himself. Ling Yin was unable to accompany them due to other matters. The journey was relatively uneventful, devoid of any mishaps, during which Luo Feng engaged in enlightening discussions on martial arts with the elder. Haicheng was several thousand kilometers from the capital, yet with a flying car, they would reach their destination in just half a day. Upon arriving at the Yun family, they were met with a warm welcome. Standing outside the Yun residence, Luo Feng observed the well-maintained estate and mused on the Yun family's considerable wealth. Liang Zheng's master, an elder with silver hair, was referred to as Song Lao within the Judgment House. Upon seeing the Yun family members, Song Lao hurried forward, saying, "Yun family elder, I am Song Yun. I apologize for the trouble caused." The elder of the Yun family, also an ageless figure, smiled and replied, "Ah, it is merely a trifling matter. Since our Yun family can assist you, we shall certainly lend a hand, especially since President Ling Yin has also aided our Yun family. Let us not linger outside. Come in, and we can discuss further." The Yun family elder invited, ushering everyone into the estate. As they entered, Luo Feng noted that the Yun residence had been completely restored, resembling its former glory before the turmoil. Their efficiency is remarkable. I wonder if Haicheng has fully recovered as well. Luo Feng surveyed the surroundings of the Yun residence, pondering in silence. When he had battled Yun Qing back then, it had caused quite a commotion. The entire electrical grid of the Black City had been devastated, and he could only wonder how the Yun family had managed the aftermath. As he stepped into the living room of the Yun household, he was struck by the opulence of the decor, reminiscent of the drawing rooms of ancient aristocrats, but a striking vermilion plaque adorned the main hall, emblazoned with the 4 characters Hao Ran Zheng Qi. Below it, the main seating area featured 2 pearwood chairs, while a set of azure wooden tables and chairs were arranged in the secondary seating area. The floor was laid with marble, harmonizing beautifully with the vermilion columns, exuding an air of antiquity. Liang Zheng had been assigned to a guest room for rest, attended to by a casual servant, while Luo Feng and Song Yun made their way to the living room to receive the Yun family's hospitality. The clan elder engaged in conversation with Song Yun for a while before turning his gaze towards Luo Feng. Sensing the elder's attention, Luo Feng offered a slight smile as a gesture of acknowledgement. The elder, stroking his grizzled beard, spoke with a slow smile. "I have heard about your exploits at the Eastern Domain Space Conference. Young Luo It is truly astonishing. In just 2 short months, you have ascended to such heights. A feat unprecedented." The elder was indeed deeply impressed. When Luo Feng had protected Yun Ro previously, although his strength was commendable, he had merely been a promising prospect, far from being formidable. However, after the Eastern Domain Space Conference, the members of the Yun family had been left in utter shock. While outsiders might be astonished upon learning of Luo Feng's prowess, the Yun family had witnessed his rise firsthand. Recalling the events, Luo Feng couldn't help but chuckle wryly. "In truth, I was compelled to grow stronger. Had I not, I might not have been able to visit here." His words prompted the elder to sigh, reflecting on the fact that a mere 15-year-old had experienced more than many 50-year-olds, which explained his rapid ascent. "Soon, someone will take you to collect your reward. I imagine after such a long journey, you have yet to dine. I have arranged for the chef to prepare a meal. So please follow me to the dining area," the elder said as he rose. Smiling at the mention of food, Luo Feng's eyes lit up. He was indeed feeling quite hungry, and since he was here, he intended to enjoy a hearty meal. Under the elder's guidance, Luo Feng arrived at the dining area, where a table laden with delicacies awaited him. But he couldn't contain his excitement and eagerly nudged his palms together. Observing Luo Feng's expression, Song Yun chuckled softly. Having spent considerable time at the tribunal, Luo Feng's reputation as a voracious eater was well known, so he turned to the elder and remarked, "Elder Yun, I fear this spread may not suffice to sate this young man's appetite. I kindly request you prepare a bit more." The elder, taken aback, glanced at Luo Feng in disbelief. This feast was typically ample for the family. Yet it seemed it might not be enough for him alone. Though skeptical, the elder, adhering to the principle of hospitality, arranged for additional dishes to be prepared as a Saiyan. Luo Feng required copious amounts of food to sustain his energy. Otherwise, he would lack the strength to engage in battle. He, of course, did not hold back, devouring 3 tables worth of food before the astonished gazes of the Yun family. By the end, the others were left in a state of numbness. Silently acknowledging that while geniuses may be extraordinary, perhaps their inability to consume such quantities was what kept them from greatness. The elder, surveying the towering stacks of empty plates, couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Truly, young Luo is extraordinary." Subsequently, the elder led Luo Feng to a secluded chamber that resembled a secret room, addressing him with gravity. "Young Luo, what I am about to show you is of utmost importance to our Yun family. No outsider has ever laid eyes on it, so I trust you will maintain discretion." Luo Feng felt a stir of curiosity and replied earnestly, "Rest assured, my lips are tightly sealed." The elder nodded, then retrieved a scroll from a hidden compartment, its surface inscribed with the formidable words, "Thunder God Body." The Thunder God Body, Luo Feng mused, recognizing that this was no ordinary martial art in the realm of martial arts. Only divine-level techniques could rightfully be deemed as divine body techniques, and the scroll in the elder's hands was undoubtedly a martial art of divine caliber. The elder solemnly held the scroll, stating, "Indeed, this is the Thunder God Body, a martial art founded by our family's ancestor. My ancestor was a divine-level powerhouse, renowned throughout the martial world. Yet now, our Yun family has fallen into decline. Apart from the family head, who is a half-step divine-level expert, we scarcely have any other formidable practitioners left." Luo Feng regarded the martial art in the elder's grasp, recognizing that one who achieved the level of martial arts transcending the mundane could justifiably call themselves a martial arts master, capable of establishing their own sect without a doubt. The divine realm is divided into 3 stages: the technique stage, the way stage, and the divine stage. The technique stage's divine techniques are known as martial arts techniques, wherein practitioners elevate their martial arts to remarkable heights, their comprehension far surpassing that of forbidden-level experts. Practitioners at this stage glean insights from their martial arts, focusing on overwhelming strength in pure physical confrontations. The way stage, on the other hand, signifies a unique comprehension of martial arts, resulting in the birth of one's own martial path, referred to as martial arts divine techniques, wherein the practitioner's personal martial philosophy is infused within. At this juncture, the divine technique returns to its essence, yielding exponentially increased potency. Lastly, the divine stage, known as martial god divine techniques, is where practitioners cultivate their personalized martial divinity, capable of transforming divine techniques into domains. Forming martial domains. Within these domains, a practitioner's strength is amplified 2-fold to 3-fold. Those who attain the second divine realm in the divine stage see their domains enhance their strength 2-fold, while those who reach the third divine realm witness a 3-fold increase. Based on the system's analysis, Luo Feng delineated the combat prowess of divine realm experts into a rough spectrum. Technique stage divine experts possess combat prowess ranging from 7,000 to 15,000. The individual he encountered at the space conference, Ran Shi, was a practitioner of the technique stage. Way stage divine experts boast combat prowess ranging from 15,000 to 30,000, exemplified by the spirit god Feng Di, whom he met at the tribunal. That it was precisely because Feng Di surpassed Ran Shi in strength that the latter dared not act recklessly. Otherwise, Luo Feng's life would have been forfeit for the divine stage. Their inherent combat prowess ranges from 30,000 to 40,000, that should a divine realm be invoked, a second divine realm martial artist's combat prowess could reach 60,000 to 80,000. While a third divine realm martial artist could attain 90,000 to 120,000, it is evident that the divine stage represents a qualitative leap from the technique and way stages, underscoring the notion that a nation's might is contingent upon the presence of divine stage experts. Luo Feng had discovered knowledge about the divine realm from the tribunal's advanced database. Upon reviewing the classifications of divine realm experts, he was profoundly astonished. He held immense admiration for the martial artists of this world, who had elevated martial arts to such magnificent heights he couldn't help but muse. Had the Earth of the Dragon Ball world been this formidable, Vegeta's invasion would have been swiftly met with annihilation. As Luo Feng grasped the scroll, a flicker of lightning danced across it, causing his palm to tingle. In that instant, a new world unfolded within his consciousness. This realm was shrouded in chaos, almost entirely engulfed by lightning. The vibrant bolts illuminated the sky with their dazzling brilliance. Luo Feng gazed upon the spectacle, almost breathless. It was breathtakingly magnificent. In that moment, he felt as if he were but a speck of dust, on the verge of being swallowed by the tempestuous lightning, rendering him acutely aware of his insignificance. Phew! Luo Feng snapped back to reality, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. The overwhelming vision had exerted tremendous pressure on him, a sensation that was nothing short of staggering. The elder observed Luo Feng's reaction with mild surprise, a flicker of lightning glimmering in his eyes as he chuckled lightly. Young Luo indeed possesses extraordinary talent, awakening from the consciousness of the thunder domain so swiftly. Even within my Yun family, no one has ever achieved such a feat, the thunder domain. Luo Feng wiped the sweat from his brow, casting a peculiar glance at the scroll in his hand upon hearing the elder's words. The elder elucidated, indeed, what you have experienced is the thunder domain. After our ancestor created this martial art, he infused a fragment of his consciousness into it, serving as a small trial for future generations. Initially, it was the previous generation's master who awoke from the realm of lightning in the shortest time. Yet even so, it took nearly half a day. In contrast, my young friend managed to accomplish this feat in merely 5 minutes, a testament to his astounding talent. Luo Feng chuckled, scratching his head, for he had never considered himself a genius. However, as others spoke of him in such terms, he began to question, could it be that I truly am a prodigy? The concept of genius was foreign to Luo Feng, as he believed that differing bloodlines rendered such comparisons futile. You should commit this to memory, for the scroll cannot be taken outside, the elder remarked, stroking his beard with a smile. Luo Feng nodded and subsequently unfurled the scroll. To his surprise, it contained not martial arts incantations, but rather a series of images, each seemingly animated through some mysterious means. As he observed the succession of dynamic illustrations, each depicted a diagram of energy flow through meridians, totaling 10 in number. Since his transmigration, Luo Feng's memory had surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Within less than 10 minutes, he had engraved all the moving images into his mind. With a quiet resolve, he closed his eyes to recall the information once more. And upon confirming that his recollection matched the illustrations perfectly, he returned the scroll to the elder. It was only after acquiring the Thunder God body martial art that Luo Feng truly comprehended its formidable power.